and to praise them. Welcome to the Buck Up Relief Mission Telethon, brought to you by Sovereign Radio. I'm your host for the day, Scotty Saks. We'll be here from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. And here's my co-host, Mr. Brad Wozni from the Sovereign Soul. Brad, welcome in.
Oh, thank you very much for having me. I appreciate it, Scotty, for this incredible effort. Thank you.
So, Brad, before we get into the telethon, and I got a very important question. I'm going to lay it on you, and then I'm going to go into a little monologue. But let me lay the question on you so you can think about it. Are we here today to raise money for the good people of North Carolina because of a man-made event or a natural event that occurred? And I'll come back to you for the answer to that. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have 12 co-hosts today, one per hour. This is how it's going to work. One new co-host every hour and two guest speakers. So nobody's sitting on the sidelines today. It's time to get in the game. 12 co-hosts, 24 guest speakers, 36 people with one cause to raise money for Buck Up Relief Mission. We have a goal of $100,000 today. It's a bit lofty, but doable when people come together as we are going to do today. So head on over right now. If you're here, givesendgo.com/Buck Up. You're going to hear that a lot today. As for our guests and co-hosts, you're going to be very excited. We have an amazing lineup today, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. So suppose I told you, what if a man that was up to his neck in mud, had been for 3 days, was discovered by relief workers. And as they went to get him out, the man said, "Let me die. Do not save me." They said, "Why would we not save you? Why do you want to die, sir?" He said, "Because I've been here 3 days, and my family that was below me in the mud, they stopped scratching my leg 3 days ago." What if I told you that a woman who lives in the mountains in North Carolina, 2 days after she survived the event and everything was fine, no power, no internet, but she wandered down the mountain to see what she could see. She found a baby in a tree. This baby had been traveling 7 miles from home in the floodwaters. What if I told you there's men, women, and children sleeping in tents in the devastating cold? It gets cold in the winter in the Carolinas, folks. I live there, up in the mountains, very cold in the winter. Thousands of people, homes displaced. The landscape of North Carolina in particular is devastating. And what if I told you that FEMA has been blocking relief trucks, blankets, food supplies? They even blocked a truck of bicycles. So, with that setup, Brad, I'm coming back to you, my friend. What was this, Brad, in your opinion? Was it Hurricane Helen, devastation unto itself, or was there something else involved? Please do tell us your thoughts.
Scotty, you mentioned some very powerful stories there. And I go back to being on calls with the chief of the Hawaiian Kingdom in August of 2023. And everybody knows Lahaina, Maui fires. And multiple times for months on end on those Zooms, as he's trying to get the story out, we're doing fundraising efforts for Lahaina. He said, we need to classify this as a directed energy weapon terrorist attack on the people. This is the chief of the Hawaiian Kingdom. What we saw in North Carolina with Hurricane Helen, which happened to pick up weather, a whole bunch of water, go however many millions of gallons inland by over 500 miles, and then dump it, as well as we had liquefaction, as well as we had people who were reporting feeling fried, like we saw at 9/11 with the 3 World Trade Center towers came down, with the reports and the evidence now that nearly 3,000 people jumped to their deaths because they were feeling fried, microwaved, came out of the towers. We know for a fact, like Jasper, Alberta, this August that just happened, 2024, we see the directed energy weapon attacks, like those who stood up in Boulder Stands Up, Colorado in 2022, when we saw all of a sudden 80 or so homes just burst into flames, but their trees were unaffected. And there's actually lawsuits and cases right now, which have been suppressed by the media, but are all the way up at the Supreme Court level of these directed energy weapons, which are patented and go back to the 1960s. So to your point, and where we are, people around the world on this beautiful planet and the Creator's Earth, this is a terrorist attack upon mankind. And what we're doing here today, and the great people at Buck Up Relief have done, is to ensure that we keep this out there in the open, because again, if it happened to them, it can happen to you. It's something from a satellite and also an aircraft, and it also can be a mobile base station that can be a towed array from a ship or as a ship, or also, which is scary enough, an 18-wheeler trailer, and they can use this on your community. So we need to band together, like we saw with Freedom Convoy, no farmers, no food, and we need to assist our brothers and sisters. We are one mankind, one race in Creator's image around the planet. And at the same point in time, as we assist each other, we need to band together and keep this front and center as a core issue, just like what's going on around the planet right now. We can't let them skirt by. We know that we are the media now, as Elon has said, as Q has said, if people follow that. And that's where we are today. We have 11 hours, or 12 hours rather, of people standing up, speaking out to raise funds to bring these issues continually to light, because there are still people today, millions of them displaced. And in North Carolina, down to Florida, millions of them, including the Hawaiian Islands, that are displaced, that are not getting the effort and the relief that we require. And that's up to the men and women that are watching this broadcast or listening to this later on a podcast to assist. And the great thing, as I end up here, Scotty, and turn it back to you, is givesendgo.com is an incredible form to donate. Now, for some people, you may not be able to donate $5. That's the minimum donation on Give, Send, Go. But you can donate a heart. And listen, prayers matter. We all know the power of prayer, scientifically even proven the power of prayer, which has an instrumental effect on energetic change for the benevolent. So on givesendgo.com, you can vote with a heart, you can vote with $5, and we encourage people to open their heart and their wallets to assist these relief efforts around North Carolina, Florida, etc. as we move forward. And God bless everybody. And now we've got Sophia and Bo on. Happy New Year, guys.
Thanks, Brad. Well thought out. Well, financial relief is why we're here, and there's a couple of guests here that know a little something about the gold and silver is mine, said the Lord. I believe that's Haggai 2, verses 8. And a man who knows the Bible and knows about precious metals, Mr. Bo Polney. Bo, I haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. Sophia,
Scotty,
welcome.
blessings. Good to see you again, Scotty. Last time we saw each other was at the Reawaken America tour. So
It was
nice to see you both. And my beautiful wife here is with me, Sophia. So we're going to have a fantastic start to the new year.
She always makes you look good, Bo. I got to tell you. I like how you sit her right next to you to make you look good. You're a smart guy. Bo, as we look at the Carolinas and the Florida, the devastation, financial relief is kind of a given. That's why we're here. But financial relief in the future is going to look a lot different than it does now, where people are sending Federal Reserve notes to each other, doing bank wires. What's the future look like, Bo? Can you lay out the landscape of the financial system moving forward? How will we be helping each other and using Give, Send, Go in the years to come?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. I will start off with saying this, our God is what is he, babe? He's the
miracle maker.
Yes, he's the way maker, miracle
Yes.
worker, promise keeper, light in
the darkness.
You see, so you have to always, as horrible as the things are in the world, it was a pleasure listening to you up front here and all the things that are going on in the Carolinas, and also what happened in Hawaii. You have to understand, you always got to go back to the scriptures and specifically the Bible. Why? Because the Bible is the past, present, and future, right? And so even the King James Bible, I love, referencing when I go to King James Bible, you go to the Geneva version, right? The Geneva version of King James of the Bible, and specifically we reference Ephesians Ephesians 6:12. Even the King James Version messed with the Bible, and they removed the part about the governments, right? And so what you end up finding when you read scriptures, Ephesians 12, verse 16, the Geneva Bible basically says, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, and against worldly governors. Listen to that closely. Worldly governors, governments, and princes of darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness, which are in high places. So, you go ask yourself, why are they doing this? Because they hate you. They hate you. They hate us. They hate humanity. Why? Because we are made in the image of God. Period. And so because of our image, in the image of God, evil can't stand us. He wants us all dead or barely alive and all subservient and slaves to him. So they don't care how many people they kill. And that's the thing is, so when you look at evil, you can just keep going down the rabbit hole. And let me tell you, that rabbit hole don't end, because it goes all the way to hell, and that goes on for eternity. Okay. So you want to always, so when you, my wife's beautiful line, she always states is John 10:10, for Jesus Christ comes to give us life more
abundantly, spiritually, financially, and physically. But the whole purpose is for us to truly believe. Miracles happens every day, but you have to step in and know that it does happen. God hasn't changed. He's the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and forever. And it's who we are in Christ that represent what's going on in this world. Let our light shine, right? Arise and let our light shine for this time, for unity, for each other, for what's going on around the world, not just in America, but what's going on around the world, that we can step in and represent our Lord Jesus Christ.
And so with all of that said, you look at John 10:10, evil come to kill, steal, and destroy. Well, that's exactly what we were talking about up front here, okay? But then there's a comma or a colon. It goes, and I, Jesus, come to give you life more abundantly. And so God's always going to be in the mix. He's always in the details. And so, I look at the math side of it, the numeric side of it, and boy, can you see God through all the details in the numerics, right? But what I'm trying to illustrate is that evil is coming in. They're trying to come in early. And so they're trying to kill us, to do all these horrible things to us. But yet at the same time, too, they're not coming in on the allotted time, on the appointed time, that God actually gave an appointed time in the Bible to evil to do all these things. And so we're trying to bring on the beast system that's been written in the Bible, in Revelation, the mark of the beast system. They're trying to bring it in, but there's a huge problem. The best word in the Bible is the word suddenly, right? And you can ask Pharaoh about that one, right? How he refused to back down. He dug in his heels. He was not going to back down. After 10 plagues, he still thought he was king. And after the angel of death, he still went after Israel to kill them all at the Red Sea. And this is the point, right? At the Red Sea, what everybody discovered was, as awesome and as great as God was using Moses, the problem that Moses has at the Red Sea, Moses couldn't do anything. You see, it came down to we needed a miracle. And so that suddenly moment is the miracle moment that's coming. And so as horrible as all these things appear on the earth, in the allotted time that God sets times and seasons for everything, we're stepping into a really wonderful time point in humanity right now. And I would probably, a great point to this conversation is the word grace. See, he provides grace. And I basically made a slide for us that I can maybe pop on the screen here. Hopefully the screen share works. But the word grace is pretty cool, because when you look at the word grace, it's got 5 letters in it. So I don't know if you can pop this screen on, but look at the word grace, Grace.
I'm trying to find the screen share. Brad, help me out here. I know there's a screen share button.
If Bo is a co-host and Sophia, then you click
it's on share right
settings,
now. If you can pop
share.
it up, pop it up. It's on share. If you can just pop it up on the screen. There you go.
There you go. Yeah, thank you. I thought we were sharing. All right.
Oh, beautiful.
So what I want you to
slide.
look at here is, the number 5 is grace. Coincidentally, there's 5 letters in the word grace. What year are we stepping into today? 2025. You see, what a coincidence. The number 5 represents grace. What a coincidence that the year 2025 starts today. What a coincidence. There's so many prophetic voices on the world right now that are saying God's about to do something, and we're stepping into what? Financial blessings. We're stepping into what's called the great wealth transfer. And so God intervenes upon the world, but he does it in a certain and specific time, because if God intervened, say 4 years ago, we would have not have seen all the evil that was truly in the world. You see what I'm saying? Think about the past 4 years, how much evil was truly exposed. So God actually allotted these 4 years, or specifically for God, it's a season. He allotted these 4 years so we could truly see the evil that's on this world. And then when he intervenes, we're going to look for a miracle, not Mr. Trump, okay, because he's a man. It's going to get to a point where no man can stop what these people are doing. And that's the cool part, right? So the glory is going to go to Jesus Christ, God the Father, the Trinity. They're going to get the glory because they're the waymaker, miracle worker, promise keeper. So we are stepping into a season of grace like we can't even imagine. And, in the podcast, prior podcasts, many people talk about the Trinity of 5. So 3, 5, 5, 5. To be honest with you, what we're stepping into is not 3 5s. This is the exciting part, how awesome God is. We're stepping into 5 5s. We are stepping into 5 years of grace. And so if you do 5 times 5 is 25. Interesting. 5 and a 2, you add that together is a 7. There's your amazing. So we are stepping into 5 years of amazing grace upon humanity, because God's about to step in. He's going to take precious metals, which are, as Scotty referenced, Haggai 2 verse 8, the silver and the gold are mine, saith the Lord. It doesn't say the Federal Reserve note is God's, okay? The Federal Reserve System was made by a bunch of bankers. I looked into this a little while ago, and these bankers were on Jekyll Island. What a coincidence. Jekyll Island, the same year the movie Jekyll and Hyde came out, about this horrific stuff with this mad scientist. And so this was in 1913. So as of now, we're at 112 years of the Federal Reserve System, and it just ended 111 years, the Trinity. What I'm trying to say is the Federal Reserve System is about to come to an end, okay? There is no financial system that's ever lasted forever, hundreds of years, hundreds upon hundreds of years. When you go back and study money, okay, if you understand money, you understand that the only money that's ever been money is gold and silver, because every instrument created by man ultimately went to zero. Every one of them. In 4,000 or 5,000 years, every single instrument made by man goes to zero. And so God's about to flip the financial scales, and he's going to change everything. Everything's about to flip. And so, yes, if there's a lot of things, we feel like, yes, this is so political, but understand, superseding all the political events are biblical. And God literally, think about the Red Sea. God knew what Pharaoh was going to do. He actually set the greatest trap in human history, and Pharaoh walked right in. So do you understand? So all of these things that these people are doing, they are doing nothing but walking into the greatest trap, greater than the Red Sea miracle. They're walking into the greatest trap in human history, and they don't even know it. And because why? This is all about the one word, and I can say why it's taken so long. This is important as a why has it taken so long? Because it's about what's called a covenant. Maybe my wife can expand here, but if she can expand and just talk about the word covenant and why that's so important to God. And when a covenant is made with God, it's called forever. It's called eternity. The word that Kim Clement word is immutable. That covenant is immutable. So maybe my wife can talk about a little bit about covenant, that Lord's covenant. What is the importance of marriage covenant? Everything that's important to God's a covenant.
The covenant is a relationship that is a partnership that we enter in with a fellowship with him and honoring him and honoring each other as a couple. We honor God first before we honor our husband and wife, but covenant is eternal, and God's give this for us to understand who we are in Christ and to represent what covenant stands for is the unity that will never separate.
And so what's the greatest covenant? We got marriage, but we're heading into what? Another covenant. What is that? The royal wedding. So in other words, for the royal wedding, for the Christ return, he's going to marry his bride. That's going to be another covenant that's going to be made. But in order to do that, God's got to restore the covenant that was made by the founding fathers. So it's interesting when you start studying covenant. 1776 is very interesting because you do 248 years from 1776 and you get to the year 2024. Well, what the Lord revealed to me, and it's kind of interesting. Well, it's more than interesting. It's fascinating. But the 248 year cycle is nothing but taking, remember, 4,000 years of the Jews, 2,000 years of Gentiles, 1,000-year millennial reign. And so that's the 124. It's 124 times 2 cycle, which is 248 years. 248 years takes us from the Declaration of Independence to the year 2024. So the important thing is, when does the year 2024 end? Well, it would actually end specifically this 4th of July. You see, so God, as incredible as all this is going on in the world, when the word suddenly happens, everything we know changes. And then they fall into the greatest trap in human history. So that's what's coming. They're walking into a trap. They don't even understand what they're walking into. But when God intervenes, every plan that they have suddenly comes to an end. Because why? In 24 hours, not only was Pharaoh dead, his entire army was dead, and the Red Sea was closed, and it was finished. What do you want to add, Dave, about the year 2025 and what you feel the importance of this year is right now?
The importance of this year is for us to remember that we do carry his glory. We are the carrier of God's glory, and we release his glory in each and every one of us, to remember who we carry inside of us that is greater than all the circumstances that's going on in this world, because it's his glory that we can release and we can carry to a dark world that is coming, that we are the light that shines in dark places, to represent and to release what is in us. Because, he is so good. God is so good that we just want to shout and share how good he is to the people that doesn't know him, so they can come to like the goodness of God, to bring him to repentance, right? Because he is so good that we're going to represent him with the joyful shout of how good our God is. So remember that we do carry his glory. His glory is in us. The greater glory is in us. And we also have the ability to release his glory in 2025. Let us shine, for the glory is in us. The greater glory, the hope of glory, right?
Right. Well, the Bible talks about the money changers. Now, that would be the Federal Reserve System, right? That would be the bankers, the big bad, I'll go so far as saying they're satanic banking cabal.
Revelation 2, verse 9, they say they are JEWS, but they're not. They're from the synagogue of Satan. So those are the people that founded the Federal Reserve. Please continue, Scotty. You're right.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's time. The Bible repeats itself. The money changers are going to get the tables turned on them again, right?
Well, think about what I love about the scriptures, right? The only time you really saw righteous anger in the Bible, right? Think about all the things that Jesus did. The only time he was really, I like to use the word pissed, because it was righteous anger. And because he knew for the next 2,500 years that, right, what the Jews were, what they were doing, what these money changers were doing, he knew that money, the money, their love of money was going to control humanity for the next 2,500 years or 2,000 years. And that's what's happened so far. So this money is what they've used to enslave us, humanity. And so when you go back again, why is this all happening? Well, because Satan's the prince of the air. He controls everything. And why? Because when you go back in scripture, it's because of Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve they gave up their entire inheritance. God made everything. Think how awesome our God is. Makes everything. And after he makes everything, he gives it all to his love, to his children, to his creation, to us. And then we turn around and give it all to Satan, and Adam and Eve turn around and give it away all to Satan. And now for the next 6,000 years, we're working just to get little pieces back. And every time that we get anything, they put a mortgage on it. And what is a mortgage? A mortuary. It's a death grip, right? So student loans, mortgages, credit cards, car loans. Please understand, why was Jesus so upset with righteous anger? Because they create all those things I just referenced out of thin air. So it's made out of thin air. Then they throw an interest rate on it. Fraud, double fraud, right? So making something out of thin air is a fraud. and then creating it and then putting interest rate on it, double fraud. And the greatest deception ever is to have Satan's greatest lie ever is to have people believe there is no evil. There is no Satan. Okay. And so the world as we know it, the money system, it's just the way it's supposed to be. You see, the problem is because if you look back just one generation, maybe generation and a half, we've had the Federal Reserve for 111 years now. And so we grew up with this money. Everybody thinks, hey, this is just how we operate. This is the money, right? But that's why I say, if you have to study history, you have to go back more than 100 years. You got to go back several hundred years, 1,000 years. And what you find is every single money instrument, it goes to zero. Every single monetary instrument goes to zero. And so will the Federal Reserve System. And that's why Trump, okay, so you ask, well, how this is going to play out, okay? First off, overnight in a 24-hour window, somewhere potentially this year, very soon here, the Federal Reserve System is going to be dethroned as the world reserve currency. The US dollar will lose its status as the world reserve currency. Okay, I don't know the day this is going to happen because this is a secret. This is one of God's secrets, but the US dollar will be dethroned as a world reserve currency, possibly as soon as Trump comes into office or something like that. Okay, so February, for next 3 months, I'm going to tell you, if you want fireworks, we're getting fireworks in the next 3 months. Okay, so all of March, all of February, March, and into April, you want fireworks? Oh, we're getting fireworks. This is a battle between God and evil, and so massive fireworks are coming. But joy comes in spring. Joy comes in spring. Why? Because spring is the birth of a new. So we're stepping into springtime, but not yet. Right now, we're still in winter. It's going to be wild. It's going to be ugly. We got Trump coming into office. These people are going to fight to the death. So the Federal Reserve System at some point is going to be dethroned as a world reserve currency. But guess what you got in there? You got God's David in there, who's extremely knowledgeable in finances. He will then restore the gold standard in the United States, not through the Federal Reserve System, because that's the fraud, the bankers out of London. So Trump is going to, at some point, in some way, shape, or form, he will restore the gold standard here in the United States. So those who hold God's money, however this plays out, okay, we don't really know exactly all the mechanics of how this is going to happen, because again, that's not our job to know all the details. But because of Haggai 2, verse 8, the silver and the gold are mine, saith the Lord, God will flip the financial scales, and then Trump at some point comes in and restores the gold standard in the United States. And so it doesn't matter how it plays out, because if you own precious God's money, gold and silver, if you, not on paper contracts on the stock market, no, literally have it shipped to a private depository, have it shipped to your house. But if it's in physical possession where you know exactly where it is and you can go get it, okay, you're already in the new financial system. So when this new financial system goes live, you're already in. You're in the new system, and precious metals. Does God increase things by percentages or by multiplying, babe?
Multiplying.
That's
Hallelujah.
right. And by what are the ratios? Is it 30,
60, and 100?
So you're going to see, as crazy as that sounds, because my God is a miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness. So you might think, oh, silver at $30 an ounce multiplied by 30, that's crazy. That's $1,000 an ounce. But that's my God. He does miracles. And so when the Federal Reserve System goes down, you're going to see the price explosion of precious metals to numbers that are, you can use the word stupid, like in our head right now, that just don't make sense. But we're going to see it because God is going to make a way. And the reason for all of this is because he has to bless his bride financially. Why? Because we have been enslaved by the bankers for generations. We've been chasing money just to pay, people go to work every day. And what did Moses say to Pharaoh? Let my people go so they can go in the wilderness and worship me. You see, this is all about having what with God?
Fellowship and relationship
right.
with the Lord.
It's about fellowship, relationship with the Lord. But if you're chasing money all the time because you have mortgages, student loans, car loans, credit cards, on and on and on, how can you find time to have relationship and fellowship with God? And so God's going to break the bondage. That's the yoke off our necks. Actually, he breaks the bondage off our necks, and then the bonds break. The financial system breaks. his money multiplies in price, and all the things that are holding you down suddenly give you such freedom that you don't even know what to do, because your joy is going to be unspeakable. Our God is going to bless you so incredibly that the joy that's coming is going to be unspeakable. But also, I want to add about the year 2025 is that even though today is January 1, 2025, okay, on the Hebrew calendar, it doesn't start specifically until March 31 on the Hebrew calendar. And then Kim Clement had a prophecy about 70 to 100 days from January 21. So coincidentally, 70 days from January 20, when the inauguration is January 20th and the 21st, 70 days is precisely the new year on the Hebrew calendar, and that's the month of April. So in the month of April, the prophecy is this: the spirit of Pythos will begin to be literally destroyed in America. And Pythos is what? It's a spirit of
a snake.
It's a snake, right? So it's the bondage, it's the squeezing you, it chokes you. And so all of this is about to start to be completely, utterly destroyed and removed upon humanity. And especially it starts in the United States. And so the financial systems has to change. And this goes back to what Scotty was asking, because if the financial system doesn't change, if the Federal Reserve System doesn't go down, they do everything with their money. And so if the dollar isn't dethroned as a world reserve currency, then nothing will change. They will continue to buy and pay off everybody. The world will not change. So as scary as things might be, okay, God does nothing almost before first revealing his secrets
to his children.
Right, through his prophets, right? Mm-hmm. So there's numerous prophets. I myself have been speaking about the finances. There's numerous prophets I do podcasts with, and you've had on your show, Scotty, all talk about a wealth transfer. Why? Because God is telling everybody, hold his money. It's not financial advice. It's literally telling you, like you said, Scotty, Haggai 2, verse 8, the silver and the gold is mine, saith the Lord. So if you in your heart are listening to this and you believe that God is a way maker, miracle worker, promise keeper, light in the darkness, and he's going to make a way for his bride, for his children, because he is. Oh, yes, he is. When he does, you want to be on the right side of that. The crash of 1929 was one of the greatest crashes in human history. But it was a double-edged sword, because if you read Joel 3, the great and terrible day, you can use that, the crash of 1929 as example, as a great and terrible day, right? It was terrible for pretty much everybody. But it was great for the bankers because they knew it was coming. You see, God's telling his prophets. God's telling his prophets right now, there's a financial storm coming. Prepare. And when God intervenes, it will be not the terrible day. It will be the greatest day in your life. It's coming.
It's coming. I agree with you, Bo. I would suggest to you, Federal Reserve System in the eastern part of the world is already dead, because the BRICS are not using the Federal Reserve notes anymore for trade. They're trading outside of the Federal Reserve System. Oh, we can listen to y'all. I know you got more slides and more to tell us, but Bo, tell and Sophia, thank you so much. Tell our listeners where they find you guys online.
Online, it's goal2020forecast.com. And we just want to say thank you for inviting us to your channel. And I just want to give all the glory to God. We just love sharing our hearts with all of you. And may the Lord bless you and keep you, make his face shine upon you, and be gracious to you moving forward in 2025.
God is our waymaker, and God bless everybody for being here. Prepare, a storm is coming, but the storm itself is not going to be a surprise to his church, to his bride. We all know it's coming. We all know it's coming. He's warned his servants, the prophets. So God bless everybody, and thank you all for allowing us to be here.
And remember, God is faithful, so faithful. Love you all.
What a great way to start a show. You guys, thank you so much. And here are our Buck Up Relief Mission partners, Robert and Jaime Agee. I know that name for a better part of a year. I should be able to speak it right. How are you guys doing, Robert and Jaime?
Good. How are y'all?
Doing great. Good to see you, Scotty. And
appreciate you, Brad, for
Guys,
helping out on this mission here.
Well, thank you guys for putting this together. It's much
your
needed.
text is, home there, and you guys have been working hard. I know you guys are always doing something. And Robert, you once told me you go where the Lord sends you, and He sent you to the Carolinas, didn't He?
Yes, yeah, he did, and it's it's an honor to be a part of what God's doing and what the people are doing, and it's really, I'm glad that we started off this Buck Up Relief telethon marathon that we're doing here with Bo Pony. Him and Sophia are just, they're amazing people, and they give so much hope, and that's what I appreciate about his. There's so many things that we can cover and we can talk about. But with those two right there, Bo's specifically, in his podcast, he's always giving hope, and I believe there is so much hope, and I know there are people struggling right now in the Carolinas, and they don't have hope, but a time is coming where all their needs are going to be met. There is that jubilee that we're entering into, and there's going to be an outpouring of blessings. Mm-hmm. But until that comes, we are all gonna feel that it's gonna be a stopgap measure, right? And that's what we're doing right now. We're taking the blessings that we have, and what God has given us, and we're gonna give, and we're gonna make sure that these people are taken care of until that moment comes. And I believe that moment's coming really soon. We know Trump and his administration, they've got a beat on this, and they're going to be doing everything that they can very soon to help these people in the Carolinas. But we got to step up and do our part, right?
Sure. Right. That's why we're here, Robert. Bo talked about this financial reset. We know it's coming. We've known it for 10 years, right? It's very interesting, though. God and the military have something in common. They don't work on timelines. They work on missions. So people say, well, what's taking so long for this financial reset? To get rid of the Federal Reserve notes, get rid of the satanic currency that is in our wallets, and bring in this new wonderful jubilee, this new era of asset-backed currency. It's taking its time, because it's not in our time. It's not in Robert, Jaime, Scott, and Brad's time. It's in God's timing. Brad, you talk about this on your show a lot, don't you?
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, being a military background and being also a health tech firefighter for a while, you look at it and you go, you can't just say we're going to come to a massive project fire and it's burning out communities. We've got to evacuate, and it will be under control and out in 5 days, right? You have nature takes its own control. You have the weather, the environments, people, resources, and whatnot. So to your point about the mission versus timelines, as well as God's timing, we just have to move forward in faith. And that's what's really key. And, Major General Valley being, a friend with that amazing man, probably one of the most decorated military commanders in the last 60 years, right? As he said, hope is not the strategy. We need hope, but we also need a strategy. So what we see with Banners for Freedom and with Buck Up Relief and this mission as well is a strategy to make sure that resources get to the men, the women, the families, the children in need. We make sure that those people who are in that supply chain process, from those in the Appalachian flying their helicopters voluntarily to those that need the gas, the food, the good water, the shelter as well, that those people are also taken care of. And we need to make sure that that line keeps on being strengthened. North Carolina, Florida, Hawaii, Jasper, Alberta, other places around the planet as well. Anybody who's watching this and you can give, right? That Give, Send, Go, by the way, what we were watching with Bo and Sophia just now, guys, Robert and Jaime, and God bless you guys for this incredible effort and what you continue to do, be out there and putting it on the line and sharing from Heart Center. We're looking at that, and we're only 10% right now to the goal on givesendgo.com/buckup. That's pretty simple, right? BUCKUP, easy to remember. Givesendgo.com/buckup, and you'll go there and you're able to prayer. You're able to give with a heart. If you don't have $5 or a minimum $5, the last donation, which was awesome, was $400. So we definitely appreciate that. So you have hope and you have strategy that makes a battle plan, and that's a plan of attack to support everybody from a humanitarian effort to care for them and provide them shelter and provide them a place that they can have sermon, that they can have prayer, that they can then turn around and enable and help other people too. We saw that, like I said, with the Canadian Freedom Convoy and others, with Farmers and Food. When people bond together, then we have that multiplier effect, that force multiplier, when you do it in the creative own image, and it's incredible. So this is what we're doing here today, and we'll continue to do and share on my channel and others and through our social media. We thank everybody for watching as well. Does that make sense, Scotty, Robert, and Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So Jamie and Robert, time to tell us about Buck Up. We'll get to the name, but what led you to start this mission relief, and how long have you guys been at it? And tell us about the mission relief, Buck Up.
Sure. Well, I'm gonna hand it over to Jamie. She's been so involved in this. Like I've only seen her, a few minutes each day for the past 2 months, because she has been diligently, working on communications and networking and making sure that these needs are met in a way that I don't know that I could. And so thank God for you, Jamie. And please explain what's going on with this telethon, the special prizes that we have, the raffle, which is really exciting.
I will get to all of that. I will get to all of that. I'm really excited to share about the raffle prizes and stuff that we've got going on. Trying to make this a little bit more fun for the people that are wanting to or willing to donate towards this Buck Up mission. The Buck Up mission wasn't something I was planning on doing, and I don't think any of our team planned on getting into disaster relief whatsoever. That was not our intention. But sometimes God kind of just pushes you into a spot and says, have fun on the journey. And I've, since the beginning even of Banners for Freedom, like the Lord just keeps continuing us to lead us and tell us to go here and go there and do this. And, we've always, for the last 3 years, it's really just been our heart and goal and mission is to help others get the truth out there. We love the saying, sharing's caring. Well, when you're sharing the truth, you're sharing resources, you're sharing everything. That's love. And,
he just puts it in front of us.
He
right?
does.
You kind of walk into it.
Yeah. And it just kind of happens. And, when you just let the Spirit lead, it usually ends up turning into something often bigger than yourself most times. Yeah. And so throughout the last 3 years of, going around the country, going to conferences, we've met a lot of good people across the country. A lot of them are doing amazing missions on their own, where they're writing books or producing films and things like that. We've teamed up with a lot of different organizations through the last 3 years and done several different events. We ended up going on a 8-month-long remnant tour last year that turned into baptisms that we weren't even really planning on. Like we were just going out to have fellowship with these people, kind of awaken the lions around the country and bring an awareness to the trafficking issue that we have in our country as well. But through that tour, we also met a lot of really good people. And we actually ended up going to North Carolina on our tour. And we stopped at Banner Elk, North Carolina, in Beach Mountain with Donica Hudson from Pray America Great. She authored the book. She hosted us at her house. With her prayer team, we set up a good fellowship gathering, and we watched a movie outside. And Senator Ted Alexander came and spoke at our event there, and he is in very big support of a an amazing organization out there in North Carolina, ran out of Charlotte, called Compassion to Act, with our friend Debbie Gates.
He's the one that actually gave Doc and his ministry team, Doc P. Chambers, and the ministry team authorization to go into the Carolinas and conduct, all sorts of relief efforts.
All their counter trafficking,
unimpeded, right,
yes.
by local law enforcement. Pretty awesome.
So
you just never know how God's going to work in the relationships that you're going to form over the years, and how those are going to be used later to benefit whatever he's calling you to do.
Yeah.
So
it's pretty wild. It's like this tour that we did last year, it started out, we ended up calling it a fish. It amazingly made a shape of a fish. We weren't planning on that either. That was all God. But we ended up extending it. We were only going to go for like 4 or 5 months, and then we ended up extending it longer and made it into a net. And we called it the net because we were going out to the ones. And at the original vision of the tour, I had a vision of Jesus throwing a net over the country. And then he ended up putting a fish-shaped route tour in the middle of it.
Wow.
But so throughout the net tour and the fish tour and the, going to the Array Your Awaken America tour, we've met a lot of people. And through those connections, we've been able to pull together a whole entire net, or what we're calling a wagon wheel, of partners that have teamed up with this mission. And they all kind of have their own separate little lanes of efforts that they're adding to this mission, whether it be media and helping us get it, the word out. If they're actually boots on the ground, we've got Donica Hudson. You're going to be hearing from her later. Hopefully Doc Pete Chambers is going to be able to make it on later. Yep. And we've got Rod Parker Ministries. He's doing some amazing boots on the ground work there. Jeff at Foxhole Foundation, Nadine and Evan over there. Like, we've got some amazing ministries and organizations that have just come together to try to get the resources and the critical need of help out to these folks out in North Carolina. And I'm really glad that we did have Bo and Sophia on, because I really feel like I really just kind of got pushed into this mission, but I feel like it was something that the Lord he led it step by step, day by day, to the fact what got my heart really set into this mission is the day of the hurricane. I was getting text messages from Donica Hudson at 4 o'clock in the morning saying, "My walls are shaking. I'm scared." And sitting here in Texas and not knowing whether my friend's okay, whether, her community is going to be okay, and then not hearing from her for days, like, because of all the communications being down for so long. Very quickly, I realized that, I can't rush out there and go save people's lives, dropping out of helicopters or something like that. But I can try to get donations of supplies out to these people. But how do I do that? And it was funny because before I had even really got into this, a friend of ours, Vinny Saban, had called me, and he's like, "Jaime, I think I'm supposed to try to get trucks full of donations out to these people out in West Carolina."
That's how it all started, with this one phone call from Vinny.
One phone call from Vinny.
She's like, "Well, I know a guy, and so-and-so knows a guy, and talk to Robert, and maybe we can design a graphic." And she came up with this idea of and we've kind of got that Western theme going on, right? So she's like, "Hey, buck up, right?
Buck it up.
Hey, let's buck up."
Oh, this is now we're getting to how the buck up came into play here.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we got a filled truck, and it's
Fill
a
a
catchy
truck.
buck up and fill a truck. All right.
Yeah.
Nice.
And so, it's like giving a buck,
Buck.
but it's also, hey, it's time to, get on our horses. Let's saddle up. Let's start riding. Let's do this. And if we all do it together, collectively, we can make a big impact. Any one of us individually, it's tough, but, united, we are stronger together. And so we just kind of put together this little graphic, and we're like, hey, we'll make an announcement. We'll call our friend down San Antonio, and we'll call our other friend here and see if maybe they can do a little donation drive, and you'll see if we can raise a few bucks and get it on a semi and get it out there. And next thing you know, we're doing a donation drive with General Flynn at the Reawaken Conference in Selma, North Carolina, at the grand finale Reawaken Conference. It was absolutely incredible how this network of people came together. And there's been so much more need, and so much has happened, but there is a lot more need. And so we figured we'd do one last good push right here at the turn of this year, to try to, we've got a lot of supplies and we have a lot of trucks, and these supplies need to be moved, but we have to pay these truckers. There's fuel costs, there's time costs for these truckers. All of us volunteers that are working on this aren't taking any income. We're not taking anything from this. It goes 100% to these relief victims. But we know that God can do a big thing. He has already done a big thing, and there are bigger things yet to come, and this is just part of it. And thank you, Jaime, for bucking up and doing something about this, and encourage me to get involved. She's always encouraging me, right? I don't see these things coming, and she's like, hey, so I think we should put a billboard up in town. Like, what? Are you crazy? Hey, I think we're supposed to go on this tour. Remember that Prophetic? No, that sounds crazy. Hey, so there's this buck up relief mission I'm thinking about doing. It's so important that
I was going to say, it's a running joke now that Robert's not allowed to take naps, because that's when I draw really bad flyers and the Lord gives me visions. And then he wakes up and I'm like, honey, I got a mission. But it is important that we remember.
Hey, I think Bo and Sophie, are they still on?
They're in the green room. They
Are
are.
they backstage? Can you bring them up? I thought they
sure
were
can.
awesome.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say.
Here we are.
Oh,
You guys,
Wonderful.
we love you guys.
I gotta
Nice.
tell you guys at the top of the hour, I want to make sure people understand every hour this landscape here is changing. You're gonna have to look at my face all day, but other people are coming and going. At 12 o'clock Central, 1 Eastern, we have Sarah Westall. Amazing Sarah Westall from Business Game Changers. I think, Jaime, you're coming back with Vinny, right? You're going to be on in the next hour. And I just want to talk about the next hour. The networking and collaboration that the Agees do is amazing. We had no idea how this telethon would play out, and we'll talk about that in the next hour. How did we get to 12 hosts, 24 guests, 36 people, and one mission? But go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just want to make sure we get
No, that's thank you. Appreciate
buck up.
Yeah. So Bo and Sophia, thank you so much for coming on, for taking time out of your day today to share this message of hope. And that's what I tell you the truth. When I'm just kind of down and depressed and I just need a little pick me up, I find a Bo Pony podcast. I throw it on, and I'm like, that's right. I've got to keep that perspective that there is a time coming. I mean, we're already there. We're in that season, but there is so much hope in the darkness that we're in right now. And I think about every time I hear you talk about this jubilee that's coming, and this transfer of wealth and this outpouring of blessings, I'm thinking about those people in the Carolinas, how they're going to be blessed, how they're going to be restored. But I'm like, it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened.
Right. But there's scripture. Remember, the wealth of the sinner is stored up for the righteous. Okay, so there you go. It hasn't happened yet. See, God's not a liar. He can't lie. And he wrote, the scripture is very clear. We are to be the head in Deuteronomy, not the tail. But right now we're the tail financially. Okay. The wealth of
Yeah.
the sinner is stored up for the righteous. Well, that hasn't happened yet. Deuteronomy hasn't happened yet. You see, so my point is these scriptures, they're not lies. They're truths that haven't happened yet. That's the critical thing we need to understand. And so God's he's a way maker, miracle worker, promise keeper. We've talked about that in the podcast. And so he's making a way, but he's not going to do it until the perfect timing. So this is the crazy part. You want crazy timing? So Jaime, Robert, from conception to delivery, how many weeks for a child?
Oh,
What's the
Full
number?
term.
I don't know.
40 weeks. 40,
50.
40 weeks.
40.
40.
It's 40 weeks full term. Okay. So you were just speaking for the past 20 minutes, half an hour in reference to the flooding. Okay. Water breaking, conception. Okay. So North Carolina floods, September 27th, 2024, 40 weeks to the exact day, 4th of July, 2025. Covenant restored.
Wow.
God is going to restore the covenant that was made 248 years ago with the founding fathers. So that's why I'm always happy, because I know God doesn't lie. He can't lie. He's shown me how this is going to play out to a pretty incredible degree, the calculations of it. And so all you got to do is sit and wait, because you can't stop what's coming. You can only sit and wait, either prepared or not prepared. You always got to ask yourself, which one of the versions am I? The 5 that prepared or the 5 that didn't prepare? And so the 5 that prepared, God's going to make a way in blessings beyond measure. We can't even comprehend financially what's coming, because the yoke's going to be taken off our necks. Blessings are going to come in such abundance that all these people in North Carolina and globally are going to be blessed so financially, because God is going to rip away all of these evil people's money. Because again, it's written, the wealth of the sinner, the evil ones, Revelation 2 verse 9. The Federal Reserve, their wealth will be ripped away from them and given to the church, given to the righteous.
And while we are waiting for that, we're going to do something, and we are doing something, and we're doing that right now today. You know,
well, because that's sowing seeds. Because if you don't donate, for example, look at the podcast that you guys, both of you put together here, all the work you're doing to make this thing happen. Okay. You have to understand why, my wife and I, God's blessed us. Why? Because we sow seeds. It's very clear. Look at the scriptures, the 5,000 that Jesus fed. You have to understand, Jesus said, what can you give me that I can multiply to feed them? And then what happened was the little boy showed up with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. You see, those were the seeds. And then God took the seeds and he multiplied. So by donating, as an example, right, that's planting seed in the ministry that Robert and Jaime are doing here. And when you plant seeds, God doesn't percentage give you 20% back. Oh, no. He multiplies. 2 fish, 5 loaves of bread fed 5,000. That's just men. So I think there's females too there. So we're probably talking 10, 15,000 people were fed with 2 fish and 5 loaves of bread. So it's so important to sow seed.
And what, we don't have much to give except for our time. And we have a few things that we possess that we want to give and donate to this mission to help raise the funds, because we can't give these items to a trucker, but what we can do is we can put them up in a type of raffle and raise the funds that we need. And there's something that's really near and dear to us. It's a painting of General Flynn. It's a 2 of a kind. The only other person that has this painting is General Flynn himself. And if you could pull this up real quick, I know we're at 12 o'clock now and we've got to move on. I just want to share this real quick.
Go ahead. So
we got this painting from the commander's artist, Michael Monroe. And this has a certificate of authenticity. It's signed by General Flynn, and you can't really see it there, but it has an $8,000 value. This was given to us, and there's a whole crazy story behind it. It was how God did that. We weren't looking for it, and we value this, but we also value the act of giving and sacrifice. And so what we're going to be doing is putting this up in a raffle. It's put up right now, and we're going to be making some posts on social media, right?
Yeah.
And you want to
And
tell
I
them about
find
real
it
quick?
interesting just because Bo and Sophia have given me a love for numbers. And I know 8 stands for new beginnings. And this is a new beginning. It's a new day. And another thing that we're going to be raffling off a lot of different items, and I will post those all on our social media sites. So you do have to go to our social media site in order to find out how to play the raffle. And another thing that I'm going to be doing, I'm challenging myself today with a blank new slate. Every 2 hours, I'm going to be completing a new art piece that is inspired by this Buck Up Relief Mission and the folks in North Carolina. And I'm going to be raffling off each artwork piece as well.
And we also have these Beanie Babies. It's a crazy story behind that, how we got them. If you want to pull that up real quick, and then we'll let you move on to the next segment here. But these are some patriotic Beanie Babies we have, and they've got some value behind them. Apparently these things have value. I don't know, but I mean, they're cute and all, but wow. Right. So this is going to be part of the raffle too.
These are from the 90s, people. They're old.
There's some $55 raffles. There's some $555 raffles. There's a
$155.
$5,555. Is that the General Flynn?
That is that
That's
one.
that's the General Flynn painting, right? Again, it's valued at $8,000. We're gonna be picking somebody who's able to donate $5,555 to win this 2-of-a-kind painting. Again, the only one that has this painting is General Flynn himself, and he's aware of this. So thank you again, Bo and Sophia, for coming on and giving us hope and just brightening our outlook on life in the season that we're in and that we're going into. And Scotty and Brad, thank you all for what you're doing to help pull together this Buck Up Relief Mission telethon.
You bet.
Hey, can I
Robert,
add
it's
something?
great to be here.
No. Can I add something
ahead,
quickly?
Sophia.
Yes, to multiply, when God multiplied the fish and the bread, just remember the Lord, our Lord, has looked up in the sky and give thanks to our Heavenly Father. That's why our souls multiply. Just remember to always give thanks to what He's doing in our life and the gifts He's given us, our talents, our time, our peace, our health, our family, just so many things you can give thanks to the Lord for the new beginning of the 2025.
Amen.
And
Amen.
Sophia and I challenge Sophia, since this is the 50-year jubilee. Sophia and I challenge 50 people to go in and match our donation.
Yes.
Amen.
Yep. Beautiful.
There
Nice
you go.
donation.
Thank you, guys. Keep your weapons.
God bless you. All right, Scotty, it's all you.
Well, they're gone. All right, Robert, you're coming back. Whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Bo and Sophia, please. Whoa, what is going on here? All right, we're back to you. I don't know what's going on. It's all happening by itself. It's all. Jaime, you're coming back. We'll bring you back in a minute. You're going to come back on after Amy. Is it Sever or Server?
Seaver.
Seaver. Okay, we're gonna have
You're
Amy
gonna love
Seaver.
her. It's wonderful.
She's awesome.
Awesome, Robert. Good to see you, man. Always good to see you. We'll see you later this evening, Robert. Right?
Pleasure meeting you, amazing people. Thank you for what you do. It's an
Thanks,
honor.
Thank you guys so much.
your
We'll
service.
see you guys later. Brad, please tell us where our listeners can find the Sovereign Soul, and thank you for your patience. You get this many people in a room. I'm the ringmaster of the circus, and I get to have great people like you come in and co-host with me. So tell our listeners where to find you, Brad, because you do a lot of great work on your own.
My fellow brother, it's no worries, right? We're all in this together, and we've got a greater purpose, right? We need to serve the purpose of this planet and the people of the world. And these are incredible men and women who are here contributing whatever that they have for the greater good. And that's what it's all about. And that's what we continue to see as we band together on this planet to support one mankind, our Creator's image. And as I'd like to just share with everybody what Bishop Jim, who is my bishop, who has the access to the 777 books of the Bible, has now conducted 41 successful exorcisms, and is all about saving the children and the planet. Himself has shared, he goes, listen, you're either on team light, those returning to sovereignty in God, or the devil, because he said those who are complacent, the devil owns the fence. And what the devil will do, and this is a man who is West Point 1976, former U.S. Army Airborne Commander, Infantry Company Commander as well, who has been an Irish-American patriot and a descendant of Charles Carroll of Carrollton. These are his words. The devil owns the fence. And so if you sit on the fence, he will pull you down on your legs. And that's a pretty painful visual, but we know what the devil is. We're battling. This is a battle of good versus evil. God wins. We're seeing God continue to win at this point in time where we are today. And so that's what we're all about, everybody. And thank you to those who have just donated on Give, Send, Go. And Bo and Sophia just put out that amazing challenge for 50 people to donate. And if Uber hadn't stolen my credit card and I had thousands of dollars all of a sudden in charges, that happened as of 2 days ago, you guys are aware, and they had to shut it down over the holidays. We've been making a donation here as well, but that will still stand, and I stand in honor to pledge that moving forward in what we do here. And so God bless you all for watching this. I'm only on Rumble right now and the Sovereign Soul Show. We've got a live stream coming up at about an hour and a half, and then we're going to plug back in here with this amazing crew and allow them to live stream off our platform for the rest of the day after the fact. And thank you, Scotty, for putting this together, Jimmy in the background, and everybody else unnamed that I'm not aware of. It's a team effort to support returning to sovereignty in God and the amazing men, women, and children right now who are in distress around the world. And let's keep them in our prayers and our hearts and our mind as we move forward to this Jubilee year.
Look forward to working with you again soon.
It's an honor.
All right, Sarah Westall, our next guest, is waiting in the wings. There she is. Sarah, it's great to see you. You know a little something about money and donating and telethon, Sarah. How you doing? And thanks for taking time on New Year's to join us today.
Thanks, Scotty. Thanks for running this. This is a big production. Wow. You guys are doing great. The people in, go ahead.
What we were getting into, did not know what we were getting into when we put this together. I figured we'd we actually talked about doing a 48-hour telethon. Then it got cut back to 24 and then to 12, thank God. But, you know, Jaime and Robert know so many people that are boots on the ground. It was easy to get guests. And when you look at the individual guests, you can't see the big picture. We really, and we're going to talk about this in the next hour, we really have assembled a guest today, boots on the ground from trucking, from the medical community, from the business community, from the relief community. That we have some top disaster relief people coming on today. Steve Slepcevic is a genius when it comes to disaster relief. So this crew that's here today that they've assembled as guests and you as co-host really coming together nice. And what do you say about the time of giving, Sarah, when people are called upon to give like this? We hate to pitch and pitch over and over, but what else do we have? Well, how else do we raise money, right?
Well, I think it's important that we take care of people in need. And no matter what walk of life that you're in, there's people who have need. And when we can't rely on our federal government, for example, to take care of people, we need to step up. We always need to step up and not rely on, we're kind of in a time where we can't rely on that. And so we have to step up. We have to be the neighbors. We have to be giving. And the people of North Carolina are suffering and they don't have what they need. And we're going to hear from people today that are going to tell us just how bad it is. I mean, how much they need our help. And I'm hoping that people out there hear the call and will contribute what they can to help the people, good people who are doing the best, raising families, good Americans, good people of the world, trying to just live and survive. And they are unfortunate victims of a really unfortunate situation. And we need to help them the best we can. And that's to give what you can today. You know, I know everybody is pinched for money, right? But if you are fortunate enough to have some extra money, please take the time and give what you can to people who are really in need in our country.
Yeah, for sure, Sarah. I don't see our first guest who's supposed to be on at the top of the hour here. So we're just going to keep plugging ahead. Sarah,
Oh.
what do you see
Well,
as
I just did a show. I just did an interview. It's going to air next week with Michelle Melendez, who is an expert on what happened in Maui. And she's connecting the two events. And I think people need to understand that we are in a new kind of warfare that is beyond just, that's why we're seeing things that are unusual. They're going to be blaming it on weather modification and other things, but there's so many anomalies that are unusual. And so we need to step up and we need to help people where we can. And these people, they weren't allowed to put, and I hope our guests come on today to explain some of the things that happened there where, these people were trying to put up tiny homes and they weren't allowed. The food isn't coming in. They're still in desperate situation. The body count that they had is not what it appears to be. They're not telling you the truth. We had an affiliate, Scotty, both of us who we work with, who woke up, and this was like a month ago or maybe a month and a half ago, who woke up and saw a dead infant in a tree. And it really scarred them and it really bothered them. Of course it did. I mean, there's so much more going on here than people realize. And they have not gotten the help that they need, so desperately need. And just give what you can maybe feed a family for the week. We can get them the warm clothes that they need, especially now that it's winter. They get the warm clothes. Parents don't need to lose their children. We're having horrible stories where they're coming in and taking their children from them. Let's give them the resources they need so they can keep the children in their home. They can feed them, they can clothe them, and they can be protected in their time of need.
Let me ask you a tough question. Is there a difference between the weather weapons used in the Carolinas and Antifa and BLM used in your home city, Minneapolis, in the summer of 2020? They burned the city to the ground. The deep state, as we'll call them, the God versus Satan. Satan's army was out in the streets in your city.
Well, it's all tied to, you're cutting out
Is
there a
there
little
any
bit, but
between
go
the
ahead.
two? Is there any difference between the two events? Really and truly, the spirit of Satan lives in both of these events.
Well, for sure it does. It's all related to fifth generation warfare that we're experiencing, and the color revolution, if you will, and it's more than that. That was more the George Floyd was the beginning, the kickoff of the color revolution, but it's more the destruction and the reset. It's all tied to the World Economic Forum and the reset that they're trying to do, the destruction of the United States so that they can have more of a globalist control over the world. And the United States is a very important country to take down. They're trying to tame our independence mentally and physically, because it's kind of like taming a stallion. We are more independent minded, we're freedom minded, and they need to tame that in order to get this globalist control that they're trying to get to. But it's tied, they very different, I shouldn't say very different, but different weapons used for the same overarching goal. The weapons that were used in Maui look to be directed energy weapons for fire purposes. The weapons that were used in George Floyd, Minneapolis area were a crowd inflaming, a color revolution type weapons, as far as political, how to get crowds politically engaged to terrorize people. I mean, a lot of it comes to terrorism, but there are different ways that they're doing that. In North Carolina, they were using weather weapons that they can control. I know this sounds crazy, but it's not. There's the interview that I did with Michelle Melendez. She does such a great job going through some of the patents and the historical, all the way back to, she had a little clip of President Lyndon Johnson, talking about weather modification and weather control. But this started over 100 years ago, where they started really developing these weapons or the control of weather. And what they were able to do with North Carolina, they were able to keep the intensity of the hurricane, because they have the ability to decrease the intensity, which would be great. Let the rain come down, let the natural situation happen, let the rain come down in a way that's not going to harm us, and do it in a, just take the pressure of the weather and just modify it enough so that it doesn't hurt us, but it still allows the diffusion of the water and what it needs. In this case, they were able to, because they can decrease it or they can increase it. And so with the North Carolina, when it goes over land, it's the weather intensity should decrease as it goes over land. And they were able to keep the intensity going as it went over the land. And then they were able to stop it in the area that they wanted. So they increased the intensity, kept it at a high level, and then stopped it over North Carolina, and it just sat there. That doesn't happen. That's an abnormal weather event that was manufactured, and it was hanging over in North Carolina. And that's why we saw the damage and destruction to the level that we saw it. And I think the next step is the powers that be that shouldn't be in positions of making decisions that are not helping the people, because they're trying to clear them out for other purposes. And that's the similarities that we saw in all three cases. And I can go into details on that, but in the Maui, they still don't allow those people in, and there's a lot of games being played. But that's what's happening in North Carolina. They're clearing out those areas, not letting them put small, tiny homes there, not letting the food come through, forcing the people out, right? In the George Floyd, Minneapolis area, there were certain districts where the whole area got burned down. And it looks to be that they were purposely burning down some of those business districts so they could repurpose those areas. So the repurposing of areas in a forced method is something that we're seeing as a tool, as a weapon of, whether it's a weapon of war or a weapon of that the powerful use to be able to extract those resources without having to go through a political bureaucracy to do it, right? It's an easier way to do it. So that's how all three connect. But I'm not sure if I kind of went into all sorts of categories. I'm not sure if I answered your question or not.
You kind of are making the point, and I want to tell my audience, I know Sarah a long time. There's no supposition here, folks. There's no casework with Sarah Westall. This woman does her research, her homework. I'm bet you have 1,000+ hours into this whole weather weapon and how they manipulate the weather and how they manipulate our minds and everything else they've manipulated. I know you've done a lot of homework on this, Sarah, but you've tied together all of these events. There's no coincidences, right? There are just simply these things happen for a reason. They're generally very well planned out. They're very well thought out, and they're all part of their one world government push to, get us to their one world government and their new world order, which every president in my lifetime except Reagan talked about the new world order, the new world order, and this is all part of their playbook. It's Satan's army. We have a couple of guests coming back up at 12:30. I want to mention Vince Saban is coming on. He is boots on the ground in the Carolinas. I believe Vince is a trucker, and Jaime will be back. Sarah, what do you think is important for our audience as they are weighing financial options? It's hard to donate money right now. I get it. Some people can't even donate $5. I understand, but what should people keep in mind? Is it the hardship of the folks in Carolina? Is it spirit of giving? Is it the New Year? All these things. Why do we give at this time?
Well, I think giving is part of your soul, right? You want to give what you can to people that are less fortunate. And if you aren't fortunate, then obviously you don't have the ability to give. Maybe you can give in other ways. Giving to your own family, your children, if you have children, that's giving. But you give how you can to the community that you live in, right? And it's important because
Excellent.
we're not isolated people. It's the community that we have to embrace for our future. My children, you look at that, it's so important to make sure they're living in a world that's better than what we hopefully we can leave something that's better than what we have. And giving is a part of that. Jesus always said there's always going to be the people that are less fortunate than you, that you need to help. No matter what political system, no matter what the scenario is, there will always be those people that need our help. And that's the way it is. And as far as I have done a lot of hours and research on lately. I've been doing, I did the whole 10-part series on 5th generation warfare and mind control because I was watching just how manipulated we are. I have a science engineering background, so I'm seeing, and a business background. I taught at a university business, and so I'm seeing manipulation of the people at a level that is not healthy, right? And we need to figure out what's going on. And so this whole 5th generation mind control thing that I did, the 10-part series, was really to zoom out and say, okay, what's happening here, guys? This is not natural. Most of what you're seeing everywhere is this manufactured chaos. And we have to be able to ground ourselves and look at what really in truth and reality. And so that's where I came to that. And so when you look at how do we protect ourselves from a monetary standpoint, which is what your question was, first and foremost, you need to understand what wealth is. Wealth is assets. Wealth is preserving your it's assets, really. And because the fiat currency isn't assets, it decreases in value every single year. While it feels like it's wealth, it's what you buy with it that's the real wealth. And so that's why gold and silver is better, because they're actual wealth, they're assets. Land is assets. Other things can be assets too, depending on where, what's happening in the market. But you really need to preserve your wealth with assets that are going to preserve their value no matter what the dollar does. Hedge your bet against the dollar right now. If I actually am not down on cryptocurrencies either, because I do think that's going to be, in one way or the other, is going to back the new financial system. It's going to be the vehicle, I shouldn't say back, that's the wrong word. It's going to be the vehicle for the new financial system. And no matter how much you dislike digital currencies, the whole world is moving to digital. So you're going to have some kind of digital currency in your own country and in all over the world. It's the way things are going. And so I am not down on cryptocurrencies. You just have to be really careful on which ones you invest in. If you want lower risk wealth assets, you need the gold and the silver and land and other things that are true wealth. I hope I answered that question. It can get pretty complicated, but
yeah, we're not financial advisors. Sarah and I are just telling you the things that I know I'm doing and people I know are doing. And it is an interesting time because we talk about the fiat system and the asset-backed currency as if it's, a future event. Well, the BRICS nations are already trading in asset-backed currency. They abandoned the dollar. And, the United States, the only way we'll be good trading partners going forward into the future is to get an asset-backed currency, because nobody wants to touch the fiat dollar. I went to 6 banks. I'm here in Mexico. I think most people who know me know I've been living in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, and I went to 6 Mexican banks, Sarah, with US dollars. Now, 2 years ago, you walk into a bank with 5,000 US dollars and they roll out the red carpets because they know how to make money on that US currency, right? They want your US dollars. 6 banks said, no, senor, no mas, no American, no American. They don't want our dollar. 6 banks turned the US dollar away.
wow, that's
So
incredible.
I would say the world is undergoing de-dollarization. So
That's
give and give freely of your fiat money to givesendgo.com/buckup, because this dollar system really is not around. I'll talk about everyone who comes today understands that we're moving to a new system, and you do have to protect yourself. Um, we have bigger problems fish to fry today, and that's getting these people in the Carolinas blankets and bicycles and the like.
food.
Sarah, I'd like you to comment
Clothes.
upon FEMA turning away trucks. We know for a fact they're turning away bicycles, they're turning away blankets, clothing, supplies. What say you about FEMA turning away trucks?
I say there's no word to describe how awful that is. I mean, I just don't even, I've seen so many things over the years, and that gets in those categories of, there just aren't the words to express how angry that makes me when I hear that help, the kindness of others is being turned away while they aren't doing what is necessary to help the people. I mean, I think that is the definition of evil, right? I mean, you just don't do that. That happened in with Hurricane Katrina. That happened in Maui, where they were just turning away the desperate need, and there's no excuse for that. Period. End of story. Now, their excuse is that we need to control because we don't want people to be taken advantage of. We need to make sure that they're, that what's happening is legit, and there are better ways to do it than what they're doing. They're not acting
Yeah.
in the, yeah, that's your question. I don't really have good words to say about that.
Sarah, I want you to meet Robert and Jaime Agee from Buck Up. This is the Buck Up team that started Buck Up, and they've networked and collaborated with
Hi, Sarah.
to say
Hello.
hello to Sarah.
Good to see you. Thank you so
Robert
much for
and
coming
Jaime,
on. Everything
Have you guys
everything
been,
you've shared has been so profound.
Robert,
Sorry, we
you've
got
been to
a
the
little bit of
Carolinas,
a
right?
little bit of a delay.
We got a
We
delay.
did.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, we've been to the Carolinas. We went up there to Candler, helped move a donation drop zone from one location to another, and we're there supporting Doc Pete Chambers. We're actually able to get him a camper, a command center through Scott Mallory with Trucking for Troops, and he's been getting more campers and running them out there for these folks run these relief efforts. There's so much more we would like to do, but with God's help, it's amazing. We needed insulin. That was one of the requests that Doc Pete Chambers asked for. We're like, how in the world are we going to get insulin? We're driving up there. We've got a trailer behind us full of supplies, and we get a phone call from our friend at PPN, Alice, right? Alice, and she's like, hey, can you stop by my place on your way to the Carolinas? I'm in Tennessee and pick up a few things. I'm thinking, it's kind of out of our way, do we want to spend this time? I was like, well, no, we need to do this. We need to do this. She's got supplies. We'll go pick them up. And I kid you not, she gives us a full bag of insulin. And we had no idea that she was going to supply that. And I don't even know if she had any idea, because it was her mom that said, hey, bring them over to my house after they stop by your place. I've got some things for them. And, it's just amazing. You never know how God's going to work. He's, put yourself out there and just go and just do and let him pull it all together.
And the Lord provides
Yeah, you manifested
for people's abundance. And it's just an amazing way that, and how the Lord timed all of that for us to drive through there, to meet up with Doc, later on that same week while we were in North Carolina. We went to the Reawaken tour. We had a donation drive there. General Flynn helped, promote, told everybody to bring donations. His glory team helped load the semi. Like all of these different boots on the ground partners that we have, or mission partners, whatever you want to call them, they're all our partners, but they're all our friends and our, our family now. You can come in here, Benny, pop back in here. And another one of our friends and partners, the man of the whole Buck Up.
The visionary.
The visionary.
This is the gentleman who called Jaime and said, we've got to get some trucks to the Carolinas.
Yeah.
How can we do this?
Full of supplies. And it's,
Vince, welcome to the telethon, Vince. You want to tell us what your role is right now? I know you're moving goods around. Are you personally driving the trucks?
Some of the loads I've personally brought in, yes. I don't really know what my role is anymore. Jaime handles everything. I don't know. It all just started with, you need to make some phone calls. I think God said it was time to do something, and he put together a great team, great group of people. Got me, of course, contacted with Robert and Jaime, and AJ and Marvin, and a few other people on the way. And it's just been amazing to watch what has grown out of one phone call to, we need to help these people.
Ironically enough, Scotty, we met Vince through the Take Our Border Back convoy.
Yeah.
He was the
Okay.
pilot car
Great.
that led the convoy from Virginia Beach all the way down to Quemado.
And I have a very interesting story how I met Vinny. At the border convoy, the first rally, the night in Dripping Springs, the convoy is over, and I walk out to our truck to put some magazines in there.
It's dark.
It's pitch black on the other side of our trailer, and apparently there was a telephone pole laying in the parking lot that I did not see. I go over it, land, face down, and I'm stuck and I can't get up by myself. And lo and behold, thank you, Lord, I look to my right and I see this dog, and then I see a leash, and then I see a person, and I'm like, help, I've fallen and I can't get up. And Billy rushes over there and grabs me, picks me up, and walks me inside, and the whole slew of guys, my husband.
She didn't just fall. She broke her wrist in 3 places.
Yeah.
Right. And we're having to lead the convoy down to Quemado that very next morning.
Yes.
It was unbelievable. But Vinny, thank you so much for rescuing my wife.
Yes. I call him my angel trucker because he saved me. He pulled me out of the darkness, literally into the light, took me inside where Doc Pete Chambers was able to splint me up before I went to the ER. So it was a very interesting story of how we met Vinny, but I am really blessed that he called me with this burning desire to help the people in North Carolina, because it's been an absolute joy and blessing to work with him, the rest of the team, all of our partners, be able to help the people in North Carolina. And I mean, we've helped people in Florida. We've helped, we've delivered loads to Georgia, Virginia. We've delivered them all over the place. A lot in North Carolina, but just recently, several loads went to Florida too. So we're helping all over, but it's definitely a team effort.
Yeah, it's
Vinny,
been
what
quite
kind of logistics? How many trucks and how many people are involved in the operations?
well, basically we have a guy who we contact, and he books trucks that can be from anywhere. So we've had a lot of different drivers do loads. I've done 2 or 3 myself, but we put them out on the load board and see who's in the area and who can haul the load.
And basically, we try to find the truckers that are already in location. Instead of driving all the way out there, picking it up, bringing it back, you find somebody who's looking to pick up a load in that general area.
How are you getting it to the mountain areas of North Carolina? And are you finding it difficult to get it up to all the people that need it?
Yeah, there's been some rough roads that I've had to go down that I really wouldn't go in the winter. But we try to get it to the distribution sites that we know are good and that are going to get it out to the people. And then once we get it there, then they'll put it out and pick up trucks or move it to however they need to move it into the areas that we can't get a semi truck into. So that's pretty much how it works. We bring it into where we can, and then they distribute it from there.
Do the distribution centers have the resources they need? I mean, this is part of the fundraising, right? Is to get
Right. Not all of them have the resources they need. We need a lot of the distribution centers need shipping containers to store the stuff, so we can put it in, and then they can distribute it out from there. But they got to get it out of the weather. I mean, we've delivered to some places, West Jefferson, who's all they had was a tent, and they couldn't take any clothing or anything because when it rained, it would get it wet. So shipping containers are a big thing that these distribution centers really need to store the stuff.
and the funds will help pay for some of those.
The funds will help put some of them in place, and also allow us to ship the goods to get it to them. But like I said, right now with the winter, without the shipping containers and places to store it, then it's kind of hard to move it up there because it's not going to last long because of the weather.
So what are they doing now? I mean, where are the people? How are they surviving?
The last time I was up there, there's still people in tents getting by. There are some distribution centers that have warehouses or places that they can keep things in churches and things like that. Last delivery I did into Green Mountain went into a shipping container for Pastor Rod Parker. And so it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough until they can get the proper storage and the proper distribution centers set up to get these people through the winter. We just got to keep going.
Is FEMA helping at all?
No,
Yeah,
no,
I don't think so.
I didn't see one bit of FEMA while I was up there. And I drove up through Green Mountain and back up into the mountains up there, and getting a semi truck through there, half the roads are collapsed. The train tracks are all down in the river. The houses are wiped out. Like I said, people are living in tents, and the temperature's dropping and getting colder. And, you know, then they had that tornado. I guess that went through North Carolina, but it's been tough.
How many people would you say we're talking about? Thousands? Hundreds?
What's that?
How many people would you say are still affected and need our help?
Thousands. When I was up there, you know, the government says there's 150 dead. Talking to the locals up there, over 500 dead that they knew of, and thousands still missing. That'll never be found. As Doc Chambers put out, there was a 45-foot wall of water that came down a mountain at 200 miles per hour. Bodies won't ever be found. They're under the mud. You get hit with that much water at that much pressure, your body just breaks apart. So you might find body parts here and there over the next years, but there's still thousands affected.
So what is
there's places up in the mountains. I got a phone call just the other day from a good friend of mine. She actually drove in the Take Our Back Border convoy with me as my co-pilot, and she's up there in the mountains, and she sent me a list that the only way they can get supplies up there is by pickup truck. And there's people up there that have nothing. They've lost it all.
So what is FEMA's excuse for being so incompetent and not caring? Did anybody ask them that, or have they even addressed it?
No, they're denying it, Sarah. The mainstream media is denying that FEMA's not playing the role, saying FEMA's doing all the work. They're denying the role that we, the people, are playing, and they're saying FEMA is doing its job. They're funded. We know none of that's true, of course.
Yeah, this is why the need is so strong. How many children do you believe are still living in tents and not able to go to school? I mean, what's going on with the children?
That is as good a guess as any. There's a lot. I mean, just when we went up and helped with bringing the Christmas presents up to them, there was hundreds of kids that I saw, and how many are in tents and what their situations are, we don't know. But there's a lot of them that are still very much displaced, and it's going to take a lot. Their schools are gone. Their homes are gone, and they have the problem with, as I was saying earlier on X, that some of the families won't even come out of the tents, because if they come out of the tents, DCF is there and takes the kids.
Yep.
To make it even worse. So, because the conditions the kids are living in. So
what do they expect the families to do? What are they telling? Because they're not giving up any resources.
No, they're not. And your question on FEMA is, your guess is as good as mine, but I'd say the Biden administration. And I'm hoping on the 20th, J.D. Vance was already down there in North Carolina, and he promised a lot of help. So hopefully after the 20th and Trump takes over, they'll get more help and more of the resources they need by our government. We can only hope. he's making changes everywhere, and I hope he makes them to FEMA, big time. I mean, they had hundreds of FEMA housing campers that just sat in a field, and they didn't put anybody in them. And your guess is as good as mine. Why not? You got these families that are living in tents and hardly surviving. So, you know, hopefully everything we're doing, we've partnered with some really good groups, Truckers for Troops, Foxhole, Remnant with Pete Chambers, and, you know, we're all working together. You know, a lot of people said, hey, this is your mission, Vince. No, it's not. This is God's mission, and he just used me as an avenue to get everybody together. And I made the phone calls, and with Jaime and Robert's help, and it's just been an amazing ride to watch what God can do and what he's still doing. And we just need more help to get these shipping containers and get the supplies we need to the people that need them.
And how much percentages? I gave $100 today. Will it all go to this?
100%. This nothing goes. It all goes to either moving freight, or hopefully getting shipping containers, or, you know, doing what we need to do for the people. None of us are taking any of it. It's not about us. It's about them.
It's a true cause. It's like they're really doing this work, people.
Yeah, Sarah, I would not have done this telethon had I not known the Agees. Factually, would not be involved in a telethon that was skimming off. I'll say it nicely, skimming off the top, shall we say? Nobody's skimming off the top. It's all going for the purpose that we're here to talk about today. And there's people, you know, a lot of sweat equity going into this with people like Vince and some of the other truckers we're going to see later today. I've got a few videos Jaime sent me. We're going to play a few videos of the trucking activity going on. It's very heartening to see these trucking videos and to see people help people with a smile and really digging in and rolling up their sleeves.
Well, because of so much sweat equity, the money that people give magnifies because there's so many volunteers, there's so many people working hard. And so for every $100 you give, another charity, it'd be like a lot more because there's so many volunteers helping.
Well, you know, I'm a truck driver who's out on the road all the time, but none of this could be happening and being put together if it wasn't for Robert and Jaime. Jaime has been absolutely amazing. She puts in hours and hours a day until the middle of the night. Many times I said, get off your computer and go spend time with Robert because she's just been absolutely amazing in all of this. And a lot of it, I'd say 90% of it couldn't be happening if it wasn't for the Agees, and I can't thank them enough. God has blessed me by putting them in my life and bringing them into this.
Well, it seems like they're just, I mean, they're amazing people.
It's because of my slip of my finger. So hopefully they'll log back in. Hopefully there they are.
It logged me out
when
I set it up. I started streaming on Twitter, and during that process, it logged me out. But I want to say thank you so much, Jaime and Robert, for everything that you're doing and everything you're doing too, Vince. Well, and you too, Scotty. But the people who are on the ground putting that work in, like I said, you give $100 today, you give $1,000 today. It's worth so much more because you're aiding volunteers to do this work. Just thank you so much for everything you're doing. The people need as many. We don't have FEMA. We can't count on any of that. So thank you so much. And all of you out there who have the resources to give, please consider giving. It's such an important cause.
Yeah, if you're watching this and you have any kind of financial ability to give what you can. It's pretty simple. Go to givesendgo.com/buckup. I believe the day started at 10,000 plus, and the goal is 100,000, if I'm not mistaken. Is that the right goal, Robert and Jaime? 100,000?
Yeah. Well, that'll get us started. You know.
Yeah.
It does cost quite a bit to move these loads. It's not a cheap endeavor. It's not like we're driving, Priuses with a trailer full of supplies. Let alone just even trying to move campers. We are trying to purchase campers through Trekking for Troops and through Rod Parker's ministry. We're trying to get storage containers. We are doing a specific raffle, and we're playing off the whole 555 based off of Bull Pony's message today, and actually 5555. If you give 500 or 5,555, why can I not say that?
5,555.
Too many fives for me today. You'll get entered into this raffle to win this beautiful painting print that done by the commander's artist. And there's actually going to be several other prizes that we're going to be raffling off, but it's based off of a specific gift number, whether it be 55 or 155 or 555 or 5,500. I got it that time. I'm going to be posting all of that information about the different raffles today on all of our social media accounts. That'll be available with pictures of all the different things and items. But
And you can find our social media if you go to buckupreliefmission.net, buckupreliefmission.net. It'll take you to the website, and the media links are on there.
yes.
You guys, I got to tell everybody coming up in the next hour, Mr. Scott McCabe, Patriot Street Fighter, and Sheriff Mack's going to join us. And we're going to talk to Sheriff Mack about FEMA, about the law, because I know he's going to talk more about this. A good constitutional sheriff would tell the FEMA people, the next truck you stop from bringing goods in, the next place you're going to see is the inside of my jail cell. Because the constitutional sheriff is the highest law of the land in any county. And Sheriff Mack's going to come in with Scott McKay in the next hour. And Jaime and Robert, we brought Jaime, I was laughing because you and I were talking, we're going to bring 4 people on an hour. I said, it's too much. 2 people is too much. But what we've done today is bring on every aspect of your mission, so you knew what you were doing, you knew who you wanted to bring in. I couldn't see the big picture till it was all laid out on paper. You were bringing me, these names of people, and I'm like, where does this fit in? And really and truly, today's amazing. We've got the whole operation covered from soup to nuts. I think there is even a soup mama coming on today. It's been so our givesendgo.com/fuckup. Vince, before you head out, what do you want to tell our audience? What's important to you right now, besides donating, obviously?
Getting these people help and getting them through the winter. Getting the storage containers that we need in order to put the supplies in them so we can get them through the winter. Heaters, anything we can do to help these people. I mean, it all comes down to donating, whether it's supplies. If there's someone out there that has like 10 or 15 storage containers sitting in their yard that they want to help us with, hey, we'll take them. If we could put to good use. I mean, that getting what we bring out of the weather so it can be put and put out is probably high on the priority list, and be able to move the freight to those storage containers. And, you said, besides donate, but it's all got to come to donate. We're just a group of people that God's put in place to try and organize it and help others. And so
Maybe somebody will come forward with 100,000.
That would be sweet. That would be sweet.
Yeah.
No, we are a 508c1a nonprofit, so any donations are tax deductible.
That is true.
Vince, I've talked to a couple of truckers. I know Randy Barber will be on later today. He came from upstate New York all the way down to the Carolinas. Doesn't make a dime himself. He's just running loads. That's the amazing thing to me. Truckers are not only taking time out of their schedule to run these loads, but they're not making any money. They're losing money on running these loads, right?
Yeah, Randy Barber is a very close friend of mine. He's actually a logger, not a trucker.
Yeah,
And
but he is running stuff down in his truck.
he has hauled in his pickup truck. He's rented U-Hauls. He's loaded his trailer up. He is an amazing man. And he's done a lot with the election. He did a lot, and the guy's got a heart of gold. And you'll really enjoy talking to Randy. He's a
Yeah,
character in himself.
Randy worked with us on Take Our Border Back, so I've worked
Yep.
with Randy and Kim. Behind every good man's a good woman, and Kim Wathen will join us
Kim.
later too.
Kim's amazing.
Yeah, great people, great people. Robert and Jaime, how many people do you think are in the total sphere of influence working within the organ? Do you have like hundreds of people involved in this, don't you?
I think so. I think my last count last night of just our partners that I have to list that are working directly with this mission, it's over 46 different organizations or ministries or different people. So
Every time I go down to Jamie's office, which is my shop, by the way, that she's
my
coming
shop,
to, you know, she has this Excel file, several Excel files, and I'll go and I'll peek, you know, at her laptop, and the thing just keeps growing and growing and growing, and more contacts that she's made, more networks, and you know,
It broke my
she's got a gift, and we appreciate
She's an
that.
amazing woman. We couldn't do any of this without her. We really couldn't.
you know what? It's honestly, it's the people that I've met over the last, say, decades, you know, years that I've been here on this earth, but so much so within the last 4 years, I've been so inspired by so many different people. And you know, Sarah, you were asking Vinny a minute ago, you know, what's FEMA doing? Why isn't our government stepping in and doing what they're supposed to be doing? Well, you know, one of the things that I've learned over the last like 3 years is some good friends through Donica Hudson and the Resistance Chicks. They encouraged me to read this Bible. It's the Founder's Bible. It's a beautiful Bible. It's got a lot of data articles about the founding of our country, different heroes, let's say, of our country, and how they took a biblical stance and stood up, fought for freedom, but also how they took action, and their love of God and love of people is what inspired them to kind of buck up and get involved in standing up our country, you know, founding an entire nation on a principle of what a lot of people don't know is like the Israelites out in the wilderness, they were a republic, and a republic within that structure is a community that takes care of each other. And through this, this whole FEMA disaster, not showing up, doing what they're supposed to be doing, what I've realized throughout reading this Bible is that God didn't tell our government to take care of the people. They're supposed to take care of, you know, keeping law and order. It is his body, the remnant, the believers, his people are the ones that are supposed to be taking care of the homeless, the needy, the poor, the orphans, the widows. Like, it was never the government's responsibility. So it really is time for all of us to buck up and get these people taken care of in North Carolina. And that's kind of really my message. So
Yeah, you know,
that's
you've
how
given us a
That's
great,
great.
you've given us a great message. When my brother won't pull his wallet out to pick up dinner anymore, I'm just going to tell him, buck up, man, buck up. So we got what a great term and what a great name for a charity, and it's only fitting Robert's got his cowboy hat on and
Well,
asking people to buck up here today.
and
Vince, go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh, you're muted, Vince.
You can thank Jamie and Robert for the name Buck Up. I just came to them, and then they came back at me and said, "Hey, how does this sound?" And it's like, perfect.
Well, I think it's such a wonderful story about how we should be taking care of the community. The government is us. And the fact the government's taking, the people get convinced that the government should be taken care of because they take so much money from us through taxes to do this work, and they're not doing it. And they shouldn't be taking that money from us. We need to be keeping that money and helping the community ourselves. And because they're not doing it, it's still, just because that happens doesn't mean we give over our responsibility to someone else. It's our responsibility. And so I love that story. Thank you so much for sharing that.
I appreciate you guys having us on and doing this telethon. And it's not for us, and it's all for the people in North Carolina right now that really need the help. A very wise man recently told me that he's been in disaster relief for over 30 years. And he goes, winter's coming soon. And February 16th, it's a given. Every year, there's a very hard freeze that comes through. And we're just praying, the whole Buck Up team, partners, everybody, we're praying that those people can find shelter, and we're able to take care of those people before that happens. So,
What's the temperature up there in the mountains? What is the weather like?
It's cold. It's elevated, obviously, so it's always a little bit colder in that area. But there's an Arctic blast coming through next week, and it's supposed to be in the negatives. And it's going to be horrific what's going to come through next week. So pray, and we just got to just hold out hope that they're going to get what they need.
Yeah, I've been in the mountains in the winter in the Carolinas. I was living in a beach town where it was a lot warmer, but went up to the mountains one winter, and I'd say it got close to 0 degrees. It was well below freezing. It got down to about 0 at night. And these people are in tents, and they don't have blankets. And we just have to pray for them and keep doing our best to keep the supplies moving. That can only happen with money. GiveSendGo.com/buckup, folks. We can't do this without you. This is why we're here today. We're here for everybody to reach down, pray on it, and find it in your heart to donate as much as you can today if you're watching this telethon. Anything else, Vince, you would like to add before we let you go, sir? And we thank you very much for your time.
Yeah, she just asked the weather. Right now, it's 25 degrees without the wind chill factor up in northwestern North Carolina. I have my radar right next to me. And you keep thanking us, but I want to thank you all, because without you all, we wouldn't be able to get the word out like we're getting it out right today. And so I'd like to say welcome to the Buck Up Relief Team, because you are now part of that team. So I appreciate it very much.
Yes,
Thank you for having me on.
And for those who can't donate, we understand we're not in a position to be able to do some things financially that we would like to do, but you can help in other ways. Just sharing this broadcast today. Go into the Buck Up Relief Mission social media. Again, if you go to buckupreliefmission.net. It'll take you to our social media, and just share out what this mission is doing to others, because there only needs to be that one right person to find this mission, to go, what, this is what I want to invest in. Like Sarah was sharing, it's not above God for someone to share their wealth in such ways that would blow our mind. They just need to know about what we're doing here. And so please share. And we're so thankful for folks like JT at Freedom Patriot Network, who's helped set up all of our social media, and he helps do all the posts there, because, you know, we can't do it. We don't want to do it all. This isn't, you know, this is about all of us together, a network of people making this effort successful. So again, thank you, Vince, for coming on. We appreciate you. We love you, brother, and your dog.
Oh yeah, he's right here. He's bugging me to go out.
Yes. And thank you, Sarah, for coming on.
Yes,
We just
thank you.
appreciate all the words that you shared. You know, you've got a lot of wisdom there, and I mean, we can see your heart, and we appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, Sarah was one of the first people we approached when we wanted to grow Sovereign Radio beyond just the Sovereign Radio platform. We bring in other shows and Patriot influencers, as we call them, and Sarah was one of the first ones we reached out to because the depth of her knowledge. She's been doing this, 30 years now, Sarah?
I've been doing the media stuff for about 12, but I'm an engineer and a business person. So
yeah, you've been doing things. You've been going down rabbit holes for decades.
Yes,
I know that.
yes.
Yeah. So yeah, we appreciate you, Sarah. We're gonna let you go because your hour's up. I don't see Scott McKay here yet, but I will reach out to him. Oh, he's here. Very good. Sarah, thank you so much. Tell everybody where they can find your work, Sarah.
Well, go to sarahwestall.com. That's where I have everything. Sign up for my newsletter. You'll get my Substack. Please, sign up and follow me, because that's how get past all the suppression. That's what we're working on. So thank you so much, everybody. And please consider giving.
You can also find Sarah on sovereignradio.com. Go to our show page.
That's right.
And you'll find Sarah there. Sarah, thanks so much. Robert and Jamie, Sheriff Mack's coming in next. And I think, Vinny, are you supposed to come back in a little while? I think you're on the schedule again.
Yeah, I'm supposed to come back in about another half hour. Give me time to walk the dog.
Right. Please do that. You bring some levity to this, because you're the guy that is directing traffic out in the field, and to me that's where everything really, that's where the rubber meets the road, literally where the deliveries are happening. Sarah, thanks a lot. You want any closing words?
Oh, I just thank you all. That's it. I think you guys captured all of it, and just keep working hard, and hopefully everybody will know that these people are working as hard as they can, and they need people's support. So I hope somebody comes forward with $100,000.
Amazing.
That's a challenge. Come on down. Sarah, we'll see you soon. Vince, we'll see you back in a little bit as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We'll see y'all later.
All right, Mr. McKay. There he is, the Patriot Street Fighter, Scott McKay. Scott, do you know Robert and Jamie? Do you not?
I know the name, Robert and Jamie. Good to see you. Happy New Year. Where do you guys live? Where are you?
Texas.
We're in your neck of the woods. We're up here in the Bonham, Texas area, northeast of Dallas.
I like you guys already.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. We know Scotty had asked you to come on, be a part of this, and we appreciate your support. It takes all of us, even those of us who may not have a relationship, like you and Scotty do. We're aware of you and your work, and we know your heart, and we appreciate you, brother, and thank you for your support in this effort.
My pleasure. It can't be understated how important that mission is. And the great thing about what we just saw on November 5th was the culmination of really 4 to 5 to 6 years of the podcast world, bringing all this talent into this fight that's severely lacking for generations, because the mainstream media never did anything about what's perpetuated your mission and the things that we all do. They did nothing. The political class did nothing. So that we, the people, truly rose in this country. And the greatest thing for me has been being able to, Scotty and I became close friends on the very first tour we went on, the Arise Freedom or Arise USA, split off. Can't remember what we called it after that, but get a chance to be out there in America and meeting these great patriot leaders that were actually doing something was the most magnificent thing I've seen. I have 30 years of frustration of trying to wake people up, and the sensational stuff, working political campaigns for 16 years and all of that. And it was just an unreal experience that here we are, we're losing the country, it's burning. And then that one ignition point, a stolen election, and then just watching we the people rise. It was pretty awesome to experience. And so much love to you guys for the work you've done.
The best is yet to come. Until then,
Yeah.
we're gonna fill the gap, and we're gonna help these folks out.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn it over to y'all. I've got to go walk the dog myself.
I was going to say,
All right, thank you guys.
much of a outspoken, I wouldn't call myself a street fighter. I'm kind of a soft-spoken, stay-at-home homeschooling mama. But one of the things that we were dealing with censorship ourselves when we were going to the county commissioner's court, and back in 2021. And one of the things that I told the commissioner's court is that when we were dealing with the censorship, I was like, I don't know how, but I know a lot of friends, and we're creative, and with the Lord's help, we will get the job done, and you won't stop us. We will figure it out. We understood the problem. We saw the problems that were occurring, and we, the people, we're not going to be stopped because we are creative, we are resourceful, and we will get the job done.
She is a street fighter.
So
don't let her.
I said this 1,000 times.
Yeah.
In the last 5 years, I guess 5 years, I started a radio show, but the easiest way to get people to understand how powerful we are, it's like, look, folks, we outnumber these bastards by the billions. What in the hell are we sitting back taking this beating for? It's insanity to me. So, once people just started to come out and, went on offense, it was just an amazing thing to watch happen. A lot of fun.
Well,
I
God,
appreciate it.
God bless both of y'all.
Yes.
We're going to bow out for a little
Yes.
bit and let y'all take it from here, and we'll see you here shortly.
See
Happy
ya.
New
All right,
Year.
we'll see you guys later.
You too.
Robert, Jamie, Sheriff Mack just texted me. Scott, he was on the wrong time zone, or I was on the wrong time zone. He thought he was coming on at 1 Mountain Time, so he's on his way home. He'll join us. Scott, what do you make of the state of affairs leading to the so-called Trump presidency number 2? The January 20th event. What do you make of it all? Let's get off subject here of the telethon for a minute, because you have a lot of insight. You go all the way back to the 80s with your politics. You work for the Bushes. I think your aspirations to be a United States senator were kind of put to rest when you saw how the Bushes ran their shit show.
Yeah. It's kind of an overtold story, but that was my passion. I think Reagan's the one that turned the passion on, and it really happened in 1986 when we had a bombing in Germany and had some U.S. soldiers killed in a disco nightclub or something. They bombed it. Gaddafi bombed it, or claimed to bomb it. And Reagan sent in an armada to basically try to take out Gaddafi and whatever. And it was a massive air power operation. And our friends, the French, wouldn't even let us use French airspace. Again, the scumbags, the political scumbags, not the French people, the political scumbags of the nation, where we poured, hundreds of thousands of gallons of blood of U.S. soldiers to free them from Nazi Germany, wouldn't even let us fly over that. But Reagan found a way to get it done with military. And I realized we have a badass president. I mean, he's the kind of hammer we needed. So that got my attention. Then the 90s came through with George W. Bush being a weak leader, at least for the people, setting the stage to bring in the New World Order, part of the satanic cabal. And none of us knew it. We thought he was this wonderful, genial, kind, nice guy. He was a killer on all fronts and all levels. And I didn't know that aspect of Bush Senior and the Bushes and the Bush dynasty, and that he's not even a Bush, he's a sheriff. He's from Nazi Germany. He was actually a German sailor before, he ended up in the United States. All these things we never knew. I couldn't believe it. But, we've come a long ways in this wake up operation, realizing, my message have been, political class is never going to help us, at least not in the current political structure of a corporation masquerading as a government, because everybody in the corporation has a fiduciary duty to the corporation, not to the people they serve. And that's the way it is with our government. They're a corporation, and their fiduciary responsibilities to the corporation, not to the people they quote unquote serve with their governing services. But now that we are in this place where the original republic is in its restoration and reseeding process by a number of patriots in America, and now that Trump has won the second presidency of the U.S. corporation, we're going to see where we go from here. Obviously, we know Donald Trump was the weapon that the world needed. And it's pretty exciting to see that we're now on the verge of January 2020. Not sure what's going to happen. The election in 2020, I made a prediction of what would happen probably 6 months before the election. I started talking about this, and it happened that way, stolen, etc. Fox News became traitors, which they always were. And then this election, 2024, I predicted that, look, they're going to steal it again. I was on a show that evening. I can't think of Lee's last name at the moment.
Lee Dundas.
Not Lee Dundas. She was on Patriot TV broadcaster. Gosh, it's just my 60-year-old memory is doing its thing. Anyways, in the analysis, I just, there was a number of people talking about all these analytics that I used to hang on. And it's like, look, none of these numbers matter. The fact is, they're going to steal the election. They have to. They have no choice. They know they're dead if they lose. Well, they didn't. And that was my prediction I made that didn't come true. And great, thankfully it didn't. But I'm still concerned about what may happen between now and January 20. I'm concerned about what may happen after January 20. I can't imagine there not being big false flags, chaos to try to prevent the final takedown of this global cabal. But I don't know. We'll see. I know Trump says that come 2025, it's going to be the best. It's going to be better than ever when we hit summer 2025. The relevance to that can mean a number of things, but I'm just kind of sitting back and just like everybody else watching and seeing what emerges. But obviously, we're heading in a world-changing direction, and it looks like to be completely for the good. And when I say looks like to be, I've said, look, we got to keep one eyebrow raised. Even I don't care who it is. Donald Trump has had me convinced from the day he announced. But at the same time, I'm keeping an eyebrow up because that's how we got here in the first place. Everybody gets carte blanche once they become our hero as a president or whatever, congressman, senator. We give them carte blanche on everything, even if they do things that make us go, that doesn't make sense. Oh, well, it's okay. He's one of us. Nah. We need to monitor everybody all the time if they're in a position of power now moving forward.
Yeah. Scott, I want to give you my assessment of why we have to do this telethon and we have to continue to raise money probably for the next couple of years for the people in the Carolinas. It's my contention. We can't rely on our government to do anything. They're inept and they're corrupt to the core, and they're not about building up communities. They're about building their criminal cartel. You call them the Khazarian mafia. They're illegal cabal that's tearing communities down. They're not building them up. They're not going to come in and help us. FEMA's standing in the way. In fact, big business, multinational corporations, they could come in and write checks right now. These multinationals could step in and solve all the problems in the Carolinas. We can't rely on them. Certainly, it's not their agenda to build us up. And they're not here to serve our agenda. They're here to serve their agenda. And I believe they want to see us all torn down because they're part of the ball. We can't rely on media. People I've been business with 40 years. Hollywood, the media, the music industry. We can't rely on them. They're, as you and I both know, we learned the hard way. They're satanic. Johnny Cash told me in 1989 when he wouldn't go to meetings with me, to radio stations the radio networks or his own record label. He wouldn't go to me with his own record label to negotiate. He said, his wife told me, the satanic cabal, they worship Satan. So am I right? We can't rely on anyone but we the people. It's up to be. It's up to you and me if it's up to be and we the people. Nobody else is going to step in. I don't see it. Do you agree?
I do, and I believe people have got to be re-educated on what built America, what created America, what started it, and what brought it to prominence. And it was the republic is a much different picture than a democracy. And I still get upset when I hear even President Trump use the term democracy. You know, dangerous for democracy. And I'm like, you're damn right he's dangerous for democracy, because we're not a democracy. At least we weren't originally one. And our founders were very clear that democracy is dangerous. Democracy is one step from tyranny. And people say, what are you talking about? That's kind of like, it's so far out there to say something like that. The people were like, what are you, a communist? And I remember Ayn Rand saying this, and I'll get back to this point. Ayn Rand said this when she came to the United States in 1920, somewhere in the 20s, from Russia, Soviet Union. She's Russian born, but she wanted to become a screenwriter. So she comes here, and she ended up becoming the most prominent philosopher of the 20th century, the philosophy of objectivism. And one of the things she stated way back then in the 1930s, I think, she said the true evil in America are not the liberals. The true evil are the conservatives. And that's shocking when you hear it on its face. But she explained it. The liberals will tell you to your face that if you give them power, they will socialize the country. The conservatives will look you right in the eye and say, vote for us, and we'll make sure that never happens. Fast forward, nearly 100 years, and look where we are. We nearly lost the country. We have full-blown communism operating in this country on many political fronts, inside the Congress and the White House, throughout agencies. And so what have the conservatives done? Nothing. They bargained away the 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, which was authored in the House, passed the Senate, and was signed by Obama, gives the president, in a national declaration of an emergency, a kill switch on the internet, control the food supply, control the power grid. Now they're giving this to their sworn enemy. And I realized then we were completely captured, and I figured we were never coming back. So when it comes to her help me understand that philosophy, that parallels the democracy and a republic. A democracy is majority rules, and people think, yeah, hey, that's great. That is great, right up until you're not in a majority and tyranny is being presented. For example, 5 people in a separate community want to set up their own political structure, and they say, let's make it a democracy. Okay, great. You've got 3 men and 2 women in that community. And at some point, man's nature is going to take over, and somebody needs to get laid. They're going to say, look, we need to pass a law that, men need to, be satisfied by the only women that are in the community, and they take a vote. What's the chance that it'd be a 3-2 vote against the women? It's very maybe probable. If they created a republic is known as a representative republic. That means each constituency gets one representative to represent their constituency. The men are a constituency. They put forth their one representative. The women have theirs, put forth one of the women, and they bring up such a piece of legislation. It likely is going to be a 1-to-1 tie, which means it's dead. Can't move forward. That's why a republic is critical to return to, and we need to start whitewashing democracy from our vernacular, top to bottom. How does that relate to what's going on in North Carolina? It's very simple. We don't have a republic. We have a democracy where the majority who are in Congress are the ones who are truly the minority in the nation. We're the majority of the people, we the people. They're the minority. We the people are screaming for help for North Carolina, but they have their power center in DC, and because a majority who might run the House refuses to do anything or put money out there or force FEMA to do something, we're powerless. Anyways, that's just sort of a little bit of a broken parallel, but these problems that are happening in a place like North Carolina, this is probably the most egregious thing the government has allowed to happen since we had the BP oil spill in the Gulf, in the Louisiana area Gulf, and Obama let 100,000 barrels of oil pour out of the surface of the ocean floor for literally a month plus, and killed untold life in the sea and on the land, and economies, and ravaged state budgets. I mean, this is insanity that this is going on, and now it's going on, except it's human life that's being destroyed, not just marine life, with North Carolina and their lack of attention on any level to the people there. It's so tragic. It's sad that those people who didn't survive this aren't going to be here to see the refashioning of the United States.
Yeah. Scott, I'm going to bring a Texas trucker into the room here. Texas Red. You have met Scott McKay. You guys have actually talked. Remind Scott where you met Mr. Texas Red. You're muted, Texas Red. Got to unmute, sir.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Scotty. Yeah,
Yeah,
I met Scott McKay at the San Antonio Reawakening tour with Clay Clark and General Flynn, and actually approached the man. And I was in 2 chat groups, with about 1,200 in one chat group, or 12,000 in one chat group, 13,000 in another. Presented this to Mr. Scott McKay, and he kindly enough did a video for both our chat groups to give us a little inspiration, because at that time we were, the digital warriors, sharing truth. That's what this whole mission's always been about, the truth, get the truth out there. So, and then that led me into get, a little fire lit under my butt to get activated, which first opportunity I actually had to get activated was to take our border back tour. And that really set me on fire to continue to push forward and just continue to get truth out there. And matter of fact, I got some good stuff on FEMA today for you guys too, just so you know.
Oh, good. We'll come back to that. I just want to say, I'm not surprised that Scott took the time to make videos. When we were on the road traveling on the Arise tour, and all the speakers would go off stage and go back to their hotels or go to dinner or go do something else that was alone time. And the only guy standing most of those days for hours past the event time was Scott McKay, standing at the side of his bus, signing autographs, giving people hugs. From little boys to grown women would come up. I just want a hug from the Patriot Street Fighter. He'd hug every one of them. He'd shake hands, kiss babies. Scott, you would have made a great politician. There's no doubt, because you're so good at just you're so good at PR. But yeah, it's amazing. It's not often we find a guy that will stick around and be there till the end for we the people.
Well, look, it was a math. It's easy for me because put yourself in that position, right? The frustration for decades, nobody waking up to what we're trying to show them, and then they do, and then they want to get an autograph from you and a picture. Look, I've never seen that in my lifetime. Who's going to want my autograph? Who's going to want a picture? Are you kidding me? So how could you not stand there for hours and just spend time with these beautiful people? It was the most distinct. They thought I was actually doing something for them, right? And they, again, you can say it, but they don't really understand it. They gave me a life worth living. I mean, it just was the most amazing experience for people to be aligned with you and appreciate you and say, I want to talk to you. I want to hug you, shake your hand or whatever. So for me, it was rarefied air to be in that position, to be able to meet so many absolutely beautiful humans that inspired me. And still, when I go to events and I get a chance to meet all these people, I'm so inspired, because for decades, 30 years, I couldn't get anybody to pay attention to anything. And now everybody's just like waking up left and right. And it's like the only people I want to be with. I never hung out in green rooms and things like that. Great people, great speakers, but that's not where the battle's won. And I just go where my heart pulls me. And I'd rather spend time with those we the people, and people like Texas Red getting up off his ass and charging into the battle. This is a remarkable thing, guys. we're used to it now. It's 4 years of this. People like Red jumping in to the truckers tour. But my goodness gracious, think about that from its inception, when not many people were willing to do anything. And then people started stepping up and saying, I'm getting into this battle. That was the most amazing thing in my lifetime. Watch that emerge.
You know, we're going to get to. But I got to say, the irony, Scott, of people standing in line, 100, 200, 300, 400 people to shake your hand, is indeed the indoctrination. When someone became popular in the media and they had a platform, whether they were in media, an Anderson Cooper or a musician, if they became popular and were famous, people wanted to stand in line and meet them, Scott, and they took that same mindset, I believe, to the Reawaken America tour. Who are the stars on the tour? I was just an MC, and just starting my radio show, in fact. But you had broken through the noise. Lee Dundas, Sheriff Mack, Sasha Stone. A few of you broke through the noise and were considered. There was a reason Robert Dave Steele wanted your face on his buses, right? Because you were recognizable, and we are all subject to the indoctrination growing up of the mainstream media that you're supposed to revel and marvel and idolize these people who achieve fame. But Scott, you took it all in stride. You knew it was not important to you. Career was important to get to the people. You those videos, you signed autographs, you hugged women and children, and I'm not joking when I say hugged women and children. Texas Red, I'm going to bring Sheriff Mack in. I want him to hear your FEMA stories. Sheriff Mack, come on in, and Texas Red, fire away. You say you got some more FEMA nonsense to tell us about.
Well, from I read this story out of this little book by William Cooper a long time ago, and it was about FEMA and how they can actually come in and take over our federal government, which got me thinking. And then I started going in and looking into this non-constitutional organization, because it was never formed by our Congress or anything. FEMA is created out of executive orders, from what I can find, as far as back as the Jimmy Carter administration. And they did have it all planned out to come in and throw, it's all legal too, through executive orders. It's unconstitutional, but this should fall under Elon Musk's Dodge and be able to throw this whole system out. But the power and the control that FEMA can take over a national, our whole country under a national emergency, is phenomenal, because they can literally come in, take over everything, and then put the postmaster general in charge according to all the executive orders that have been written through the years of these presidents. And we're talking all the way from I've got all the paperwork is on my X profile on X, and I've got all this paperwork in there. It's a lot to read through right now, but all the executive orders and everything are in there. You could just go through there and you can see, like, let's see, let me find this one. It's very interesting.
What's your X? Where do they find you on X, Texas Red, to go look at that stuff?
It's Texas Red on the X profile. Just go there. You can find this link, and I'm teamed up with Melissa Frey. I chop her last name all the time, but Frazel. She's been doing a lot of extra research on this also, and it's just incredible. I'm trying to find this certain passage which explains which executive order it passed, but every single president from let's see, this goes way back, guys, to 1944. So every president has signed something on, except for President Trump is the only one that has not signed on to these executive orders throughout all the years. And it's insane. And I know Sheriff Mack is a very constitutional individual, because I've actually listened to him. So
So let me turn to Sheriff Mack. Sheriff Mack,
Yep.
you're a constitutional sheriff. It's your county. You're the highest deliveries in your county. What would you be doing? Them turning away bicycles and blankets and supplies for the people that elected you in your county. What would you do to FEMA?
Well, we've learned, and Scotty and Scott, it's good to see you, and Red, thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Um, look, we have learned from every bureaucracy in Washington, D.C. that they cannot be trusted. And so why would any sheriff allow FEMA to come in and take over his county?
Yeah.
And because they declared a national emergency in my county. Look, this is why at CSPOA, we have pushed for posses, that sheriffs should be ready with their Minuteman posses, that they should be ready with emergency supplies and emergency actions and have the manpower to do it again with their posses, so that when FEMA comes in to take over, and I don't mind if FEMA wants to come in. However, they need to be invited, and they should never remain in charge of anything except distribution of supplies. If they want to bring in some supplies, that's fine. But I still maintain that every county should be prepared with food, water, medical supplies. Every county should have an emergency operation. We did when I was sheriff, and that was 28, 29 years ago. Okay, so we had our own emergency response back then, and it's gotten a lot worse. FEMA has gotten even worse since then, and all federal bureaucracies have gotten worse. It seems like all of them want to be like the IRS now, that they can just do whatever they want, intimidate people, completely control the situation, completely screw it up, and then we're supposed to bow down to them and kiss their ring. So no, every governor should make sure that their states are prepared, and every county commission and sheriff should make sure that their counties are independently prepared for any national or any natural disaster. And how many times do we have to get this message from FEMA that we should be prepared ourselves and not depend on them? So that's what we teach at CSPOA.
This is a man who knows about how to go up against the federal government. I'll remind our listeners, if you don't know, Sheriff Mack won a 10th Amendment constitutional victory over Bill Clinton. Throw that out there, Sheriff Mack, because that is important. You really understand the relationship between federal law, state law, and county law. So put that out there, how you won that 10th Amendment victory.
Well, Scotty, as you know, this is a little review, a little pocket review of the case. And this is the dream decision that all of us in the freedom movement absolutely have been waiting for, praying for. And folks, if this came out a week ago, we would be saying, blow this case up, blow it all over the country, get it on every show. You know, it would be the biggest news of the century.
Yes, it would.
Well, this came out June 27, 1997. So why aren't we still doing it? Nothing has changed. And the first thing that Scalia says in this decision, and by the way, we need to reiterate that this was a victory at the United States Supreme Court, the only time in U.S. history when sheriffs sued the federal government and won. And we beat the Clintons. Ha! There's a miracle for you. We live to tell about it. So folks, get a copy of this decision. Can everybody read the title there? It's the only one of my books that's white and that has the state flags on it. But Supreme Court case for state sovereignty. This is the most powerful 10th Amendment, as you alluded to, Scotty, the most powerful 10th Amendment decision in the history of America, folks. And if you want to see that the federal government is not our boss. And so at one point, Scalia quotes the New York v. U.S. case of 1992. Ours was filed in 94, came out in 97, as I said. And he quotes from the 92 New York v. U.S. case, another 10th Amendment decision. And he said this: "We have held, however, that state legislatures are not subject to federal direction." And then in the order of the court, he expands that and says, or their state officers or anyone else of their political subdivisions. So if the state legislature is not subject to federal direction, then how could your city council be subject to federal direction? How could your school board be subject to federal direction? How could your county commission, your sheriff? That includes everyone in the state, folks. It's not just your state legislature, because if there were some exceptions to that, well, your state legislature is not subject, but your governor is and your sheriff is. They have to do what the federal government tells them. They have to take orders from them. No, he clarifies it in the order of the court. And I'll just read a section of that just so everybody knows that I know what I'm talking about here. On page 13 of the little book, it says the order of the court. And he says neither can the federal government cannot issue directives requiring states to address particular problems, nor command the state officers or those of their political subdivisions. Right there, black and white. Folks, this reiterates the truth about the historical aspect that the states formed the federal government, not the other way around. They were there because we delegated them about 39 powers that they were supposed to do. Anything outside those powers remains with the people or the states. And that's the 10th Amendment. And that's what we won on. And so, first of all, they cannot tell us what to do, but we have had numerous incidents where the counties and sheriffs have had to tell them what to do. And I had an incident with the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA, and I ran them off. And Sheriff Brad Rogers in Elkhart County, Indiana, ran them off and threatened to arrest them. And then they threatened to arrest him. Guess who won? I did. Guess who won? Sheriff Rogers did. Guess who won in Oregon? Sheriff Glenn Palmer did. And he was fighting the Forest Service and Bureau of Land Management. He told them, leave my people alone. Show me where you got your power authorized by the Constitution. They can't do that, and they won't do that. So, folks, this is the deal. If you want to be free, get this education from this case. There are only 3. You can get 3 for $5. You can get lots more for bulk orders. Get these handed out. Get this case out there. What is this? This is the most ignored Supreme Court case ever, and Scalia called it one of the most important decisions that he ever wrote. And so, folks, just get the education you need. This is it. And then, of course, the County Sheriff, America's Last Hope. Get that book as well. With these 2 books, and they're both small books, you'll get the education that everyone in this country needs. And your sheriff works for you, and you need to make sure he knows what he's supposed to be doing with these 2 books. Folks, we have a huge tool available to all of you. Let's take advantage of it. Go to cspoa.org. I'll slow down. I'm sorry. cspoa.org and order as many of these as you can and get them out. Hand one to your sheriff and ask him, were you familiar with this case? And let him know that you expect him to follow this case, because, again, it's the only time in history sheriffs won a case at the U.S. Supreme Court.
You know, Sheriff Mack, I met you in early 2021 on the Arise Tour, interviewed you for the first time a few months later on Sovereign Radio. You're supposed to be mellowing with age, Sheriff Mack. You are getting more passionate and more more, you're not holding back any punches anymore. I love it. If you were a
Yeah.
fighter in the ring, you'd be throwing left hook and right jabs. And it's so important. This is so relevant to the time we're living in with FEMA.
Yeah.
All of these egregious acts they're committing in the Carolinas and Florida, and stopping loads and telling people they can't drive into their communities because FEMA declared an emergency. Nonsense, right, Sheriff Mack?
Nonsense.
It's all nonsense.
Complete balderdash crap. Because first of all, they're not our boss. They're a bureaucracy. And, it might be sometime that the federal government would come in and help, but I don't really understand why. We need to be prepared, and we can be prepared. And once they come in there, what are they going to say? Oh, by the way, folks, the Supreme Court case also says that the sheriffs that did this lawsuit, he called us the Cleos. The Brady bill itself that we stopped calls us the Cleos. We're going to give these orders to the Cleos. Well, that just happened to be the sheriffs of these United States. So the sheriff is the Cleo, the chief law enforcement officer. That's in a federal court case. It's in a federal legislative act called the Brady bill. It's in there. And then they tried to order us around and threatened to arrest us if we didn't enforce it for them. Folks, we won saying they can't do that. They can't tell us what to do. So when they come into your county, sheriff, you let them know right up front. They can come in and help, but you're still in charge. And there's absolutely no reason why you should not tell them that before. You should tell. Folks, we already have a template for a posse. We already have proof that every sheriff in this country should tell state and federal bureaucrats, you check with me before you come into my county. Okay? Mm-hmm. And that's it. It's a check and balance that is absolutely constitutional and that every sheriff should be enforcing. Check with me. It's real easy. It protects everybody, and it protects the federal agents too. They don't know that county. They don't know what they're doing there. And so we preach all of this. We teach all of this. And folks, we need the American people on board. Who else is going to be on your sheriff's posse? We the people are.
I got to say, Sheriff, you don't know the meaning of the word retirement, because when you have Patriot Street Fighter saying, hey, Sheriff, calm down a little bit here. You're supposed to be retired. I love it. Listen,
hey, I'm me, Scott. You know me.
I love it. Listen, I think everything is a matter of timing. And I believe just the case you made here, and now the nation has had an example of FEMA's treasonous act. The leaders of FEMA, not the ground workers, but the leaders of FEMA at the government level have committed treason, in my opinion. But now the world can see it. And I think that this message and this drumbeat on CSPOA, this court case, is now at its time where people are going to start to listen, understand. And as I'm thinking here as you're talking, here's a challenge we've got. Getting the sheriffs in the country, even if they know this, to do their damn job, because a lot of these guys are captured themselves. And I don't know if you know, I'm part of CSPOA myself, folks, so you should join. But most people know that in the last year and a half, come 2 years, this March, it'll be 2 years. But in 2023, I started focusing on, I had stumbled across David Zuniga's Tactical Civics mission here. He's from here in Texas.
Yeah,
and
I know David.
I came across in 2020, and I did a couple radio shows. This compendium landed on my desktop. Somehow I'm reading. I'm like, oh my God, this is brilliant. And it led me down this path of research and understanding. So we started to fuel this thing in March of Bill Ogden, a friend of mine, close friend of mine, a Patriot up in PA, retired school teacher and a farmer. He listened to a show that I had my roundtable with Jaco and Nino on. Nino was supposed to have David on, and he kind of goofed the schedule up. And I said, well, let me text him right now, because I had him on one other time. See if he could jump in with us. Boom, he pops in. And he stole the show, and that ignited something. And then we just started fueling this thing and went from 600 people. They've taken 4 or 5 years to try to get to that point, getting the county grand jury, getting the constitutional county grand jury process moving in these counties. They had, I think, 150 counties after 4 years. We ramped that up till we got over half the counties in the nation with a chapter. Tactical Civics went from 600 people to over 8,000 by fueling this message to get us back to the original architecture. And that is the constitutional county grand jury is the original and official enforcement arm of the United States that our founders gave us, because there were no state police. There weren't even sheriffs back then. The only law enforcement that people had to rectify community issues were the people themselves, and they hadn't participated. But what I see now is even the sheriffs out there should be mounting the stand, making a stand right now. It should be their Alamo right now. It's not. And I'm thinking at some point, how do we collaborate here whereby in each county, first of all, tactical civics chapters, once they get to a point where they can get an ordinance passed to be able to convene grand juries, now they can start dealing with the corrupt politicians who are inside corporate structures being protected, serving the corporation, not the people. The county grand juries can handle that, and it always comes back to how you know they're gonna abide by what you say. Well, it's no different than the Bundys and all their ranchers showing up face to face with very well armed, high powered BLM and forcing a stand down because the people said, we're not backing up 1 more inch. It's okay, corral here today, or you guys are going to get out of here. And that was the first time I got through to the people. With that example, we outnumber these bastards by the billions. Why are we taking this annihilation? We have all the power. We got the numbers. County grand juries are required. They have a constitutional duty to seat a standing militia. Each one of them have a constitutional duty, a requirement. Now, we get to this point, I see here is a standing posse in every county, if necessary, for a sheriff. If a sheriff refuses to defend the county from these federal agencies, if they even exist after Trump's administration, this one, that's when you can now convene a grand jury on a sheriff who won't do his job and remove him from power, bringing in guys like your people into these positions that are actually going to protect people. It pisses me off. The taxpayer has been raped for 100 years, first of all. But when you have a sheriff on a payroll and refuses to protect the people, that's like you're walking into my crosshairs now, and we're bringing the tomahawk on top of you publicly in front of the country to show that. And I've been calling names out. Hell, we got Pennsylvania Department of Transportation on the run in PA for allowing people, operators and people that or people in admin levels to divert resources for building roads to people's private properties. And they're pulling that bullshit. And since I started dropping the hammer 6 months ago, I will not let it go. Now they have Harrisburg trying to figure out how they're going to get out of this. I'm like, you're going to get out of it when heads start rolling. I am not going to stop the narrative, naming names, showing their pictures on my shows. This is the guy. These are the cover-up artists. And that's what we, the people, have got to understand. We have to be the ones that restore the republic. The president can't do it. The government won't. And the military can't. There's just not enough resources. It takes each group we got 3,143 counties. Every county should have a sheriff. And in each of these counties, it's a handful of people that lead the charge to get their county under control. And and the next county sees it and they see a template next door. They're inspired. Boom. What do? And then it starts popping like popcorn across the country, county by county by county, where people take control now of their counties. And you think the people that finally got control of it, you think they're going to let a sheriff not do his job? You think they're going to let FEMA come in? Clearfield County, PA, where I grew up, became the biggest county in the nation, tactical civics chapters, literally overnight, because my friend Bill Ogden and I were fueling it. I showed up after 3 months of this, showed up in PA. They got a gathering together at a place called Stone Mountain Lodge that my former chiropractor owned back there. And it's up in the woods. It's in deer country in PA, probably 3-4 miles outside of town in rural PA. I'm driving my bus through the woods on a hard stone road to a big opening where they got a lodge, a huge pavilion, beautiful concrete, all bases and beautiful all this stuff. This is a Wednesday night at 7:00. There was 125 people under that pavilion from 11 counties and 4 states. That's how serious people are about getting involved and getting their countries back. So at some point, where that point would be down the road, I see a potential collaboration here, because everybody wants these people to get involved, want the same thing. Reagan said it best: government is not the solution, government is the problem. Our federal government, in fact, Russell J. Gold told me when he met with 85 ambassadors around the world, he said each of these ambassadors admitted that their governments are at war with their own people. And Americans need to understand our government, state and federal, have been at war with the people for well over 100 years. How? They shooting us? No. They bring this BS to federal level agencies that commit unconstitutional treasonous acts and acts against the people. And on top of that, taxation, everything they do, taking our money, virtually at gunpoint, IRS, and sending it overseas to places like Ukraine when we got soldiers dying on the streets. If that is not a crime scene, I don't know what is. And I don't see any other way out of this.
God, I gotta jump in here, my friend. Gotta jump in here. Look, I know when I get Sheriff Mack and Scott McKay together, the juices will be flowing, and things will get going, and the juices will be flowing. And Texas Red, to those documents you have on your social media, those presidential executive orders, they're hoo-ha,
Yes, sir.
they're bullshit. Don't mean anything
Yeah.
based on the conversation we've just had. So for the same reason we're talking about constitutional sheriffs and grand juries in the counties, if it's to be, it's up to us, guys. We got to take it. There's no more depending on the government for relief for this situation we're in today. We're having this telethon because we don't have a government for the people, by the people. We have a cabal that is marching to their own beat, cares little, if any, about us except to use us and abuse us and steal our tax money. So, guys, we're all on the same page here. Texas Red, do you have anything you want to ask Scott or Sheriff Mack before I cut you loose?
Well, it's because of shows like theirs and the information they've been handing out is why we're starting to learn what we can start doing in our local community. So just keep doing what you guys are doing. And I can guarantee you people like me and my friends on the X platform, we're going to keep doing what we're doing. And this is how we're going to take down the system. And this little part that I've gotten involved with, this hurricane relief, is a lot of us people are, we're taking the FEMA response out of their hands and we're going to bring it back to we the people, because that's where it needs to be. Because our government's not going to take care of us. We the people are going to take care of us, and we the people are going to stand up and keep pulling the rest of our people up. And we need the generals like you guys in the streets. And Scott, I loved when I got to meet you, dude. It was great. You were the very first podcaster I listened right after you went viral with your rant video. Fell in love with you right at that moment and been listening to you. Granted, not as much lately because we're.
Let me add
Go
something
ahead.
really quick there, Scotty. Before we cut Red loose, I just want all of you to for FYI and the rest of the people listening to this. Let's get this county grand jury going. There's not 5 sheriffs in America who knows what that is. And we've got to get them educated because it is a legitimate process. The grand jury process has been co-opted by the county attorneys and prosecutors. And that's why the Chief Justice of New York numerous years ago said that you can indict a ham sandwich. This is absolutely absurd. It's happened to people in my family. And I've seen this and I've watched it where county attorneys and prosecutors completely, DAs included, completely manipulate this process just to go after innocent people and get people indicted, destroy the lives of innocent people with just the indictment. And then they have to pay for their defense that shouldn't have to in the first place. There's no reimbursement for that whatsoever. The government just takes all this in. So if we're going to get this done, we've got to get these sheriffs, we got to give them a legitimate chance to be educated. And if we're ever going to get that done, we got to raise some money to get that done. And this is what I've been trying to do for a long time now, is raise sufficient money to get 1,500 sheriffs in one room to where we can really get this done in a matter of a couple of days. But the other thing too is there's 3 states that don't even have sheriffs: Connecticut, Alaska, and Hawaii, and Delaware's pretty close to it, and so is Massachusetts. But of the other, 93% of the sheriffs are still elected by, for, and of the people in this country. And they are the top Clio in every county. But some of them don't even know that. Some sheriffs don't know or understand that they are the Clio, the chief law enforcement officer. Oh, I can't tell the federal government what to do. Read my case and understand your role as sheriff, understand your oath of office, and understand your role in our great republic. They are afraid to get educated, and that's where, folks, you have got to get involved. America, the people of America, have got to take the bull by the horn and make sure your sheriff gets educated.
You turned out to be muted, Scotty. Just so you know, we can't hear you. I think you might have hit a mute button, my friend.
There we go. All right. Thanks,
There you
Scott.
go,
Yes,
Scotty.
I did hit a mute button. Probably my fingers are doing the walking and the talking here. So anyway, Sheriff Mack, it's always good to see you. You are now a big part of Sovereign Radio and our online platform. We are helping civics as well, because we need those grand juries, we need the constitutional sheriff, and we need to raise money for Buck Up Relief Mission. So don't forget,
Yeah.
folks, go to givesendgo.com /Buck Up. And this whole Buck Up Relief Mission is an example and a testimony to why, if it's to be, it's up to you and me. We, the people, are left now to run this country the way we see fit. This is so proof positive. The silver lining in the cloud with FEMA stopping all these trucks out is they demonstrated to us before we are to take control of our own destiny. We can't let our federal government, our media, our big multinational corporations, the NGOs, they all mean nothing to us. We are the first and last resort in every situation that has to do with our well-being, taking it in our own hands. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for having me, Scotty. We'll see you soon, brother. Thank you, Scott.
All right, thank
Good
you,
to
sir.
Much love, my friend. Texas Red. Much
Texas
love, my
Fred,
friend.
thanks for coming, brother. We love
Thank
you,
you,
man.
Scott and Scott. Thank you, bro, guys.
Scott, I want to bring someone in real quick to say hello to you. We have a couple minutes.
Political candidates and political campaigns, unless it's Donald Trump or JFK Jr., give no money to the political class. Give it to organizations like Scotty Saks, like Sheriff, and people that are actually doing things for the country. Your money going to these political action committees and going to these politicians have never brought you anything in this nation. We can show you 25 to 30 years of a decline to where we nearly lost the country. Start using your money and put it in a good place to people that are doing the kind of work that Scotty's doing, Scotty Saks, and also Sheriff Mack. That's where shit gets done. Sending it to politicians, you're giving them a ticket to a carte blanche vacation lifestyle where they're doing terrible things for the country. Stop doing that. Stop supporting this nonsense. Fund the freedom fighters out here in America.
Well said, Scott. The only place today we want you to give your money is to Buck Up Relief Mission, givesendgo.com /Buck Up. Vince is a big part of the logistical, the trucks keeping them moving on the road. Scott, I wanted you to say hi to Vince Saban. He's one of the
great work
guys keeping the trucks moving. Vince, anything you want to ask Mr. McKay?
Scott, I got to meet you in Pennsylvania at the Reawakening tour, and it was very nice meeting you there. It's good to see you again. I want to thank you for coming on here and helping us out. I just learned a lot listening to you and Sheriff Mack there. I guess I got to get up to date on some things, and as I really just like to thank you for coming on and helping Buck Up. We got to help these people in North Carolina, and we got to be ready. Like the sheriff said, each county needs to get ready for anything. I mean, we just had a bunch of tornadoes come across the country, and you know, we need those sheriffs to step up and be prepared for when things like that happen. And until then, you know, we'll use Buck Up to try and help wherever we can across the country. You know, North Carolina is not going to be the only disaster we're going to see in our future. And, you know, it's people like you stepping up and helping and just doing what you can to try and bring these sheriffs together and putting it all together is a great help. And I can't thank you enough for what you do.
Well, I'm very proud of what you're doing, and again, you're another contingent of the patriots in the We the People who stepped up to actually start doing something. So, mad love and respect. If you get a chance, go to tacticalcivics.com, click the video. If it moves, you pay your $5 because you can then download the books that he has rather than going to Amazon for free. Download a PDF, and if you want to learn about why this grand jury is critical, the very first book most people read is called The Great Reset with a W, The Great Reset. Once you read that and you see the constitutional picture, that light goes off in people's heads. They're like, holy crap, we do have all the power. That's why I tried to fuse that with Sheriff Mack. Look, if we can't get sheriffs to start acting like sheriffs, the grand jury, the county grand jury can remove them from power and bring in somebody who will do the job that a sheriff should do. So anyways, I'm really proud of you, brother. It's amazing to me to watch people like you step up and get in this fight and start getting shit done.
Well, it's been quite an adventure. You know, I started back with the convoy that went to DC and then the North American Unity Tour, and you know, I was privileged to give General Flynn a flag of a fallen soldier from Vietnam in Pennsylvania when I met you. And and now this, and you know, God keeps putting me in different directions, and this is a big one that he put me in. And like I said, it's an honor to have people like you step up and, you know, and support us in what we're doing, and trying to get help to the people in North Carolina. I've been fortunate with the trips that I've gone to down there. I have had no run-ins with FEMA. I've seen their empty camps and people living in tents, and you know, so I know some sheriffs down there have stepped up, and I'm going to do some research. I really appreciate it. You know, coming on here and supporting the Buck Up on Give Send Go, it means a lot. Thank you very much.
You bet. And Scotty Saks, proud of what you've always been doing since the day I met you. And ladies and gentlemen, this is obviously always a worthwhile place to donate your money. So definitely click that link and help support this mission and support these people. And before I go, I just want to say, if you get a chance in a comment, Scotty, check out Brian. I think his name is pronounced Tew. He's a CAT adjuster for FEMA, in catastrophic field adjuster for FEMA. He has a comment in there you might want to pay attention to, because he obviously sees the reality of what FEMA has done and not done. But thanks for the time, gentlemen. Allow me to participate. Happy New Year. We got a great 2025 coming up, but it's going to take some work to get done. So,
yeah, Scott, thank you so much. Love you, brother. Vince, thanks for dropping by. We'll see you guys both later. Thank you so much. Well, I'm going to bring my next host in, my next co-host. I would consider this man the Common Sense Show. Dave, I feel like Ringmaster Ned with the circus of people coming in and out. And I don't mean that these people are circus-like. I mean, just the whole idea of doing a telethon with 40-some people in 12 hours. It's kind of a circus, but we're getting by, and here you are, and it's good to see you, my friend.
Oh, it's good to see you too, and it's quite an undertaking that you guys are doing, and you're to be commended for it. It's needed. I'm glad to see you're not letting the Holocaust in North Carolina go by the wayside, and I do call this a Holocaust, and I'm so proud to be a part of this.
Yeah, Dave, one of the reasons I wanted you to come on and co-host with me is because you do your homework, much like Sarah. You know exactly what's going on. used. You go back to the Maui disaster. You were invited to sit in, if I remember, a call with the indigenous elders
Yes.
of Lahaina and Maui, and they knew damn well what happened to their turf. They knew that Lahaina was not an accident. The fire was not circumstances of
Yeah. You're breaking up just a tad for me, Scotty. But I heard enough to comment here. Yeah, Sarah and I were both fortunate enough to be invited into that conference, and I honestly, I didn't really learn anything new, but I was glad to see that people on the ground were accepting the results of what we had found in our research. And it's interesting you bring up Maui, because I just interviewed a couple of weeks ago Michelle Melendez. She's an activist in the islands, fantastic researcher. I mean, I don't mean good. I mean, she's on a level with Sarah. She's really good. And she's exposed even more of what happened. This was orchestrated and organized mass murder. And there's no other way to say it. And we see the same thing in Western North Carolina, organized mass murder. Now, the motives were a little different, Scotty. When you've got Maui, they wanted a smart city. They wanted to play land for the rich and famous. There were some mineral considerations there, but basically, this was a socio-cultural mass murder attack. That was the motivation. Now,
isn't this about the lithium and two that's in the Carolinas?
Yeah, well, I was going to go to that second part. Yes, exactly. What separates North Carolina to some degree from Maui is the lithium. And of course, the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, Kamala Harris's husband, primary private holder of lithium interests. And sitting at the bottom of all of it was BlackRock. And BlackRock is the theme in all of this, Scotty. When you look at Maui, the major players that were trying to rip off the people and get the people in Lahaina off their land by hook or crook, BlackRock was the major asset manager for all. And now we're seeing with the lithium companies that benefit from the removal of the people in Western North Carolina by an orchestrated weather event, they are getting the same benefit. BlackRock is at the center of this as well. And I'm just going to say this publicly. I hope Donald Trump turns his DOJ loose on BlackRock and we break them up into a million pieces, just like the baby bells in Standard Oil. They are the main enemy of the American people. BlackRock, people, is your enemy. They want you dead. They want your resources. They are totally World Economic Forum, and we cannot survive as a nation if we let them, State Street and Vanguard, stay in place.
So true, Dave. We have a guest I'm going to bring in just a minute. I want to remind everybody we are here for Buck Up Relief Mission, and we're raising money at givesendgo.com/Buck Up. Dave, you have really, since I've known you, you've always taken a look at these so-called natural disasters and events of Mother Nature with a very skeptical eye. You've done your research. And it's fair to say that the Sheriff Max of the world and the Scott McKays with bringing constitutional sheriffs, but county juries. We need grand juries in the county so we can charge people with crimes in the county at a county level, and we need constitutional sheriffs to enforce the law. If we had those two things, we get rid of these federal administrations. Aren't we in a much better place for an organization like Buck Up to do what they need to do when real shit happens?
Yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned it just that way, because there needs to be a coalition of people with common interests, even though that they'll come at this a little differently than I might, because our interests are different. Our goal is the same: restoration of sovereign power, protection of the safety and the civil liberties of the people. And this is what's important about these movements. And we now have a real chance. But I want to say this too, Scotty. The election of Donald Trump solves nothing. The election of Donald Trump allows us to work towards taking our country back. If we sit back like we did in 2016, 2017, and expect Donald to do it all, we're going to end up back in the same place.
You're so right, Dave. He only takes care of things at a global level. He positions the United States very well. We don't need to get into that today. At a national level, yes, he gives us a chance to take our country back, but that's got to happen at a local level, state, county, city. We got to take school boards back down to the
Yeah.
school boards, and that's a good time to bring in Dr. Sherry O'Donnell. Dave, do you know Dr. Sherry?
Have not met her yet. Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you, Dave. Happy New Year to you both.
Happy New
Yeah.
Year to you.
Dave, I suspect you're going to want to have her on your show at some point. Dr. Sherry, tell everybody how you're involved with Buck Up and what your perspective of the mission is.
So I think we absolutely need to support Buck Up. I've done disaster relief in several different continents as well as North Carolina. So when the hurricane first happened, I went out there with the medical team, and I've sent an additional 3 teams now. And I've been involved since the get-go. As a physician, I bring a lot of medical relief. What I saw firsthand in North Carolina, we can never support that again. It was ridiculous and adversarial at best. We ran into them several times, but I, love what Buck Up is doing in getting the relief to the people. There are still better than 200 families that are without full-time power. On the storm that recently happened on Sunday, decimated some of the temporary bridges and things like that.
Do we need lots and lots of medical supplies, I assume, for the people in the Carolinas, that this money we're raising today will help go a long way with doctors like you that are boots on the ground helping the people, yes?
Yes, that will help. One of the things that is even more essential to that, though, is really getting power to them. So propane and the gas tanks, and it's cold in the mountains. And right now it's winter in the North Carolinas, and there are people still without consistent power. So even more than the medical needs right now, because there was a great medical response, is even more basic than that, and that is for power.
So are you in the Carolinas right now, or are you going in and out of there?
I did the first trip, which is typically what I do on disaster relief. And then we've been able to work consistently with Antioch International Church. And they're in South Carolina, right there on the border, and sending teams in and sending volunteers in.
What do you see when you go, the devastation? How widespread is it? I've heard you can go miles and miles and you don't see a home standing.
Absolutely, that's true. When we first went in October, we actually took helicopters in because the roads were still decimated and impassable. So where we went, and it was a matter of, gee, pick your disaster and where area, because each of the areas were so widespread devastation. So we went into Newland, and then we went up to Pogo in the Tennessee area, and we probably hit a 2 to 3 hour hour radius in the surrounding areas. And yes, you didn't have to look very long and hard to see the great devastation that was there. And they're still facing that. And like I said, they just had further devastation with the storms that recently occurred last Sunday, with more rain and washing out the temporary bridges.
Is there good coordination between, when I say the medical community, I don't mean the establishment medical community, doctors like you who go there to make a difference and really roll up your sleeves and go to work? Is there coordination between you and the Buck Ups and the members of the community? Is it all coming together? Are people working together?
They are working together. Initially, there were a lot of silos. And, when we went in, like I said, we worked with the churches, but the biggest response we saw was with the citizens. And Scotty, you're so right when you say that, local government is where it starts, but the churches really came together and the local citizens came together. But now that we're seeing kind of the coalition of those services and turn back over to some of the locals and assist. So there is some coordination with that. And, in any disaster, there's several phases to it. The initial response, everybody goes, and then as you're longer term, then you start saying, okay, now what do we have to do to make certain that this is more sustainable until the people get back on their feet? So there is a coalition now and services coming together.
How much progress? Go ahead, Dave. You jump in, please.
I wanted to ask the doctor a question. Is there an organized effort to prevent the rehabilitation of the area that you've seen?
there's work going on with that, Dave, but that has not yet been, at least to my knowledge, I've not been made aware of that. But there are organized efforts in trying to do that. And by and large, that's not been accomplished yet.
Okay.
You surprised, Dave?
No, the delay is an answer in itself.
That's exactly right.
And then sometimes there's the overt blockage, like seizing supplies that went in. And I have personally talked to people that had supplies seized from them. So there's no question that happened. So I think we're seeing it on both ends. But again, it's corporate America, the corporate elite run amok, taking advantage of the people. Jerry, I also want to know too, in the circles that you run in, is there any kind of feeling or an opinion that this was an unnatural orchestrated weather event to produce these conditions?
We certainly heard that on ground, especially with some of the locals. When you look at the timing of it, when you look at even in seasonally, North Carolina does not get hurricanes like that. And to see that kind of widespread devastation, there was all sorts of suggestion that that happened. We also saw kind of the chemical streaming going on. So there was a lot of thought about that. That certainly is not my wheelhouse, so I couldn't speak to that proof positive, but there was a lot of suggestion that, yes, that happened. It was coordinated efforts and it was intentional.
Yeah, that's the conclusion I've come away with. I'm just hoping that when the Trump DOJ gets in place, heads start to roll.
It needs to, all the way from Anthony Fauci and all the way up to DOJ. And there are so many of the three-letter agencies that need to be decimated and taken down.
Yeah, JFK said he was going to tear the CIA into a million pieces. And of course, he didn't get a chance to do that. I sure hope that Donald Trump and this administration don't waste 4 years getting to that. I hope they're starting right out of the gate at tearing down these agencies and this thing called Doge, Department of, what is it, Dave, the Doge?
Governmental efficiency.
I hope this thing like Doge just tears FEMA to pieces and all these federal agencies, which are not elected people. They're just cushy patronage jobs. My political science class in college was one of the few lasting classes that taught me anything. The last stage of any political campaign is distribution. And they don't mean goods and services. They mean jobs and money, right? The guy that won or the woman that wins distributes jobs and money and favors to the people who supported her. And FEMA and all of these agencies are patronage jobs. They're distribution, the last stage of a political campaign. Okay, who's on my list of help who donated? Oh, he's got 2 sons. I got to get his 2 sons placed into FEMA. I got to get this guy's 2 kids. It's really sickening when you think about how these people get into these positions and almost tenured for life. Do you see that in the medical community, Dr. Sherry? Are people getting in these tenured positions? Certainly in education they are, right?
In education, they certainly are. And one of the things that has been egregious as far as I'm concerned is where medical education is going right now and where the universities and the medical colleges and universities are going. As a physician, I would have never thought in my lifetime that we would be teaching and allowing even the transgender. So to go from North Carolina to see the transgendering of our children in the medical communities and what's being allowed, let alone what I saw during COVID. Scotty, you're probably aware, I served in New York City during the peak of COVID. And I just started seeing, and my eyes really were open to that. That's what got me in the political realm, is because the American people were being lied to. So are we seeing it on a university level, medical school level? Absolutely. Are we seeing it in medicine? One of the things during COVID that I had to ask is, where are my colleagues and why are my colleagues not all standing up? There were a group of doctors that stood up and there were a group of doctors that pushed back. But by and large, we as a medical community, I think, failed American people. So I'm excited to see what Robert F. Kennedy is going to be doing. And, if RFK, when he does get confirmed next Monday, is going to begin to really change the medical community and what the American people deserve in our medicine.
I think you hit on a really important point. The medical school curriculum is a joke. It's woke in the professional sense, much like we see in the undergraduate woke that's so diminished our undergraduate education. And they're more about DEI than patient welfare. I mean, this is what I'm seeing, like University of Arizona Medical School. The stuff that comes out of there is absolutely amazing. It's all about promoting the social agenda rather than patient welfare.
Absolutely. And that's, I've been fighting back on that and just saying, what, we can't do this. And we need to get back to solid medical education. And I've been in 35 different countries and always held my head very proud, knowing that our healthcare system was the best across the world.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, we're not. And we're spending more money, but we are not having the best outcomes across the world. And the global impact that what we're doing is craziness. And I can't see and can't stand by idly and say, no, medicine is now the best in the world, because it's not.
Well, I mean, just the way that the COVID vaccines were handled. I mean, I used to teach research and stat to graduate students working on their dissertations, and we used medical modeling. And when I look at what's going on today and what went on with the COVID situation, it was anything but the scientific method.
Absolutely. The scientific method, you always have to question. You question the outcomes, you question the procedure, you question, and there was so much, even with the VIRS and the reporting that was able to be done, the fact that physicians' hands were tied with prescribing medications that we knew were going to be effective. The scientific method was absolutely thrown out the window, let alone HIPAA and the violation that we did to patient records and patient information. All of it just went very, very south, very rapidly.
Dr. Edwards, I'd like to get your opinion on something, because I'm hoping, and I've written to him about this, RFK Jr., we need to block the transmutation of people that serve on the CDC, the FDA, from going to work for big corporate for 5 years, and the reverse. We have this revolving door that's self-perpetuating, all in the name of profits, with patient welfare again being secondary.
I'm sorry, Dave. So your question in that is what?
Well, would you favor the blockage of people who are working for the FDA for 5 years not being able to go to work for big pharma once they retire?
Absolutely. What we saw during the COVID vaccine is suddenly those that were supporting the COVID vaccine were suddenly on Pfizer's board, and the amount of money, they say always follow the money. The amount of money that some of these CEOs and suddenly board members were granted that were governmental positions and now we're on Pfizer's board was compelling at best. And to see that, yes, I would be in favor of supporting that.
Dr. Sherry, I'm looking at you and I had a flashback. Did we have dinner sitting across from each other not too long ago? I think we did. I just can't remember where. I'm looking at your face and your mannerisms. I'm like, I've had a conversation with this woman over dinner. Were you in Texas at our Take Our Border Back event?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's where it was. We had dinner sitting across from each other, or at the same table anyway. And I was just looking at your smile and your manners. I'm like, I've been across from this woman before. This is not the first time I've seen you. So yeah, it's funny how, the same people get involved, it seems to me, in these events and these and the things we're doing as activists, as fundraisers, as broadcasters, whatever you want to say, as a doctor. The same people circulate through these events. It's kind of interesting. You'd think there'd be many more of us out there, but there's not enough of us, are there?
There's not enough of us. I thank God for the AAPS group of physicians, which include Kat Lindley and Brian Tyson and Craig Wax and those kind of docs, Monica Waby, because those are the docs that stood up during, and the frontline physicians, of course, those are the docs that stood up. But Scotty, I can't agree more with you that there ought to be so many more of us saying, what, we need to take our nation back. I love what Dave said. Trump is not going to do it. Trump is going to permit and allow us to do it. And it starts with we, the people, and getting engaged, getting active and saying, this is how we want to see our country run. This is what we want to see in place. And certainly we have the power. When you go back to the Constitution, we recognize that it's we, the power, we, the people, have the power, and the government should be working for us. The government has long lost that concept.
Yeah, we really have to hope the Trump presidency is not a false sense of security, that, it's going to solve all our problems now, that Doge and, all these great people he's appointing that have been brought over to Team Trump. Notice how a lot of the lefties and losers, I don't mean losers as individuals, they were on a losing team. I'll say it. Elon Musk was on a losing team a few years ago. Tulsi Gabbard was on a losing team a few years ago. Interesting how they've come to the winning team at the right time. I don't think that's any coincidence, but how do we get people in your profession, Dr. Sherry, coming over to our side, abandoning the sick care system, the indoctrination? Let's face it, the doctor that gave me 20 jabs when I was a kid, I don't know, I had 2 or 3 anyway, not a lot. He was indoctrinated, right? Aren't these doctors indoctrinated into your Western medical system, right?
They are being indoctrinated, and I think they're also being concerned for their licenses. We work very, very hard for our licenses, and the governing agencies were threatening our licenses, and a lot came against our license. The hospital came against my license and against me when I was treating COVID-infected patients. But I think we've got to realize, what's most important? Is it the life and health of our patients, or is it that we're going to be threatened? And a lot of docs said, you know what, I can't afford this. I can't afford this for my family. I can't afford for this. We work, like I said, very, very hard for our licenses. But I think once we start taking the power away from those governing agencies and put it back in the hands of the people, we'll be able to see much more of the doctors and medical community motivated to do something and not scared. But I think we need to become activists and realize that as long as we continue to give the power to the governing agencies, we will be sheep for the slaughter.
I really wish we had more Dr. Sherry O'Donnell's that got the guts to stand up. Dr. Artis will be on in our next hour. That's a good segue. Dr. Brian Artis is coming on. Guys like Dr. Artis, I think I can almost count them on 2 hands. The doctors that have really come to the forefront and stood up against the Western medical tyranny. It is a tyrannical system. I have no other way to describe it, but the sick care system is tyrannical. It's our way or the highway. They tell us get a jab or get out of society, right? As a patient on a emergency room, what do you call those carts they put you on? There's a name for those. Gurneys? Are they called gurneys?
They are called
As
gurneys.
a patient, yeah, the last time I was on a gurney being wheeled through an emergency room, having had a stroke, I was at the mercy of these quacks telling me what this is and what that is. And I knew instinctively, all right, I had a mild stroke. Let's not get carried away. You don't need to do a million tests on me. I'm going to be okay in a couple of weeks. And I was, by the way.
Praise
But
God.
your whole industry just so frustrating because whether it's a licensing concern or they don't want to buck the system or they still believe in the Western medical system. I don't know what it is, but it's so frustrating to me that so many of your peers are still living in this quack system. I don't know what else to call. How can you not see the Western medical system as a sick care system that does nothing to keep us healthy?
One of the other things that was very frustrating, Scotty, was the fact that there were a lot of physicians that were being incentivized. And the pediatricians across the United States were being offered $400 per patient that completed the vaccine series. So we've got to get back to, we're supposed to be public servants as physicians. We're supposed to serve our patients. We're supposed to bring health. And right now, I can't agree more with you. That is a sick care system rather than a health care system. So I am excited about what RFK plans on bringing in and plan on doing with our national health. And let's get us back to a place of being the healthiest nation across the globe instead of being one of the sickliest.
Yeah. Let's turn this back to the areas that need relief. What's the biggest need in the Carolinas and Virginia and Florida where these just devastation is hit? What is their biggest need? Obviously money, but what are the specific needs, goods, services, things that people need right now?
Right now, they need secure housing. We're building some of these tiny houses. There's one family right now that is a single mom and 3 kids that is without housing. And throughout the mountains, there are still people that are without power. So we're bringing in gas and propane tanks that we reel in on like a trailer bed. and that can house and heat several areas, not only one single house. We're also, like I said, building tiny houses that will fit a family of 5 or 6 people at a time. And then as their home is being reconstructed and repaired, then they can move out into their home and then another family can move in. That should cost about $60,000 per home, but because of some of the donations that we've gotten, it's about 12 to 15,000. So it is certainly for housing and for power. You know, this happened in October. We're better than 2 months, and there are still people in the mountains that are without power. And it is winter time, you know, and there's going to be more deaths, and not so much because of the medical things, but because no heat. So that's one of the things that that they definitely need in the area.
Very interesting. Dave, you have any other questions before Dr. Sherry, before we cut her loose? I think you're a wealth of information. Now, I have to have you back on Sovereign Radio. Dave, what say you?
What say I is I hope Dr. Sherry will come on my show, because this has been very productive, and we need to further expand it. And I really appreciate the courage that you and your colleagues are showing in helping people.
Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate it. And
Dr. Sherry, where can people find your work? I'm sorry, where can people find your work, Dr. Sherry?
Heartbeat Mission is the 501c3 form as far as where we're doing the missions through. 501c3 is our heartbeatmission.org. Heartbeat, one word, mission.org. And also Antioch International Church in South Carolina is also, we're praying with them very nicely.
Dr. Sherry, thank you so much. Definitely, we both want to have you on our shows. Thank you for your courage. And today, most of all, thank you for all the work you're doing for Buck Up Relief.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. And guys, go and go and support Buck Up, because they truly do have the right motivation. They have the right means, and they're bringing the help to the people, as opposed to 2 and 3 levels of other midmen grabbing their share first. Please support Buck Up, because that money will go to the relief that is so necessary for our citizens of the United States in North Carolina and Florida.
Yeah, the fact that you're here is proof positive. The infrastructure they built, the operational systems that are in place. It's pretty amazing what they've done in a short period of time.
Absolutely. And our hearts go out to those in North Carolina and New Orleans that were just recently killed in the drive-through. But for a blessed and prosperous New Year 2025. God bless.
Happy New Year, Dr. Sherry. Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Look who's here. Talk about bucking up. Pastor Rod Parker's with us.
How's it going, Scotty?
How you doing, brother? It's good to see your face again. I knew you'd show up in your cowboy hat.
When you so.
Pastor Rod, your audio is rubber banding. We're not hearing you well.
Okay.
Maybe you want to log off and come back.
Can you hear me all?
No, it's still a problem. We're not hearing you. You're really stretching. It's like rubber banding.
Okay. Let me go off. Let me leave.
Why don't you log off and come back if you can hear me? There we go. Good job. Dave, amazing group of people.
No, again, I'm really impressed with what you guys have put together here. It's so important. And see, this is every day on my show, Scotty, I tell America, Trump gives us the chance to take our country back. And you're an example of that happening right here.
Yeah, this whole operation, I'm just a messenger. I'm just a conduit. I got a microphone, and I like to do something with it. My daughter was trying to understand. She's 17. She's getting to that place where she sees beyond the immediate agenda. I said, honey, this agenda is immediate for raising money, but there's a much bigger picture here. We are rebuilding our whole society, Dave. This is the future. We're not going to have a government to help us through. There is going to be no relief funds from government. It's going to come from us and from our local municipalities. It's all going to happen locally, isn't it, Dave?
No, the words of John Kennedy come to mind. Don't ask what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country.
Perfect. Yeah. Perfect. What do you think the most important things, Dave? We got to rebuild you and I have talked about this all the time. We got to rebuild every system. Where do we start? Let's skip over to the financial system because we don't have much control over that. And I do think steps are being taken to put that in the right track with an asset-backed currency and a financial reset. But what's the next most important system for we the people to be able to function in society and do things like this telethon and execute our lives without the help of Big Brother? What do we got to do?
That's such a good question because you could point in any direction and have a good answer because
I know that's
there's
so
much more.
broad. The needs are so broad.
Yeah, I would say it like this. Fortunately, we're not starting from ground zero. We have been down successful paths in many of these areas before. So in some cases, it's a matter of rediscovering our roots. So we have a blueprint on how to do it. And Donald Trump is showing he understands the blueprint. Every time that man speaks, I'm just marveled at his knowledge of our past and what we need to do to get back there. So I think that we already have a good model. As far as priorities go, one, we must secure the country. Listen, the medical part's right there. It could be 1, 2, flip it in any direction. But I would say that we secure the country.
But I need that. I had a
Doug Thornton, my broadcast partner.
on screen. I had it on my Facebook page. Something.
Getting a lot of
Pastor Rod, you need to mute out, brother.
Okay, so what I was saying was Doug Thornton, former DHS supervisor, co-host of our Doug and Dave Intel report, has been saying for years, terrorist attacks are coming. I've been saying it for over a decade. I've called it a Tet offensive. Well, the events in New Orleans just prove that. This is what you get when you have open borders. And listen to me, folks, don't think for a second that this Biden administration at some level is not responsible for these terrorist attacks. They've betrayed us with China. We have 300,000 dead people from fentanyl because of the Biden administration. They are your enemy, and we must secure the border. And this is where I'm going to go a little radical. Delta Force. The leader of Mexico, Scotty, is she's fool's gold. She's going after the Sinaloas, but they're already in decline. The CJNG cartel is taking over, and so she's busting Sinaloas, but allowing the CJNGs to go crazy. And what needs to happen now is we need to dispense our military on strategic sites and take these people out, make them afraid of their own shadow.
Well said. All right, I'm going to try to get Pastor Parker. Rod Parker is back in the action here. Pastor Rod, if you'll unmute and try to speak to us, hopefully we can hear you.
Ooh.
Pastor Rod, I'm so sorry. We cannot hear you. You're just totally muffled. I don't know if you're in a place with a bad internet connection or maybe you got a bad microphone or speaker you're talking into, but we just can't hear you, my friend. You want to try another computer? I don't want to give up on you, brother. I want to bring in because you're important to talk about what's going on the ground.
Can you hear me now? They can't hear me. It's unmuted. They've been telling me they can't hear me. So I unmuted. So
can you hear him now?
Can you hear me now at all?
Yeah, we hear you, but your audio is just not good. It's just rubber banding. It's very blurred.
So maybe I'll get.
You're very garbled, sir. We can't understand anything you're saying. So sorry, Rod. Maybe try another computer, my friend. What a shame. He is boots on the ground, spiritual healing there. He has got a ministry and he's been tending to those people. God knows we need more ministry help. So much ground to cover. Dave, I know you're a man of God. How important is ministry and prayer and God in a situation where you have devastation like this? I think it's an obvious question, but there are a lot of people who don't understand that it is obvious.
Well, I'm unapologetically a follower of Jesus. And I don't stand in judgment of people who aren't. That's not my role. But I will say this: the founding fathers understood a lot of this, and they put a lot of biblical principles into our government. And if we go back and rediscover our roots, we're kind of automatically opening up the spiritual tenets that made this country great. And we need to get back to that desperately. When we saw in the 60s prayer taken out of the classroom, the murder of 70 million babies through abortion, I mean, we have forsaken our Judeo-Christian roots, Scotty, and we've become a hedonistic nation. And I believe right now we have a chance. We can either be Babylon and be destroyed, and we're Babylon right now, or we can become Nineveh, repent, turn around, and submit to the Lord Almighty and use those principles to guide our actions, and then we will find good days ahead.
You know, I forgot who I was talking to recently that we said that under the Trump era number 2, people are either going to take advantage of the opportunity that the Trump administration lends to us at a local level, or are we going to go into Babylonian captivity? We may be going back into Babylonian captivity. I don't think that's going to happen, by the way, but it's not out of the realm of possibility, is it?
No, but you look at our commander in chief. He has moved closer to the Lord. It's nothing like getting shot in the face to bring that about. And clearly, he's showing some examples of biblical leadership that have been missing from our country for quite some time.
I am going to try Pastor Rod one more time. I don't know if he's there. He's probably trying to solve his audio problem. Okay. I'm trying to see if we have, Pastor Rod was our next guest. So, Dave, it's you and I, and let's talk about buck up relief. You just heard about this recently, Dave, when I asked you to do this. What's your impression of this? It's mind-blowing, isn't it, what they put together?
Well, this takes me back to what America was. Whenever there was a natural disaster in the world, who was there first? Us. Who helps people that are downtrodden? Us. We have been the city on the hill for a long time, and we lost our way. And I think that this organization that we're looking at here is another example of what America has been and what America can become again.
Yeah, it's really a time. I think we're at a critical crossroads. We're at a junction where we make it or break it. And if I were to go to Vegas and bet on it, we're going to make it. I don't think they're taking bets on who wins, God or Satan. And is that a bet you can make in Vegas, in Las Vegas, Dave? Can you bet on God or Satan winning?
That's a heck of a question, Scotty. They
You can bet on
just
everything
about
else. Why not God or Satan winning?
Well, I knew that Trump was going to overcome all the cheating and win the election when Vegas started saying he's going to be the winner, because it's their business to predict winners. But God or Satan, that's interesting. And some of it depends on how you want to define all this stuff too. But I would say this, if we put our noses to the grindstone and devote a little bit of our day towards a cause, and people say, well, what can I do? This is a question I get. Dave, I don't do podcasts like you. I don't do videos like you. You don't have to. Share the work that you appreciate with other people. Become a facilitator of information. Get involved in your local politics. Go to a city council meeting. Raise some hell about the stuff that they're doing they shouldn't be doing. Lend your voice to Trump and the reforms he's trying to make. And it's not a hard thing to do. And right now, we probably have the participation of this country of about 5 to 8% of the people on an active basis, like, Dr. Sherry. And I would say that if we could turn that into 50%, we would steamroll the deep state right out. I want to say this too, and I didn't want to bring it up because I didn't want to detract from Dr. Sherry's presentation, but Doge is a little different than what I think people think. The way the deep state, one of the ways the deep state stays in power is they have bureaucracies within our agencies, like the FBI, like the State Department, and you can't get rid of them because of the civil service laws. where people aren't talking about this, but to me, it's as plain as the nose on our faces, is that you could come in and say, well, we're cutting this because it's not good, but you're not really cutting the finance. Your financial savings might be minimal because you'll probably have to make up the service somewhere else. What you're doing is getting rid of the enclave of generations of deep state permeation within our agencies. And I think that's the ultimate goal of DOGE. We'll use the finance to get rid of them because we're not violating civil service laws. And as soon as we get rid of them, then we bring in the people that we want.
It's interesting. Yeah. I haven't thought a lot about Doge. It sounds like they could do big things if they really wanted to. They could tear into the waste and the fraud and the abuse. I mean, that's my hope. Is that what's your take on what Doge is going to actually accomplish?
Well, I think what I just said. I think there'll be some financial savings, but I think the real goal here is to get rid of the deep state embeds that are our agencies that you can't fire because of civil service protections.
All right. So we want people to go to givesendgo.com/buckup. This is the Buck Up Relief Mission New Year's Day telethon. We're here till 11 p.m. tonight. We started 11 o'clock this morning, and it's 12 hours. We have a different host every hour, a couple of different guests every hour. There's a lot to go, folks. We're not even halfway through, so still a lot of time to go and make a difference. $1, $5, $10. If you're that 100,000 donation guy, please reach out to the Agees, because if you are, you probably know them. If you're going to donate $100,000 today, we want to have you on this broadcast for sure. We want you to come on and talk to us. Maybe we'll get you to come out of the weeds yet. Dave, you're in Arizona. Do you think the Arizona community has any sense, not of care or heartfelt concern? Do they have any real sense of what's going on, period, in the Carolinas?
No, the media has successfully obfuscated the facts.
They really have.
No, unless they're regular listeners to people like you and me and Sarah, no, they don't have any idea.
Isn't that sad that there's probably 40 states in the union you could say that for? They have no idea what's going on, that there's people sleeping in tents, that there's babies being washed up 7 miles away from home, laying in the woods, because that's what happened. They got washed up. Literally, a woman found a baby 7 miles from its home, washed into the tide 7 miles away. People just don't have a clue, do they? And who else can you blame it on except their indoctrination to mainstream media? Because if you're watching mainstream media, you don't know about this. That's the answer. If you rely on mainstream media, you don't know about the problems in this country as it relates to what Buck Up is trying to do.
Well, we have to watch the mainstream media, Scotty, because it's our job to be aware of what they're up to. But people in general, why would you watch total fiction? This is what you're submitting to. Now, if it's entertainment for you and you want to get on there and just see how nuts MSNBC is, I understand that. I completely get that. But most people go and watch it and they derive some of the news. I even have family members that are in tune to what's going on, but occasionally they'll do the mainstream media quote. I'm going, oh my, just turn it off, please.
Well, we brought Robert back because Robert is very close with Pastor Rod. He's very much in touch with what's going on in terms of Pastor Rod's realm, the spiritual realm. Pastor Rod has a ministry that's been tending to the good people in the Carolinas. Robert, what's going on? Is the spiritual movement, can you feel it when you're down on the ground? Is the Lord's presence very obvious to everybody? I know in your group it is, but you feel the people of North Carolina that are affected by this disaster have a sense of spiritual being right now?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, any disaster like this. First I want to say, Dave, Mr. Hodges, thank you for coming on. Appreciate common sense. I mean, it really is. I mean, these are common sense things we're talking about here. And you would think we wouldn't even have to be having these kind of common sense conversations. But unfortunately, those who we have allowed to be in charge have no common sense. But in fact, they have ulterior motives. And really what we're dealing with is a spiritual warfare, right? We're dealing with a fight between good and evil, light and dark. And Pastor Rod understands this better than anybody. I actually met this gentleman at the Come Out in Jesus' Name movie that had come out a couple years ago. And at the end, there was a live deliverance that was taking place. And all of a sudden, all these spirits started manifesting inside of people, inside the theater. Right over here in a small town in Texas that we live in. And wow, I've never experienced anything like that. I didn't know what to do, but I saw this cowboy, stand up and start casting out demons in Jesus' name. And so I got up right next to him and started praying and taking authority over these spirits as well. And that's actually how we connected. Next thing we know, we're involved with yeah. And so, I mean, he's got the Spirit of God, and he's got power and authority, and he has the heart and the passion to serve in whatever way he's called. Like I said, we've served together at the Take Our Border Back convoy. Scott, he was down in Texas with him, and his crew came down there, and his worship ministry team. And others, he's facilitated, many baptisms with us. He was with us on the Remnant Revolution tour and helped us with the baptisms there in Lubbock, Texas. And, he's seeing a need. He saw a need here in the Carolinas. And he said, what can I do to help? Of course, we knew who to call. Jaime knew who to call. And we had some supplies that need to get up north. And Rod's working with Newland, a local church in Newland, North Carolina. He's helping pastors up there set up a missions headquarters, kind of a distribution hub, and working on getting meals out to folks, but also addressing the ministry need. Praying with these folks, giving them hope. Just taking authority over the situation. Everybody has their own calling in these matters, right? We're all hands and feet and serve in different ways. And this gentleman and his wife Suzanne, together, they're a powerful team. They're serving the folks in North Carolina in an incredible way. And I know he wasn't able to get on. He's out at a ranch right now, and he's on some satellite internet. He's going to be running back to his church, which is not too far from the ranch, and he'll be back on later tonight at 7:30, and he can give us some more.
Good. That's good. All right. You think that if there's a pastor listening to this and they happen to be in our movement and happen to be a truther, what would you say to them to get them down to the Carolinas or to Florida to help out? What would your pitch be to a pastor? Because I know we got to need a lot more pastors down there, right?
Yeah, for sure. And there's certain things that we do because we know they're the right thing to do, and then then there's things that we do because we're called to do it. And I think it's real important that we pray and we ask what the Lord's will is for each and every one of us, including pastors. And like, Lord, if you want me down here, here I am, use me, I'm willing. And ask the Lord to open up those doors and to show you if that's where he has you positioned right now for this hour. Because, if he does, the doors are going to open, and it's going to happen in such an effortless way. And there's going to be a lot of fruit that's going to be produced from it. So, we need that. We need something on a much grander scale. And I believe it's coming. I believe a revival is coming like the world has never seen. We're about to enter into a whole new chapter, a whole new season. We're going to be seeing an outpouring, but that's going to come after this larger shift that I believe we're all anticipating. That's on its way right now. I hope to one day see stadiums full of people, and North Carolina being one of those places where we can all come together and and be a blessing and serve in ways that we couldn't under normal conditions. You know, these types of events often give us the opportunity to kind of come out of our shell and come out of our homes and get out in a way and motivate us in a way that sometimes we need a little motivation. Unfortunately, that's the case, but I hope this does motivate people to get involved in any way possible. Looks like we lost Scotty. Dave, where are you out of? Where are you located? Arizona.
Yeah, the Maricopa County, the most corrupt county in the United States.
Yes, that's right. I heard y'all having a conversation about that earlier. Yeah. Arizona has its own issues. Every state in this union has its issues. I'm believing that right now, all these things that we're going through, even this very telethon that we're on here today is God creating a tapestry and a network of people in preparation for a time to come where we will know who the players are, who is willing to sacrifice and to get involved and establish these relationships so that we can really facilitate needs beyond these North Carolina. And obviously, it's not just North Carolina; it's Tennessee, it's South Carolina, it's Florida, it's all these areas. But there's gonna be a lot more needs that are gonna need to be met. And I just appreciate you coming on, Dave, and networking with us to help facilitate this mission.
Yeah, well, it's been my pleasure because this is the kind of grassroots efforts that we absolutely need to take our country back. There's no question. So I wonder if Scotty was abducted by aliens here. That's interesting. Yeah, I'll say one thing about Arizona. You talked about the challenges. Arizona is controlled by China through the cartel, and the cartel through fake money laundering and so forth, fake phony real estate deals. They control about a third of our legislature, our top executive branch positions. And I mean, it's pay for play. It's outward bribe. Some of it's even surfaced in the mainstream media, but it just disappears. And we're not alone. We're the worst. Arizona sets the trend for the rest of the country for corruption, but this is endemic across the board. And so Scotty had asked me earlier, what's my number one issue? Securing the border. But number two, we need to get rid of the lawfare and the corruption, and we need to start putting people in prison.
Yes. I mean, don't we need to see some action? I mean, there's so many different areas of corruption that, we haven't seen. We haven't seen justice, but I do believe a time is coming very soon that we're going to see justice in many different areas. But it can be a little disheartening, can it?
It's very discouraging because the hen is guarding the fox is guarding the hen house, and the only thing that we can do is just take it back, and we need to just keep exposing what's going on. But there needs to be teeth to this. There comes a point when exposure has served its purpose, and now we need to see people like Anthony Fauci and Merrick Garland go to prison for what they have done. Merrick Garland is complicit in 350,000 missing kids, child sex trafficking, fentanyl killing of 300,000 Americans. He needs to go to prison for the rest of his life.
Absolutely. And, I guess here's my hope, because we've been anticipating some justice to be served for quite some time. Folks have been waking up for 20 years plus. Of course, these past, 4 to 8 years, there's been an even greater awakening and an exposure of this evil. And yet we still have yet to see a justice being served in a measure that we could appreciate. But there was a time where justice needed to be served in a great way. And that was back when Moses stood before Pharaoh and said, "Let my people go." And in one night, right, everything changed. Those Israelites woke up and walked out of Egypt with all the wealth. They literally handed, all those corrupt people that were using them and have enslaved them for so long, turned over their wealth to these Israelites, and they walked out of there with everything. But justice still hadn't fully been served, right? I mean, that was that was just paying for damages. You know, there needed to be a larger accountability, and it was by the sovereign hand of God that that was found at the bottom of the Red Sea, and justice was served. And I think, you know, we all have our part, and we need to do what we can do in an effort to expose this and to seek justice. But I have this feeling that the battle belongs to the Lord on this one, and it's going to be by His swift sovereign hand.
Absolutely.
He's going to bring these modern day pharaohs down in a mighty way, where we're all going to know that this was of God, and He's going to receive the glory.
Well, I think you made an excellent point, though. The change can come in a moment. It doesn't have to even be a process, because God is the creator of the universe. He flung planets into existence. He can do anything He wants. And if we're faithful to Him, I think we'll see dramatic turnarounds very quickly. I mean, look at Donald Trump overcame an estimated 20 million fake votes to become president. That's not because of what we did. I mean, we had a part in it, but this was the hand of God on this election.
Amen.
The fact that he wasn't assassinated was God's hand on this election.
That's right.
Robert, I don't know if you heard me. You guys can hear me now?
Yeah, so you got a power outage.
Yeah, we had a little power outage. Feliz Año Nuevo desde Puerto Mexico. This is Mexico, guys. Happy New Year's for Mexico. This is what you get. New Year's Day, everyone's home. They're using their air conditioning, and they're using their, you know, power at home on New Year's Day. So there you go. But Robert, I don't know if you heard, I asked Dave if you can bet in Vegas on God or Satan winning. Who wins, God or Satan? And I don't know. You can bet on everything else in Vegas. They ought to make a bet on that. I'd put a line on that, because I think they know they'd lose, because everyone would bet on God. Everyone with a sane mind would bet on God for sure, because there's so many signs that God is winning right now, aren't there? To me, you look all around us. The Trump winning by Dave, you just pointed it out. Every time we turn around now, we see a deep state player in media, big business, politics, the resignations, the 450,000 sealed indictments that are being unsealed. They've expanded Gitmo to the hilt. I mean, the bad guys are going down and God is winning. Do you see it any different, Robert?
No, of course not. And you know, like Dave said, it doesn't have to be a long process. It can be immediate, but there is a process of sorts, because the Lord doesn't want to do this alone by Himself. I mean, ultimately, He is going to get the glory, and we're going to know it's only because of the hand of God that we won this and justice was served. But He wants to do this in relationship with us. So he has been formulating those relationships with us for years and allowing us to be a part of this, because you know, we're family. We're all sons and daughters of the Most High, and you know, he you know, that this is a story to be written that we get to talk about for all eternity. And so, like, what are we doing now, right? What's the mission now? And you know, currently, the reason why we're all here together is the mission is to come in here and fill a stopgap, you know, measure to take care of these folks in the Carolinas until we see this justice being served. So whatever anybody can do to help support this, whether it's prayer, sharing out the links on social media. If you go to buckupreliefmission.net, buckupreliefmission.net, which we probably should put that down that lower third too. Of course, the givesendgo.com/buckup is there. That's where you can donate. But if you go to buckupreliefmission.net, you can find our social media links. And there's a couple videos on there of some of the missions that we've ran. And, you know, we've got some special raffles going on, which is really exciting. It's actually, you know, our personal General Flynn painting that was given to us. It's a two of a kind. The only other person that has one of these is General Flynn himself. It actually has a value as a certificate of authenticity. Scotty's got it there. Maybe he can pull it up. And I know we got to get on to our next segment here, but there's a certificate of authenticity. It's like I said, two of a kind, and it has an $8,000 value. This is something I never wanted to part with. I'm proud of this piece that I have, but I was willing to make the sacrifice and donate it to the mission. So, you know, whoever can, we're asking, you know, for a donation of 5555 for this particular painting. You know, anybody's in a position that can do that. $5,555. You know, we're going to be doing a raffle for each one of those to give this painting away. And then there's some beanie babies. Jaime has put together some patriotic beanie babies that have some value too. And there's a story behind that, how they're near and dear to us, and some other things. So if you go to our social media, you'll find those different raffles there. There's a painting that we have of some mountains because you know, we're mountain movers, and we're going to the mountains to help these folks out. And you know, just trying to do what we can. And you know, it doesn't take you know, it's not all up to one person, but if a million of us get together and do a small part of it, we can get a lot done.
Robert, thanks so much. I'm going to bring in our next guest, Dave. You've been a champ, man. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dave.
Proud to be here.
Your acumen on the subject matter, Dave, no matter what we talk about, always blows me away. You always have an insight. And you are a common sense guy, man. That's why they call you the Common Sense Show. So, Dave, thanks so much. Any final words? And where can our listeners find you, for one thing? And what else do you want to say before you leave?
Well, I just say sign up for our newsletter, because that'll keep you up to date with everything we do. thecommonsenseshow.com. Click the newsletter link, put in your email. We don't sell your data, I promise. And then you can get an update of what we do. And I appreciate you being on. This is a great, great, worthy effort. And I can't stress to you how proud I am to have been a part of this.
Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
That's why you're a part of Sovereign Radio, brother. You are, anytime we call upon you, you're there. You never say no to something like this. You're always willing to help. So thank you, brother Dave, and we'll see you later.
Thank you.
Robert, you want to stay around? I'm going to bring in our next two guests. They're trucking. One's a trucking magnate. He won't admit to it. He's got a association with 44,000 members in trucking. So stick around 1 second, Robert. I want you to meet these guys.
Sounds good.
Look at these handsome guys. Look at these guys. Mike, you're hiding behind your name there, man. You got to come out from under. You are.
It came out too long. Hold on.
Robert, the guy that says Marlin. You see, I really like this guy. The problem is that head of hair I would kill for. That head of hair that guy has there, I would kill for. Marlin, how you doing?
I'm great, Scotty. How you doing? Good to see you, Mike.
I want you guys to meet Robert Agee. Robert is the founder, one of the founders of Buck Up Mission. He and his wife, Jaime, have crushed this thing. Guys, you got to look at the organization they put together. I swear it's the template for We the People disaster relief going forward. You guys have really created something, Robert. I don't think it's ever been done. Not that I'm aware of it. This magnitude. Yeah, you've got professional companies that come in and do disaster relief. They're subcontracted by our government to do it. But we're not going to depend on our government anymore. That's been the biggest takeaway for me of this disaster, this weapon, weapon warfare they've waged using weather to blow us out of the box. The biggest takeaway is we can do this without the government. We don't need FEMA. We don't need our government. And they don't want to help us anyway. So yeah, Robert, thanks so much. These guys, Mike Boston is a man of putting systems together. He'd be amazed at the system you and Jaime have put together for getting, I want to call it merchandise, getting supplies down to the Carolinas, getting it distributed, moving it to the masses, bringing in spiritual help, medical help. It's amazing what you've done. So Robert, thanks again. And I just wanted you to meet these two guys before you cut out.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's great to meet y'all. I'm looking forward to learning who y'all are, what you're involved in, and just the fact that you came on today to support this mission. Speaks volume of your character, and I know, and if Scotty knows y'all and approves of y'all, then y'all are 5-star people. I'm sure of it.
Robert, wait till you hear about the NOA. I just learned about them several months ago myself. It's a Truck Owners and Operators Association that's run by real owners and operators. These are, small, privately held independent truckers, man. It's a great organization. It's the lifeblood of the trucking industry. And Marlon here has put together a spaces group called American X Live, 25 plus different spaces. They're joining under one umbrella. They get millions of impressions a month now, and Sovereign Radio is going to be partnered up with Marlon and his X Spaces. And Marlon is involved. I think, yeah, we met Mike through Marlon. That's how we all came together here. So, you guys have any questions for Robert before he goes?
Well, I'll tell you what, Robert, I would love to, maybe we can do something behind the scenes there. Hey, Mike, we've been in touch with Texas Red, and, Mike is helped out a little bit with the logistics there. So, I think Mike might want to say hello to you. And, Robert, we're going to be here. So I do a space every day at 9 a.m. every weekday. So anytime you guys want to explore the Twitter platform, that hey, we can get you a voice there. So, Robert, nice to meet you.
Sounds good. No,
yeah, you know what, Robert, I'll get you on his X. I'll get you his X, his Spaces link. You can go on one day next week, and he'll be love to have you on and talk about Buck Up.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sounds wonderful. I appreciate it. And Jaime, she's the brains of this. All right, I'm just filling it. I'm just backing her up. This is her. She's the brainchild of it, and she's doing all the logistics and organizing and pulling this thing together. She's incredible. So I definitely want to make sure you stay in close contact with her.
Hey, the sign of a really smart man, Robert, is marrying up, buddy, and you married up. So there you go.
Appreciate y'all.
All right.
Thank you, Robert.
Mike Boston, it's so good to see you, man. I couldn't wait to have you on. I don't know if all the truckers move supplies in and out for Buck are aware of your organization, but I imagine they are. Why don't we start with I want you to tell this audience about NOOA, Mike, because the trucking industry is the lifeblood of Buck Up. Buck Up can't do what they're doing without the truckers. You are the truckers. You're the kind of trucker that's running supplies down to the Carolinas and Florida. They're not the big multinational trucking companies helping out, are they, Mike? It's the little guy that's running the supplies down to the Carolinas. So jump in, Mike, and tell us about NOOA.
Well, first of all, it's pretty much always like that, right? The mega corporations will only get involved when there is a profit to be made.
So true.
When these natural disasters happen, it is always the independent owner operators and truckers that come in and run to the rescue. We've had situations for years with hurricanes and devastation down in Florida, and guys not even thinking about themselves, just jumping in their trucks and running to bring supplies. Many of these truck drivers are veterans. They have nothing but courage, and they get in their trucks and they go to these affected areas and they deliver supplies. I have some of them that run under my authority, and we've seen some immense devastation, and these guys just drive their trucks through there to make sure people have clean water and food. They don't care. They're just going to get the job done, and it's incredible. As far as the National Owner Operators Association is concerned, we created this association a couple of years ago. We linked up with Marlon from American X Live, and we've been working together for the last 2 years, and I'm happy to say that Marlon is my friend, and we pretty much speak every day, we built this group together, and we've got 45,000 members and growing. This organization started with an idea. It was an idea that a few of us had, a handful of us had. And we said, why are we allowing these freight brokers to take all of our money? we're doing all the work. We're moving all this freight around the country. Why are we allowing these guys that sit in offices to take 30, 40, 70% out of our loads? And, you know, one guy raised his hand and he had a suggestion. He said, look, if you guys are, you know, willing to get involved, let's start boycotting these freight brokers one at a time. He said, you know, I had this idea a couple of years ago, but I didn't have the platform, you know, to make it happen, to round people up and organize people and make it happen. And at the time, I had my Facebook group with about 15, maybe 17,000 members. And I contacted the guy and I said, listen, you know, I like your idea. He said, you know, the only thing I need is a platform, Mike. And I said, well, I think I can help you. I have a group with about 17,000 members. And he said, okay, let's do it. And I made the announcement in my group, and it was like, you know, it went viral. Everyone, you know, started to, you know, contact me and wanted to get involved. So that's how it started. It started from just a simple idea, and we grew it pretty quickly to over 44,000 members.
Well, it's pretty impressive. I mean, I know that guys who are moving supplies down into the Carolinas are there. I would imagine all of them are familiar with who you are and what you do. I think it's so important to bring strength to the trucking industry, particularly the independent owners and operators. You know how I feel about your organization, Mike. I am, as a consumer, as a father of a daughter, I love truckers. I used to, you know, when I first got my driver's license, I was one of those guys on the road. Get out of my way. You know, always mad at the truckers for being in my way. Now I'm like, get off the road, let the trucker go, because truckers are our lifeblood. You know, you can get product on a plane, on a boat, on a train, and you can move it a long distance. But as we say, the last mile to the shelf is always on a truck. Nothing makes it to the stores without our trucks. And I can't think of there are other important or as important industries, but I can't think of any more important because our entire economy shuts down without truckers. And to me, long term, these big multinational, big trucking companies, Mike, you're at the precipice of the beginning of the end of these guys. I feel you and Marlon, what you've been fighting for, going to Washington, lobbying for the independent truckers, is only the beginning of the end of the big guys. I think, like every other industry, Google's the next to get split up like Ma Bell. People aren't aware. Google is being taken down from the inside out. You're going to hear about the antitrust suits any day now. Just like Ma Bell, we all grew up with Bell Telephone taken down. Now Google's taken down. How many trucking companies might control the big money in trucking? How many are there? I bet there's not a lot of them.
No, there's a handful, actually, Scotty. That's a good question. There's about 10 large companies, and it, you know, when we're talking about the trucking industry, what we like to focus on is not the actual trucking companies, but the brokers, the freight brokers that control the freight that moves around the country. And there's a handful of them. There's about 10. And they control most of the freight that moves around the country. People would be surprised, and you know, that's one of the reasons why we've been successful in, you know, linking up with you know, Marlon John from American X. We've been able to educate the public on how the supply chain and the trucking industry actually operates. And what we've noticed is most people don't know how that product gets on the shelf that they pull off and put in their shopping carts and take to the register and pay for. They don't know all of the pain and effort and hurt that goes behind getting that product on that shelf for them to be able to bring it home to their families. And through Marlon's help, we've been able to educate the public on actually how that happens. And, when you're sleeping in the middle of the night, there's a guy or a girl in a truck driving that product through, rain, snow, sleet, literally chains on their tires, slipping all over the highways, putting their lives in jeopardy to bring that product to a shelf. And they're not being paid properly. They're being ripped off by, like you said, that handful, 10 freight brokers in this country that control all of the freight that goes to the shelves for the American public.
Well, I knew the trucking industry was like the media industry. There's only 6 companies that own 90% of mainstream media. I knew your industry was similar to that. We've had conversations to that effect that every major industry where there's money to be made is controlled by half a dozen to a dozen cabal corporations. Marlon, I'm going to get to you on X Spaces in 1 second, but I
Sure.
want to bring in somebody that's waiting in the green room. If I can get my fingers to do the right thing here. I am without a mouse, so I'm using a trackpad. Guys, the room is about to get a lot better looking than our 3 mugs. Meet Donica Hudson, guys. She is involved in Buck Up intimately. She's been involved from the very beginning. She's also been a media personality. I don't know all of about her career, but weren't you in mainstream media too, Donica?
Not as much mainstream. I had my own show in the Carolinas and in South Africa, reporting on revival and spiritual awakening before I woke up and started getting with it and suing the federal government.
I don't know about you guys, but when I hear a woman with a Southern accent, I pay attention, man. That just draws me right in. When I was 15, I got to tell this story. It's got nothing to do with the telethon today, but I would have taken every dollar I had at 15 and donated it to Buck Up if I could hang out with this girl that waited on me in a restaurant at 15 in Tennessee. She said, "Sir, would you like some grits?" And boy, I fell in love. 3 words. Would you like three or 4 words? Like some grits? Boy, I tell you what, Donica, I love your dialect.
Thank you, Scott.
You did have a show, but for some reason I thought you know what it is? You've done a lot of mainstream media interviews. That's what I'm thinking about. You've been on mainstream media. Yeah, so
And
you
in
and I have
college,
hung out.
with an NBC affiliate, but I didn't go that route professionally. I kind of had to do it on my own when I saw the truth wasn't getting out, kind of like the rest of you guys.
I'm going to come back to you to talk about your role in Buck Up. I wanted you to come in and hear what Marlon's doing. He is aggregating content in spaces as he goes away. I wonder if that was my finger that did that. Here we go. No, he's gone.
Oh no.
He'll come back.
Marlon's got a tricky connection, Scotty.
Does he? Okay. I've knocked a couple people out with my finger on the mouse pad too.
He'll be back. He'll be back. It's nice to meet you, Donica.
Donica,
it's nice
he's
to
doing
meet
what
you,
else?
Michael, and thanks for all you did to
Yeah,
send all these trucks down. You know, my grandfather owned a trucking company. I have great respect for you, and I appreciate all you've done. I live here in Avery County in Western North Carolina. And Scotty, you're a big teddy bear. Just love you, brother.
Yeah. Well, I first time I met you, I knew your head and heart were in the right place, and I met you through, I think through the Agees. You were working with us on Take Our Border Back, and we all made a whopping 0 cents on Take Our Border Back, right? There was no personal gain in that. It was all about the border issue, just as this is all about the relief mission. And I know you spent a lot of time with charities and doing things like this. So I'm going to bring Marlon back in because I want you to hear, you're media savvy. I want you to hear what he's doing on Spaces. All right, Marlon, take it away. You're going to tell us what you're doing on Spaces. Can you hear us, Marlon? Yeah, he's gone again. All right. Well, he's aggregating content. He's aggregating space hosts putting them under one roof, under one brand, American X Live. And he's basically creating a network, a social network of space hosts, so they can all have, you know, common goals, talk about common issues, and tackle the world on space. To me, space is the most exciting new medium because it's like old talk radio. You get on, you talk to each other. The only difference is there's not generally a producer screening calls. Marlon doesn't screen his guests. Marlon lets anybody come on and talk on his spaces. Let's see if we can get him this time. Yeah, the old wheel spinning. All right, Marlon, we'll try to get you back. Keep trying, buddy. So, Donica, we're going to come to you now. Tell us what you're doing with Buck Up and your involvement. And I know you're a big shoulder they lean on for social media, and you have a ministry as well, do you not?
I do. It's called In His Presence Global Ministries Incorporated. And we have been using the nonprofit here to help these families. They're my neighbors. We were trapped. My family and I were trapped for 5 days.
Sorry, Scotty, I can't hear.
We were trapped for 5 days during Hurricane Helen here in Avery County. And it still looks like a war zone, Scotty and Michael and Marlon. I mean, people think that, oh, well, it's kind of old news now. They've rescued folks out of the mud. That's just not the case. It's not old news. Folks here still don't have places to live. They don't have vehicles. And so we teamed together recently. I have a nonprofit, IHP, as I mentioned earlier. We use the nonprofit. It's been in existence for 20 years to raise funds and have a banquet. I teamed up with what happened is Tony and Jennifer Buddha, which you all may know from the Reawaken tour. They have a place near me up here in Banner Elk, North Carolina. And they said, you know, let's do something. Jennifer and I were talking, let's do something for these families. And I said, we really need to, because they're not okay. There's 52 to 60 families that have been displaced, that lost their homes. And a lot of them lost all their vehicles too, that are still at a hotel here. So we gave them a banquet on December 19th. We gave them Bibles and blankets. Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Pete Chambers had the Remnant A team come, and Major Mike Hall was Santa Claus. Lydia Thomas, who's their spiritual leader, actually made a Remnant A team blanket so they could wrap up in the Word of God. And we raised $26,280 in cash and gave it to these families so that they could give their children Christmas. They could help replace items they've lost in their homes. They, you know, when you don't have a place to live, and some of them don't have a car to drive, you don't need a bunch of stuff to put in a hotel room. You need to pay what outstanding bills you have. You need to take care of your kids. You need to get new clothes. You need to get new shoes. It's the basics here, and it's utter devastation. I mean, when you can drive 10 minutes from my house, Scotty, and see it looks like a war zone still. Houses have slid off the mountain. Roads are still washed out. The trees have been swirled like they were flowers that you ripped up in a garden. I mean, it's still shocking just to drive and see. Now, if you go on further down in neighboring counties, like in Asheville, you've got all kinds of toxic waste that are eating up people's tires and the rubber in their boots, in the mud, and killing livestock. So we've got dire straight situations in these neighboring counties here. We are far from being repaired. The devastation is so bad that a city official said, you know, it'll be probably 10 years, Donica, before we get the rest of this back up to what we would call normal, if there is such a thing. My son, 6 weeks, because the hurricane ripped up the road, took out the infrastructure of the school, which, you know, you can't go to school if you don't have water and electricity. Couldn't drive there because it was 50-foot drop in the road. I mean, this is when people say roads are washed out. On my road, Scotty, it was 20 feet deep, 20 feet wide above the entrance to my neighborhood. And Robert Agee, who's on here, knows he's been here many times, and 20 feet deep and 20 feet wide below the entrance. We couldn't get out. I had a neighbor who had a broken ankle in 3 places. We couldn't get her out until day 4. And FEMA was nowhere to be found. Got her out on a side-by-side with Banner Elk Rescue. That's the situations we've been looking at.
So you've seen it all up close and personal. You're living in the Carolinas. Is it true you can travel for miles and miles and miles and see no home standing?
Yes, you have to get a little bit further away from where I am. Heading towards the counties that actually Dr. Sherry O'Donnell, who was here and nearby, I came and spent some time with her, and Dr. Elizabeth Enns. They traveled out a lot to Swannanoa. If you go down in those areas, I mean, entire miles of washed houses, and it's unbelievable. It really is. And, you know, I sat with some of the families. Robert and Jaime Agee came through here, and we delivered a truck of supplies over to the hotel where we gave the banquet. And we listened to some of the stories. They're heart-wrenching. I mean, stories that really you should put on the news because they're so unbelievable. Like a dad, you know, a dad and a grandpa preparing to die. I mean, this is firsthand from these families, and one was swept away. I mean, you just can't even believe your ears that this is happening in the mountains of North Carolina. Really? It's crazy.
Yeah, you know, Donica, I heard a story. I heard 2, but I want to repeat one I said earlier in this telethon. A man was found up to his neck in mud. He had been there 3 days, and the relief workers came to pull him out of the mud. He said, "Leave me here to die, please." They said, "Well, we can't do that. We're going to pull you out of the mud right now." He says, no, please don't pull me out. They're like, "Why do you not want to come out of the mud?" He said, "Because my family's below me in this mud, and they stopped back. Whew, this is hard to get out. They stopped scratching my leg 3 days ago. So I know they're not alive, and I want to go with them." This man
I heard that
did
same
not
story,
want to come
Scotty.
out of that mud because his family was below him in the mud, and it had been 72 hours since they were scratching at his leg to let him know they were okay. This is what we're facing, and you know, this is why this is so important. I'm so encouraged by this whole movement, showing that we, the people, can do this. We don't need anybody but each other to pull this off. And not that we're going to, in future disasters, eliminate the horror stories that we're seeing. A baby found 7 miles from home, washed away in the floods, 7 miles from home. That's not going to stop. But what will stop is this nonsense of people looking at each other, waiting for FEMA, waiting for the government. This is not ever going to be the government again. I hope this is a lesson learned from all of us that we, the people, can do this. And Robert and Jaime, I hope God puts you on a nationwide tour to teach people how to do this, because we all need to be ready for the next disaster. I want to go back to you, Marlon. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hey, sorry about that.
There
Danica,
you are. Okay.
Nice to meet you, Danica. So,
hi, Marlon.
Nice to meet you. So, you know, we have had so many people that have come into the spaces and gave us testimony. We have people that were from Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia, that were all affected. I think, you know, the fight that you guys are in is admirable, right? And hey, whatever we can do as far as I've been sending that link around for Buck Up in my spaces for a couple of weeks. So hopefully, you know, that, you know, Scotty's platform, Noah's platform, American Live, hey, we can help get that message out there, right? Not that you guys don't need it, but what I'm saying is there's eager Americans here to help. So the symbols that I saw of humanity that are coming out of those stories, I think that's what it's all about. So there is a silver lining there. Unfortunately, the loss there is going to be unbearable. but it is the humanity symbols that come out of there. So you guys you're right there. So anything we can do to help.
You know, Marlon, spaces like yours are absolute gifts for social media promotion because you allow us to come in and promote this kind of event. You never turn anybody away when they're doing something good. And it's a growing, I mean, spaces to me is the most growing natural place to get a message out because anybody and everybody's welcome to come speak in your spaces. You let anybody, do you filter people? Do you screen them? No, you don't. You let anybody come in and talk.
Well, hey, look, I'm not going to lie to you that my block list is extensive, but you know, realistically, being on here, I'm no professional social media guy. I was just an American with a voice. That's where it started. In issues just like Danica and Robert are dealing with, right? Having people that come on there. It wasn't great in the beginning when I only had 5 people in there, but you know, it's nice when, hey, we have 12, 15, 2,000 people roll through the space. And I'm not the biggest platform out there, but I do let them talk. It's not, you know, a panel of just experts up there pontificating to people. These are real stories. So, hey, and that's why, Scotty, that's why we're here today, you know, with Mike, right? It was really, hey, he's giving me too much credit, by the way. Mike's really the grandmaster of all of it, and really, like, you know, hey, I've been able to input and get some messaging out there when nobody else wanted to. So that's why, hey, just as important for Buck Up's adventure, it's just as important for Noah, you know, because, hey, you know, we know that, you know, America's hurting inside the supermarkets. You know, if you want, you know, your grocery bill to come down 30%, support the truckers. They're the one. It's the suburban women who we're calling on. We, you know, Mike didn't lead into it, but hey, you know, we have, you know, put efforts through NOAA, American X Live, in bold print, SBTC, and other people. But you know, that NPR is because of us. That's because, hey, we knew that we needed to move government. So even to have a notice of proposal rulemaking on a government website tells you that they are listening. So to Danica and Robert, hey, anything that we can do and start influencing our Congress people, especially the people in the state level, Western part, there's just so many questions why the Army Corps of Engineers wasn't detached, you know, within hours. They would have bridges and roads built, supplies to those people that we can't get to them. No, you know, the Army Corps of Engineers could have done that. That state of North Carolina failed those people. So, hey, there's injustices, and that's why we're here speaking. So, hey, please support the truckers because it's going to be an important, even in what they're doing.
Yeah, I want Danica and Robert to hear the real challenge in the trucking industry. Mike alluded to it. The brokers who disperse the jobs and bid out the jobs, they're absolutely gouging the owner operators. They're taking way more profit and giving crumbs to the truckers. Mike, explain the cost per mile that a trucker has and where you're at with these brokers right now, the way they're gouging you. Would you explain that to everybody?
No problem. Cost per mile is basically what it costs us to move a particular load from point A to point B, what our costs are going to be. And those costs mount up. We have high insurance costs. We've got high parts and labor costs. We've got fuel costs. We've got so many different costs. If you have multiple trucks and you've got drivers, you've got driver salaries, we've got government mandated ELD systems that have to be put in our trucks. So that's another cost. We've got all types of costs. So our margins on these loads are already slim. Most carriers like myself and others get their loads off of load boards. And these load boards are where brokers who negotiate freight with shippers post the loads, and they control all of the freight. So they know what they have all of the information. Basically, they know what the shipper's willing to pay to have that load moved. They take their cut out and they put that load on a load board for us to bid on. And because the brokers control all the freight, it kind of becomes a bidding war and a race to the bottom, right? We have no idea what that shipper is willing to really pay to have that load moved. We only know the information that the broker is posting on the load board and what they're telling us. Our costs right now across the board, if you're hauling dry van freight, is about, I think the national average is about $2.31 or $2.35 a mile. I think that report came out a couple of months ago by some government agency. So, you know, right now we're seeing loads paying less than $2 a mile in some places. So guys are doing loads at a loss. That's basically the case. A majority of this freight being moved around the country is being moved around by people taking losses. So we've seen a staggering amount of companies go out of business in the last 2 years. I think Marlon has the number. It's been staggering. And once again, the public doesn't know about it. So, you know,
Scott, not to jump in on you, Mike, but Scotty, in the year of 2023, there was 123,000 trucking companies that went under. Okay, 123. These are not single operators. These are anywhere from 1 to 10 trucks. Now think about the trickle down economics that happens with that. It's how about the dispatchers? How about the secretaries? How about the mechanics? How about the fuel? How about the parts? It all trickles down, right? So the reason that Mike brings up the mega corps, okay, these are the same people that, number one, right now are trying to capture the ports. No, I'm sorry. Let me put that in past tense. They have captured the ports. Okay, Amazon, Walmart, Target, all these big conglomerates are in those ports. Here's the other problem. The other problem is you have American companies. We all heard about the guy from West Palm when he went over and he brought Haitians over, right? He brought Haitians over, and you know we have American companies that are guaranteeing this illegal immigration status, state status, and then they're giving them the fast track to the CDLs. So this, you know, I'm going to pick one out right now. It's Mendoza Law Firm down in Washington, and per se, they actually have a lobbying firm too. Wow, wouldn't that make sense? So these are American companies that are skirting around the loopholes in the law to service these mega contractors with constant labor. That is a major problem for us. It does nothing but uproot and destroy our society, Scotty. We're seeing it happen.
Yeah, and again, this trucker industry to me is one of the top important industries, and they're so important to buck up relief mission. Robert, where would you be without the truck drivers, right? You couldn't get your work done. They're so critical to the mission. There is no mission. There is no buck up relief mission without the truckers, is there?
No, sir. That's right. And we have such an appreciation for them. And, you know, we got to become real close to them through the Take Our Border Back convoy. And actually, you know, this is, that's kind of how all this started from Vince, who was the lead pilot car in that convoy down to Texas, and, you know, contacting Jaime and saying, we got to do something. We got to load up some trucks. And then Jaime, being Jaime, said, let's do it, and pulled together the whole buck up relief, you know, buck up and fill the truck mission. And I just appreciate her and you, Marlon, and Michael, for all that you're doing and just being on here today and sharing the, you know, that there's so much more that goes into this than, you know, just trying to get a few donations to another state. It's very complex, but, you know, because of amazing folks like yourself, we're able to get this done together. I see we got Dr. Artis on here. This is wonderful because Dr. Artis and Donica Hudson were together with us here at our homestead in 2022 for the tent revival that we had, and we actually had a really incredible moment there. Donica Hudson had a word for Dr. Artis and myself, and that was it was really awesome. But Doctor, I really appreciate you being on here today.
Yeah, I was going to say, Dr. Artis was a little trouble getting in, and now that he's here, Donica, would you like to tell our audience where they can find all your work online?
Absolutely. You can go to donicahudson.com, and that's spelled DONICA, like Monica with a D, Hudson.com. And if you want to get a book and know how to pray about probably a lot of what Dr. Artis is going to talk about, the spirit of pharmakia, dethroning the deep state. How do you pray about what's going on here? How do you pray about our country that is a republic, not a democracy? You can get Pray America Great at that website. And hey, Dr. Artis, good to see you.
It's great to see you. Happy New Year to everybody.
Donica, you could stick around if you want. It was great to talk to you. Mike and Marlon, jump in, tell people where they can find you, because I'm going to turn this over the rest of the hour to Dr. Artis.
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, Mike.
If you'd like more information on the National Owner Operators Association and our lobbying wing and all of the services that we provide, or if you are an organization that is looking to work with the National Owner Operators Association and our team, our membership, you can find us at www.tnooa.com, www.tnooa.com. If you'd like to reach me directly, you could reach me at info@tnooa.com. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. And Marlon, where do people find your spaces?
Yep. So, hey, it's Marlon, and if you go to AmericanXLive.com, you can sign up there. I do a space just about religiously every weekday between 9 a.m. and 12 p.m. So Donica and Robert and Doctor, if you guys really ever want to jump onto X, we have a wide range of people, and the homeopathics has been such a big talking point. Harmonics, vibrationals, everything is there. And if you guys came on and explored that with our community, I'm sure it would be greatly appreciated. So, Doctor, nice to meet you. Donica and Robert, thank you for having me. Mike, great to see you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet
Guys, really appreciate you. So let's get to the Dr. Artis. Dr. Artis, you were accused of a lot of snake oil, but in fact, the snake venom was real, wasn't it?
It takes a while for people to grasp new concepts, new ideas, new biological weapons they've never considered before. It just took a while, but I was determined, obviously, as you could tell. It appears everybody texts me all the time saying they see my face everywhere, so people are sharing the message all over the place, which is great. But yes, you've all been lied to. We've all been deceived. And it is a mind-boggling expose to dig up all the research and all the deceit in which Big Pharma controls our media, controls our government officials, controls all of our federal health agencies. It has been a massive undertaking to try to make sense out of the madness we've all lived through for more than the last 4 years. This has been a massive amount of deceit going back 100 years easily. So really, truly, since the Flexner Report in 1910 was written and they reconstructed all the curriculum for medicine in America and Canada, it literally set the stage for everything you now are indoctrinated with in medicine. When you go to medical school, exit medical school, you have been indoctrinated with inaccuracies, deceit, and lies about health in general. So unfortunately, those have persisted for years and decades, culminated in an effort they thought starting in 2020 to deceive the whole world that maybe they've all fallen for this narrative that there are viruses that spread all season every year, or each flu and common cold season of every year. And the majority of the world has fallen for this and has actually, they watched 90% of all Americans every year volunteer themselves for vaccine agendas every year with this common narrative that there are respiratory viruses being spread around the world, when in fact, you've all been lied to. And they have literally been poisoning us with EMF radiation, with physical biological weapons, including the manufacturing in laboratories around the world, synthetic forms of every venom on earth and calling them viruses, spreading them via air, water, food, now injecting them into our plants and our animals we consume. And they are going to continue to tell you that these viral pandemics are threads of natural tendencies. And it's amazing, though, that they continue to fall on dates and years of election cycles. Isn't that weird? That these viral pandemics continue to come out every 4 years, it appears. And in fact, I don't know if you guys watched this. It's great to join you guys. And I'm sorry for everything that's occurred in North Carolina, regardless if it was orchestrated, planned, or if it was a natural occurrence. People in humanity, we pride ourselves on showing up for our family, and that is extended beyond those families we were born into. So it is truly, I believe, we should be looking at humanity as a huge family, brothers, sisters, cousins, and we should be treating all of our brothers and sisters the same way we would expect them to show up for us in any periods of emergency. So I just want y'all to know this is why I stepped out into the spotlight in 2020, is when my father-in-law was murdered in a hospital. And then I read the NIH's website's protocol for hospitalized COVID-19 Americans. And that exact protocol had already been known before they put it and published it and sent it to all hospitals. They already knew 53% of all people they gave this drug cocktail to was going to die. And this would help support their narrative and scare people into wanting to volunteer them and their family and grandchildren for a vaccine that has never been proven safe or effective ever. So this is what they did during COVID. It's why I wrote the book, Moving Beyond COVID-19 Lies, because what people have slowly realized is you cannot have 100% blind faith in what our government tells us in the realm of health. You cannot trust 100% of the things your medical doctors say to you to your face when you're in their offices or in their treatment rooms in a hospital. You cannot trust what they say because they're just repeating what it is their associations have told them to say, or their pharmaceutical reps have told them to say. They do not, most of them, spend time studying on their own how health really works, how nature provides value, how over-the-counter medications or off-patent medications can actually provide value. And you saw what happened when people do not study on their own or research their own industry or their own careers. So that is what we found during COVID-19. That's why I started speaking out. And I do, I have a lot to say. Obviously, I'm all over the world trying to make sure everybody knows what's going on as far as health is concerned. I just want to give a very serious warning here while we're all trying to help those in North Carolina and raising funds for them. My entire family, including all of my siblings, we grew up in New Orleans when we were younger, and all of my relatives live in New Orleans all around Lake Pontchartrain. And in 2005, when Hurricane Katrina hit and destroyed that whole region, I closed my practice in Tennessee, drove down there, and actually slept in an airport hangar in Slidell on the north side of Lake Pontchartrain, and spent an entire week cutting trees off of people's houses, getting boats out of their yards or out of their homes, trying to help these people restore their lives. And this is no different than what we should be seeing in North Carolina, is an effort for people around the world to come together, either in donations, time, energy, you name it, water. It doesn't matter what it is. You should be supporting these people there. They are your brothers, your sisters, and we should help them. So that's why we're standing here. My goal the last 4 years has been to protect you from not being murdered in a hospital and not fall victim to disease, paralyzation, heart disease, myocarditis with a faulty, dangerous, already published to be deadly COVID-19 vaccine agenda. So this is my warning to all of you. Dr. Peter Hotez in Houston, who is a medical doctor who's in research, who helped to develop one of the COVID-19 vaccines that was given to billions of people in India. And that actual vaccine for COVID was called CobraVax. Ironically, Corbavax. They just transposed the R and the B. It actually reads Corbavax. He developed this vaccine for COVID-19 hospitalized or non-hospitalized Indian populations. This guy said 2 weeks ago on CNN News and on Fox News that when Donald Trump takes office on January 21st, the next pandemic is going to be unleashed on America, called the bird flu. And he said it. Bird flu is going to start a pandemic in America the day Donald Trump takes office. He said it out of his mouth. Then my next question for you is this. How much crap do you really believe when anybody says anything in the mainstream media? Okay, let me just make things very, very clear for everybody. We've got massive concerns for those in North Carolina. I have massive concerns about what they're about to do to all of you in America. And then all of you worldwide with this new respiratory virus they're telling you is only spread from infected birds. Okay, it's a coughing infection, supposedly, again, as if a bat coughed in China and created the COVID-19 pandemic. I hope you don't believe that. Hope you've gotten over that. They're now telling you that on January 21st, 2025, all the birds in America that are sick are going to cough on you and your family, and they know it. So if you believe that kind of narrative, you might want to log off this telethon because this is absurd. You're not even using common sense or logic. Now, either they have pre-planned these events when they can tell you they're coming out on a certain date and proclaim them to be. But in order to help refute some of the fear, anxiety, and propaganda that's going to be shoved down your throat and has already started, I want to remove some of the anxiety, fear, and I want you to be able to laugh at it like I do. In 2008, everybody watching this can go look it up. After you've made your donation to help those in North Carolina, I want you to then, after you make your donation, I want you to go on Google and I want you to type in CBS News 2008. And their titled article is, write it in, Egypt's Disappearing Chickens. That's from 2008. The article will pull up #1 on Google. Open it and read it. It's a very short little summary of this bird flu in 2025 that they're telling you is about to come out. In 2008, they share with the world, when they're interviewing scientists and medical scientists, they want to know, how do human beings contract this H5N1 bird flu? How do people get it? And they tell you in this article, there's only 3 ways anybody can capture or be infected with the bird flu. Would your audiences like to know what it is? I'll tell you. It's very simple. There's 3 ways. Did you know there's only 3 ways human beings can get this thing that they say on January 21st is going to unleash on America when Donald Trump goes into office? All right, these are the only 3 ways all human beings in America and abroad can get the bird flu, H5N1 avian influenza virus, AIV for short. You have to, #1, inhale the blood of an infected bird with the bird flu. Robert, Donica, Scotty, how many people do you know have ever inhaled into their lungs the blood of a bird?
None that I can remember.
Have you ever inhaled into your lungs, the blood of an infected bird?
No, sir.
No. Have you ever inhaled the blood of any bird, infected or not? I hope not. I don't know. Second way a human being can get the bird flu and contract the bird flu is this. You have to inhale into your lungs the feathers of an infected bird into your lungs. Donica, have you ever inhaled the feather of a bird into your lungs? Ever? She's on mute, but I bet she hasn't. Robert, how about you?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not as you're aware of. Okay, well, I would assume you'd be aware a feather was in your lungs. I mean, it's different than air and gas. How about you, Scotty?
Well, when I was 15 stone on a beach in high school in Florida, I brought a bird up to my face and kissed it, but I don't know if I inhaled the feathers.
All right, well, you got the closest of the 3 of us, I think, on inhaling
Don't plan to.
possible bird feather into your lungs. All right, there's only a 3rd way it has been published that human beings can contract the bird flu. You might as well know what they are before they start telling you a lie come January 21st of 2025. The 3rd way is you have to inhale the poop of a bird infected with the bird flu. How many of you have inhaled bird poop ever in your life into your lungs? How many of you ever done that?
So ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
So listen. Now, we'll give some credence to this claim. If you are a chicken egg or chicken house farmer and you raise chickens and eggs and you go into a chicken coop and you kick up dry dust poop, you could inhale some dry particles of poop or maybe a feather once in a while, maybe. I don't know. but you're definitely not inhaling the blood. It's very unlikely the majority of Americans will ever inhale the feather of a bird into their lungs that's infected with the bird flu, inhale the blood of a bird into their lungs, or inhale bird poop into your lungs. Okay, that means 99% of all Americans cannot get this bird flu unless you do this. If you don't work in a chicken coop every day in a big chicken house or produce chicken for Tyson Farms, or Tyson Foods, you don't have to worry about it. Those are the only ways you get it. However, I do want to say something. This is amazing. The 2008 article is about these scientists were flown from America to Egypt. It's called Egypt's Disappearing Chickens. And they made an mRNA bird flu vaccine. And they were asked to give it to 25 million chickens in Egypt. And they wanted to test this technology to see if it beats the bird flu from spreading to other chickens. So they injected 25 million chickens with the bird flu vaccines. 100% of them got the bird flu and had to be slaughtered. It was a 100% failed vaccine agenda with the bird flu vaccine. Now, these same scientists who had a 100% failed vaccine for the bird flu were asked to come back to Egypt in 2013. And they were asked to bring the same failed vaccines and try their experiment again. Not a joke. I showed the research study and this Egypt's Disappearing Chickens article from 2008. And I built an entire podcast to show a presentation of how you at home can beat the bird flu, because these scientists in 2013, the same ones who created and injected 25 million birds for the bird flu, 100% failed vaccine. They had to slaughter all those chickens. It was a massive food shortage for Egyptians, with 25 million chickens having to be slaughtered that they would have consumed. 5 years later, those same scientists come back. And in the research study, they talk about, this was a 100% failed vaccine. How are we going to try this same vaccine and see if it works? All the scientists then decide, I think it's a good idea we add something to this failed vaccine, put it in the syringe, and then inject that into the birds, and let's see if it prevents infection and transmission of the bird flu in bird farms, chicken farms all over Egypt. And all they did was add a seed oil, an essential oil from a seed, into the vaccine. And the actual plant seed is called Nigella sativa. You at home would know it as black cumin seed oil. Now, all they did was take black cumin seed oil and put it in the vaccine. And they say we selected this because of its incredible immune boosting effect against all bacteria and all viruses and all fungus. So let's just put it in there and see if it works. So they put black cumin seed in there. They go and inject another 25 million chickens in Egypt 5 years later. And it has a 92% success rate, and none of the chickens are able to spread bird flu to any other chickens. All right, now what you're going to be told here is that on January 21st, a new pandemic is going to be launched during Donald Trump's new campaign as president again. And there's going to be a new vaccine coming out for that. It will be an mRNA vaccine for the bird flu. Nope, you don't need it. They already proved in 2013, the scientists that created this bird flu mRNA vaccine, that you need just a simple natural solution called black cumin seed oil. And I'll just say it here. There's actually a product I developed last year that I provided to my audiences as a preventative against the shedding of the COVID-19 mRNA vaccinated people. This is to prevent people from being shed on and having issues from those vaccinated and those around those vaccinated. But the same ingredients are published cures for the bird flu. So if you want to know what the name of the product is and you just need to have it in your medicine cabinet, be ready by January 21st, just go to the Dr. Artist Show and buy BioDefense. And if you just go there and buy the product, I'm just going to tell you right now, between now and let's just say the next 10 days from the production of this actual telethon, I'm going to donate $1 of all proceeds from any of those bottles to this effort. This is a way for me to contribute to the North Carolina Relief Fund. We're going to go do it. So go to the Dr. Artist Show and get it. You just want this in your medicine cabinet as a preventative. However, if you don't want that, you don't need it. You can actually go to your grocery store and you can buy 2 other published known cures for this replicating RNA virus they call H5N1. In 2021, I showed the world they published the cure for this type of supposed respiratory virus, the bird flu. There's 2 other cures you can go get in any health food store or any grocery store in America. #1 published cure in 2021 for the bird flu to keep it from replicating in your body, even if you inhaled the blood, feather, or poop of a bird, America. You can actually drink green leaf tea, and it is a cure for the bird flu. And they publish it actually stops the replication process of this avian influenza virus in the human body. Published in 2021. You can get that. You can get green leaf tea anywhere. And then did you know, so stock up on green leaf tea if you think you're going to be worried about the bird flu when the media starts telling you a great lie starting January 21st. And then the third cure for the bird flu is virgin coconut oil. So if you are wondering what oil should I buy at home when I'm cooking while I'm being locked down for the bird flu, get virgin coconut oil. It'll protect your entire family. Substitute your butter, your avocado oil, your olive oil, and just start using virgin coconut oil. It is a published known cure for the bird flu. So if I can provide any value to those in this telethon, I'm just going to tell you right now, there's ways to provide value. I want to provide life-saving information for you. There are already known natural antidotes to every single what they're going to call viral pandemic. And don't forget your nicotine patches. I just have to tell you, nothing stands in the way of every future viral pandemic that allows them to create narratives of all kind, like you're seeing in the media now and abroad, then lying to you about viral infections spreading around the world that you can't see. It's the boogeyman, these viruses. And you need to go get my new vaccine, unproven, safe, and effective vaccine agendas. So the absolute cure published for all viruses I have found in the last 2 years researching all influenza viruses. There's 29 different ones. Every single coronavirus, which is your common cold virus, HIV virus, rabies virus, measles virus, polio virus, rubella, you name it. All viruses have one known enemy. One known kryptonite, and it's nicotine. So you need to, this is why they're going after all countries around the world. They're going after tobacco companies, going after nicotine making agent companies or contract manufacturers for suckets, vaping products that have nicotine, for nicotine patches. I don't know if you guys are watching this, but the UK, New Zealand, Australia, Canada, America, all in unison now have new health agendas. During the middle of the pandemic, they declared we are going to make nicotine agents and tobacco products unavailable to our citizens at all commercially by the year 2030. There's a reason for that. They know nicotine and tobacco products are the antidote to all things they call viruses. And in order to sell a vaccine agenda, they had to convince the world since 1994 through the FDA's lie that nicotine is addictive. They created that lie in between 1994 when they started that lie and 2020 was exactly 26 years, sorry. In that 26 years, the Americans that were using tobacco products went from 51% of all adults in America using tobacco products. 26 years later, it's 11% or less by 2020. This was the propaganda they used to make sure the majority of adults in America got sick with the biological weapon they called COVID. And then the majority of the adults in America who now are going to get sick because they don't have nicotine going into their body, they will now sign up and volunteer themselves, their family, their children, their elderly for a vaccine agenda promising savior.
So Dr. Artis, did you hook up with Tucker?
Have I hooked up with Tucker?
To start, because he just launched that new nicotine pouches that he's selling.
He just launched his own nicotine pouches. Yeah, his claims, and I've watched his podcast. No, him and I have not talked, but I guarantee you he has watched all my stuff, or else he would not have dared come talking about this. His claims are why he's coming out with his own nicotine pouch suck it, like Zen, ZYN, those packets, which is what he used. Nick Nack has another version. Mm-hmm. He's coming out with his own. Did you also hear, Robert, that Amazon is coming out with its own branded nicotine patches now? Oh, yeah, there's a reason. Y'all need to be careful with these companies. They're going to provide a nicotine product that is not as effective, and it will probably be more toxic and create problems, but be cheaper than all the other brands.
Can we trust Tucker?
Tucker, however, Tucker says the only reason he believes all these governments, as I have spoken about for 3 years, are going after nicotine and tobacco products. He claims in the last 6 months, he's done big podcasts on this for hours. He believes the reason why our government, America is even going after wanting to overtax tobacco products and nicotine products, which they have announced they're going to do on their way to 2030 and banning them all from the country. He believes it's because Big Pharma will lose a ton of money in their testosterone synthetic hormone replacement therapies. So you see these testosterone clinics all over the country for men and women, low T centers. And Tucker has openly talked about that he believes the attack on nicotine is because Big Pharma is losing tons of money when men and women are using nicotine products like his Suck It, his pouches, nicotine patches, or even tobacco products. Nicotine raises testosterone levels in all people. So he believes that Big Pharma's pissed that they're losing money as nicotine agents are becoming more popular, being more purchased, and then less people are going to require testosterone as their sex drive, libido, ED disappears. And so this is 100% a published known benefit of nicotine. And just so everybody out there knows, you may not know everything that I produce and what I've researched and presented around the world. I'm literally being flown around the world to do presentations on nicotine and all of its health benefits. You've all been lied to that nicotine is only found in tobacco. It is not. God actually put nicotine in a whole bunch of plants, and we eat them every week. And the FDA doesn't want you to know they're loaded with nicotine, but you eat them every day. And any of you out there going, I don't want my kids getting on cigarettes or snuff. I don't want them addicted to nicotine. Every one of you parents are taking your kids to Chick-fil-A, McDonald's, Burger King, Dairy Queen, and buying them French fries with ketchup. Do you know that white potatoes have the 4th highest amount of nicotine on earth as far as a plant? And did you know those French fries and potato chips from Frito-Lay, which are nicotine laced, every single one of them, potato chips, did you know that when you take your French fries, though, you're dipping it in ketchup? You know what ketchup's made of? Tomatoes. Do you know what tomatoes have? They're the 3rd highest amount of nicotine containing plants on earth. So all you parents out there going, I don't want my kids having Camel cigarettes, and Camel cigarettes are promoting with cartoon characters to children their nicotine-laced addictive chemical. No. You guys are giving your children an addictive chemical, even though it's not addictive. You've been lied to. Every time you take them for a Happy Meal, you're giving them 2 doses of nicotine every time you show up. You don't care about nicotine. You know your kids aren't addicted to nicotine. That's not the case. The 2nd highest containing nicotine food on earth is eggplants. So in order, it's tobacco, eggplants, red tomatoes. Green tomatoes, by the way, have 4 times more nicotine than red ones. And then white potatoes have the 4th highest. So if you don't want to use nicotine agents to prevent the next pandemic or viral outbreak or flu season, you should start eating the nicotine-rich plants. Bell peppers have tons of nicotine. Cauliflower and celery have lots of nicotine. Zucchini and squash have lots of nicotine. The highest amount of nicotine is found in the nightshade vegetable groups, and I mean by number of plants. That is the highest rich nicotine plant group on earth. And Robert, Donica, Scotty, none of us invented those plants. God did. And then you need to ask yourself, why did God put nicotine in all those vegetables? Why? That we're supposed to eat. And why did he put nicotine receptors on every cell of the human body? And why has the FDA lied to you since 1994 that it's the addictive chemical in cigarettes and tobacco products that makes it addictive, when in fact it is not? And since 1970, we know the FDA has documents that in 1970, they started allowing tobacco giants to add 16 different man-made chemicals called pyrazines to make every tobacco product addictive, because nicotine is not addictive. This has been since 1970. And Harvard published this research in 2016. And in their paper wrote, the FDA should stop regulating nicotine as the addictive substance in tobacco, and they need to start regulating pyrazines, that they're allowing the tobacco giants 16 different chemicals for every part of a tobacco plant added to any product they make. They add 16 man-made addictive chemicals called pyrazines. So you've been lied to, and the truth is Tucker is not right about the fact that they're attacking nicotine just because of testosterone. What you don't know is what science knows and what medicine knows. They know nicotine, found in all those vegetables I just named and in tobacco plants, is a preventative and a curing agent, even from tobacco products. It is a preventative and a cure, even in tobacco products. commercial snuff, cigarettes, the nicotine in those, well, even with the pyrazines and all those vegetables, are published cures for these things, people. Parkinson's disease, MS, Alzheimer's, ulcerative colitis, every arthritis, autism. Most of the characteristic traits of autism are known to be improved with nicotine patches. I show all the studies on this. Myocarditis was published during the pandemic to be cured in 3 days of nicotine administration alone, with nothing else. Even the scarring on the heart is reversed, which is 3 days of a small amount of nicotine. This is why they hate nicotine. They don't want you knowing about nicotine. It's also published, did you know, during the pandemic, that glioblastoma brain tumors are dissolved by half in 3 days with a small dose of nicotine intravenously alone. No chemotherapy, no radiation, no surgery. And then the researchers on day 3 were told to stop the study. And they were only allowed to publish 50% shrinkage of the tumor in 3 days. But we're told you can't go any further. Well, what would have happened after 6 days? Would it have been 100% gone? And just so everybody knows around the world, you've been lied to about nicotine, and cancer treating doctors around the world have taken the information I provided them for the last 3 years about how nicotine works in the human body to prevent all these things. And they are using nicotine now in all of their treatments for cancers all over the body. And they are seeing miraculous results. When you read my book, Moving Beyond COVID-19 Lies, if you're on Amazon, go there and type in COVID-19 Lies book. It is a #1 bestseller. I found out over Thanksgiving. It received the Amazon bestseller badge along with Melania Trump in her book. Okay, great. I guess we're in great company. Keep it up. These people need to know the truth. People are clamoring for the truth, and they are all suffering. And in that book, the subtitle is Restoring Health and Hope for Humanity. I lay out for all of these things, how you can improve your health with what we know from DNA testing in relationship to COVID, all things long COVID, and all things COVID-19 vaccine injuries. And the truth is, you're going to figure out that the majority of the lies during COVID, all the vaccine injuries you're seeing reported from COVID, long COVID, and the vaccines are exactly the same medical conditions and chronic illnesses Americans have been diagnosed for a century. And they're all being caused by the same thing. They just didn't want you to know about the venom industrial complex that they use around the world. And they literally manufacture venoms around the world and have forever. For like 100 years, our whole lifetimes they've been doing it, but they have not told you they're doing this.
Doctor, what you've done for all of us, for America, for the world, has proven how much our government and those in charge have lied to us and deceived us, and aren't looking out for our best interests. And that's why we wanted you to come on here today. We respect you, and we honor you, and we know that you care about your fellow brothers and sisters, and you're doing everything that you can do and the sacrifices you're making to restore their health and bring them knowledge and understanding of these things so that they can protect themselves. And here with the Buck Up Relief Mission, we're trying to do that in another way with these folks in North Carolina. They need us. And we're all trying to step up to, fulfill a need. And we just, again, really appreciate you coming on and leading the charge. I remember, several years ago when you're sitting right over here and you were telling us about this new discovery of this venom and how you stumbled upon this, right? You weren't even looking for it. Nope. And to see, how far and how much that has developed over the years, it's incredible. God's using you, and we thank you for that. Thank you for your service to our nation.
And I wanted
so
the Surgeon General
warning on cigarettes is snake oil.
It is snake oil, unfortunately.
Isn't that crazy? That Surgeon General warning that was so important to put on those cigarettes is a bunch of snake oil.
Yep. In fact, if you guys want to learn more about this great lie about nicotine, I'm telling you, I wear a 3.5 milligram nicotine patch. I will every day the rest of my life. And that should mean something. Why would Dr. Artist do this? Oh, you'll find out once you understand the research and why they would lie to you about nicotine. Nicotine is an incredible nutrient, not a drug, as the FDA wants you to believe it is. It's a nutrient God infused in our plants to help preserve our life boost our immune systems, and protect us from what he knew men and women on this earth would attempt to deceive you with right now. And I believe God knew it way ahead of time. Obviously, I believe he's all-knowing, omniscient, and I believe he's out. And he puts people on the planet that will trust in him, pray, seek for revelation and guidance for all of his brothers and sisters on the planet. And that I'm just one of those. I'm trying to be that for everybody else. I will wear a nicotine patch the rest of my life to prevent heart disease, all viral infections, protect my cognitive function. Did you know it is a cure for dementia? I'm just telling you, I'm trying to provide. I don't even sell a nicotine product. So good on Tucker for doing that. Good on Amazon for trying to do it. I don't care. I don't have a nicotine product. It's about getting you the information to protect you and your family and your loved ones, just like we want to do to help protect and improve the lives of people in North Carolina through this. And I cannot say enough about the Banners for Freedom effort that you put together, Robert and Jaime, and that you led around the country to help get the narrative, the true narrative about what was going on behind the scenes, everybody's home and in their lives and in their bloodstreams with the COVID-19 vaccines and hospital protocols. You guys have headed a great effort to actually wake up the world and bring attention to an onslaught of lies and deceit. So I'm very, very proud for all the things that you guys have done.
It's definitely a collaborative effort. And, Donica has been a big help in that. And I want her to share. She had an interaction with JD Vance, but before she shares that, I know we've got to move on because time is ticking. I think we're a little bit past. Do you have any thoughts or something you want to share with Dr. Artis? Donica?
With me, first of all, I want to say thank you, Dr. Artis. You opened my eyes a couple of years ago when you first came out, explaining that old serpent, the venom, and that industrial complex, as you said, that's being used around the world to really deceive us. And he's still the same. We're dealing with the demonic Babylonian spirit of pharmakia that really is deceiving the nations of the world. And that's in Revelation 17:23, and trying to push us into an end time new world order. You can see that being played out. I'm sure you see it around the world as you're speaking, Dr. Artis, but even in looking at what's happened in the devastation in North Carolina, I'm going to tie these two together. If we look at the clear agenda of the globalist, it's genocide. Okay. And they do that in many, many ways. Let's just suppose that there's a lithium and mineral land grab going on that Ann Vandersteel's documentary will shed a whole lot of light on coming up later today. She was here in my county. I went to the debut there, was with General Flynn and Doc Pete Chambers and Major Mike and Ann and her husband. And it's a lot of stuff that I had researched. And yes, I did have an exchange with JD Vance on the platform at Moms for America in Pennsylvania at a town hall. And they asked me to speak because of having survived this hurricane. And I wanted to know, okay, what will the Trump-Vance administration do to restructure FEMA and rebuild Western North Carolina? Because in my opinion, FEMA has become a globalist agency. Our friend Glenn Beck, who was our keynote speaker with Robert and Jaime and the whole First Landing 1607 team, Glenn also sent a media team to embed in the convoy with us. Glenn did a big expose on this, an investigative journalist expose on FEMA. And they have adopted the New World Order goals. I mean, tell me why in the world they have moved from taking care of we the people to the goals that they have that are stated that line up with the World Economic Forum. Climate resilience, really? Okay, so I was trapped here 5 days in our neighborhood, and FEMA was nowhere to be found. They didn't show up for weeks. And when they have, they've often offered a little token of $750. And they say that's just the beginning. But yet the mayor in Newland, North Carolina, talked about on Fox how his daughter was only offered $350 of that $750 for a flooded basement. Please, this is ridiculous. They are not. And if you look at how they were formed, and you guys talked about this earlier, Scotty, through executive order, I believe during the Carter administration, FEMA was formed. So my question to JD Vance is, I really wanted to say, will you abolish FEMA? Just like Trump wants to do with the Department of Education, which my husband and I sued, and the department. I mean, what's the point? They're trying to take away the rights of the states, take away the rights of we the people, and supersede our republic and call it a democracy, which it is not. And then, you know, have a big federal government that everybody looks to and idolizes, just like they do the medical community, Dr. Artis. I mean, we have really got to take control back of what is truth and what the narrative of truth really is. And you're doing a fine job at that, by the way, Dr. Artis. I appreciate all of your efforts. Here in North Carolina, my question that I asked to him about restructuring FEMA and what would they do to rebuild Western North Carolina, JD Vance looked me in the eye on the platform. I was just a couple of feet away. And he said, well, I'm going to look you in the eye and tell you that we will work to rebuild it. He did come out here. He was with Franklin and Edward Graham, and I took our lieutenant governor to meet with them during this hurricane holocaust, is what I call it, because to me, it really has been a holocaust. Every rescue effort I have seen has been citizen led. I went to all the airports, was reporting on that. I took Paula Dean to meet with Franklin Graham as well. She blessed Samaritan's Purse. You know, we have had private citizens coming in and doing the rescue efforts. All the choppers at all these surrounding airports, and I went to 3, they were all self-funded. Why? Why? You know, we the people who pay taxes for all of these agencies got nothing. We're having to pay double is what's happened here for citizen-led efforts. We really, really need our country back. We need to do away with the incorporation of the United States. We need to get the power back to the people and back to the states as a republic, which I'm so thankful that Robert and Jaime are working on. And if you just look at that, we have to, everything that we look at that is happening with natural disasters, with pandemics, with bioweapons, with even the mud that has been contaminated here and the water, we have to look at those things through the lens of a globalist. What's happening here? What is the big picture? How do you move a country into a one world government? We know that sets the stage for the Antichrist. And if you're a believer, it's all in the good book that we know is the Bible. And that's what my book's about, teaching us how to see that through the scriptures and then how to pray about it, push it back, and use the truth like Dr. Artis is globally and like you guys are doing with Sovereign Radio. And I also want to say, when I was on the platform with JD Vance in Pennsylvania, I met Beth Sawyer. And she's with WLTV in New Jersey. And she actually came up with the idea of the banquet. So she and Steve Diorio out of New Jersey started getting on the radio. The folks in New Jersey started sending relief trucks, and we did the banquet. And we're still raising funds for these folks who don't even have houses or vehicles so that they can get back to work. They told us at the banquet on December 19th that they would really like to go back to work. Well, that's a good thing. It's in us as Americans to want to work, to be independent, to not to be run like communists and cattle, which is the goal of the globalists. We do not want to be handed out our rations of food, our medicine, be forced into concentration camps. And by the way, when my book came out, Pray America Great, in 2020, I talked about how just over the state line, there were camps that were being set up. I mean, I've got it's fully footnoted with a copy of what Governor Lee did over there. Not whether he's aware of what it was or not, we are being set up to be fed like cattle into camps. Ann Vandersteel came down here and she's exposing a lot of that as well. We, the people, have to stand up. We got to take care of ourselves, of each other. We got to call upon God. You know, Jeremiah 17:5 says, cursed is the man who has quit trusting God and trust in the army. We have to petition our Lord. We have to ask him to give us the means to do what we need to do so that we can save our republic, so that we can save humanity. God has a 2030 agenda. Dr. Artis, you were exposing the 2030 agenda, of the enemy. And that's all we hear. God, the 2030 agenda of the globalists, and it is in full force. And we are slowly but surely waking up, and you're helping wake up. Every one of you is helping wake America up, and hopefully other countries as well. What's God's 2030 agenda? That's what I'm writing about right now. And this is how we do it. Sovereign Radio, Scotty Saks, Robert Agee, Dr. Brian Artis. Each of us has a role. The truckers. Over 60 trucks have come in here that I personally helped direct to relief efforts. And I didn't know it was that many until the pastor I was sending them to give out the supplies said, Donica, you've sent me over 60 trucks. We're running out of space of where to put things. God is in the business of supplying our needs. All we have to do is just tune in and listen to him. And if you're listening to me right now, go to GiveSendGo/BuckUp. GiveSendGo.com/BuckUp. Every dollar you give is going to help with boots on the ground relief. And I'm one of those with many of the other ministries, agencies out here that are citizen led, that are helping put the supplies into the hands of the people. We're working with tiny homes, helping get vehicles, giving people a way to get heat. Do you know, and I verified this, that an infant actually died from hypothermia in a tent because the family was kicked out of a tiny house because they didn't have the permits they needed? That is a travesty. The government has got to be kicked out of our lives as far as the red tape that prevents us from saving our lives. That's ridiculous. I would not want to be the person who spoke on behalf of the government that caused an infant to die. We have to wake up. We have to take back our government, the states' rights. The states are supposed to be telling the government what to do, not big government, federal government telling us what to do. I so applaud, Scotty, how you and Robert and Jaime have put this thing together. You had the sheriffs on here, constitutional sheriffs. I talk about constitutional prayer in my book. If we don't know our Constitution, we've lost the battle. Dr. Artis couldn't do anything he's doing if he didn't know his rights, and he knows them well. I just encourage every one of you, if you have the opportunity, you can't come to North Carolina, you can at least give, and it will be put to good use. People are dying from hypothermia. They don't have places to live. The mud is toxic up in the Asheville area. There are reports of radiation in the air. I happen to know from an insider that teams are being sent down there to check that out even today. It's ridiculous how much we are not told of what is happening to humanity. In other words, things that could be killing us. And then you look at things that we just can't wrap our mind around, the fact that, hey, maybe our government isn't protecting us like we always thought. In fact, maybe our government is being used by the globalists for genocide in certain areas and aspects. I talk about the 1978 Ethics in Government Act that really circumvented the three-branch process and gave all these agencies the right to come in and tell we the people what to do. That needs to stop. It needs to be reversed. It really does. We need to not be incorporated. We need to get rid of that Ethics in Government Act that circumvents we the people and gives FEMA and executive orders and all these three-letter agencies the right to come in and basically push us into a new world order. We are doing something about it. And thank you for being part of the solution.
I got to get people up to speed what we're doing here. Dr. Jen Halper Hayes didn't make it, so I'm glad you brought up Ann Vandersteel. She's coming on at 5 Central. She'll be on in a little bit. We've got somebody, Alice from, I believe, Patriot Party in the waiting room. And Dr. Artis, we're going to cut you loose, but I got to thank you today because you restored my faith and trust in the Marlboro Man. I was missing that guy for a lot of years. I thought he was a bad dude. That dude's been right on the money all the time, hasn't he?
He actually has. It's really quite remarkable what we've been lied to about. And remember, I actually start most of my presentations with Joseph Goebbels, a quote from him. And Joseph Goebbels, for those of you who don't know who he is, he was Adolf Hitler's right-hand man. They called him the father of propaganda for the Nazi regime for World War II. Yeah. And he is very famously quoted for saying, this is the quote, if you tell a big lie and keep repeating it, people will eventually believe it. And this is what you're seeing nonstop, right? So you just see this culmination of a big lie being told to you, now of a bird flu coming out here. Let me tell you another big lie. It came right out of Pope Francis's mouth 3 years in a row. He said, the number one and number two thing the world needs right now is number one, more vaccines. Number two, defund all militaries. Number three, loosen all borders. This is the new world order regime. And in my opinion, you got to pay attention to these people. They're all controlled by whoever's controlling. You can call them globalists or call them whatever you want. It definitely is not the Marlboro Man who is actually overseeing these narratives. But they are using these massive people of influence to help guide the sheeple of the world to fall right in line with this new American nightmare. It's not an American dream anymore. The new American nightmare is come here and all of your freedoms will be taken from you.
Let me add another little anecdote before you go, Dr. Artis, because I know you haven't heard me talk about this before. After he had 4 or 5 drinks in him, sitting one-on-one with Peter Jennings in the early 90s, I won't get into the backdrop. My grandfather thought he was anti-Semitic, so I confronted him with that. But his punchline to me was, it doesn't matter what Peter Jennings thinks or says on the air. I said, why is that, Peter? Because everything you see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative to fit an agenda. That came from the #1 rated news anchor of all time, Peter Jennings. Everything we see and hear on TV is a construct and a narrative to fit an agenda. Quote unquote, Peter Jennings. That says it all right there.
If you want the next pandemics to disappear and you want the next wars to disappear, turn your damn TVs off.
Bingo. The mainstream media, thank God they're on their way out. They're resigning at a record pace. The executives at the networks are resigning. Their ratings are in the tank. They can't make a buck on advertising anymore. Thank God we've seen their better years are over. In fact, I think we're the new mainstream media. To be honest, we are the mainstream media. We're the news now. That's pretty obvious. So thank you, Dr. Artis. Great information.
Very welcome.
God, long live the Marlboro Man. Thank you so much for that. And Donica, you're great. I want to have you on Sovereign Radio, Donica. So I'll get you a text and we'll set that up. Dr. Artis, you too. I'm gonna text. I forgot her name, the lady that I worked through to get you here, but
Christina.
Christina, thank you. She's here, Christina. Isn't she here in the? No, that's somebody else. I'm sorry. All right.
Happy New Year,
Thank
everybody.
you guys so much. Appreciate it.
Happy New Year. God bless both of you. Thank you, Donica.
All right. Well, let's see. Scott, Mallory, you are 1 hour early. You are 5:30 Central Time. I see you're here at 4:30. So we have you down for 5:30 Central. I'm going to bring you so you can so we can talk to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you're an hour early, my friend. That's probably a time zone thing.
Yeah, I'm up here in Annapolis, Maryland.
Scott, good to see you, man. Man, you got a full beard. You're looking like Santa.
I was trying to be Santa.
This guy's amazing. Trucking for troops. He drives around this big giant F650 stretched cab. It's got 6 doors on it. Beautiful truck. Oh, there it is right back there. It's got a couple of them actually.
Scott, can you come back at 5:30 Central? Beautiful.
Absolutely, I can. I was having a hard time getting in there, so I just wanted to make sure I got in. I didn't realize I was an hour early.
Yeah, it's
So,
okay.
but yeah, I'll be back in around 5:30.
That's awesome. All
Great.
right, we're gonna have a little fun now
See you.
before we bring
All right, well,
our next guest in. We're gonna have a little entertainment. I want to bring on a up and coming. He's probably the best young artist I've heard in the.
Look at there.
Brett Rayo, welcome to our telecast, our telethon for
Praise the
Buck Up.
Lord. How's it going?
Praise the
Brett,
Lord.
good to see you,
Brett,
man.
you and all
Brett-
your
Brett
friends
seriously,
donated today to Buck Up.
What's that?
Have all your friends donated today to Buck Up at givesendgo.com/Buck Up.
They got to do it. I love what you're doing. Grateful for what you guys are doing. I was able to meet brother Robert over in Texas like 6 months ago or so. So that was awesome. Praise the Lord. Nice
Yeah,
to see
just
you. man.
randomly showed up at the homestead with our good friend Cassandra
Yeah.
Watkins and brought Brett along. Like, well, hey, nice to meet you, man. We ended up getting along real well and
Amen.
swapping some stories. And he
Amen.
was looking after a good friend of ours. Appreciate you, brother.
Yeah,
Praise the
well,
Lord.
we've been
Absolutely. You
on 5
too.
hours, 39 minutes, and 58 seconds. I thought we'd need a break from conversation. So I invited Brett on to play us a song, and then he's going to come back later tonight and play another one. So, Brett, I'm giving you the floor. And while you're playing, I'll bring our other guests in so we can line them up right away. So
Praise
take it
the Lord.
away, Brett.
Praise the Lord. This song is called Resurrection. Hope you enjoy it. It's about resurrection. It's the last song on my new album, Resurrection. It's my latest album, but there's more music on the way. I hope you enjoy. Hold me dead, I can't look back, only ahead, staying on track. God, let your will be done in my life. Take my brokenness and revive me. Oh, resurrection, how you raised me from that grave. How you took away my sin and shame and washed away every stain, yeah. Resurrection, how you make me pure and true. I was broken, barely coping. I was hopeless without you. Resurrection, resurrect me, yeah. Oh, resurrection, I need your resurrection. Resurrect me, resurrection. Holy Spirit, speak to me. My oxygen, the air I breathe might help you there in times of need with nobody else inside to see. I confess, I repent. My past had a bitter stench. I resent every second I wasted on idleness. Discontent, days I spent tossing and turning in my sleep. Clothing rent, the blood I bleed. Heart is aching on repeat. Nothing changing, blame it on my situation. When all alone, all I need, it was me who needed restoration. What is a man but a flower fading, grass withering away? Yeah, you're mindful of me, guiding me and making sure I'm safe. The love of women could never compare to the warmth of your embrace. If I ever went astray, I know you'd be there on the chase. So I don't ever want to leave your side. I know there's been moments in life where I tried that foolishness, but ever since then something in me died. And it was me, Jesus, I am yours for life, for eternity. Resurrection, how you raised me from that grave. How you took away my sin and shame and washed away every stain. Yeah, resurrection. How you make me pure and true. I was broken, barely coping. I was hopeless without you. Resurrection. Resurrect me, yeah. Oh, resurrection. I need your resurrection. Resurrect me, resurrection. I need your resurrection. I need divine protection. I need resuscitation. Like Lazarus, pull me out the grave and wash me clean, wash away my stains and sins that did have me depraved. It used to be about being famous. Now it's all about Jesus' name. Yes, left, right, pick a side. It's about time to make your mind up. Choose today, no delay. Time it quickly fades away. Last days, no more games. We've been called to make a change. Many souls on the line. God has trained our hands to fight. You won't ever see me on the sidelines no more, cause I've been chosen. My eyes open, I'm ready for war. God is spoken, omnipotent. Yeah, I'm never alone. I got angels with me, Jesus in me, leading me on this road. Reading verses, cancel curses, cancel culture, kingdom first. Everything else will then be added when we abide in his word. Thank you, Father, for your resurrection. New life in us birth. Lord, I give you all the glory for this life I don't deserve. No, oh, resurrection. How you raised me from that grave. How you took away my sin and shame and washed away every stain. Yeah, resurrection. How you make me pure and true. I was broken, barely coping. I was hopeless without you. Resurrection. Resurrect me, yeah. Resurrect me, Jesus. Resurrection. I need your resurrection. Resurrect me, resurrection. Resurrection. Praise the Lord. God bless you.
That was awesome.
Amen. Thank you very much.
Brett, amazing. Brett, I met you at the Reawaken America tour last year. You were there with our good friend Charlie Carboni, our buddy
Amen.
from New York, from the Bronx.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Is he in the Bronx or is he in another borough? I forgot. I think he's in the
Brooklyn.
Bronx, is he?
Brooklyn.
Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Brooklyn, Bronx. To me, those people are all the same high energy kind of guys, right?
Yeah.
But I met you guys and I said, this guy's going somewhere. This guy, Brett Rayo's not going to be held back. So how's your career going, Brett? Tell us about your music and what's happening with your career.
Praise the Lord. Yeah, it's going well. I've just been, God's like taking me through a lot, trials and different things and, refining me. And it's a blessing, really, the trials, honestly. And now I really believe God's going to do something really powerful in 2025. I'm working on some new music, a new album called Chapters 2 should be on the way shortly. I have a couple albums planned for this year. So a lot of new music. The production is coming along good. Just made this song called Only One the other, this past week. And it's coming along nicely. So, yeah, everything's going well. God is good. He's making the way straight. And I believe he's going to do some powerful things in 2025. I wrote down the other day, the past 13 years of my life and just, focusing on myself, my 13 years, but I was writing down the past 13 years of my life and just, I kind of started stepping into my calling 13 years ago. And since then, sometimes you look back and you're like, man, I should be way further along. I should have accomplished way more in 13 years. I feel like I should have accomplished twice as much or 10 times as much, and I'll go back and look at all the different things God's brought me through I was looking at the different seasons. I don't do this very often actually, but I did this a week ago. And a day later, Marcus Rogers made a post about how over the past 13 years of his life, it's been all these trials too. And it's all for the refinement and preparation of what God's about to do in 2025. And I'm never the type of person to go, 2025 is our year. It's the year. This is my year. It's going to happen. It's going to be great. But I really do believe God's going to do something really powerful in 2025. And so I believe that's for me and for Marcus, who also posted that. It was confirmation. And for everybody else whose kingdom, who is really focused on bringing God glory and surrender to God's will. I believe 2025, God is going to do some powerful things. I don't think it's just a typical year. Again, I'm not the New Year's resolution kind of guy who's all into that stuff and this is my year. This is going to be our year. But I do believe that this year, actually. So praise Jesus. God's going to move.
That's right.
Amen.
I think you're 21 or 22, so you got a lot of good years left, my friend.
Oh, yeah.
Nowhere to go but up for your career. We'll all be rooting for your career, buddy. We're looking forward to hearing more of your music. We'll see you back later tonight.
Very grateful. See you then. God bless.
Thank you, Brett. Wow, what a voice, man. That doesn't come along. It's so hard to sing. He's practically singing a cappella. He's got a little strumming going on, but I know I can't carry a tune with or without
some of us get blessed, some of us don't.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, ladies, I'm going to let Jaime introduce you since she's here and you are all good friends. So, Jaime, jump in, introduce the ladies of the afternoon here on the Buck
Hi,
Up Telethon.
ladies. Yes.
Hey,
So,
Jamie.
hello. I recognize faces that I haven't met yet, but her and I,
Hold on, Jamie, 1 second. We got some interference, some noise interference. I don't know where it's coming from.
I'm not sure either.
All right, go ahead.
All right. Anyways, Alice and I, we met probably back in 2022. We ended up going to out of a storm event there in Franklin, Texas, or Tennessee.
Well,
And
actually, I met you before that even because we met at Rock the Red in Greenville, South Carolina.
that's right. That's
Yeah.
right. Another amazing Patriot event put on
Yes.
by Andrew Mullenix helped with that one with the Rock the Red. Another good friend of ours that'll be on here later tonight too.
Hi, ladies. Good to see you.
Good to see you too,
Thank
Robert.
you so much for coming on.
Well, we're happy to be on. And our dear friend Warren says he thinks he's backstage right now. Warren is a little
No, he's not. He's
Warren
right
is
here with us.
technically challenged.
What's up, Warren?
though.
You're on mute.
Yeah, Warren, your screen is muted. Hey.
Well, hello. I didn't know if I was in the right place or not. Yes, I am technically challenged, and that's just the way it is. I'm sorry.
We
Nice to
love
be
our
here, though.
Warren, though. We love Warren to death.
Yes, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you,
Warren
ladies. I'm
actually
gonna jump out of
is the
here.
one
Let
who
Jamie handle this one.
started this.
Yes. And so I had called Alice and we were talking about I had heard I was watching a PPN podcast and heard that PPN was involved with doing boots on the ground missions in North Carolina and Tennessee. And I called Alice. I was like, "What are y'all doing?" And I told her what we were doing, and we're like, "Hey, we need to partner up and put our efforts together. We can get more things done." And got talking to Warren, and he's been amazing, and he's been setting up all kinds of different secured sites within Tennessee and North Carolina. And these two amazing ladies, Tracy and Charlotte. They have been working with Warren and Alice, and I'm actually going to let them talk about what they've actually been doing, boots on the ground.
Yeah, Jamie and Tracy are the ones who are physically there, and they've got their site set up. Warren and I help in the background gathering information and taking it here, there, and everywhere. And Warren is also taking things and hauling it to them as well. So
It sure is nice to see all y'all on here at one time. I just love it. I saw you on the round table that time, but hey, I'm going to give it up to y'all. Y'all are serious. I am proud of what you're doing. A lot of people have given me a lot of credit and stuff, but y'all are the ones that are boots on the ground doing it.
Yes,
I get to help, so good job. Great job to all y'all. This is something that's needed. I'm just proud of what you're doing. Goodness gracious. I love seeing y'all four up there. It's great together. That's a team right there.
Well, Tracy and Charlotte, you want to tell them exactly what you're doing?
Charlotte. Would you say, Tracy? You want to go first? Sure, I'll go first. That's fine. Okay, so I've been with PPN for a long time. I lived close to Warren, so I got to know him as a friend as well as a PPN member. And he's all about humanitarian stuff, and so am I. So we had a connection there. I moved and relocated to North Carolina, which is my home state where I grew up, right around the time when the hurricane came through. I was PPN has state and county coordinators. And the reason we do that is because we have enough members throughout not just our country, but other countries as well, that we can all come together and have a state group meeting and invite all of our county people to it. So we have a team of people, a network of people that can help out in any situation. In this case, it was disaster relief. So I had just started up my team here in North Carolina as a state coordinator. Tracy was one of the first ones to jump on board on my team. And then the hurricane came through, and she is there in Old Fort where all of this is all this unraveled. So she was my boots on the ground. She's 4 hours from me, and I came and we took a tour around to see what all was going on and what they needed, and took pictures, and it was just unbelievable, the devastation there. And then I kept telling Warren about Tracy, about Tracy, about Tracy. And the funny part is he ran into her in a truck stop and then found out that she was the Tracy I was talking about. So again, he's been getting supplies and things from the Tennessee side, and I've been doing it from the North Carolina side. And we just meet in the middle, and we do whatever it takes. PPN has a donation site set up where people can go in and have pick the stuff that we need and have it directly sent to Tracy's location, or they can do donation funds, and then we'll get what the people need. And then Tracy's the one that is making sure this stuff gets to where it goes. I go over and help sort and pass things out and do whatever she needs me to do. And that's what we're going to do again this weekend. I think Warren's coming as well. So it's a team. We all work together. We have one lady in my group is artistic, and she made a lot of ornaments, Christmas ornaments and magnets. And we're selling those, and the proceeds go to the hurricane relief. So there's something for everybody. Everybody has something that they can contribute, whether it's prayers, donation money, and or the trailers that people are donating, tents, whatever we need, blankets. We had Silver Diamond and Silk donated quite a bit of stuff to us, the 0-degree sleeping bags and the little buddy heaters, that sort of stuff. So we've had a lot of people helping, a lot of PPN members helping. So Tracy can tell you a little bit, since she lives there, and her fiance is a firefighter who's been with, I think, 30 some years together. They are just an awesome team. And I'll let her tell you some of the stuff that they've been doing. Amen. Tracy.
Well, it's so rewarding. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
It's so rewarding. And you never know what's going to happen when it ends. My day usually starts out with going and checking the post office, seeing what all we get, sorting it out, And then after that, we usually go out and we're looking for people on the ground, boots on the ground, looking to see if we can find people that are cold or whatever their need might be. And so most people, well, everybody's need is different, really. Some might need sleeping bags, some might need a tent, some might need a camper, some food. Like one lady, she had the twins, but she had 5 kids. So they needed 5 mattresses. And so we got the 5 mattresses to her. And we've got sheets for her. We're looking for a stove. Actually, Chris is gone right now to look for a stove. He picked up the chairs today. The guy actually donated 8 chairs to us. And but it's sometimes we'll get calls to come pick up a load of stuff. It's like churches, people like that may be wanting to get out of it, or so that people can find people that need things. So we'll go pick up a load and we'll bring it home. Sometimes it's late when we get home, and we'll have to leave it on the trailer and carpet for the next day. So sometimes it's like 9 o'clock when we get home at night to eat supper. But we're loving it, and we're getting this stuff to people. And it's so great getting to know you guys and getting to meet the people even there on the ground that need this. It's just so amazing. And most of the people that really need it will usually say somebody else needs this more than me, but really they really need it. But some of them don't even come out to look for help because they think somebody else needs it. So it's up to us to look into the people and find them. And we have found people in tents. It's like this weekend. Well, we take for granted a lot of things that we have. And like we had found the place for the camper that donated, but the guy that's living in it, he's been eating out of a can he's been living in a tent for 3 months, but he's been eating out of a can. So we went and we bought him food from a local restaurant, and he ate it so fast that he said he was getting choked on it because he's been eating out of a can for so long. And we just take stuff like that for granted.
Well,
It
it's
was
sad to hear
amazing.
these stories. There's just way too many of them, and that's why we're here. We want everyone that's watching to please take a few minutes to go to givesendgo.com/buckup. Today's the day to donate if you're appreciating these ladies and what they're doing. We can't continue without your help, so please find it in your heart, pray on it, and donate. givesendgo.com/buckup. What an organization this really is. This is so wide and deep. Trump said the swamp was wide and deep. I think the Buck Up organization is wider and deeper than Swamp. From what I can tell, you should be very proud of what you've done, ladies. You're the heart and soul. This is where the rubber really meets the road. Beside the truckers is everybody that's boots on the ground coordinating. Jaime, how did you assemble this team? Did it just come together, or did you know these women? How did you all come together?
Well, like I said, I've known Alice and Warren for a couple years now, and you know, the Lord orchestrates everything.
Yes,
the timing of phone calls, the timing of actually meeting people. You know, the first time I met Tracy and Charlotte, is your name Charlotte or Jaime? It's Charlotte. Okay, I want to make sure. And you know, it was on a podcast a couple weeks ago with Silk, like
on our ladies round table.
I don't know these people, but I know Alice and I know Warren, and I know their hearts. I know their mission. I know their goal. Like I know they're good solid people, and I see the fruits of their labor of what they were already doing and already accomplishing. And it's like, why not partner up with somebody who's already doing something good and just make it a bigger effort?
That's right.
We all come together. You know, I keep saying this, is that when you take God's love and then you multiply it by uniting people that love people, you're always going to end up with something amazing, and it's going to produce something that glorifies him always.
Oh yeah. And like I say too all the time, it takes a team, an army to make things happen like this. God forbid that one of you who have not been put in this path as far as the horrible happenings, God forbid you have to go through that. You would be wanting people to help you. So why not help these people so that way if something should happen to you, you get the same blessing back, you know, and it really takes a team to do this. So we need anybody and everybody to step up and help everybody in this situation, because it's you've got Tennessee, North Carolina, Florida, some of the Virginias, you know, it's bigger than you realize. It's not just one location. There's several locations, and we all need to chip in and get our butts in gear, to put it nicely.
Amen.
Our Buck Up team says either buck up or buck off.
Yeah. I like that, Jamie. I like that.
It's time for FEMA to buck up or buck off.
Buck off.
We're done
Exactly.
with them.
I'm using that on my brother when he should be picking up the tab at a restaurant. Hey, buck up, buddy, or buck off.
That's right.
I'm gonna say, what's a Patriot party without Ann Vandersteel? So I'm gonna bring Ann in. Hey, Ann, how you doing? Great to see you.
Hi.
Good to see everybody as well. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm down here in Panama.
And Ann was on the round table with us ladies too. So that was perfect timing, Ann.
Yeah, good to see you, Alice. Good to see everybody. Oh, we just need Silk here. Where's Silk?
I know. We're missing one.
She's on Christmas vacation until the beginning of the week, I think.
Good.
But yes.
She deserves it. She deserves
Jamie,
it.
what else do you want people to know about these great work the ladies are doing? And Warren, what else would you like to know? People know about Patriot Party Network.
I don't know. Here's another one, Ann Vandersteel, that's in the fight. The biggest thing I saw when I went there the first time, and when I went, it was me and one of our head mod in talk time at PPN, Mandy. And we just said, we're just going to go. I had a load of stuff. We just went, didn't know where we were going. We just said, we're going to go help somebody. Of course, the whole time, if you ever want to find somebody to help, just call Charlotte. Charlotte will already have it started. It will be all in order. She'll know where to go. And so we kind of followed her lead. We were headed there to talk to somebody named Tracy. And we said, after we came over some mountains that we were not supposed to be driving over, we went into a love station, and this girl walks up, and I know her face, but I don't know her name. And I said, hey, and it's her and her mother, Alice. And so we said, hey, here we go. Well, that's how this all started with Charlotte talking to Tracy, God putting Tracy in my life again right there and at the love station. And Lord have mercy, those women jumped in like gangbusters, and it was cool. The problem was I couldn't find who I could trust. Now, I started off at Newport. I went to go see Miss Judy. Everybody in Patriot Talk knows Miss Judy. That's who I was going. We were going to see, me and Mandy, and then we went to Bat Cave. We were at Bat Cave. We parked next to Mark Cook and Wano Savin and Matt Meck. Were headed that way, and we said, look, we can't get into Bat Cave. Let's go to Old Fort. So that's how that all started. And then I called Mike Penny and I said, hey, Mike, what can I do to help? And then I called Lewis Herms and said, hey, what can I do to help? So during this whole time, so many good people have come together, and I'm so happy about it, because the people that I was going to maybe put stuff into their organization, I didn't see a lot happening. So I said, okay, here we go. Tracy has the ability with her fiance, Chris, who is that's a wonderful group right there. And then Alice, Tracy's mother, they're going up and picking. I'm gonna help this person right here, and taking stuff to them, getting orders like they're delivering stuff. It's an amazing scenario. The other day, so when I first went there, driving through Old Fort was nasty. It was bad, y'all. It was bad. But then last couple weekends ago, I went to their parade with Tracy, and the smiles on everyone's faces and things, because things are getting better, but there's still people out there that need to get some help. I can't go anywhere without saying Cowboy Dave. If anybody knows how to, sees Cowboy Dave, he is really doing some good stuff. And Scott Mallory with Trucking for Troops, Lord have mercy. That man has driven all over the universe, delivering goods. I've been on the phone with Jaime, and then I'm talking to Scott, and then I'm talking to Tracy, and then I'm talking to Charlotte, and then Alice, and here it is. Here we are, y'all. And let's keep on. Let's do it. We all know, we've been there, so we know what kind of help they need, and it's nasty, but we're making a difference, and I'm proud of it. I'm so proud of this group right here. Good job.
Hey, Alice, I want to help you out a little bit. When I was with my father, he insisted I introduce him as my big brother. So Tracy, there you go. When you're out with Mom, Alice, you got to introduce her as your big sister. because you guys look like sisters. Seriously, you do. So help your mother out a little. Introduce her as your big sister.
I'm actually not Tracy's mother.
Oh wait, you're not. Wait,
No,
who's the mother and daughter here?
We're just acquaintances.
It's a different Alice.
Mother and daughter here.
That's a different Alice.
Thank you, though.
That's a different Alice. Oh, you're kidding me. This is you
She
kept
and I are
referring
about
to
the same
Tracy's
age,
mother as
too.
Alice. I thought it was this Alice.
I love it. I love it.
That's a good idea. She'll like me introducing her as my sister.
Hey, we can be sisters. Yes, we can be
You
sisters.
could be.
We are
You could be.
sisters on our team.
That's funny.
But yeah, no. I've seen her mother, and she's a beautiful lady, and they are great. But she can do that. She can introduce her mom as her sister too, because her mom's a gorgeous lady. So, but Scotty, we thank you for hosting this, because these people really, really need it. They really do.
Could I ask a question?
Terrible, terrible stories that I've heard. You know, babies found miles from home, and a guy up to his neck in dirt didn't want to live because his family underneath him in the mud stopped scratching him a couple days prior. It's horrendous what's going on, and it's not going to end because there's just not enough resources yet to bring everybody to a place where they're back to a normal life. It's going to take a few years. I don't know how long it took in New Orleans to get back to normal. This has got to take another few years, doesn't it?
Oh, it's going to take a
Long
bit.
time.
And Ann could probably tell you even more about that. She's probably seen a lot of different areas than we have.
we were on the ground there less than a week after the storm, and we were everywhere. We were actually staying with a friend up in Marshall, Weaverville area, and we went down to Hendersonville, through Spruce Pine, we through Bat Cave, through Chimney Rock, Burnsville. We were kind of zigzagging up and down all the way out towards Canton. I never made it out towards Tennessee, just because I couldn't get out there. We were just too many places to be. But, this is sadly, at the rate they're going, this is 10 years before anything kind of gets restored to normal. But honestly, if the federal government, just stop sending billions of dollars overseas and just focused on North Carolina and East Tennessee, they could send in 1,000 earth movers, 1,000, track hoes and skid steers and dump trucks, and they could put that entire state back together in like a year. And I mean, everything. They could even, kind of rebuild some. I mean, land is gone in so many areas. You go through Chimney Rock, and where the stream was like this wide, it's now this wide. I'm saying, relatively speaking, it went from, maybe 50 feet to over 100 yards. And people's land and houses are gone, and the houses that are right on the edge are going to fall in because there's nothing shoring up the edges of some of these, of like North Toe and all the stuff. It's just, I've never seen anything like it. And the part that I find so diabolical and just disheartening is having gone through over a dozen eyes of major hurricanes in Florida in my lifetime. We take our refuse. Everybody cleans up. We help neighbors. I mean, we've taken my Suburban and wrapped chains around trees and pulled trees back up and secured them. And, we've done it all. We've dragged stuff out. Within 2 weeks, I mean, pretty much it's like cleaned up. I mean, you might have buildings that got washed away, especially the things on the beach. But in terms of like visual debris and war zone type feel, it's gone in a couple of weeks in Florida. But in North Carolina, which the coast does get hit by hurricanes, they're not unfamiliar with that. Where these people are in Western North Carolina, they weren't prepared for that, number one. And number two, let's be honest. I mean, Congress finally admitted what I said in my documentary that I did. The first 10 minutes of my documentary, I'm talking about weather warfare. And they finally admitted that that's what it was, cloud seeding and the directional use of HARP and, probably the NEXRAD radar and everything, keeping that storm stalled where it wasn't just deluging it with water. And if you start to really look at what they were trying to accomplish there, it's all about the global war on resources, which is what we see happening all over the world. And so those poor people got so incredibly hammered, and now they're being left and abandoned. And it's a constant reminder of the state of war. It's just such horrible abuse. But here's what I find so incredible. And I know you all have been there. You met the people. My great grandparents are from Western North Carolina, East Tennessee. They fought in the Revolutionary War. These people aren't going anywhere. They're like dug in, you know, and no matter what FEMA has done or not done, I mean, the statistics today are so abominable over how much money FEMA spent to house themselves for the 7 short weeks they showed up on their little trailers and campers and then left. And these hotels for the people are going to be ending January 11th.
Yes.
But now moving into the hotels. That was the whole reason they built those camps, was so they didn't take up the hotel space. They got a little over 5,000 people in hotels, but there's over 100,000 homes and apartments that were damaged. So, I mean, that it's just the scale is, you can't wrap your mind around it. You know, it's just a real mind screw. But these people aren't leaving, and they're so hardy, and they're so entrenched in their communities, and they're standing with each other. And it's just so beautiful. I mean, it really is. It's something to behold. And I look at some of the people that have done some incredible work in the area, you know, that have just, like Sean Hendricks comes to mind. That guy is just a machine, what he's done. Even people, you know, like over in Tennessee, Charlene and Ty Bollinger, you know, getting campers for people. We've donated through American Made to help, you know, families from CPS getting their families split up. It's just been absolutely incredible to witness all of this. But I am just so incredibly proud of those people, because those are Americans, right? They are Americans. So I think the scale, you know, if we could actually, when we get President Trump in there, I believe we're going to see that state turn around quickly. And to me, it is the beachhead. And this is what I said to everybody. This is the beachhead. This is the rally cry to restore the republic, because you turn that state around. People in Asheville that are very, very dyed-in-the-wool blue liberals have now had their eyes open to realize the state is not there to protect them or save them. It was their fellow conservatives that came out of the hills that helped these people in this downtown, the cities. And so I think you're going to see this state turn around, and, you know, it's just going to be the American people and the spirit that pulls that state together. And of course, Trump's going to release the funds that they need so desperately to clean that up in short order. Otherwise, they're just going to wither on the vine, and it'll be like this. It is gripping to drive through there. Anybody that's done it, I know many of you have, it's gripping.
You know, Ann, 25 years ago, I moved to Wrightsville Beach, North Carolina, and I lived there for a couple years. It was right after the hurricane destroyed the whole beach town, but there was so much money. The people who live in Wrightsville Beach are very, very high society. They're multimillionaires. They own the beach homes. I couldn't believe I was living in a town where no men at my age, I was 40 years old when I moved there, none of the men worked. I'm like, why don't you guys ever work? They're like, well, we're Winston-Salem trust fund boys. We don't have to work. But because there was so much money, and because they had so much pressure on the state, they rebuilt Wrightsville Beach in a couple of years. It didn't take 10 years. It took 2 or 3 years to really get it back where the tourism could come back to the beach, and it was a tourist town. But so I lived in the Carolinas, both north and south, for about 4 years, and there's no question the people in the South have a resilience and a strength that you just don't get. I don't want to accuse any state or any American people of being soft, but I think there is a little harder edge to the people, witnessed by the fact that they're not leaving their property. Somebody told me they feel they'll lose their property, that FEMA and the state will take their property away if they leave. They're on their own property. That's true. They're afraid to lose their property.
Yeah. Yeah. And they are. I mean, FEMA, you know, originally, so they brought in this hazard mitigation assistance program. They launched it in Buncombe County, I don't know, 2 months ago, maybe. And, you know, they were going around, and here's just how insidious it all is. So you had people like Cabins for Christ, awesome organization, come in, build these tiny cabins for people to live in. And then, of course, the city inspector would show up and say, oh, that does not up to code. You can't live here. It's like, really? What are you kidding me? Up to code is my house is in pieces down the river and it's now in Lake Lure. I mean, that's the code I'm dealing with. I'm not going to sit here in a tent. I have something I can get in and be warm. But they were making it very difficult. Then they, you know, came up with this hazard mitigation grant program where they were like, okay, we're going to look at your home. FEMA is going to come out and evaluate the damage. And then, of course, the city layered in this ridiculous code that if the damage assessment was more than 50% of the value of your house, you couldn't get access to any money. So when you think about the cost of the home, what it was, and remember, some of these people are generational families, right? They live in a house that was originally $10,000, $20,000, $30,000, right? So the damage to their house today, in today's value, if the house is a couple $100,000, the damage was probably $100,000, or maybe it's all gone or whatever. There was no way so they're not going to issue they weren't going to release the funds. So their next step was, well, we're just going to pay you out what we believe to be the accurate real estate value before the flood, but you have to leave. And the people are like, no, we don't want to leave. My property's still here. I want to rebuild. So, and then of course there was the FEMA, the insurance fraud where it was premium fraud basically. So you have super wealthy people and they would buy $3,000 a year FEMA flood insurance. And then you would have the average Joe or Susie Q that would pay for the $1,000 a year flood insurance with FEMA. But guess what? They both capped out at the same levels, no matter how much your house was worth. So basically they were ripping off the more wealthy people for more premium, but they weren't getting any more for their money when it came to cashing in on issues or trying to get some of the flood insurance. So there's just so much wrong with this whole system. And frankly, government shouldn't be involved in the insurance business. It should be all private. But because the government comes in, it screws up all the premiums and the business and the ability for the insurance companies to actually gauge this accurately. So the whole thing is just, it's a cesspool, but you can't all of a sudden change it now when you've had 100,000 people essentially touched by this hurricane and massive, with massive problems. You just can't do that. You've got to fix it and then change the field after that. So they're really they're screwing with these people big time. And I know Trump came in there and he spoke in Swannanoa early on when Biden was doing flyovers, and because he's flying over in Air Force One helicopters that were in the middle of literally emergency search, rescue, and recovery operations, delivering much needed supplies, had to be grounded because the bozo, and the mushroom in charge is flying over. Trump shows up on the ground and he's like, look, I know there's red tape here. We're going to cut through it. We're going to get you through this and we're going to solve this. So literally, look at us. It's January 1. We have 19 days. Thank you, God. And we can get Trump back in here. And these people need it. Besides J6ers, we got to swarm Western and North Carolina, East Tennessee and help these people. Have to.
I want to ask you a two-part question because you're a real journalist and you tell the truth for real, the best of your ability. It's not like I'm talking to CBS or ABC journalist here. I'm talking to Ann Vandersteel, who's been telling the truth for a lot of years. Do you have any doubt in your mind? We talked about this at 11 a.m. this morning, first hour. Was it a natural disaster? Was it weather weapons? Was it both? What's the real story there? I know you did your homework on this.
Oh, yeah. There's no doubt in my mind this was weather modification. Look, there's a chemical element that's been used by the United States Department of Agriculture since the 50s. It's called polysodium acrylate. It actually increases the moisture content of soil. Farmers and mass agriculture, big ag, have used this because it cuts down how much water. And if anybody lives in the farm country, you've probably heard of polysodium acrylate. It's been around for a long time. This is also used in cloud seeding to increase the moisture content and increase rain. When you look at, and Dane Wigington, I'm not the expert on this, but Dane Wigington is geoengineering.
Yeah, I know Dane. He's brilliant, brilliant guy. He's absolutely 100%. Brilliant.
He's testified in front of Congress, and Congress has finally admitted, yes, cloud seeding was a problem with this storm. They know it. And they also know the storm was steered. So don't take my word for it. Don't even take Dane's word for it. Colonel McGregor even interviewed Dane Wigington. It was an absolute barn burner of an interview. This has all been well documented now. So I'm just reporting what the experts are actually telling us now. But here's where it gets really insidious. And this is just how sick the global war on resources and the people that are behind our government, because it's not you and me. Our government is not by, of, and for the people. These are all criminals that are working for corporations, right? And I'm sorry, I'm going to label everybody in Congress a criminal because they're not saying what you and I are saying here, which is the facts of the matter. Polysodium acrylate is also used in mining. And it's specifically to increase productivity of the mine by separating the mining ore from the mine tailings, the part you don't want, the discards. And so when you rain hell and fury of water into an area along Western North Carolina, and that water, the hardest hit areas are the areas where the mines are for quartz silica, and of course the lithium mines that the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, under the National Defense Authorization Act, have released hundreds of millions of dollars to open up those lithium mines and get them cranking, because including FEMA, they all have the same stakeholders under the NDAA to protect the critical natural resources for the DoD and for the Department of Energy. They need to increase the lithium battery output in that one mine there in Western North Carolina, Kings Mountain. That one itself would produce enough lithium for 1.25 million lithium batteries every single year, just for electric cars. But these are all strategic natural resources that we need for defense production, et cetera. And so those corporate, military industrial complex corporate conglomerates are eyeballing this, and they don't care about the people. Instead of doing what Alaska does, where every person in Alaska gets this year $1,700 check from the government for allowing them to drill for oil, right, on their land, because the people own the land. In North Carolina, they'll tell you you don't own that land because you have a warranty deed, and that war on your deed, warranty is a war on your deed. That war on your deed means you are allowed to transact the buying and selling of a structure on top of that land. You might be able to tear it down, build something bigger, or add on to it, whatever. But you don't get to tap into the resources in the dirt. And so they want what's in the dirt, which means they want you off that dirt, because they can't exactly drill a hole through your house. So this is just such an insidious, and instead of just sharing the profits, they are trying to take everything. They don't even want to help these people. They just want them gone. And they want you to move into those 15-minute cities. They want you to cram into Asheville. They're not even rebuilding the bridges in a timely fashion for people that have to commute into downtown Asheville. You're having to go all the way around. So what does that make you do? I guess I got to move. I can't live like this and wait for them to rebuild the bridge. I'm going to lose my job. So this is just an attack. It's 5th generation warfare, which is why if we can solve this problem in North Carolina, I think we can expand what we do there to the rest of the country, which literally, if any of you have driven coast to coast like I have in the last 4 years, many, many times, our infrastructure is in disarray. And it is really just terrifying, frankly, to drive over some of the bridges. I'm not kidding. I hold half the time going over the Mississippi. I'm like, please, not today, And
I'm going to come back to you because you're on for another 35 minutes. I want to wrap up with the Patriot Party girls. What are we, and boys? Well, there's boys and girls. The Patriot Party doesn't discriminate. There's boys and girls allowed, obviously.
Yes,
you guys, what's the real mission of the Patriot Party? Because I'm not as familiar with you. I started listening to some of your stuff. You've been around a while. What's the mission of Patriot Party Network?
Warren, I'll let you take that.
The main mission is to get out the truth as quickly and as well as we can. Really, this all came about by me and Chaz getting kicked off of every social media platform known to man. It aggravated us. We knew if we were having that situation, other people were having the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
Money was tight. We started making platforms that we can get information out on. That has grown to what we're doing. So our mission is to get out the best vetted information that we can. And it has grown into humanitarian projects. It's grown into state groups down to the county level. It's grown into everyone learning to get up on the right side of the bed, make a difference in someone else's life. It will make you feel good. It will make them feel good. It will send a frequency throughout this world that never stops. Just like if you put a bad frequency out, it will do the same thing. Those are kind of our goals. And at least that's my goal. I don't know what you call it because we've never really said this is our statement, our goal. We're just going as hard as we can, doing as much as we can.
Well, Warren, there's a lot of similarities between what you're doing and Sovereign Radio. We started in 2020. 2 radio groups asked me to start a radio show to tell the truth. Surprising considering it came from the belly of the beast mainstream media, Town Square Radio and Salem Radio. There were executives within those groups that wanted the truth to come out. I had educated these guys on the Federal Reserve System, the medical system, the political system. They were not awake, and they were appalled, and they couldn't believe they were working in a mainstream media that was lying. So they did their part. They quietly brought me on the air. They gave me a contract that said I control the content. So I'm still there 5 years later telling the truth in mainstream media. Now, I don't know how much longer I'm going to get to say everything I do, because we're going into syndication for maybe a few radio stations around the country that don't want us to talk about human trafficking, pedophilia, and satanic rituals, because that's a bit much for these mainstream media guys. I had one of their executives after a show call me and go, "Do you have to talk about that?" I said, "What the hell did you give me a show for if we're not talking about these things?" Because it's all,
right.
I mean, every system they created is rotten, corrupt to the core. We all understand that there's nothing they're leaving us. There isn't a system they've created that we're living within that is salvageable. It also corrupt to the core of the political system, the financial system, medical system, the education system. They're all done with. We cannot live within these systems, and we have to keep educating people to the truth of that till 90%, 85, 90% of America understands we're living in a corrupt system. No matter which system you look at, it's corrupt to the core. In fact, it's run, as Johnny Cash told me, run by satanic. Johnny Cash and June Carter Cash told me in 1989, these systems are run by satanic cult or Luciferians that worship Satan. Now, in 1989, that didn't mean anything to me. There was no internet. I couldn't research it. I really didn't want to understand it, I don't think, back then. I was 30 years old at the time. I'm like, yeah, whatever. Johnny, you're an old drunk. Actually, he had stopped drinking at that point. He was actually had found a God and was not drinking anymore. But he actually told me in 1989, it's a satanic cult. The media, Hollywood, the music industry, the politicians, they're all run by satanic cult. We all understand that now. So, Warren, thank you guys for the Patriot Party Network for standing for truth. We need more of us. I think we are the dominant media now. And would you agree? We're the news. We're the mainstream media now. I know we have more
Absolutely.
ratings, much bigger ratings than they have now.
Amen.
CNN, 3, 4, 5. Years ago, they did 10 million households at night. 3 years ago, they had 3 to 4 million people watching in prime time. Last week, they had 300,000. So their audience ratings are down to 10% of what they were just a few years ago. Their revenues are down. If it wasn't for BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street, who propped them up, they wouldn't be in business anymore because they're not generating enough revenue. Now, and the political advertising revenue was the largest it's ever been this last November. Kamala spent $1 billion on media. I think it was $1 billion she spent. She couldn't get 20% of the vote on $1 billion. Isn't that interesting? Anyway,
money laundering. That was money laundering. They laundered it right through the corporation.
Yeah. Where aren't they laundering money? Underneath our nose, underneath our mattresses. They're laundering money everywhere. So,
Everywhere. Yeah.
Ladies, any parting words for what you want this audience to know about what we're doing in what you guys are doing in the Carolinas and doing for Buck Up?
I would just like to say that, like, everybody here has either parents or children or grandchildren, that we all have the same common problems of dealing with Alzheimer's and Parkinson's with the elderly. The nursing homes are a disaster, and then our children are having autism and all of these diseases and problems that have been brought on us. And it's our age group that has to really get the ball rolling, and there's more of us than them. And I believe we just all have to band together and fight this for our next generation, or we won't have one. So, I love the family that we have created, and I would love to see other organizations do the same thing and just everyone band together, we're going to have to teach the younger generation coming up how to get their hands dirty because they don't know anything but computers. If we have to work on a car or build a house or plow up a garden, it's our age group that's going to have to show them how to do that because, it's a different world now. So that's why I love the state groups and the county groups. We start from county going out to the state and everybody helping each other and bringing their skill sets to the table. Everybody has something to offer and we all band together and help each other. So that's what I focus on. And this is just one disaster we're working on, but I'm sure it's not the first and it won't be the last. And we need everybody. We need everybody.
Amen.
I think you
Amen.
guys have created something. Jamie and Robert and Buck Up have created something that needs to be taught to the world. Disaster relief should fall on us. We should never depend on the government ever again for it. Even if we have, the next, let's just say Trump and it creates 20, 30 years of prosperity under real government, people running government that really have our best interests. Long term, we can't rely on government. I think it's obvious we have to be able to fend for ourselves. When the going gets tough, we got to get going. And I think you guys can teach the world how to do this. You've done it in such an incredible way.
Amen. Hey, I've got to hop off here. I'm going to be interviewing Jeff Hoff from the pundit. What's it called?
Joe Hoff?
Yeah, Joe Hoff. Yeah. But anyways, look, in closing, it's one thing to report what's going on and talk about the Khazarian mafia and Nephilim and draconian vampires or whatever you want to say, but it's a total different thing going there and seeing these domestic enemies that we have that are fighting against absolutely every good thing that is happening. Now, I went to Newport, I went to Bat Cave, Chimney Rock, Old Fort, Marion, Burnsville, Swannanoa, Asheville, and it's the same thing everywhere I went. FEMA did nothing, all right, but get in the way and cause problems. I will tell you that 100%. Tell you what, follow Jamie, follow these people on here. They are doing what they're saying they'll do. The biggest problem I had was finding an organization to team up with. I'm ready to work. And so we did our own at Patriot Party News. And now we are, hanging in there with Jamie, hanging in there with Scott, hanging in there with some others. And we're proud to. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity. And I love seeing all these wonderful women and one guy on this screen. Y'all are amazing. And I'm glad to be associated with you.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you, ladies, so much. Great to see you all. You truly know how to show up in force, don't you?
It takes a team. It really does. It takes a huge team to do this.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, hey, stick around. We're going to
Thank you,
get out
ladies.
now in just a minute. Thank you so much, ladies. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
He's going to take over with me.
All right.
All right. Scott, hang in there 1 second. We'll bring in Ann. Wow. I have a question for you. Do you have any of your documentary footage available to show at least something you found of interest to show to our audience? Do you have anything handy?
Let me think. I'm in Panama, so let me think if I have it on my drive or not. I mean, let's see, I can show a trailer. I've got some trailers I can do.
I want to see something. Yeah, can we show that now? Let's play that.
Sure.
Now.
I'm sorry. I would be more prepared, but I wasn't prepared. So just give me a hot minute here to see if I can find the trailer. Well, I'll let you and Jamie. Jamie left. Oh, Robert's there now.
I'll jump
So
in here and say a few things while we're waiting for that. It's been amazing what Ann has done. I mean, she's always out there on the front lines, getting us to real information. I remember I kind of felt like Ann a little bit when we were down in Rutherfordton North Carolina. Is it North Carolina. We were at this equestrian center where they have horse races and horse things. And there was this giant FEMA camp right at the top of this equestrian center. And they had at one point, they were using the equestrian center to stock supplies for these hurricane victims. And we were told that it was either there or somewhere near there that the FEMA employees from that camp were coming into the drop zone at night. So they were acting as volunteers during the day. They would find out what they had, and at night they caught them coming in there and taking their generators and taking them back to the camp. And the employees were telling us these stories, how they busted them, and they ended up shutting down the drop zone at the equestrian center because it was just causing too many problems, or maybe it was a location near it. But it's just there's some really weird, bizarre things going on there. And ended up getting some footage of that FEMA camp there, and it's quite an operation. And as you see from Ann's videos, she drives right into them. She don't care. She's a woman of steel, and run in there and it gets us the footage that we're not privy to.
I got I've got a 2-minute trailer. If you want me to run that, it does show a little
go ahead
bit.
and run it. The screen is sharing, so you can just pull it up.
All right. Well, let's hit play then. Let me know if can you see this?
No,
we don't see it.
Did you pull it? Did you?
There we.
You might have to open it.
There we go. Well,
you ready?
There it
Yep.
is.
Go ahead.
We lost everything. We lost buildings.
Something's going on with the audio.
Yeah,
The audio?
lost it.
I don't know.
I'm not sure if it's like Zoom where you have to share audio or not.
Here, I don't know how to. I mean, usually it's not a problem to share the audio. Let me see. Let me close.
Is there a voice in the background of this, Ann?
Yeah, there's audio in the background, but I don't know why it's not. I have no idea why you can't hear it. Video file. Let me try that. Hang on a second. I think I know what I did wrong. Sorry, I just was not.
Don't worry about it. This is what happens when you do something live and you don't have dress rehearsals and pre-production meetings.
Here it is. Hang
Just
on.
winging it.
All right, let's try this one now. Let's see. Come on. Now you can hear it, right?
Yep. Hold on.
We lost everything. We lost buildings.
In the wake of Helene, and through my investigation over the following month, it seems I have opened Pandora's box. Leading to more serious questions than answers.
And this is where they kept on saying they were finding bodies.
Questions about weather modification, government overreach, lack of government response. The camps FEMA has built, seemingly for their own support staff, as their lack of forthright communication to the community about their presence.
Are you shutting me out? Is there anybody here who can answer questions?
When you lose everything, it's like your birth certificate, all your bank statements.
So we're here trying to make sure everybody's safe, fed, and stays warm.
Is what happened in Western North Carolina weather modification, or is it the United States government and global special interests capitalizing on a 100-year natural disaster? Who benefits? Let's examine the facts.
So that's basically
Excellent.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great summary. Boy, it leaves no doubt what's really going on in my mind. And you just, there's no coincidences. You connect all the dots of the way the government's responded, and they're behind. They're behind it. They don't want to help. They don't have any interest in solutions.
No, and that movie was designed to show you the sort of the human side of everything that happened in the beginning. The first, I'd say 30 minutes of the movie is just story after story of people and what happened, right? And then I move into the FEMA situation. I go to a variety of FEMA camps, and it's the same story over and over. It got so bad, and they got so hostile towards me that they finally called the police on me, which was incredible. And I was just very casually asking questions. I wasn't making accusations, just trying to get information. And they finally stopped talking to me and kept sending me to the public information officer, to which I finally, after 4 attempts, got them to respond to tell me that, yep, they're closing the camps. They're moving into hotels. But I'm like, you're moving into hotels and the people are getting kicked out of the hotels. So what about the people? So I sent them a copy of the movie. Hopefully they'll watch it and realize how foolish they look. But in the end, I pulled together every single government document I could find that shows that the lithium, the courts are all part of the strategic plan for the Department of Defense, the Department of Energy, and it's protected under the National Defense Authorization, contracts. That this is all part of their design, and it has been in the pipeline for quite some time. But there is no provision anywhere for the people to be protected. Instead, what you see is FEMA making it incredibly painful, and the local community county commission making it painful for the people to try and get any assistance. They say they have these programs, but the programs are designed to fail, so the people have to move. It's quite extraordinary. But again, I think what's even more extraordinary is the people's response. And I know, Robert, you and Jaime saw it. Scott, nice to meet you. I know you've seen it on the ground. Anybody that went there to help saw the resilience of the people. And that, to me, is just the best thing that we can show is resilience, because that's the word they love to use, but they're anything but resilient. They are the people that are just blood-sucking demons, and it's the people who are going to rise up in all of this. And we're going to push back in a big way. There's no reason why those resources can't be used, but let's get some equity and some fairness in all of this, right? If this is your land, you should get paid to have them come and take things out of your land, not too dissimilar to what they do in Alaska. So I'll shut up.
No, Hannah, I want to ask you a question before we go to Scott, in case we run out of time. What was the most encouraging thing you took away, and the most discouraging thing you took away from your time there in the Carolinas?
Oh gosh, the people were the most encouraging. I mean, I just saw so many people. I mean, look, all the people that were previously on screen all showed up, and many others showed up. Pete Santilli showed up early on. People were showing up all over the place. People I've met and made new friends in all of this, people that I will know for the rest of my life. I met people that were commenting on YouTube videos, and I responded to them, and we connected on X and started DMing, and then we've now become lifelong friends. It's just, this is what I find so amazing, is that these people in North Carolina have brought together the best of humanity, and they've exposed the worst of humanity, which is our own federal government and, frankly, the state government of North Carolina, save a few politicians I spoke to that actually cared enough to provide letters for good friends of ours. Robert, you know with whom I'm talking about, the Remnant Ministry from Texas, right? They got a letter from Senator Ted Alexander so they could be there operating, doing what they needed to do in order to protect the people. Representative Jake Lang, same thing, or Jake Long, excuse me, Jake Johnson. Sorry, I'm getting Jake Lang's name stuck in my head, J6, or Jake Johnson, great guy. But again, they're just a couple of people. We need an army of us, the people, looking out for each other, because the state government and the county government, they're more worried about how they're going to sustain what they need to do versus what needs to be done for the people. That's all been lost, and that's been exposed. And I think the greatest thing that happened is that the blue cities themselves woke up and realized their statist being, their mindset of that the government was there to help them is wrong. and they finally see that we're not a bunch of, hardcore Nazis. We were actually good conservatives that went to help conserve their lifestyle. So I'm encouraged by what I saw. It's just very painful to see your fellow Americans suffer the way they have been, but they're proud. So they're not suffering too much. They have a lot of pride, and they'll figure it out, and they are.
I'm sure there were times you wanted to pack up and go home from what you were seeing, but you're the trooper and you see the story through. What was worse, the Darien Gap or the Carolinas?
Oh gosh, that's tough. I'm down here in Panama right now. Globally, what's going on in Panama needs to be stopped, and you need to you can't put out fires. You got to take out the arsonist, and the arsonist in our view with Michael Yon, where we're sitting right here in the City of Knowledge, which is the old Fort Clayton Southern Command post that we built, our Army built right here next to the Panama Canal out this window. The arsonist is the United Nations, and they're getting their gasoline from the American taxpayer, actually from the Federal Reserve, which is printing the money through the roof, and the American taxpayers having to pay the interest, which is bankrupting our country. So we need to defund the United Nations, because the UN is what funds all these NGOs that is funding these people to come through the gap and destroy our country from within. And unfortunately, there was serious stories, and I'm sure Robert knows some of these, and Scott, you probably heard about them too, of all of the illegals that were just dropped off in Asheville days before the storm when they knew this was coming. And they were, holding up at gunpoint people and, stealing things out of homes and stores. Terrible. There was I know the pilot who picked up 6 children from one family who had been abused by some illegals, sexually abused, and flown out. So, and this is after the storm. So it's hard to say what's worse, except that I can tell you, if we don't stop what's going on down here, it's going to be, North Carolina is going to be like the rest of the country everywhere. I mean, what is up with this fog? It's all over the country right now, right? They're trying to exterminate us. And I know it sounds crazy, but, talk to anybody about the fog and they'll tell you it's not a fog. It's dry. It's got something in the air. People are getting a cough. It's not normal what's going on.
And great job. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much for coming and giving us all this information. What's your parting words to Buck Up Relief Mission? What would you say to Robert and the gang?
Well, first of all, what they've managed to pull together is superhuman, and it's just yet another example of the resiliency of the American spirit. We are alive and well. We are going to restore the Republic, and it's always been about people helping people, and I can think of nobody better than Robert and Jaime have pulled together, and all the friends they've cobbled together, because this is what they've done across the country. When I met them, it was over banners for freedom and getting billboards put up, and I was just blown away at their ability just to get it done, and they got it done, and they are relentless. They have found their calling. And, through all things, Jesus Christ, through Jesus Christ, all things are possible, And they absolutely model that. And they're showing a path forward, and they're shining the light of Christ and the goodness of the human being that believes in our Lord and Savior. And they're sharing it with everybody in the works they do. So I feel so blessed to have just met these folks years ago during the People's Convoy. And here we are today, but, and again, we have a lot more work to do. Our country is not out of the woods by any stretch of the means. But again, it's people like Scott Mallory. It's people like you, Scotty. It's Robert and Jaime. It's the Patriot Party. It's everybody we know in our circle that's making it all happen. So
thank you, Ann.
Great way to end. Thank you so much, Ann. We'll talk to you very soon. God bless you.
God bless you. Happy New Year, everybody. It's going to be a great 2025.
Thanks for the American flag down in Panama. Oh, she gone.
Well, guys, let me tell you what's going on here. We're coming up on the 6 o'clock Central Hour. I'm going to take a little break. Kim Yater and Mark Anthony, possibly Audra Morgan, are going to step in. But before they come, Scott Mallory, I have a video here as your name on it. I haven't watched it yet, but tell us what you've been doing and your role with Buck Up and what you've been doing in the Carolinas.
Well, we're bucking up. That's what we're doing. So my role basically been down there is Robert and Jaime reached out to me. Dr. Pete Chambers needed a camper for a command center and a place to rest their head during their missions. And I immediately ran out, and I was blessed and raised money, and we got a trailer down there to these guys. And brought him some supplies and stuff like that, and
That's
came
not
back
true.
for about a week.
That's not true. You did not have enough money for that camper, so you came out of pocket, brother. This guy, I'm telling you, he's a rock star. He said, I'm going to do whatever I have to do to make sure these guys get what they need. I just got to throw that in there. I mean, this guy's got a heart of gold. He did. He showed up. He rocked it out with a camper. And there's some videos on the buckupreliefmission.net website of that camper rolling in. You got to check it out. Please go ahead.
I'm going to
Sorry
try to play a video right now, Robert. If I can, I'm going to play a video of Mr. Mallory. It says Scott Mallory on it, so I'm hoping it's him.
That's me.
You're not seeing it, are you?
No, not seeing anything.
All right, well, I'll play around with that. Scott, tell us what's your biggest takeaway so far from being boots on the ground? And I hear you, but we'll come back to that. Wow, you got quite a truck there, Scott.
My biggest takeaway from all of what oh, thank you. I thought it'd be appropriate to do with the truck in the picture. So just the lack of response from FEMA, from Red Cross, National Guard. There's nobody there, and these people, it breaks my heart. Every time I leave there, I see these people in tents. They're in the mud. It's freezing. And every time I just come back with another camper. But I did an interview with Janice Dean about 2 weeks ago on Fox News, and I laid it out there about FEMA, Red Cross, everything. And, it never aired. So somebody pulled that. So we're just trying to tell the story, what's going on out there. And what Ann was talking about, the illegal immigrants. There's 2 large hotels down there, and they're full of illegal immigrants. They have storage units. They all have vehicles. They get a stipend on their phone, and whenever it runs out, they reload it. They're taking off their clothes when people, not their clothes, but their coats. People are coming in town from all over the United States, bringing in supplies and stuff. And they'll park down the street, take off their jacket, come out there like they're freezing, needing stuff. And next thing you know, they're taking all the supplies, and then they're putting it on Craigslist. The propane, jackets, heaters, chainsaws, it's all on Craigslist. And I witnessed this myself. And some of the other travesties I've seen down there, the Red Cross of FEMA initially had, showers and porta pots out there for the folks, and they're all gone. There's no place to take a shower. I was there for 3-4 days, and for 3 of them days, I didn't get to take a shower. They took everything away. The bathrooms are all full, and they've turned them in so you couldn't even get to them. So it's like, why would they do that? I think it's a complete land grab myself. Ann spoke on that, and it absolutely is a land grab because there's so much resistance for people like us that are just trying to help. And I don't know why there would be the resistance. You think everybody be working together to try to, improve the situation there, but it's not. And so working with, like Jeff from, Foxhole Foundation, Jamie and Robert from Banners for Freedom, and so many other folks. I mean, we're getting supplies down there. We're getting campers down there, and
Your video audio is breaking up a little bit there, Scott. I think it's a bandwidth issue.
He's frozen now.
But it is a sad sight to see there in prison. So, but when you were talking about you there?
You're good.
Yeah, you're good, Scott. Continue.
The North Carolina the Wrightsville Beach, the Florence hurricane.
Yep.
You were talking about that earlier?
Yes,
so I had a Gold Star mom reached out to me. Yeah, okay. So we actually, that was a 3-year mission for us there. Gold Star mom reached out to us about her son, the Marine that held her son when he died, lost his home. And she reached out to me to, see what I could do. So we went out and bought him a brand new camper. And when we got there, the whole community of Marines were homeless. So we basically, my buddy from Leo's Vacation World just let me sign paper. And we brought like 20 campers down there immediately. And like 2 months later, FEMA's there, and they pulled up campers next to ours. You know, they were bigger, they were new, but they sat there next to the camper. We brought them for over a month while they had to get permits to plug in a extension cord or to hook up water to it. So I saw what FEMA's about there. So yeah, it's not my first rodeo to see that, you know, what they're not doing. But yeah, that was a 3-year deal down in North Carolina. That was horrific what I saw there. But this here, it doesn't hold a candle to what happened in the Florence hurricane.
Scott, where can people find all your information? I know you've got you do have a website, right?
Yes, if you go to truckemfortroops.org or on Facebook, you can find us there. And we just started a Telegram channel, thanks to Jaime. She's a Trucking for Troops on Telegram, and we've been kind of putting up a bunch of stuff on there that, you know, the campers and stuff we've been taking down there.
And that's trucking, not trucking. So it's
TRUCKIN 4 troops.org.
Just like the Grateful Dead trucking.
Hey, just like that, right?
Yeah, that's it.
There you go.
Scott, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And you have a great Happy New Year, my friend.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You guys take care.
Thank you, Scott.
All right.
All right. Have a good night.
All right. Let me tell you, 6 o'clock hour now, we're going to bring in 2 people I trust to carry the ball. We've been going 7 hours. I'm going to take a break. My dear friend Kim Yater and Audra Morgan and Mark Anthony are going to come in. And we have somebody in the green room that's going to be our first guest of the hour, Christopher Key, also known as the Vaccine Police, I believe. But let me bring in the host of the next hour, Kim Yater. There she is, Kim, Audra. How are you? Mark
Hello. Anthony. We are so excited to be here right now. Come on. We are going to grab the bull by the horns and support you, Scotty and Robert. We're going to take over the next section. We're so excited about this campaign.
Yeah, it's great to have you guys. I want to remind everybody we are here for Buck Up Relief Mission. It's our 12-hour telethon. We're in hour 7 now. We're past the halfway mark. I can't think of 3 better people to jump in here and carry the ball. My old friends, the OG of Take Our Elections Back and Take Our Border Back. Mark Anthony, how you doing, brother? Audra, how are you?
Doing well, thank you. It's good to see both of you.
Great to see you guys.
Top screen is my 3 favorite people.
Take our border.
Hey, Audra, love you, honey.
Come on.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because behind the scenes there's so many things that happen, and a lot of people just kind of do their thing and go on. I don't get to, obviously I talk to Jaime a lot. I know Robert stays behind the computer. He's really been like pumping it out, and lots of good things are happening in North Carolina. And let's see if we can raise some money.
Well, before I go, I want to say a few words about Audra and Kim. Mark, you don't need any accolades. You're a tough dude. You're just one of my idols, man. What you do, can't even discuss here what you do, brother. So God bless you for what you do. But you talk about solutions and agents for change. Audra Morgan's probably the greatest local activist I know in San Diego and maybe in the country. This is a woman who rolls up her sleeves, literally goes into battle and doesn't have any concern for her outcome, for her well-being. She's got a mission. She's going to accomplish it. And we know she's over the target. Why else would a 240-pound sheriff beat the crap out of a 100-pounds wet? You're probably not 90 pounds, maybe. I don't know.
I hope I'm over 90 pounds, but yeah.
Yeah. Audra, you're a great activist. Kim, the only person who works harder than me is you. You are the hardest working lady I know. Seriously, your work ethic, second to none. I don't know when you sleep, but
I do, Scotty, for real. But it's because I have amazing people like you on my team. Come on.
No, you are the hardest worker I know. Your husband shared with me he never sees you anymore. You're working so hard.
It's not true.
You guys, I couldn't think. Well, no, when I said I'm going to take a break at some point in this thing, I said, "Oh, I'm going to call Kim to host it," and then Audra, I asked her to come on board, and Mark showed up for the party, which is great. Love him.
Of course.
So, you guys, I'm going to bring in our guest, and then I'm going to take a quick break. His name is Christopher Key. He is known as the vaccine police, right, Christopher?
Yes, sir. AKA the vaccine police. That's what I became in 3 years ago because I knew the tyranny that was going to happen. I knew that they were going to come in with this pandemic and they were going to try to vaccinate the world. So I figured that we could go after them and police them because nobody's policing the FDA, the CDC, the AMA, and all these things that are organizations, these alphabet soup organizations that are doing ill will to God's people and God's children. So yes, I'm known as of now as the vaccine police, brother.
Dr. Artis was here a little while ago, and he was talking about the bird flu. They've told us January 21st, 2025, there's going to be a bird flu. They know the date. They know the date.
It's already here in California. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Audra.
Well, I was just going to say it's already here in California. I mean, they've declared an emergency like they do preemptively, you know, like they always do it ahead of time. In San Diego with COVID, there were no cases. They locked us down and then they had their first case. So it's the name of their game.
Thank God we got activists like Christopher. Tom Renz told me something interesting, and I know he's a man of his word. He said, I'm not going to die. I'm going to live until I see Anthony Fauci and every last one of them put in jail and committed for crimes against treason, for crimes against humanity. I mean, he is hell-bent on seeing this through, and I believe he will. We all know Tom Renz is working tirelessly, too. I'm going to cut out. Ladies, I'm Mark. Robert, I'm going to leave it with you guys. Take it away.
Awesome. Scotty, we just love you. You're doing an incredible, incredible job. And Robert, you too, and putting all of this together. So Christopher, it is so great to meet you. I'm Kim Yater from the Take Your Power Back show. And it's really an honor to be able to be here with all of us today. And my question for you is, Christopher, why is this mission so important to you right now? Everything that's happening in North Carolina has nothing to do with the vaccine, really, or really does it?
Sweetheart, it does. And that's where you have to have studied these satanic Luciferians for 26 years like I have. And I understand that this is about mass eugenics, that this is about eugenics to the nth degree. These people are completely satanic. They're Luciferian. It's pure evil. And just so I can, real quick, a lot of your people out there don't know who I am. I've been doing this for 26 years because of my twins. My twins have the most rare disease on the planet called phenylketonuria. Well, they'll never eat protein the rest of their life. No milk, no chicken, no cheese, no fish, no birthday cake, no ice cream, anything that has protein. My twins will never eat because it's toxic. It goes straight to the brain. It causes the most extreme mental retardation there is. Okay. I say that because I used to be heavily involved with health and wellness. I used to be heavily involved with big pharma. I was the biggest supporter of vaccines 26 years ago. And then my twins were born with this rare disease. And I was forced to do what the Lord commands everybody listening to do. And that is test and prove all things. Not some things, but all things. And I promise you guys, when you do this, you will understand the truth. The truth shall make you free. And I've got to talk about this real quick because this, I promise you, will help you guys understand why I'm fighting so hard for North Carolina and what is happening there in North Carolina. And it went back to 26 years ago when they had this rare disease. I went to my pediatrician and I said, Doc, my kids have this rare disease. And he's like, oh my gosh, I've only read about this. I've never had a child, much less two, with this rare disease. And I said, well, Doc, what can you tell me about vaccines? Because I love vaccines, guys. I love them. I push them. I had vaccine clinics at my health clubs, and I so love vaccines. And he said, well, Christopher, your kids are part of this new schedule where they're going to get 72 vaccines before they're 18 years of age. 72 vaccines. This guy was 26 years ago. Okay, this wasn't last year or 2 years ago. This was 26 years ago. And I said, well, Doc, I love research. Can you show me a study? Can you show me a study that this new schedule's safe? And he said, Christopher, there's studies all over the place. They are everywhere. And I said, well, great. Can I see one? And he said, right now? And I'm like, yeah, Doc, you're about to ingest my precious children with this rare, this new schedule. I've got to see a study. He's like, well, Christopher, nobody's ever asked me that. And I said, well, Doc, you're not going to touch my twins until I see that study. He says, Christopher, I have it for your next visit. My next visit comes, guys. The doc won't look at me. He comes to the room. He's like, Christopher, there are no studies. But Christopher, they have to be safe. They've been approved by the FDA, the CDC, the AMA. Why are you going to act like that? And guys, I about punched him that day because I'm like, sir, why am I going to act like that? You took an oath. You took an oath to do no harm. You told me there were all these studies, and now you're saying there's no studies, and I watched you inject into that child across the way, and now you want to inject this into my children? And guys, I left that day, and it changed my life, and I went from being one of the most respected persons in the health and wellness to one of the most hated people. All my best friends who were medical doctors called me a snake oil salesman. They called me a quack, and they wouldn't even call me anymore. And then COVID happened 4 years ago, and it was such a blessing because people finally started questioning what was happening. And guys, I'm here to tell you, North Carolina, this was not an act of God. This had nothing to do with God. This was an act of war. This was a complete and total act of war. And if your listeners don't believe that, please do what the Lord commands each and every one of you to do, and that's test and prove all things. Go look up. Go right now, Google Art Bell, Angels Don't Play This Harp. You go watch the radio show that he had in 1996. 1996, Art Bell had the author of Angels Don't Play This Harp, where he told the world in 1996 that the United States government would use weather manipulation to control and manipulate the weather, and they would destroy property all across the United States, and they would take over this property, and they would put in their smart cities. And guys, that is what is happening right here, right now, where I'm standing in North Carolina. They want this property. They want this land. And I'm here to tell you that these people in North Carolina, they are the salt of the earth. These people fear no man. They fear not Satan. They're not going nowhere. These people will not leave their property, that they understand now what is happening, and we've got to do everything we can to protect these people. We have to get these people taken care of. You know, last month, 3 little babies froze to death. Gosh. They froze to death because our government would not do anything but give these people $750, and they make them go through all the paperwork, and most of them haven't even got it. They've all been denied this, and we have to stand up. We have to speak up, and I'm sorry if I'm going into that, but why I do what I do, guys, I used to do what I did or do for my children, okay, for my children. But 6 weeks ago, I became a grandfather. I became a grandfather, and my grandson will never say, Peepaw, why did you stand up? Peepaw, why did you speak up to this tyranny? Guys, I'm doing everything I can to speak up, to stand up, and to help these people in North Carolina and around the world, because this is satanic, this is Luciferian, this is mass eugenics. And my question, everybody out there listening, are you doing your part? You may not want to be boots on the ground like I am and all the other people that are on this show today, but you need to understand the power that each and every one of you individually has, where you can take the information you've learned right here, right now, and you just share it with one person. One will turn to 2, 2 will turn to 4, and before you know it, 8 million people around the world will understand the satanic Luciferian mass eugenics that is happening right here, right now in North Carolina. I'm sorry for speaking so much.
No,
Yeah,
don't
do you
be
mind
sorry
if
for
I-
speaking. This is so good. I'm going to share the scripture real quick. Robert, you're going to love this. God's like, Kim, this is a scripture that needs to be shared today. And you hit the nail on the head, Christopher. We are in a spiritual battle. And God has not thrown this on us. God is not disciplining us. This is what Satan is doing. And when we look at Revelation 12, it says, now have come the salvation, the power, and the kingdom of God, and the authority of his Messiah. For the accuser of our brothers and sisters who accuses them before God day and night has been hurled down. They triumphed over him by the blood of the Lamb and by the blood of and by the word of their testimony. They did not love their lives so much as to shrink back from death. Therefore, rejoice, you heavens, and you who dwell on the earth. But woe to the earth and the sea, because the devil has gone down to you. He is filled with fury because he knows his time is short, and he is working through the enemy on this earth right now.
You know, if I may, Chris, thanks for coming on, brother. You know, when I first came across your work, it was back, you know, this whole pandemic was taking place. And, you know, I saw you going into these places with such a boldness and confidence and calling it out like nobody else was. And I was like, this guy, people need to not just support you, but know what you're doing, hear what you're doing, and be inspired by what you're doing. I was like, we got to get this guy up on some billboards. And so, you know, we put vaccine police up, you know, as often as we could, trying to draw attention to your work, because we appreciate what you're doing. And it was, you know, I hadn't talked to you in a while. You know, it's been a year, if not longer. And I got a random text from you back on, what was it, December 8th, right? And it said, you know, the one that was interviewed that was just airlifted with her 7 kids in North Carolina, just received a check for $150,000 so she could go buy a van for her family. God is so fabulous. And I was like, this is the vaccine police. Like he's talking about North Carolina things. What's he doing in North Carolina? I was like, babe, check this out. And I shot it over to Jaime. I was like, maybe you should give him a call. And so, you know, that's how this whole Buck Up Relief mission has happened. It's just, you know, random, and it's not random. You know, it's God, you know, pulling all of us together. And you know, Jaime contacted Chris, and they're working on some different things. And you know, we just appreciate what you're doing, because you know we see your heart, and it's for the people, and it's all about exposing the darkness and bringing it to light. So thank you, brother.
Brother, you have no idea how much I appreciate your mission, Buck Up Relief mission. And I want to say thank you guys, because everybody says I'm a snake oil salesman. They say I'm a con man. I'm the most hated man in America. People don't realize this, but I got taken off of YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter a year before Alex Jones did, because of why? I was helping people without drugs, without chemicals, without surgery. I was part of 4 national championships, 3 Super Bowls. I've been on the cover of Sports Illustrated, been on 60 Minutes. I know what God called me to do. And I've known from a very young age what I was supposed to do. And people's like, Christopher, no, you can't. I said, look, I came to do what Jesus did and more. And everybody's like, Christopher, you can't do what Jesus did and more. Yes, I can. My Bible, my God said that I and you could do what Jesus did and more. And let me show you guys real quick. I have, and people don't believe this, but I have already done what Jesus did and more. I have. And people's like, Christopher, no, Jesus fasted for 40 days. Christopher Key fasted for 42 days. Right there. We all came to do what Jesus did and more. We just don't realize that. And that's what I'm here today to show you guys, everyone that's listening to this can do what Jesus did and more. They don't want you to understand the power that each and every one of you have. That's why they've done everything they possibly could to poison this temple with the water, the fluoride, the air, the frequencies, the sun. They poisoned everything. And I've spent 26 years of my life trying to expose this, to show people the truth so they can take back the temple, because you can't go preach God's word if you don't take care of the temple. And that's why I put together the Keys to Life. The Keys to Life podcast. People don't realize this, but Christ is in me. He's in my name. My name is Christopher. Please call me Christopher, because that's what my mother called me. That's what my mom named me. But my last name, never forget it, is Key. Okay, God's given us all the keys to unlock these doors that Satan never wanted unlocked. But we have to do it for God's people. But more importantly, guys, this has to be done for God's children. They are coming for the children, and you have to understand that and understand this started before they were 24 hours old. That's why they injected the hepatitis B vaccine into these precious children, that we know the only way that child can get hepatitis B after the mom's been tested is to share needles or to have sex. Do you really believe that your child before they're 24 hours old is going back to the neonatal and they're having a freaking orgy back there and they're injecting it's so asinine. It drives me crazy, guys. And that's why I'm here in North Carolina, because I'm fighting for these people in North Carolina, because I know the end result, that they want this land. They want us to bow down. And I fear no man. I fear not Satan. I will never bow down. I want to apologize to everybody out there who's listening, because for 13 months, guys, nobody heard about me. I went away 13 months ago, and I won't go into that because it's something I keep private. But 6 weeks ago, my daughter gave birth to my grandson, and I promised my grandson came that I would never stand down again. And I want to apologize for you guys, because I did stand down for 13 months, and I did it for reasons that I don't want to talk about, but I promise it'll never happen again. I took the gloves off 6 weeks ago, and I promise you, I fear no man, I fear not Satan. Christopher Key will never stand down again, because God has called me to help these people in North Carolina and around the world, and I need your help. These people in North Carolina need your help, and it's amazing when you give the glory to God, what he does, and it keeps happening over and over again. And I feel so good to be here, talking with you guys and whatnot. And I just thank y'all for letting me come on here.
Christopher, an absolute honor. And Audra, I'm going to go to you in just a second, guys. GiveSendGo.com/buckup. So you can go and support this mission. Christopher, you are so right. It is about the children. They have been indoctrinating our children. They have been stabbing our children for many, many, many years. And Christopher, I'll tell you, Mark Anthony, who's in the room right now, 11th Hour Child Rescue, works very closely with children. Mark, I'd love for you to share something. And I'm definitely, Audra, piggyback off of Mark.
Well, Veterans for Child Rescue, Craig Sawyer. And then of course, I have a little small group, 11th Hour. But, we just had one of Audra's friends call me, and I had to get in there and take care of a little situation. There's always something to do. But, you're right. If the devil could kill God, he would. Instead, he desecrates his children.
Yeah.
He takes the innocence and strips it from him. That's how he gets back at him. And if people really understood what the satanic rituals are and what really transpires in these rituals, and how the spiritual world is so much different than the flesh world, that's why we need to get out of the flesh and start operating in the spirit, because this is a spiritual battle. Me and Robert and Jamie talk about this all the time, and so does Kim. This is a spiritual battle, and it's very satanic. And some people ask all the time, say, well, how do you lay your head down at night and, after all that you've seen? And I'm going to tell you, have you seen the movie where they switch eyes? The guy dies and they put the eyes in someone else. He sees everything that has happened to him. Mm-hmm. No one would want to see through my eyes of all the horrific things that I've seen. I promise. There's nothing in a world war that has seen some of the most horrific things done to these children. Okay. When this thing went off in North Carolina, going to that, I was going back and forth traveling. It's not really far from where I'm at. I'm up in the mountains in northeast Georgia. And then I came back. I kind of felt guilty, but I was working with Jaime, trying to make contacts with her and get, supplies and stuff out. But then, God always uses me in spots, since I'm an investigator, right? And I'm on a task force team. And so right here, you were talking about all that fraud. We've been with investigators there monitoring all the fraud. I've had pamphlets after pamphlets, folders after folders, getting ready to come after those people. So here's the thing. If they're listening, we're coming for you, and we're going to take you out.
Every one of them.
Yes, every one of them.
Every one.
And you're going to prison. You're not getting out. No matter what happens, there's enough here to put away about 30 people. And when I'm not going to stop, and Chris, I know you're not going to stop. I know Robert's not going to stop. I know Kim's not going to stop. And I know Audrey ain't going to stop.
That's right.
Okay? We're not stopping.
That's right.
But the critical point here is that we need to raise money. People don't understand what it looks like.
Yes.
You're sitting in your house, Christmas, unwrapping your presents in warmth, and you're sitting in your house, New Year's, celebrating with your family. And like you said, Christopher, these people have no idea the stench, the mud, the trees, and the life that goes on there, especially right now, right in the middle of the cold. And we're fixing to have a Arctic blast.
Yes, by design.
We need the money, people.
Yeah.
For once, just dig out of your pocket and give something. I don't care if it's $5, $10, $100. We need the money. We've got trucks that need to go to take in the supplies. We've hit a little bumps in the road here and there. We've had to, go retract back and do some things differently. But we know where this stuff is going. It's been vetted. We need the money. These people are suffering. These are your people. These are God's people. They're your brother and sister. Please, we need your help.
Come on, givesendgo.com/buck up, guys. Go to givesendgo.com/buck up. Give whatever you can. If it's $2, it's $5, it's $5,000. Definitely give. And you're going to hear a little bit from Robert Agee as to the raffle and the things that you can actually participate in. By giving, you can actually win as well. So, Audra, let's pop it over to you because I know you got a couple of words for Christopher Key.
I do. Well, and Christopher, I met you at the Red Pill Expo several years ago. And so it's been a blessing. I actually just texted you to kind of reconnect us. But I appreciate everything that you're doing. This is definitely a spiritual battle. It's warfare across many, many platforms, be it children, the weather, our souls. There's so many things that, the devil is trying to consume so that we can't, the quickest way to God is to get to his children. But I know that you're, working to build tiny homes in North Carolina. Can you tell us about that? Because I think it's important for people to understand what you're actually doing so that, they know how they can support and what the support would potentially be going to.
Thank you, and I so appreciate you giving me that opportunity, guys. These people, we got to get them out of the code. Right now, I've got a list of 500 families, and we're trying to build 500 homes for these 500 families. These homes are completely done from salvaged material out of Texas. We have no shit rock. We have none of the toxic chemicals, none of the off-gassing chemicals. This is going to be done God's way, plain and simple. And North Carolina, the state officials, the city officials, they're doing everything they can to stop this. They've done everything they can to silence me and to shut this down. And right now, I need you people to understand that FEMA is saying, look, we've got 1,000 campers that we want to bring to North Carolina. We so want to bring it to North Carolina, but guys, there's no property in North Carolina that has a working road, that has plumbing, electricity, and water. And everybody's like, what? And then Terry Raines, if you don't know who he is, he's the county commissioner of Haywood County. Terry Raines says, hey, guys, over here, hey, FEMA, I've got a state fairground, and we got all those things. We got everything you're talking about. They fired him from his board position. And he called me up. He contacted me and says, Christopher, I need your help. I don't know what's going on here, but, I got fired. So I went down to Clyde County because I was told that in Clyde County, there was this wonderful woman who was gifted an amazing trailer. And I can't remember the organization, so please forgive me. I'm LD, I'm ADHD. There's so much in my freaking brain that's about to explode. So please forgive me, and I'll give that person credit shortly. But I was told that this trailer, who was gifted to this woman, that she was made to sleep in her car in the Walmart parking lot. Okay, did you hear what I just said? This trailer was gifted to her, and Clyde said, I'm sorry, you can't stay there. Now listen, when Terry Raines said, hey guys, I got this fairgrounds here, there was a bill passed, Bill SB 382. Go look it up, SB 382. that basically said, look, this is a state of emergency. This is a state of emergency. And what we're going to do, as of 2 Fridays ago, we're going to forget about all the statutes and codes. We're going to do away with those. And if these people will sign an affidavit that will release the city of any and all liability, and if the property owner agrees with it, they can do whatever they want to for 90 days. And we're like, yes, hallelujah, thank you, God. But then that Clyde County said, no, we're not going to do that. You can't do that. And I went and talked. I tried to meet with the mayor. He would not take my meeting. So I was able to get on camera the secretary. And I said, ma'am, it's come to my attention that y'all made this woman sleep in the parking lot. Is that true? No comment. You did this, didn't you? We didn't do it. I said, well, who did? No comment. I said, ma'am, have you guys been paid off? Have you guys been threatened? Because I just need to know. And she said, no comment. And you know what she did? She called the sheriff on me. She called the sheriff, and the sheriff thought he was going to come, and he was going to be the big bad sheriff, and he's going to scare Christopher. I fear no man, I fear not Satan. I've been to jail. You put my butt in, I don't care. I'll go to jail for the children. I promise you. Sheriff shows up, and he's like, Christopher, what? I was like, dude, did you make this woman sleep in her car? No, we didn't do that. Haywood did. I said, so you didn't do this? She said, no, we didn't do that. So I go to Haywood County, and I talked to one of the board, not the board members, but somebody that's a representative of the board members. And she said, yes, we made Terry, we didn't make Terry Raines. We didn't fire him. We went a different direction. Okay. We went a different direction. And I was like, well, are y'all going to fire him from his county commissioner seat? She's like, Christopher, he was elected. We can't fire him. Yeah, but they can sure do things to make him stand down, like cut his brakes. Yeah. You ain't heard about that, have you? Nah, we're not going to talk about that just yet. But then I got a phone call from the property owner that said, Christopher, everything you said was true. I agreed to let this woman use my property, but the county of Clyde wouldn't even accept her affidavit. I mean, this is so satanic. This is so Luciferian. And we, the people, we got to stand up, okay? I'm not about violence in any form of the fashion.
Yeah.
Okay. But this is an act of war. And we, the people, have to stand up. We have to speak up, because if we do it in numbers, if it's not just Christopher or 2 or 3, if we all go down to Clyde, if we all go down to Haywood, if we all go down to these counties and whatnot, and say, no, enough's enough, because they already passed SB 382 and they're basically saying they're above the government. And guys, that's where we're in the process of right now, putting together a social compact. And this social compact will basically be a new reservation, and we can tell them to go screw themselves, and we'll do whatever the hell we want to. And that's what we're going to do, because no more children on my watch, on God's watch, are going to sit there and die and freeze to death in the mountains. That's not going to happen. And that's why we need your help, guys. Please, this organization right now we're talking about, you guys right here at Gives and Go, /Buck Up, this organization, Christopher Key supports. Christopher Key gives a thumbs up, and these guys are doing God's work, helping God's people. And I so appreciate you guys. Most people hate me. Most people won't never let me come on and speak, because I speak my word, which I believe is God's word, and people hate me for that. And I don't care, because I know I'm doing God's work. I know I'm helping God's people and God's children, guys.
Come on, Christopher, thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you for being a warrior for truth. Thank you for continuing to stand up, speak up, and show up and lead by example. Now, you are the vaccine police. We want people to be able to follow you and all the work you're doing and support what you're up to. How can people reach you, Christopher?
Guys, it is so simple. Never forget, Christ is in me. My name is Christopher. My website is Christ is Key. Never forget it. Christ is key.life. That's where you guys can go and follow everything I'm doing and see what we're doing every single day. I'm completely transparent. Any penny that comes into my organization, you can go to my website and you'll be able to see exactly where we spend every single penny. When we start building, we're going to start building these homes, these tiny Texas homes. We're going to have cameras there so you can see exactly what is coming about. the operation, you're going to be able to see it in real time, and we're transparent. We're not hiding from anybody. We want you to trust us. We want you to see what is happening. We want you guys to finally see and be part of something that is of God, for God, and with God. And it's ChristIsKey.life. ChristIsKey.life.
So much, Christopher. ChristIsKey.life. Support Christopher. We want these North Carolinians to have a home. And what I love, Christopher, is you're willing to fight for it. So thank you so much for being with us today.
Kim,
God bless you.
I just want to add something to that before Christopher gets off. Any attorney in North Carolina that's willing to give their services for free, contact Robert, Christopher, or myself, and let's work together so we can battle this tyrannical spots within the government of North Carolina. Please, we need your help.
Come on. So good. Well, we have Nadine coming up next. Christopher, you have one more thing to say. Yes.
One more thing, guys. Ryan Matta? Yeah, Ryan Matta. He put out an amazing documentary called Amber Alert. I interviewed him today, and guys, that interview is going to be tomorrow morning. Please take the time and listen to this. It's an amazing documentary of what is going on, how our United States government is, I repeat, is the largest organizations for pedophilia in the White House. They're the largest organization for child trafficking in the world. And Ryan Matta discloses all this in his unbelievable documentary called Amber Alert. And I interview him, and you guys can check this out at Crisis Key 111 on Twitter. That's Crisis Key 111 on Twitter. Please look at this, understand what is happening, and thank you so very much for allowing me to come on here and speak my truth, guys. I so appreciate it.
So much. God bless you.
Thanks
And guys,
for your boldness and
support
courage.
the work Christopher's doing, and also go to givesendgo.com/buckup. Support the work of Buckle Up Relief Mission Telethon. We've only got a couple of hours left, Scotty. That's it. A couple hours left. And we've got Miss Nadine on the way in. Nadine Askey from a Foxhole Foundation, or FXQ. It's actually FQX Whole Foundation. So we're going to release Christopher. And Scotty, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Yeah. He is not in the green room yet. I'm going to bring Chris. I'm going to bring Christopher back.
Because I actually wanted to say something to him too.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I wanted to say something to Christopher, but he left. He's gone. That's okay. I want to know what brand of coffee he's drinking, because I want some of that. I want some of that coffee.
Well, I did want to say
that was the most.
I'm curious what Audra's thought was.
That was the most heated 30 minutes of this day today, because he just brings a certain energy. Kim, you can bring up anybody's energy, Kim. And Mark, Anthony, what you said was,
yes,
just very moving, because you see it firsthand. Not too many people. I've heard it from you and Victor Avila first, who's seen it firsthand, the spiritual war in the form of satanic rituals. You can't describe that. I've had it described to me. You can describe it, but you can't believe it unless you see it with your own eyes. I've seen some videos that touch on that, but this is who they are. This is what Johnny Cash told me in '89. This is who these people are. They're satanic. They're Luciferian. They worship Satan. And you guys didn't hear earlier today. We want to know if Vegas has a line. Can you bet on God versus Satan in Vegas? You know, if that's a bet you can make in Vegas, because I want to go bet on God, because I know we're whipping Satan's ass. These people aren't going to go away easy. We know they're not going away easy. They're going to drag this out. They're going to try to make Trump's return impossible. They're going to try to throw the bird flu at us. I hope the world is a little smarter this time around than to buy into their. Dr. Artis shot down every little angle they had to introduce this flu. He shot him down in every way. Did a great job, didn't he, Robert?
He did. He absolutely did. Hey, Nadine is having problems getting in, saying it's asking for a code. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I've got a message that Evan is in the green room there waiting to come in with Cowboy Dave, and so
I don't see anybody I don't see anybody else. I can get Nadine another link. I'm gonna go back out.
Well, why do you do that? While you do that, let's see what Audra, you had a couple things you wanted to share to kind of piggyback off of Chris. What were your thoughts?
I did. Well, I mean, what I wanted to tell him was that, you know, when he's talking about taking time off, he was still active in the game. He was just doing it for his loved ones. You know what I mean? Like he was treating it as though, like, I'm sorry. It's like, don't apologize to the people for taking care of your own, because we still have to do that. This is a spiritual battle. We need to be making sure that we're not just like focusing outside of our family, but focusing within our family and making sure that if we need to take that time off, again, he's not going like, I'm going on vacation, I'm going to go smoke a bunch of cigars and I'm just going to be like on the beach. Like he was still doing God's fight. Yeah. And that's so important, is that this doesn't end. It's like people act like, you know, especially when you're doing just even community work or whatever it is, that we just kind of can stop and everything is fine, especially because Trump has won. It's like, no, this is even more reason to hold fire to these feet of these people to make sure that they're doing what they need to be doing, because you know, we vacate that seat and then everything kind of runs rampant and everything kind of just goes astray and chaos ensues. Yeah. And it's so important to just continue the fight, to continue to understand that things like this need to happen on a continual basis, not just like on a Saturday or like we're just going to do it on, you know, once a month, whatever. It's like every day we need to be talking about these things, because look at Hawaii, look at what's happened. Yeah. People have forgotten, right? And they're still struggling. And this is warfare, like I was saying, on many, many avenues. It's not just one. It's any way that Satan can get to God's children. And he does that through indoctrination, through psyops, through trying to get us to look over like herding cats. You know, it's like there's a shiny laser and we're just like trying to figure out where's that going, you know, but we need to stay focused. We need to be, because if you see how much, and what I wanted to say too, is that it was Operation Amber Alert that he was talking about with Ryan. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He also has what is treason #trafficked and invaded, and they're going to be coming out.
And you're in that movie, Audra. You guys go see that. You were in that, Audra. I love it.
But it's great because, like, you know, they're it's taking from real life the things that we have exposed that is being brought to life. Like, it's not just some movie that Hollywood made and it's like all these actors in it and we're just kind of like talking about stuff on the surface. This is real life reporting and people exposing. And it is up to the people. It's always been up to the people to go in there and make the difference that we need to make. Right. That's why, yes, I don't give up, because it's like, it's actually fun. And I wish more people would do it, because they would see actually how fun it is. Because
people need to follow you, Audra, so that they actually can learn from you how to do it. You are absolutely fun to watch. I've been down at the Board of Supervisors with this warrior. She is willing to stand up. We've been in press conferences together. So I just appreciate you so much for what you do, Audra. So Audra, I want to share something real quick. What we're doing right now is so important. Buckle Up Relief Mission Telethon. Why this is so important is because, I mean, I think if I woke up this morning, my house was freezing. But guess what I could do? I could go get out of my warm, cozy bed. I could go put my warm, cozy robe on. I could walk over to my heater, turn my thermostat on, go make a hot cup of coffee, right? Slip my slippers on. Like, that's the reality of what we get to do. That's not North Carolina right now. These guys are wrestling. They are struggling. They are our brothers and our sisters. And we have the responsibility to take local action power right now. General Flynn says local action equals national impact. Trump is not going to come save them. I love Trump, but he's not coming to save them. Okay. We need to and get to be the ones that are Jesus's hands, Jesus's feet, and Jesus's mouthpiece. GiveSendGo.com/buck up. Guys, go share, go donate. Robert.
Yes. So do we not see anybody in the green room?
I don't have the back end. You guys only have the back end. Scott.
Here he comes.
Yeah, listen, I've been listening so I can hear you guys. Nobody's in the green room except us.
They both say
Randy Barber.
They both say they're in the green room and they're actually looking at us. So
Scotty, scroll down. Scroll at the bottom of the screen where you see there's a little scroll down. It's so tiny to see on StreamYard, but sometimes people they're down there and you can't see them.
Kim, I hear you. I've been scrolling all day.
No, they're not there.
Down. I see Randy Barber is sitting in the green room. There's
Okay, so
nobody else.
Yeah.
Maybe have Nadine and Evan log out and log back in.
good call. Make sure they have that right
Maybe
link.
top.
Yeah.
Not sure they're back there. But hey, I just wanted to say I didn't get a chance earlier. You know, I appreciate you, Kim, for coming on and helping co-host this. And Mark Anthony, brother, it's good to see you. Appreciate you.
Good to see you, bud.
Working so closely with Jaime on everything. And I know y'all got a lot going on behind the scenes. And Audra, thanks for coming on and spending your time and sharing your heart on the matter. It's I've got a gentleman here. Sheriff Joshua James apparently is a big fan of yours.
Yeah. Come on.
Oh, I love Audra. But,
yes, he's a good friend. Yes. I love
good.
it. We need more, we just need to keep going. Like we can't, yes, we get fatigued and stuff, but it's like, if you think about all of the atrocities that are happening, like Kim was talking about, like we can go and engage in those things. We can go and make ourselves warm. We can, there's children that are missing. There's, like atrocities happening on so many scales, but it's like, that's what I'm saying. It's always up to the people to really be pushing these things. Like people need to, I wish I was in North Carolina. I would be going to those council meetings. I mean, obviously the new year has come and so they will be coming up, but people need to be going there and telling them and being like, we need to be making sure that our people are taken care of. Yes. Because if you see what's been happening with FEMA, it's a slap in the face to see that they have been giving this money to people who have crossed the border illegally, committing a federal offense, waiting for them to commit some other crime in order to kick them out, like a misdemeanor or some kind of just BS. And it's like, no, we need to be, because the people have allowed this to happen. And I'm sorry, but it's true. I'm not sorry. I hate
You're right, Audra.
you have to say these things. Like, I wish we weren't in this place, but it's because we've allowed this kind of stuff to take place that it flourishes. Yes. So it is always up to the people to put their foot down and say, we're not going to allow you to do this anymore. You're spending our money, you're taking it and you're giving it to people that don't deserve it. You're disregarding the people that do. We're allowing people to suffer unneedlessly by going like, we're going to give you like a few $100s here and there. And maybe, because I don't know, like you have to fill out this application and you may or may not get it. Why does this happen? Because we've stepped back from our position. We've allowed them to come in and have tyrannical rules.
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody loves Audra. Let's just go ahead and admit it. I mean, I'll get on a live and just sit there and watch her on her live, whether being at the border or whatever she's doing. And she's always palling it out. And myself, I just want to thank you from me. And I know you and I have texts and stuff. And, it's big. I mean, especially on your side of the world, obviously, you got Robert's where he's at, and you got where I'm at, and you guys are way over there. And of course, I'm all over the place most of the time. But it's an atrocity, like you were saying earlier about the bird flu in California. I mean, it's like, you get the laxative first. It always happens in California first. Yep. You get the laxative first before anybody else does, right? And so, I just want to say that I thank you. And Kim, you said something earlier about something, and I wanted to touch on that because Robert will know this firsthand, because this is about raising money, this whole thing, right?
Yes.
Imagine living in a tent, stepping outside of a door in a mud hole, tracking it in and out of your house with it, 25, 26, 27 degrees. People, you got to understand, these are our people. These are God's people. We have to help them.
That's right.
And I can't express that enough. I want to give you the best visual possible of what this looks like. Can you imagine being bundled up with your family in a little tent with a little heater, and it's struggling because there's no insulation, and you're all bundling up, and then getting up in the morning, and the first thing you do is you step out into a mud hole?
Yeah. Yeah.
You have no idea. Cooking outside on an open flame, on an open fire, having to wear big coats, smelling like smoke all the time. You can't always brush your teeth like you need to, or put on clean socks. I mean, people, we need your help.
Yes, yes. And Mark, this is so important for people to remember. The measure you use will be given back to you. If you give generously, it always, always comes back to you. That is the fruit of God's word, guys. So please give generously, because you do not know what'll happen. You know, I was on the phone with His Glory, Search, Rescue, and Aid. And these guys said, Kim, you know what? Get ready, because the big one is coming to California. And if you're sowing seeds now, then guess what's going to happen? When you need it, we're going to show up. The people are going to show up. So all I know is I want to be one of those people to give. And by the way, Robert, I am going to physically give today. Take Your Power Back Show is going to donate today. There's His Glory. Love His Glory. They are a big part of the rescue as well. Love Randall and Claudia. So guys, go to givesendgo.com/buck up. Buck up. Come on. Don't sit on the sidelines. Do you know Satan has those people sitting on the fence right now? He's ready to pull them down in the pit of hell. When you're on the fence, that's not where you need to be. Be in action. Buck up. Go to givesendgo.com/buck up. Let's feed the children. Let's feed those families. Let's get them warmth. Let's get them blankets. Let's get them homes to live in. Let's get them safe passage. And let's give them the strength and nourishment they need, because they're in the fight. They're going to fight because they're going to see what's happening there. You don't think it's going to happen in your neck of the woods? These are the people that are going to fight for you, because they have been through it. You guys support today.
So I guess I'll first thank you for the donation that you're going to make. You know, but there's several others that are here on Give, Send, Go. Like Craig Hudgens, he just donated $500. Thank you, Craig, for that.
Come on, Craig.
Womack Williams, $25. Anonymous giver,
I love her. She's my girlfriend. I love her.
Kevin Eden, $100. God bless North Carolina and everyone affected by the evil cabal. 2025 will see humanity prosper with God's help. That is such a true statement. Another anonymous giver, 50. Anonymous, 25. Gordon, $50. Goldfing RN, $100. Project $100. Anonymous giver, $100. Anonymous giver, $100. Sophia and Bull Pony, they donated $1,000 this morning. They were our first guest.
Love them. They were great.
We just appreciate, everyone who has donated, and we have some raffles and some prizes to, give away. If you go to our Buck Up Relief Mission on Facebook, there's a list there of the different raffles, and it breaks it down.
I did put it on Give, Send, Go too.
And it's on the Give, Send, Go too. Now,
there's
some pictures, and I can't bring them up. Scotty's the host. He has the ability, but there's two images down here. One of them is the General Flynn painting. There's only two people that had this painting, me and General Flynn. And it's an authentic, it's got a certificate of authenticity that goes with it. And on that, it has a value of $8,000 for this particular painting.
And you're giving that up for this mission. That's yours. That's amazing.
Yeah, for $5,555, right?
Exactly.
It's all going to the Buck Up mission.
Come on.
That's one thing that we can give, and we got some other fun things like some beanie babies that we have some patriotic beanie babies, and Jamie's got this beautiful picture of this mountainscape. We're going to the mountains. We're mountain movers. Yeah. So check it out. There's kind of a formula for each one of these. There's a $55 prize and a $555 prize, and it's all about the five,
baby. givesendgo.com/buck up. Go to givesendgo.com/buck up. Now, guys, I listened to some of the people today. I've been listening to this throughout the day. It's been amazing, by the way. And babies found in a tree, a Bible, the only thing standing after everything was devastated, and the Revelation scripture. Guys, this is such a wake up. The enemy is bound to destroy. That's his goal. Divide, conquer, and destroy. But we have so much more power. Just like Krisky said, that we will do even greater things than him, the words of Jesus. So God is going to bless your $5. God is going to bless your $50. God is going to bless your $500. God is going to bless your $5,000. Remember the fish and the two loaves, Audra? Remember that story?
Yes.
Because they gave, the boy gave, God multiplied it. That's what's going to happen right now.
Absolutely.
So,
Well, that's go Go ahead.
Go ahead, Audrey. No, I was just going to say, you know, we're all up here, and I can see you guys and all such pretty faces, and of course Robert's taking them a break. But you know, there's a lady downstairs from where Robert's at, and she has worked her fanny off. And I know she doesn't like credit, but I want to recognize her, Jaime Agee. I mean,
amazing warrior, princess. Amen. Tireless hours. She doesn't give up, even with a broken wrist in 3 places during Take Our Border Back. She did not give up. She fuels the coals into flame. She fuels Robert.
You know, she is a warrior. Robert will tell you. I mean, God blessed him. I was blessed with Robert and Jaime, and I wouldn't trade no amount of money for my relationship with them.
Oh, hey, we feel the same way about you, brother. We've shared some very special moments, haven't we? I think we finally have Evan backstage.
Oh, we do. We can bring him in.
Is that true, Scott? Do you see him back there?
Prophetic is also coming back.
Yes, I know that next up is Randy and Kim. So we got Randy Barber, Kim Wolf, and that'll be leading the next segment. And they have 2 very special guests. One of our peeps, Steve Slepcevic. Absolutely love him. He is a warrior. He was a huge support of Take Our Border Back. And then they also have, I think Rod Parker is going to be on again. So hopefully we actually have good audio and video for him. That would be amazing. Okay, so Evan Fox. I don't know who that is. I need to know who that is. Robert.
Yes, so this
Guys,
is.
let me jump in and say that Nadine is in the green room, but her devices are not connected. So she cannot connect to them. I can't bring her in until she connects her microphone and her camera. So Nadine, do that. We're going to get a little behind with our guests, which is okay. Don't sweat it. We're on track. Kim and Audrey, you've done a great job. If you want to go now, I'm okay. If you want to stay another 10 minutes, please do, by all means. You guys have done a great, amazing job. Kim, I always love your enthusiasm, and Audra, nobody does what you do like you do it. I've never known anybody that does what you do the way you do it. You hang in, you just get right in there and you get it done. That's why they don't like you. None of those people. That's why none of the people.
You're saying they don't like me. That's why they resigned from the board of supervisors. They don't want to deal with Audra.
Isn't that why they beat me up? I mean, because they love me. It's love.
Yeah.
It's showing. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm confused, right?
I'm surprised Nathan Fletcher hasn't called you for a date since he left.
I know. He's on security now. I'm going to have to find out where he is. It's going to be great. You know, like they all fall from grace, but sometimes they're the makers of their own demise, and that's the best.
That's right. Well said.
We do have Evan in the back green room. I'll bring him on in a few minutes. Krim, Audra, Mark, wrap it up.
Yes. Well, I just wanted to say too, like, you know, as we're asking for donations, it's like, think about all the things that you get to go have that's like kind of really special, like a cup of coffee. You could have, you know, a cigarette, you could have a beer, you could have so many different things, like a new t-shirt, whatever it is, we can do without those things.
Right. That's right.
And so it's like, think about that and think about these people like that on Christmas. They didn't have the blessing to go open gifts, which I don't think that's what Christmas is about, but it's what it's become about, right? Mm-hmm. And so we're willing to go and give gifts to people. This should be a gift we should be giving to these people, even if it's a couple of bucks, like even a couple of bucks a day, whatever it is. Just please take something out of your life and give to these people, because if it was you, you would hope that they would do that for you.
That's right. So well said. GiveSendGo.com/buck up. Let's buck up, you guys. Every little bit counts here. Think about that. You're actually putting food on someone's plate who doesn't even have food right now. You're putting a warm piece of clothing on someone that doesn't have that right now. You're actually providing a place for people to shelter, to stay warm right now. Go to GiveSendGo.com/buck up. And Robert, I just want to say that we at Take Our Border Back and all of us that are here right now want to honor you, acknowledge you and Jaime, because y'all don't stop. Y'all look for what God has next. So thank you for listening to the Father. The Bible says those that worship me will worship me in truth and in spirit. Those are the worshipers I seek. He has sought you. Thank you for listening, Robert.
Thank you all. Thank you all so much. And it's been an honor doing all these amazing missions together with you all. God bless you.
Amen. And Randy Barber, it looks like you're taking over. We love you. Randy and Kim, they led our New York team with Take Our Border Back. We love these guys. They traveled with us everywhere. They served in Texas. We were in DC together, California together. These guys are warriors. They are true lovers of Jesus and lovers of fair elections and closed borders. And Randy's one of those people who's going to build my log cabin for me down the road. I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah, on the list.
Well, listen, it was good to see everyone here. Randy, it's good to see you as well, brother.
Good to
It's
see
been a
you too.
while. So listen, I want to make this last plea and I'm out. Audrey, I'll talk to you, and I know I'll talk to Kim and Robert. Of course, that's a daily with here and there. But listen, there's not much time left, folks. Let's see between now and the end of this what we can donate. You know, don't go to bed tonight pondering it over and thinking about what you should have done. Pick up and make that donation. Whether, like I said, it'd be $5, $10, $15, $20. You're going to feel so much better that you did something to help families out there, because it's a war zone. You can't fathom what it looks like. You can't fathom the progress that's transpired so far, because the people stepped in, and you're sitting in your cozy homes. Just please give. I mean, I can't even express it enough. I mean, I went through shows with PPN and all these shows trying to get people up and running, but until you see it for your own self and know what's really there and understand these people are just really suffering. My heart goes out to them. I mean, that's why we do what we do, because we love our country and we love God's people.
That's
and
right.
Please
Come on.
let that out one more time where they need to go, Kim, and I love you guys, and we'll see you.
/buck up. And guys, take a look at this. Take a look at this. Because we stood up, because we showed up, because we spoke up, we have President Trump going into office. So give to support this message. GiveSendGo.com /buck up. Support the people of North Carolina. Thank you, Robert. We love you. God bless you guys.
God bless you. Hey, Evan.
Sir, can you hear me?
Hey, I can. Do you have somebody in there with you?
I do. I have Master Sergeant Jeff Stagg, United States Air Force, with me.
Awesome. Are you able to turn your phone sideways so we can get both of y'all in there? Is that possible? I mean, if you just turn the whole phone, it should.
Yeah. Is that a little bit
It should
better?
give you a landscape.
Yeah, we got
like turn the phone horizontal.
Working out of a truck. Oh, okay. We'll try to go.
There we go. Perfect. Now we got you.
How y'all doing?
Awesome. Good. Sorry, I'm not sure what happened to them with the issues with logging in. I do apologize about that.
It's okay, brother. I don't think the devil wants our message to get out, but it's going to get out anyway.
Yes. No, I hear you. There's always something. So am I handing this over to Randy? Randy, are you the co-host for this hour?
That's what somebody said, me and Kim.
Okay, and we got Kimberly in here. Man, you guys are awesome. I'm gonna kind of back out a little
Robert,
bit.
I'm good. You can bug out, Robert. I'm here. I'm back. And Randy and Kim are our host for the next hour. We're gonna have a bunch of guests coming in because they're backing up. And I invited somebody else on who's got health solutions in the Carolinas, in Florida. Dr. Sandra Rose Michael has her energy healing, energy enhancement systems clinics. And we're going to see if we can get her to make a special offer for anybody in the Carolinas that's a victim that has health issues to come and get her energy healing, her scalar energy healing. Amazing clinics. I recovered from a stroke in record time. The physical therapist said, I don't know what you did, buddy, but I've never seen anybody get healthy from a stroke in 4 weeks like you did. That's what I did. Dr. Sandra Rose Michael's Energy Enhancement Systems. If you've not been to a center, EE Systems, we'll let her talk about it more. Randy and Kim, I'm going to turn over to you right now. How are you guys? Good to see you both.
Doing good.
See you.
Yeah,
Crazy season, but good.
I'm gonna
And
pop
our-
back in the green room real quick. I just
All
want
right,
to say
thanks, Robert.
thank you again, Kimberly, for coming on. Thank you, Randy, for helping host this hour.
Of course, good to see you,
Thank
Robert.
Thank
You're
you, Evan,
welcome.
for I know you've made quite a drive today to be there with Sergeant Major. Is that correct?
Master Sergeant.
Master Sergeant. Thank you for your service, sir. I really appreciate you coming on today to help support this mission. And God bless y'all. And I'll just be hanging it back out here in the green room.
Right on. Thank
Good
you,
to see you, brother.
You too.
Right on.
Guys, 1 second. I'm going to bring somebody in that's an hour early. Our friend Kevin Hoy. Kevin, you're an hour early, buddy.
Eating ice cream. I know. I was watching. I just want to watch.
Okay.
You got some amazing people on
Go
here.
back. Save
You
me
caught
a
me.
pint or two.
Busted.
Save me a
Vermont
pint
ice
or
cream.
two, brother.
Did you
All right,
bring enough
see
for
you in a
all
bit.
of us?
We
We'll
love
see
you.
you in a
We'll
bit,
see you.
Kevin.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah, Randy Barber, we had a conversation with you in the truck the other day. We're trying to hook up a camper down here with it Brian Garland?
Garland, yeah.
Right. Yeah, we were talking the other day and trying to get arrangements made to do what we can do here. Not quite sure if that's where it's going to end up, but I'm planning on heading down there with that camper shortly. So just trying to get one more family out of a tent or in some place where they need to be to temporarily, at least until they can get something a little more substantial put together.
Hallelujah.
So,
we are proud to report to you, sir, that Brian Garland, our firefighter there in Spruce Pine, now has a 30-foot camper, 2007, and it's really nice. So he's in good shape, and of course, we'll just try to make sure another family that needs it, that's in need, gets that one for sure.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
we've been busy with the Foxhole Foundation. We've been just doing what we can to try to get these campers delivered to who needs them. We're filling in voids, bringing people generators and supplies as we wherever we can find it. And we're a few hours out of the area, but we're here all the time.
Yeah. Well, every time we bring one of them campers in, that gets one more family out of that tent and out of that mud. So that's the goal, because
that's right.
It's tough. I've spent my life as an outdoorsman, working outside and just being outdoors in general. I live near Buffalo, and I know what cold weather and I have anywhere to go to escape that. It's 24/7, and you gotta go outside and cook supper out there in the cold over an open fire, or just trying to get them out of there as quick as we can. And it takes materials, it takes money, it takes a lot of stuff to keep everybody going and get people out of those spots. I just know what I'd feel like if I was there. I know what it's like to be cold and uncomfortable for hours at a time, but I also know that it's nice to get in that pickup at the end of the day. And these people don't have that option. They don't have anywhere to go to get away from it. That's tough.
Most of theirs are under mud, brother, and specifically here in Swannanoa, as another one of the speakers that had mentioned, the devastation is just so incredibly vast. If you look at the geology of this area, it's basically just a giant bowl. And during the storm Helene, the bowl was rather full down here in Swannanoa. So
Kimberly and I were down there just before Christmas, and we got caught up with Vince down there. And I took a load of supplies down to my truck, and we met Vince, and he'd secured a bunch of bicycles and toys and everything. And we had an event up there in Burnsville, and we saw a lot of stuff when we were driving around the country. There's still a lot of work to be done. There's been a lot that has been done, but they're a long ways from having things in order down there. That's for sure.
Well, we're very, very happy with some of the progress that we have seen, though. I mean, if we look at it in retrospect, we were in Yancey and Mitchell area, and that was RAO. Down on the toe, we're actually seeing the sectionals of concrete being pulled out of the river. We're seeing geotechnical work start to occur on the skirts of the existing bridges where they've been washed out. That would be, your technical work that's going to be taking place before the bridges are rebuilt. These are the things that we would expect to have happen in this time frame, and we're seeing it happen. We're also seeing, the local governing authorities cave to the stipulations about non-compliance with the tiny homes
Yeah.
and the campers and things like
That
that.
was
So
statewide too. The state just came out and they've caved and
Yeah.
they're allowing the tiny homes now.
So I mean, you know, with all the bad, you know, that we could sit here and quote, we always want to sit here and quote what God's really doing here as well. To see those things happening is definitely progress in a direction that wasn't going in when we first got here, when the Foxhole Foundation first got here. So God be praised for those things indeed.
No doubt. And you talk about things that you see that are on the heartwarming side of things, and you know, some of the great work that's being done. When we were up at that event where the kids came in to get their bicycles and toys and stuff, well, you can go ahead and tell them, Kim, some of the stuff we saw there was just, you know, if it don't touch your heart, you don't have one. To see those kids and, you know, what they've been through, they finally had a chance to have something nice happen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's funny because Randy and I, so I'm in Michigan, Randy's in New York, and so we met in Ohio, and it took us way too many hours to get there because I woke up, I was like half sleeping, I woke up and we were like in Pigeon Forge and then Gatlinburg, and I'm like, okay, cool. And then I realized when we got to the parkway or whatever they call it, I was like, Randy, look at this road. We can't go this way because we were like 50 feet long, and so we had to turn around and go all the way back up and go 81 across. But so we got there later than we wanted to the event, and then I'm trying to remember, Randy. Okay, so we got to our hotel in the morning, and then Randy's truck had issues. So
of all places, they had to be, not at home. They had to be there.
So we were in a hotel that was kind of like nothing around it, and we had to go there because I had already booked the rooms, and so we didn't have a choice to like stop somewhere else on the way. So we had to just keep driving. So we get there at like 8:30 in the morning, and Randy was gonna go unload while I grabbed an hour of sleep and got cleaned up.
I had to unload at 9 and I got to the hotel at 8:30, so why bother?
Yeah, so he notices that 3 studs are broken on one of his wheels. So we were right next door to a place that could fix the truck, which was a miracle because we were like in the middle of nowhere. And so we had to wait for that. And so by the time we got to the event, it was pretty well underway. But there was one little girl in particular, and I watched her face, as she's like looking at the gifts. And I was telling Randy after we left, you know what I really noticed? These kids, you would think that they would walk in there and see all the toys and all the hundreds of bicycles, and they would go hog wild and just, want to grab everything, and they were not. And the parents were not having to tell them, don't grab, you can only have this many. There were no signs saying you can only have this many toys. And the kids were like just going through and looking at everything and, being very selective about what they were taking. So it was just, to me, that was a miracle to see that, because so many times you would think that they would just go hog wild, right? With all the, the stars in their eyes, seeing everything. So that was really cool to see. And I know, like I was telling Randy, we talked about maybe taking some pictures and doing some video. And we were in there and I said, you know what, I don't like taking pictures and stuff like that and doing videos, because I don't care who you are. It's hard to take charity, even if you've been put in a position like that where you really don't have a choice, right? And so I didn't take any pictures or videos, but the way that those different groups came together, and Randy and I were talking this week too, because this woman that he knows wrote an article, and she kind of highlighted Randy in the article, and I said, Randy, you can't let her do that, because the part of the miracle of this was all of these groups coming together to provide that Christmas for those kids, and everybody came from all over the country to do that and cooperated with other groups, which we've seen a lot of groups that can't cooperate, over the past couple of years. They can't work together, but it was really nice to see that. And everybody was happy. No, no disagreements. Everybody was helping and happy. And when it came time to pack everything up, everybody pitched in. It was really awesome to see that.
All right, Kim, let me jump in, guys, real quick. 7:15. We're here till 11 o'clock tonight. We're here for the Buck Up Relief Mission Telethon. Go to givesendgo.com/buck up. Randy and Kim, I'm a guy, and when I see you guys, to tell you, Randy, I just want to fist bump you, and Kim, I want to hug you, because that's the way it goes for us guys. Randy, it's great to see you. Kim, you're looking great as always. And Evan, nice to meet you. Scotty Saks here. And I want to know about your organization. What exactly are you guys doing? I know you're working on building homes. What do you guys do year round? What is it that the organization does?
Well, basically, as a business, I'm in the business of logging, and we build some log cabins, and we've been building tiny homes and whatever, and buildings like that for years. And so we see that there's a pretty big need for that down there, and we've been talking with several organizations about getting in some of the tiny homes, and that was pretty tough to start with because we were hearing use of the code, and we didn't want to get the buildings down there that weren't going to be able to be used, and so there was quite a fracas over the code, which he was talking about earlier. Finally, they started caving on some of the crazy stuff with the code, and it finally went statewide, which is where the trouble was coming from. And I've said before, I mean, there's reasons for the building code, but when you're in an emergency situation like this, you kind of got to give a little bit and use your head and some common sense and realize that you're better off in a temporary tiny home. It's safe, it's temporary, but they're better off to be in that than they are to be in a tent and out in the mud somewhere. And it took a little while for some of the bureaucrats to realize that, but I think there was enough people down there in Carolina making enough noise that they began to realize they needed to do something. So they did. But when it comes time to do the actual rebuild, we do log homes as well, which is a bigger, more substantial building. And we're already preparing to do that. We pull some of the better logs that, the nice straight stuff, and we build log homes. So basically, when it's a little bit of miserable weather up here, which we get plenty of, we can't be in the woods logging, we build log cabin kits in a shop, and we'll ship them out, and it'll be all ready to, pretty easy and quick to assemble. So when it comes time to build the more substantial homes and things like that, we're going to be planning to help out with that when we can, participate in that. But right now, the focus is on the tiny home, and we've got a couple of Amish crews that are going to be starting actually by the end of the week, in the next day or two. And in our case, we're going to build some shells, and we're going to take them down there and drop them off in the yard, and down there that's going to put the interiors in them and ship them out wherever they need to go. So we're going to be working on that directly.
She can see everybody.
Hey, Evan, are you in the Carolinas right now?
I am, sir. I'm in. We're in Swannanoa, North Carolina. It's badly damaged. When y'all were speaking about miracles, let us show you. Master Sergeant and I spent Christmas Eve here in Swannanoa. Let me show y'all one of our little miracles here in Swannanoa. It's what it is a tree that an arborist came in. It was kind of one of the only ones left standing around. An arborist came in and actually pruned it back to look like a Christmas tree, and then Duke Power came in with 2 boom trucks and went ahead and strung lights up and put the star up on top. We spent Christmas Eve here, and between the 48 hours of Christmas Eve, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day, Master Sergeant Jeff Stagg and I drove around with about 25 grand, and in tranches of $500 and $1,000, we handed it out to many families out here in and around Western Carolina. But check out this little miracle right here. Can y'all see that, guys?
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's just the most beautiful thing that I could ever. Hang on, there you go.
Nice.
That's
Awesome.
one of Noah's little miracle, and it really did a great job of bringing people down here. We were hanging out kind of by a fire. We had a bench next to the tree, snowman set up, Santa set up. It was absolutely amazing. So there's a cool little miracle down here that we wanted to share with y'all. And anyhow, are we able to get Nadine in here on this, guys?
Nadine is in. She can see everybody, but she just has a red.
I've been trying to communicate that her devices are not connected. I cannot let her in. It won't let me let her in the room because she's not connected. She is the backstage. She's to connect her mic and her cam before I let her in.
Sounds good. She's gonna have to connect her camera and her mic.
Yeah, it says she's in, but she's
okay.
It says she's backstage.
All right. Well, 10-4, we'll carry on.
All right, Evan, tell me what's the worst thing you guys have seen? You've been there, you've seen the devastation. Tell me the best and the worst of the Carolinas right now.
Absolutely, sure. So, let me give you the best. Again, just to reiterate, there's actual progress being made. We're obviously, Ann Vandersteel was on a little bit earlier with y'all, and she did a great expose on the Candler FEMA camp, and much to her credit, I'd say that she had a lot to do with that being disbanded. Again, the bridges, sectionals being removed, the debris being pulled out of the river, the geotechnical work going on. There's just so much progress that's taking place. It is just the caving of the local governing authorities about the parameters with tiny homes and those kind of things. Really just big progress. And that for us has been one of the best things. And of course, in handing out, these little care packages and these little Christmas blessings to families and in need and victims of the hurricane, some of the reactions and some of the thankfulness and their graciousness for what we've just given them. There's no way to describe to you the feeling that you get a human to human interaction where the desperation that comes through is just it's a desperation but a thankfulness that you can't really describe. You can't ever capture that. Even a camera while you're being your film can't capture what it's really like human to human. But that feeling that I get personally and that we get because we're all in this together and our family is all of the same ilk, but the feeling that I get, you can't jab a vein for it. You can't smoke anything for it. You can't drink out of a bottle for it. You can't jump out of a plane for it. There's absolutely nothing like, paying it forward and be in the hands of feet. Really just, that is the best. Now, the worst is the disaster is so incredible in terms of the devastation. Another one of the guests from earlier when I was on was speaking of devastation being such that you can't describe it. Pictures don't do it justice. There's absolutely no way to describe it to anybody. You could liken it to a war zone whereby everything is absolutely, completely decimated by salvo after salvo after salvo of massive ordnance. There's debris everywhere. There's corner stores that used to be there that are washed into the river. The only thing that are left is like literally the corner of the store is left. And then, it's hard enough with all of that, and with the lack of any government involvement or any help from them. You also have another quiet war being fought. And that's going to be, your methamphetamine and your fentanyl users. They're dragging relief efforts kind of down into a hole of, kind of a vortex of delay and just expenditure of effort and time, trying to help, but they steal. You can't leave a camp at night because everything that's not nailed down or welded down ends up gone. It's a very, very difficult war zone that we're working in here. And apologies if I seem a little long-winded, but there's a lot to unpack here. So good, really, really good God things going on here. Some very serious blessings, and but at the same time, there's some dark things at work here, folks. Really.
Evan, thanks. No, you can't say too much. You can't talk too much here because your boots on the ground. You're living it every day, and that's the most important thing. As this day has unfolded, the people that have come into this telethon from the Carolinas in particular, you can't. That experience is invaluable. I can't tell you that. I've heard it third hand from people there, second hand. I even heard a couple stories from a family member about babies getting flooded 7 miles down the road, being found 7 miles away from home. But Evan, did I hear you say you've got a guy with you that's military?
Yeah, Master Sergeant. Yeah, I serve as an operator underneath Master Sergeant Jeff Stagg right here. And,
that's me here.
And Nadine.
Scotty, I'm going to introduce you to Nadine. Nadine's with our group too. I got her right here.
Oh, excellent. Okay, we've been trying to get you in. Hey, Nadine, we've been trying to get you in. It keeps telling me your devices are not connected, so glad we can we at least hear you?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you. There you are. How are you?
Okay. I'm good. It won't let me unmute my mic or anything. I've gone out about 10 times and it won't let me.
That's all right.
Yeah, who knows? It's been, we've had a couple glitches today. Thank God. Overall, it's gone pretty well, especially since it's the first time I've actually commandeered a StreamYard broadcast. But Nadine, tell us your experiences. You've been in the Carolinas quite often, or do you live there as well?
No, I'm in Pennsylvania. I've been down twice.
Yeah, she's the co-founder of Foxhole.
Yeah. I actually wrote something for today. If you guys can hear me okay, I'll read it.
Yeah, please.
Okay. It's a call to action for all patriots. So I'm just asking everyone to really absorb every word that you hear. I want to take you on a journey. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine waking up to the sound of your children's laughter. The smell of fresh coffee fills the air as the sun rises over your home. Your day is a whirlwind of school drop-offs, a full day's work, dinner prep, and sports practices. Maybe you have brilliant grandchildren running through the house with their giggles filling every corner. Maybe the kids are even bickering and getting on your last nerve. Life can be hectic, busy, and chaotic at times, but still beautiful. You're grateful for the life you have because it's filled with love, purpose, and the comfort of knowing your family is safe and secure. Now open your eyes and imagine everything you work for, everything you love, and even those you love have been stripped away in one single night. Hurricane Helen didn't knock on doors or ask permission. It just tore through homes, ripped apart lives, and left families standing in the rubble of what used to be their lives. Picture the eerie silence where there once was laughter. Imagine your children or grandchildren asking, Where will they sleep tonight? Or when can they go home? Imagine the baby crying for a bottle and a diaper change, but nothing is there. Imagine not having an answer to give. How do you go on? Now, the tragedy doesn't end with the storm. Instead of relief, there is silence from the very institutions meant to protect and serve us. Promises of aid remain just that, promises. Families are left to fend for themselves, navigating the wreckage of their lives with little to no support. But let me tell you something. This is not where the story ends. This is a new beginning. We, as God-loving patriots, have to choose to stand in the gap. We cannot wait for the broken system or the failed leaders to act. We must be the hands and feet of God to spread hope, being their light in their darkest moments, showing up when no one else will. This is why we need people like you, people who refuse to let our fellow Americans fall through the cracks. This isn't about politics or power. It's about responsibility. It's about embodying the love and compassion that God commands us to show. It's about rebuilding homes, restoring hope, and giving families the chance to start over. Therefore, in closing, I am graciously asking you to take a stand, to be that light in their darkness, to show them they're not alone or forgotten, and that we will not rest until they are whole again. Together as God-loving patriots, we can transform their stories from one of despair to one of triumph. Let's take this journey together, because it's not just their fight, it's ours. Because this is who we are, and this is what we do. The Foxhole Foundation is driven by a profound commitment to lead with our hearts, embracing compassion as the cornerstone of our mission to uplift humanity. We believe in the power of selfless service and prioritize aiding those in need, whether through disaster relief efforts, supporting our communities, or supporting veterans who have served with honor. Our approach is rooted in empathy and resilience, ensuring that every action reflects our unwavering dedication to making a tangible difference. By uniting communities and fastening hope, we strive to create a world where kindness and generosity pave the way for a brighter future for all. And this is how we change the world.
Wow. Very powerful. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys tell us about FQX, the organization, and how do you pronounce the name? I've heard Foxhole FQX. What is the name of the organization?
Sure, it's Foxhole Foundation.
It is Foxhole. Okay.
Just spelled with a Q.
Gotcha. And tell us about the organization. What do you guys do throughout the year? And thank you so much for being here, first and foremost, and for helping. This has been a great organization. Buck Up Mission Relief. I'm so impressed with what they've put together in such a short period of time, and you guys are a part of that. And thank you, sir, for your service. Both of you guys have served, so thank you. I was raised by a United States Marine that fought in the Korean War. I think I got lucky. I got taught the values of a U.S. Marine, and you can't put a price tag on that, man. That is something special when you're raised by a tough Marine who fought in a war, lost his hearing in one of his ears when a bomb blew up in the Foxhole. But he said the case of vodka was safe. So that's all that mattered. That they saved the vodka.
Yeah.
That's a true.
Yeah.
Well, the term foxhole came from us. Many of us probably have had a mentor in our lives, and I had an older brother of mine, about almost a decade older than me. Stan fought, 7.5 years of cancer, and we lost him about a year and a half ago. And he was just one of these people that just would constantly put his hand on my shoulder and just try to teach me little things throughout my life growing up of how to just be a good person. He always had a term of paying it forward, just always, pay forward good deeds, be good to people. And we had a hunt club together. We used to spend time out in the woods in his tree farm and that kind of thing. He was just a special person. And we had a theory. We came up with a theory years ago called the foxhole theory. And it simply means to surround yourself with just those that you would want in your foxhole. You know, there's a lot of good meaning to that. You know, get rid of all the drama and the strife, and just stay away from that, and just surround yourself with the people that, that just in terms of what a foxhole is, you would, for survival, you would want to surround yourself with people you can depend on. So that's kind of the terminology of where the group came from, and we've on our logo we have we pay it forward. So and that's just kind of the group that we have in our foxhole. I've got a private Telegram group called that. That's how we all kind of got together, and we were just all like-minded people that just wanted to do kind things for others, and understand how the importance of loving God and being good, true patriots. Nadine and I got together a few years ago. We formed a little group like this, and after Helene, we decided to start a foundation about a month into doing relief efforts, and here we are. We came across with good people like Evan here, who came down on his own dime, on his own time, with his own crew, and in the middle of October, he came down and fed 1,000 people with his barbecue. He has an incredible smoke watcher barbecue little business going, and he brought up a team, and we fed a whole community for 2 days, with good-hearted people like Evan. So you can go on from there.
It was awesome. Yeah, we had a great time. So far, the Foxhole Foundation, since I've been with them, I've really just enjoyed the fact that all the donations are going directly back to the people of Western Carolina. Every one of us are on our own dime. We're doing this, just out of the goodness of our hearts and to help the people. Right after Thanksgiving, we were able to help 17 families with tranches of there were little cards with $800 each in them.
Yeah.
So more than FEMA, with no questions asked, no application, no fee, no questions. Just here's $800. Y'all have a Merry Christmas and a great Thanksgiving. And then of course, again, since then, Jeff and I, spent 48 hours around Christmas time on, some clandestine missions back and forth to bless families with about 25 grand that we had.
Yeah.
And
what
so
we decided to do was Nadine and myself and Evan, we have gone around an independent media, independent journalist circuit, and just tried to explain to America what the plight really is like down here, the travesties and the way people have been kind of left. But we have, through that, it's wonderful to see how people have come together, and we've run into people helping people, humanity helping humanity, and by spreading that message in the independent podcast world, we were able to receive donations. We're a new foundation, a 501c3, and we have literally taken those cash donations and then just turned around and literally handed them back over to displaced families. And we did it in a couple methods. And this past Christmas at our website, and we have a Facebook page too, with the Q, FQXHOLE, foxholefoundation.org. We have just recently put out a video, a compilation, showing of what it really looked like to just hug and love the people that just really needed to know and hear and see that they're not forgotten. And it was just a beautiful thing, like Evan says, when you're just giving of yourself, you're doing the things that, God has put a path before us, and we're just doing everything we can to stay on it. And there's so much joy and goodwill that has come of it.
And I'll tell you, God is just showing off here too. One of the coolest things I've ever seen is something, that our entire foundation and the Donors of America were responsible for was we actually did what we feel like is probably the first private crowdsourced tow where 4 different individuals, including Master Sergeant here, towed a large camper from Wyoming all the way down to Western Carolina by basically just communicating with the tow partner. And we started in Wyoming, and 4 different folks would drop, stop, drop, stop, drop, stop. And we got it all the way here. We thought that was just a really cool God thing.
Yeah, people coming together on their own dime, and we're just patriots, people loving to, humanity, helping humanity. That's what we all want to do.
Paying it forward.
Guys, the foxhole hits so close to home. My dad used to say, you got to trust the guy in the foxhole next to you.
That's right.
When you're in battle. And I'll tell you, you guys, I would go to war with you in the foxhole next to me anytime.
Hoorah,
warriors for sure. And Robert's entire organization, including the man that's going to join us, Pastor Rod, can we get an audio check?
Can you guys hear me now?
Right. We got you this time. We'll be right. Yeah, awesome. Pastor Rod, good to see you. Evan, Master Sergeant, you guys can stick around. We're going to talk to Rod a little bit. Pastor Rod, we couldn't hear you earlier today, but before we bring you in, we want to remind everybody we're here to raise money for Buck Up Relief Mission. Go to givesendgo.com/Buck Up. I think they said Buck Up or Buck Out or no, Buck Off. Buck Up or Buck Off. And if you're watching right now and you haven't donated, with all due respect, Buck Up or Buck Off. And I mean that with love, respect. So, Pastor Rod, what have you seen the best and the worst of the Carolinas? You've been down there a few times, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, we have. And first and foremost, I'd like to just start off and just say appreciate you guys' service there in the foxhole guys and Scotty Saks, everybody, Randy and Kim and Kim Yater, the whole team, Robert and Jaime. You guys are amazing. It's just an honor for Suzanne and I to be a part of this amazing remnant family is what we are. We're not friends, we're family. And so I just want to say thank you and just an honor to be here. What we've seen is utter devastation. It's been said many, many times. There's not words, really. There's not pictures that can truly describe the devastation, not only physically, but spiritually, emotionally, in every area. So there's a lot of physical devastation. But as a pastor, I'm ministering to people that have lost everything, that have lost all hope. And those are the kind of things that we all need to really synergize our prayers for those folks, to pray for just to pray for hope, to pray for that they have the strength to make it another day. Because truly, that's where some of them are really faced. So I've seen utter devastation. We've been down there several times. And thanks to Robert and Jaime and many of you guys that are on this team, I'm from a little rural community, and a little bit about our ministries. I haven't always been a pastor, so we've kind of been in this fight with Robert and Jaime and a bunch of you guys for the last couple of years with our, at the tip of the spear. And I'm a miracle walking, so I know a lot of you guys are miracles. You believe in miracles, but I'm passionate about what I do because I shouldn't even be alive. And so what I love to be, I'm a pastor that rolls up his sleeves and loves to get involved. And I've just seen so much devastation, but like the brother was sharing a while ago, I've seen so many people come together. The world is watching, they're truly watching, seeing people truly come together with no strings attached. And that's what I love seeing happen, is to see true unity come across America and truly see the brotherhood of true patriots come together. And so that's what we're doing. What we're doing is kind of a 3-headed monster, where we've been taking and trying to help people get their houses mucked out and cleaned up, and snapping lines and taking out plywood and floors and replacing, just doing what we can do. We've served in the Green Mountain area. We went to Newland, and we're setting up a headquarters there. So we're trying to help people that do have a home to try to get back in their homes. And then we're also trying to place people in RVs, and to glory be to God, we had 3 RVs donated to our ministry yesterday, and we're going to be praying about how to get them. They're in need of repair, and so we need to they're actually motorhomes. So They don't run, but they could be placed. But they all need a little TLC. But anyway, we all need a little TLC, but these units need them. We're doing that, and then we're also going to work with Randy a little bit on the mini situation. So there's so much to do, and I like y'all's tagline, buck up or buck off, because really it's what it's time to do. Is all of us can come together, and do something. Whether it's $5, whether it's $555 or $5,500, everybody can do something, and I'm just excited to be a part of this team.
Pastor Rod, I was with you in Texas at Take Our Border Back, our second event in Texas, and I don't remember the exact circumstances, except I know for sure you were leading the prayer. And I think you had the women come up and pray for the men. Do I recollect that correctly?
Yeah, it was kind of a vice versa. It's kind of both. Yeah, we had the men pray for the women, the women pray for the men. Yes, sir.
I have never seen the energy in a prayer group, and it was a pretty good prayer group. And we know when two people pray together, it's like 100. When 100 pray together, it's like 10,000, right? So
yes,
there was about 40 people there praying, but I've never felt that kind of energy in the midst of a prayer group that I felt that day. How do you describe that? You're a minister. How do you describe that energy? I can't describe it to anybody. I can't really recall the words to describe what I felt in that moment. How would you describe it?
Well, throughout Scripture, it talks about unity, that we could ask Him for anything that we want in unity. 2 or 3, the Bible says, where 2 or 3 are gathered, and so there's just something throughout Scripture that power is exchanged in agreement and in unity. And when you get people that are going for the right thing, and we got Jesus at the top of that at the top of this triangle, if you could, and everybody's going towards the same focus, it's unstoppable. You can't stop a church and a synergized people. That's why they've been trying to do all the stuff they've been doing, the last couple of years, to keep us separated, to mask us, and to shut us up, and to all those things, because there's so much power when we come together in unity. We just witnessed it across the nation, where the red wave destroyed the blue walls across America. Okay, that's what happens when people come together. That's what happens when you
the Bible says when two or more are gathered in His name.
That's right.
He's there.
That's right. Me and my wife Suzanne have been praying for the last couple of years. That's really even how I believe the Lord, hooked us up with Robert and Jaime. Was our prayer was simple. It was like, Lord, align us and put us together with like-minded people that are truly like-minded people. And the people that are on this team, we can finish each other's sentences. We're not here for a paycheck. We're not here for fame. We're here to make one person famous, and that's Jesus Himself. And I think everything that we're doing is about compassion. And the Great Commission should be called the Great Compassion. And that's really what it's all about. And so it's expensive. It costs. You know what the number? The smallest word in the Bible is go, but it's the most expensive. It's going to cost you the most. That one word, go. You know what? But all of us can do something. We can't take it with us. So it is true time. This whole thing is about bucking up. Buck up to do what? Buck up to help our neighbor, to love our neighbor. Jesus asked Peter 3 times, "Do you love me, Peter?" He says, "Yes, Jesus, I love you." He says, "Well, if you love me, love my people." He says, Peter, do you love me? Yes. He said 3 times, "Do you love me?" His response, Jesus' response every time was, "If you love me, love my people." So that's really what we're trying to do here, is just it's a bunch of people coming together, using our gifts, using our talents, and coming together to love God's people. And that's what I want to be busy doing. When the heavens open, I don't believe we have a lot of time left, but I believe that when the heavens open, I want to be broke and I want to be tired, because I was loving God's people. So as a pastor, I'm challenging every pastor that's listening right now, and I feel the Holy Spirit in this room. And I get a little tender when I feel the Holy Spirit, because I believe that time is of the essence. I believe that we're in a now season. And I believe that more than ever, that pastors need to come out from behind their broken pulpits. Amen. And we need to repent, and we need to roll up our sleeves and show people how we love. Be the hands and feet of Jesus. Because that's truly what we're called to be, is the hands and feet. And He says, if you love me, you'll keep my commands. It's not that hard. If you love me, keep my commandments. Do what I ask you to do. Love my people. And so that's truly what this is about. I know it is for me and our team. And I know that's the heart of Robert and Jamie. I know it's the heart of the Take Our Border Back and Randy and Kip. I know all the Doc Pete Chambers and Donica, all this wonderful team. We're not doing this for ourselves. We're doing this to help others. So help us help them. Anybody that's watching, if you could, I don't care if it's $5, it'll help do something. It'll help somebody do something. So what we're all trying to do is we all are on the same team. This is not Team Rod Parker Ministries or Jesus Encounters. I'm raising up a banner of hope and a banner of freedom and a banner of love and support to our fellow man. And you know what? I think the world's watching, and I think we're gonna see true impact.
So
Pastor Rod, your emotions
says, and in the name of our God, we will raise our banners.
Yes.
All right. And so that's what we're all doing. We all have a banner in it, and we're all raising it. And us individually are banners, right? And so as we move forward, we are representing a specific message, and I just appreciate that so much. Rod and Suzanne, how they have just sacrificed so much. I know what they've had to sacrifice in order to go out and to serve, and it's incredible. You don't see that too often. There's a lot of pastors, if you will, that have plenty. They have more than they know what to do with, and they do nothing. And then you have other folks that they give more than they have. And I just we've been working with Rod and so many different efforts, and this guy's all over the place. If there's something going on, you're going to see Rod Parker and Suzanne there going, hey, how can we serve? What can we do? And I think it's that servant's heart is how we're going to get through these trials and tribulations that we're in now. But a time is coming. A reprieve is upon us. And
Yes.
we're going to see some amazing things take place, and we're going to have an ability to serve in ways that we hadn't in this time of lack. But for now, we have to fill this this moment, this stopgap measure, to take care of those who are in need of this at this very time.
That's right.
Pastor Rod, you always wear your heart on your sleeve. That was been again today. And I think that's why emotions and the intensity of what happens when you're leading prayer. I'll tell you what, you said it a couple times. We're here. Nobody's here for themselves. So Robert and I, our two organizations co-produce this event. Robert, I didn't have a talent budget for people coming on. Did you?
What's a talent budget?
Yeah, that's when you pay people like Jerry Lewis. You may not be old enough, some of you, to remember Jerry Lewis Telethon, but the telethons you see in the mainstream media, the celebrities and guests that come on get paid. They don't come out of the love of their heart. So my point is, Robert, you didn't have a talent budget. I didn't have one. Nobody here has been paid a red cent. This money is what it is, and it's for who it's supposed to be for. That's the victims of this, and so many people have given so much to I just want to see us wind up last couple hours with some really good donations. Pastor Rod, I don't want to guilt anybody into donating, but give us a biblical perspective about doing the right thing, and when you're listening to a podcast and you haven't bought that,
Well, the Bible says simply give and it shall be given. And I think Jesus is the prime example of what a true giving spirit is, and a servant and a giving, what giving's all about, really. And so I think it's been mistaught for so many years, Scotty, across all kinds of different denominations, is that you give to get. You give this and you'll get this. If you give, and that is a biblical principle. It's about seed time and harvest is what they're talking about. But truly, I believe that giving is a position of the heart. We give because we don't give to get. We give to give. It's that simple. We give to give. And I tell you what, you can't outgive God. So anybody that's watching here, I try. Let me just tell you, I'm trying. I'm holding him to it. I'm trying to outgive God. And let me just say, I've got a really good friend named Greg Locke, and some of you guys know him, but I tell you, he's the most generous man that I've ever met. And I've prayed for that same level of generosity to come over me. And so I want to pray when there's an opportunity. I want to pray for that, for a spirit of generosity to come over our listeners and over our nation. Because if we could get selfishness out of the way and get past self and start looking out past our problems and be a solution to someone else's problems, I tell you what, if you're a solution to somebody else's problems, God will take care of yours. If you put God first, He will take care of you. And there's a revelation that I discovered and that I teach, that God's laws of first things throughout Scripture, and you guys can go back and check me out. Every first thing is redeemed throughout Scripture. The first son, the first lamb, every first thing. You know what? So I just want to challenge. This is January 1st, 2025. I want to challenge those who are watching right now to try to. The Bible also says in the area of giving, He says, "Test me in this. Test me right here." It's the only place where He says you can test me. So I tell you what I'll do. I'll make a personal guarantee. If somebody makes a pledge and it turns out negative for you, or something doesn't come back for you, I'll pay it back for you. But I just want to challenge everyone to plant a seed. Everybody wants a harvest, but if you can't get a harvest without seed in the ground. And so, I want to plant. I just want to encourage everyone to give because Jesus gave. And thank God He did. Thank God He gave, because none of us would be sitting here without that. But I can't take it with us. Nobody can take it with us, and we're truly blessed to be a blessing. God has blessed me in my life. I was in the construction business, and God has been. I've been blessed in my life, but I'm only blessed to be a blessing. I'm not blessed to hoard my stuff. You don't see U-Haul trucks backed up to tombstones. We can't take it with us. We can't take it with us. So I just want to encourage each and every person to, try to outgive God. Try to be challenged. Get outside the box this year and do something that's uncomfortable. Plant a seed today that may not be comfortable. I think a lot of us need to get out of our comfort zones, but we can't do that unless we get out of our own way. Okay, and so a lot of times we got to get out of our own way and just let go and let God. Some of you, I think there's people even listening right now that there's been some things that just kind of maybe tugged at your heart to give, and you're like, but you haven't given yet. I want to encourage you right now, step out by faith, because faith is the only thing that pleases God. Church attendance is important, but it's not the most important. Your faith is the only thing that puts something in your credit account with Jesus. Every time you use your faith, you're putting money in your account. So I just want to challenge folks that are maybe watching, maybe on the fence or whatever. I think Jesus obviously is our best example of giving, but truly it's all about giving is about the heart. And
Thanks, Pastor Ryan.
it's all about the
thank
heart.
you. I want to say to our two friends in the foxhole there, gentlemen, thank you so much for coming. Where can people find your organization and all of your work online?
Yes. You can find us at FQXHOLE.org, foxholefoundation.org, FQXHOLE foundation.org. Come see us.
That's great. Thanks, guys. Randy, I want to give you the last word because, man, you've been quiet. Tell us what's on your mind, Randy.
Well, that's going to take too long, but I'll give you a couple. Real simple, I think, for me, a real simple principle: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It's just that simple. You think about being down there in a position that some of those people are that are in, and they're proud people, and they're sticking it out no matter what, but they're in some pretty tough conditions, and just I look at what's going on down there, and I'm like, well, if I was sitting in their shoes, I'd want somebody to give me a little bit of help. And it's just as simple as that. And the other very simple principle is if we all do a little, it turns out to be a lot. I say it all the time. And, there's people out there who can afford to give generously, and I hope they do. And there's people out there who can't afford to give generously. But every little bit helps. And if you can't give cash, there's times when people can't do that, and that's the principal thing that we're trying to do here. But there's other needs, and for instance, as soon as I get off the air here, I got a call coming in from down in North Wilkesboro. Well, there's some folks down there running out of hay for their livestock, and they're going to be calling me. We took them down some. They're running out. And, there's so many things that are needed. We have a pretty strong group of patriots out here in the Buffalo area. We're basically tied together through the election audits. A lot of us got together and did a lot of work on that. And Kimberly in with us, even though she's in Michigan. We adopted her in New York. She's an honorary New York citizen as far as I'm concerned. But we got a strong group out there, and we put a group of us that work together, and we decided to load some supplies in the trailer. And, people that weren't necessarily giving a lot of money, but they were just bringing in whatever they had. I mean, there were some people brought in a couple of shovels. There's people that brought in generators, chainsaws, whatever. There's so many things that are needed. We had a bunch of women got together and they knitted 900 winter caps. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. I mean, everybody can do a little bit. If we all do a little bit, it adds up to be a lot. And so I just like to, let people understand that. Another thing that we're working on, we're possibly going to try to put together a card drive where if people don't necessarily donate building materials, it's a little hard for some people to carry a sheet of plywood or a 2x4 to a drop-off site. But if you could bring us a Home Depot card with, or money, whatever, we can go get what we need. So trying to put together a little plan where maybe we can get some donation cards for some of the bigger stores and see if they'll match the donations that we get on the cards, and then we can go and get some of the materials that we need. Well, there's so many different ways that you can go at this. So many different ways you can help. But certainly donate to the Buck Up Relief Give Send Go is certainly, I mean, we can take the money and go get the need of the day. The need changes. So the money is flexible and you can go get what you need. So that's a great thing. But it's not always all about the money. There's a lot of other things that are needed too. We need volunteers. You need people that got time to get down there and help build some stuff and put it together. There's debris that still needs to be moved. There's winter houses that need people to help put stuff in order and organize it. And there's a lot of things you can do. So whatever level that you can participate, these people need as much help as they can get. It's going to take a lot to get them through the winter. And, like I was saying earlier on a couple other places I was talking about this, the farmers in the fields are under a foot of mud. Their pastures are gone. Their fences are gone. They have no hay to feed their livestock. And that's not going to get fixed, even in the spring. It's not going to be fixed. So they need a lot. There's a lot of stuff that they need. So, I think we should be trying to post the need of the day or, every so often freshen up the list. But money's always good because we know what we need. In the need of the day, you can go get it. But if money's not possible for you, then you need to, donate something else or donate some tools. I mean, these people want color tools. You think about it. Guys have a garage that they fix their cars or do whatever in. The garage goes down the river. Their tools go down the river. Even a lot of people hand tools. They don't have anything. So,
Randy,
you hit on
I was only.
Randy,
go ahead, Evan.
You hit on something that's huge, man. These communities were built over generations, literally 100 years or better. It won't be 2 to 3 months that they're rebuilt. This is going to take generations again to rebuild these communities. The giving will have to continue from the American people over an extended period of time because our government, they're not helping.
Well, one point that I'd like to make on that, and we don't want to get too far off topic, but I know you touched on it earlier, Scotty, knowing that Kim and I have been working hard on election validity and trying to straighten things out. And I would like to point out that one of the biggest reasons that we had a fail from the government helping is because we had the wrong people in place. And those people got in place through elections that weren't conducted in an accurate way. I'll just put it in nice terms. Or maybe I could just come out and say they cheated. Yeah. So we worked real hard at Stopping the Steal in 24. Not just Kim and I, the groups that we work with, many groups all across the country. And we're continuing that work because basically we got to get rid of those electronic voting machines. That's what we're trying to do before we get into another major election, because elections have consequences. You hear it all the time. Well, stolen elections have worse consequences. And what's happening in North Carolina is a direct result of a stolen election, leaving the wrong people in place and dropping the ball and leaving our citizens out to dry, just leaving them out there hanging while we take care of whoever and whatever, anything and everything besides our own people. So I'd like to point that out. But anyway,
Hey guys, we're out of time. But I was not really honest with you, Randy. I said you were going to get the last word. We know Kim gets the last word. Go ahead, Kim.
Always.
Shoo! I was thinking that was a short version for Randy.
I'm
So
learning.
thank you,
I'm
Scotty.
learning.
Thank you. So I always think this: there, but for the grace of God, go I. And when you don't feel like doing it, when you don't feel like driving all night like Randy and I did, it's not to pat ourselves on the back. And it's not that you always feel like doing it, but I always think, man, what if that happened to me? I would want people to stand up and help, Randy and I just rebranded our podcast and our stuff to Real American Grit. And that's what we need right now. We need American grit. And that's what this country was built on. And I love the fact that the Christians are standing up now. This is our chance to shine. And this is the way it was really, the way our country was built and the way we're supposed to come together and help. And it is supposed to be the Christians and the church that stand up. And we haven't been doing that. So it's our time to shine. And we need to do that.
Thanks,
I want to
Kim.
personally thank you, Randy, excuse me, Scotty, and Kimberly for coming on and participating in this telethon. It was such a pleasure meeting y'all in Selma. Was it Selma or Charlotte? I think it was Selma.
We first met you in Texas.
Oh, sure, right, yes. But
Yeah.
we got to really know each other when we were in Selma, and I just really appreciate y'all. Y'all have such big hearts and a commitment to all sorts of different initiatives, whether it's the North Carolina situation or elections or and Randy, you're working on building all these cabins, and you're like, hey, whatever I can do, and working with Jaime in an incredible way. I know y'all spend a lot of time with each other, so thank you again for your time and for your effort and your sacrifice.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having us.
Thank you, everybody.
And thanks for all you guys are doing too.
You guys have a great one. I got some live streamers I've got to mention, so I'm going to let you all go. Kevin, you stick around. Thank you, everybody. We're 9 hours in, but we're only 5 minutes over time. That's amazing. Usually by the 9th hour of any event, you're 30, 40 minutes behind. So that's because
I got to jump in with Robert and Pastor Rob. I love your hat.
Go ahead,
by the
Kevin.
way. I just wanted to say I appreciate everything everybody's doing, but specifically the hats. I like the hats there. So I wanted to mention something before they dropped off. Nice seeing you guys.
Bless you guys.
And Major Sergeant,
Thank you guys.
Thank you so much for coming on today and your service to the Carolinas and everything that y'all are doing. Really appreciate you. And Rod, man, you're a rock star. Appreciate you too, brother. You and your wife.
God bless you guys. We love you.
Amigos. Sometimes you just gotta cut the cord. I hate doing that. I hate cutting people. I hate moving them out. But if we didn't do that throughout the day, and Robert, you've been a big help. You're very cognizant of time, and I'm grateful for that. You realize we're up against the clock. Kevin, our next guests, I don't believe are here yet. Let me double check.
Man,
No.
I got to take 5 minutes and just say hats off to Scotty. You've been at this all day. And the amazing group of people that you have. I want to make sure people aren't missing it. That, like, Happy New Year to start with. We're going to kick this bitch off
Happy New
with a
Year.
bang, right? Well, again, we're lighting it right off the bat, and I want to make sure people aren't missing the bigger picture that we're doing it. This is people helping people. All we have is each other, and that's how I know we're going to be okay. But I just wanted to say hats off to you, man. You've been going all day. I appreciate you. Thank you.
You know, it's been easy because the guests have been so good and the conversation has been great. We're actually waiting for hoping that Doc Pete Chambers is going to come on. No, he's not till 9. I'm sorry. Kip Coltrane and Annie from Illinois Freedom Alliance are supposed to be our guests this hour. Let me see if anyone's in the green room. Nope, no one's here. So, Kevin, let's get into the Grassroots Warrior Network. It's a great organization, and you do a lot of the things that Robert and his group does. But go ahead, you got something on your mind, I can tell.
Well, I was just going to say right off the bat, buck up, give, send, go. You guys, again, it's I think you're asking for $100,000. You're at like 18 right now. When you go to click on that link, everybody watching, it says the link might be suspicious, right? It might take you, if they open a site that might be harmful to the cabal. Make sure you guys are aware of that. I want to tell you guys that and all your viewers too. So you can click on it and still get to the give, send, go, but again, buck up, give, send, go. We're trying to do a little relief fundraising here. And as always, you guys are being censored and suppressed. So I want to make sure people know you can skip that part and still get involved and participate. Go ahead, Scotty.
You know,
Sorry.
thanks, Kevin. There's probably people that are bailing on that notice that they get that this site can be harmful. That is a cabal. That is a censorship. That is us being messed with. I have no doubt in my mind we're being messed with. There's no reason for that link to throw up a message. This site may be harmful. It's a give, send, go site. Come on.
Right.
Thanks, Kevin, for pointing. Leave it to you, Kevin. You always find these kind of angles, and you're a good You should have been an investigative reporter, Kevin. Wait, you are.
The Grassroots Warrior Network, one of many, just like you guys, Scotty. We broke that bond. Again, you've talked about your network on my network, and I've talked about your network on, vice versa. This is the networking that they didn't want to happen, and we're doing it. You're about to have Grassroots Magazine on. Well, I never heard of that. I got to get hooked up with that, and the same thing for people. The content is why you're being censored. I think 9 o'clock tonight, Central Time, you got David Summerall, again, unbelievable, Patriot, and he's exposing the J6 stuff, but human trafficking deeper. I was down in Washington, D.C., Michael Jaco, again, Lisa Schermerhorn. I think you kicked this thing off with Brad Wozni, Sovereign Soul. We reported all that. That's now making Fox News, and we said Cindy Lou Who there, Cindy Young, was going to bring down the whole house, and I think that's happening. But the content you guys are putting out today is really, really incredible. So again, hats off to you guys for doing what you're doing. The Grassroots Warrior Network, was I supposed to talk about us?
Yeah. I want you to get of course, that's why I wanted you on, because I know your posse will support Robert's posse. I have no doubt the Grassroots Warrior Network are the kind of people that take care of Buck Up. Evidence Brad Wozni kicked off the event today. Brad is part of the Grassroots Warrior Network. And I know that it's the same mindset. It's the same value system. So tell us what you're doing at Grassroots Warrior Network.
Hold up a second here. Is that a buck I see in the background there?
That's a buck.
That's my daughter's first ever white-tailed deer, believe it or not. That's a beauty.
Wow. That's
split
beautiful.
brow tines. Look, we're going to get along. I can tell deer stories all night long.
Totally rubbing it in my face, man. I was supposed
you
to.
guys are kindred spirits. The two of you boys are kindred spirits. I can tell you for sure. You could talk for hours about hunting and cowboy hats and a lot of other shit that you guys would get lost in. So we'll just let you go ahead, guys. You don't need me.
Sometimes we do. Again, we've got conservation. That's how my mission started a long time ago, right? Trying to save the earth and this great heritage and culture that we call hunting, fishing, trapping, outdoor renewable resources. We could go that direction. That's politics too. And that's a demographic that I want to yell at because we don't get involved. Deer hunting, the lack of deer, the population, the chemtrail, it's all connected. It's all politics. Politics still sucks, but it dictates our lives. So we can talk about more election fraud. We can talk about human trafficking. We've tied CPS in your Congress to child trafficking. Law enforcement, judges, right? Senators, we can go the whole gamut. This is all disclosure right now. So, and it's a grassroots movement. It's we the people, man. We're doing it. That's what I'm saying. Don't lose sight of that. Again, the Grassroots Warrior Network, it's me and 20 of, well, we started with 20 of my friends. So again, it's 3 shows a day, spiritual, educational, news, politics, some of your favorites from all over. Again, Michael Jaco, Mark Atwood. We have some awesome guests like Scotty Saks, right? And again, some of your favorites, to be honest. It's always free. It's in one location and it's on Rumble. So we've become the news, the new news. And I think one of the things that kind of sets us apart is this is designed and created for you. In fact, this ant, oh, see that little tiny ant right there? We put so much thought into that. Have you guys ever felt like an ant? I'm little Kevin Hoyt. I'm a deer hunter from Vermont State. Nobody's ever heard of me, but right, what am I going to do about chemtrails or massive election fraud or all you? The power of you is really incredible. And we built this platform for you to have a voice. So if you've got a product, a service, a story, something that's going to help other people, we designed this platform. This is your network, the People's News, and we have all sorts of incredible guests. The content, again, stuff that we're not supposed to talk about, from human trafficking to aliens. To this point, Satan himself could appear out of the steps of Washington, and I think most of us are like, it's about time. We're ready. Let's get this show on the road. And I think that's 2025. We got a lot of, I want to be upbeat. I want to be hopeful. Again, all the things that we're learning and sharing, and it's working. We're winning. The tide is flipped. It turned. So I hope you're not missing it. Anybody out there, like, what are they going to say about you, your grandkids? What are they going to say? This incredible, unprecedented time in history. Nobody's going to say that I didn't try, right? And again, I guess that's the hard part, is sometimes it's not always easy to stand up if it's not popular. Well, it's becoming popular. We all know everybody watching has been victimized and abused by this system. And wait do you find out what they've been doing to your children? Like I said, the things that we're learning and exposing, that's how we win. We're watching our government fall. That's terrifying. But I like to predict the future, again, by making it. And that's what we're doing. So thank you for everybody that's, stood up along the way, and some of the people I've met. Incredible. Go ahead.
I'm going to tell Robert and the audience how we know Kevin Hoyt's been over the target for years in the state of Vermont, going after the Vermont government. Kevin Hoyt is sitting here, man, with a 3-year-old daughter that's been kidnapped. You heard me right. This man is on camera joining us tonight while his daughter was kidnapped by the political cabal. I wouldn't say of Vermont, because they're middle managers at best. Kevin, I'm going to let you jump in. And you told me we talked last week that you know she's fine and you're going to get her back. So give us that hope, please.
Well, and again, it's so much bigger than me. And they cut my brake lines in April of 2022, right? I was arrested again on July 4th, Independence Day of 2024, where I was force injected. I think that was the second attempt on my life. Who cut my brake lines? I think it was the sheriff. All, by the way, as a candidate for Vermont state governor. And most people in Vermont have never heard of me because I was over the target. So don't Google me. I tell people that all the time because they have set me up. I have no convictions, no criminal record whatsoever, but you'd never know that if you read the media. The media is going with them. So again, we found out how the state legally steals our children through the child advocacy centers, through the methadone and Suboxone clinics. Again, there's lawyers, there's judges, and there's some incredible people. I want to reference Susan Bassey in a program called JAMS, Jams, which is a side judge hustle. All 50 states, you have judges that are members of JAMS. You know it as arbitration. It's a side judge hustle. So Judge Sontag in Vermont is also Judge Sontag in Nevada. If we were a celebrity couple, I could go to Judge Sontag in Nevada. His day rate's like 35 grand, right? We skip to the head of the line. There's no media scrutiny. We get a judge to sign our paperwork. The problem is there's no such thing as a judge, a private judge. He's not licensed to practice in Nevada, and none of these guys are paying taxes. We found a society of illegal EIN numbers, a shell company, fraudulent. The Vermont Sheriff's Association. Everybody in Vermont state, you have a sheriff, you're a member of the Vermont Sheriff's Association, has a matching EIN with Judge James Colvin and MAPS, the Mount Anthony Preservation Society. So we've put these things together. They're very specific on, silencing me, and they're doing a lot of things to do that. Again, as a candidate for governor, nobody in Vermont knows I exist. I didn't even get a press release. All these incredible scandals from shadow governments to, I say felony gun crimes, obstruction. There's some capital crimes in there too. Those are the low end things, but it's actually our government. So what they do, their only recourse is, again, crazy Kevin, right? You're insane. I should be sued. Somebody should sue me for defamation, all these things that I'm saying. I became a reporting party in our multi-state federal RICO investigation, right? RICO is short for racketeering, bank fraud, all this. We went after elections first, and the evidence is overwhelming, solid, and undisputable, but we couldn't get our elected officials to look at election fraud. Go figure, right?
Surprise.
So, and even if we could get them to look, like Mike Lindell, again, we're working with those groups, they throw 5,000 lawyers on it, and here we are 10 years later and spinning our wheels, right? I can trace election fraud back to 1975. I was 5, right? That's what I said. It's overwhelming, but we had to find a different way. And I think that way is RICO. In the last 2 years, we've removed over 200 elected officials. Right now, we're paying about $2.6 million a year to state employees that are on leave pending the investigation. But the media, again, tells you the investigation's under wraps. It's RICO. I'm telling you, right from Trump and Giuliani, right down through. And again, Scotty, to be honest, I don't know how I got here. I'm a regular guy. I'm a deer hunter. I really am. I successfully avoided religion and politics my whole life. And now
you got here because Kevin, you understand your rights and you exercise your rights. And 99.9% of us guys our age do not understand their rights, and they don't exercise their rights. I'm not even sure I do all the time when I'm supposed to, but you, my friend, you have no holds bar, you have no fear, and you do what's right, and you go after them. And you just said it. How many Vermont politicians are gone because of your efforts?
Yeah, we'll never get credit for it. I'm still, and I say gone, they've retired, resigned, moved. Some of them are missing. Some of them got arrested, but not for what they're telling you. A covert operation.
You mean like Hunter, arrested, but not for what they really did.
Well, come on, guys. Television's not real. We tell our children that. What you're seeing on TV is not real. That's not Joe Biden. I said that 5 years ago, and I was crazy Kevin again. Now the world's like, hey, man, that's not Joe Biden, right? That's not Kamala. That's not Obama. That's not Donald Trump. I hate to say that. And here's one. Let's shock your audience for the new year. I don't think we can certify the 2024 elections. I don't think we can. And again, just because our guy won, we can't allow that. I'm a Trump supporter too, but that's never happened before people go into panic. If we stop elections, if we stop the certification of elections, that's never happened before. I think that's military on the streets. I think everybody knows why. There's no panic. This half of the nation thinks we're taking that half. This half thinks we're taking that. Maybe we're taking all of them. We're watching our government collapse. Everybody that's being highlighted right now started in 2016. Remember Trump standing with Fauci under one arm and Dr. Birx under the other. And it was Hollywood and the Pope and the Queen and his new cabinet picks. They're highlighted. So everybody that's being highlighted right now, from Elon right down through, I think we're supposed to look at them. We didn't want to buy Greenland. Look at Greenland. Why should we be looking at Greenland? And I'm not going to do all your homework. You guys got to do some investigating for your own. But if you're interested in any of these crazy subjects, mind-blowing stuff, Grassroots Warrior Network is one of many places. Find somebody that you can relate with, connect with, and start, following, sharing. Your most powerful weapon, all of you, is your voice and power to share, to talk, warn your neighbors, help each other, love each other. That's really, really easy for Vermonters. I think it is everywhere I've been. I've been blessed with world travel, and people are people. Most of us just want to be left alone, peace, quiet. We want to better ourselves, take care of our families, right? That's not what we're getting. And the problem always goes back to your government. I don't care what government that you're talking about. Religion, you want to rip apart religions. Religion's one of the worst things that ever happened to humanity. I'm spiritual. I've always believed in God, and I believe in Jesus. But I think the man-made part, the organized religion part, we've all been hijacked. I don't care if it's Jewish or Catholic or Muslim, you've been hijacked. This is another divider. How many people have died in the name of God, right? That's not, my God's a little different one. So I think we fight with love, and right now it's exposure. That's about all we can do. The people have nowhere to go. I learned that a long time ago, right? We don't have any enforcement or prosecution. So you give it to the people. And then the more important part is participation. Get involved. Where do you spend your hard-earned jingle? Who do we trust? Look for places like this. Buck up. We're telling you, this is our network. This is the new network. So give, send, go, buck up. I recommend people, that's a way to get involved. Participation is really, really key right now. And by standing up, Scotty, the important part here, by standing up, you're doing a whole bunch of things. We're exposing them. Darkness cannot exist in the light. It's that simple. We're putting them out there in the light. We're spotlighting, highlighting them, just like Trump's been doing, right? Or whoever's playing that role. But you're highlighting them. You're costing them money, both in, the cover up and legal defense, because we're suing people now too, right? You're pushing them into hiding. And the most important thing is you're giving your neighbor permission to stand. It's not always, first select board meeting I went to years ago, it was me and my girlfriend at the time. Second time, there was 5 or 6 people, and then 20 people, and then they canceled it because of COVID. We're winning, guys. Just keep that pressure on. And just because our guy won isn't the time to slack or back off. So again, we were supposed to go away like 5 years ago, but you guys didn't. I love you. Everybody watching, you're part of this. That's why you're watching.
Hey, Kevin Hoyt, you're the 37th guest on this telethon. You're the 37th conspiracy theorist. You're the 37th in a row conspiracy theorist we've had on this telecast. Robert is one. I've been one for years. You're over the top conspiracy theorist. The only thing is the difference between a conspiracy theory and a real conspiracy is about 6 months. So you're just been ahead of the curve, my friend, every time.
6 months, man. We've been years, and I'll give you guys those timelines. Right now, there's active warrants for Oprah, Ellen, Jay-Z, Beyonce. You guys can look that up. Go look at it. That already happened. That's not the P. Diddler. It's a guy from Haiti. Go back and look. You're being fooled. Television, propaganda. Television, his story. It's all
450,000 sealed indictments. They're opening them now.
That they're opening them now. What do you know?
Yeah.
And this has been going on for a long time. But the problem here, we couldn't have gone in guns blazing, because these people, they eat children, as crazy as that sounds. What's to stop them? When they know the gig's up, they kill themselves and everybody around them. They'll kill their buddies to make sure their computer's not connected to them. There's no loyalty. So it had to be covert. If you guys think about it, it had to be, right? So I think the top tier's gone. Middle tier is controlled opposition if they're not gone. But that bottom tier is massive. We're talking about tens of millions of people. And we got another guest. Welcome to the chaos. I'll stop talking. I feel like I hijacked your show here.
Hang in there, Kip. We'll come right to you. Yeah, Kevin, you're the co-host for the hour, so you're not hijacking anything. We have Kip Coltrane coming on. I got some live streamers I've got to mention. Special thanks to live streaming organizations. J-Data, that's Robert Johnson. He's actually the amazing guy that handles our live stream. J-Data, San Diego Live Data, Chula Vista Live Data, Soup Mama Official, Two Guys Drinking Coffee, Take Your Power Back Show, that's Kim. Eye of the Storm, that's Audra Morgan. Suzanne and Pastor Rod Parker. Buck Up Relief, of course. And Take Our Border Back. I think that covers them all. We thank you folks for live streaming. We'll get some stats later. Hopefully we're getting donations coming in from all sides. I think we started the day, the meter was at about 10 grand plus. Kevin, you checked it. You said we're at 18.
I think it was 18. Again, I looked quick, Scotty. And again, I just wanted to check the link, make sure it wasn't broken. And sure enough, this link looks suspicious, right? It could take you to a harmful site. Don't believe that, guys. It's being censored. So I wanted to make sure your viewers knew that. That's a safe, reliable site. And we know the money's going to help people.
So who knows what kind of donations we lost because of that kind of messaging. That's exactly why they do it. They know this is, not done. Let's see what happens. They already know what happens when you put up a message like that. People bail. So thanks for pointing that out, Kevin. Kip Coltrane, come on in. Here you are. You're in the dark. We can't barely see you, sir. You're
I'm
hiding
I'm
out
doing.
in the dark there. You want
I'm
to
in
turn
my.
on a light? And if
I've got.
listen, if you want to stay in the dark, that's okay too, my friend. We're not.
I've got them on in here. That's the best I can do right now.
All right, that's
I'm
all
in my
right.
truck.
Hey,
Okay.
it's so good to have Kip on here, Scotty. You know,
Go ahead, Howard,
Kip,
introduce him. Why don't you introduce him?
well, Kip was our hero for the Take Our Border Back convoy, right? Because I didn't know what I was doing. You guys, call me. I'm like, hey, I need you to lead a convoy from Virginia to Texas. I'm like, convoy? I'd never even been in a convoy, let alone led one. There's so many different things going on with the convoy that, you gotta have your ducks in a row. You gotta know what you're doing. You gotta be on point. And I'm like, Lord, I'll do it, but you're gonna have to send some help. And I get a phone call from Kip Coulter. And from that point on, man, from that very first conversation, I knew God sent him into my life and into our mission of taking our border back to help facilitate the needs of this convoy. And if it wasn't for him, I don't know if we would have had a successful convoy from Virginia all the way down to Texas. So we appreciate you, Kip, and all that you've done for us.
Honor to be there, man. Truly.
Well, hey,
we were supposed to have Eddie Cornell on today. Eddie's a Canadian military veteran, and he was one of the organizers of the Canadian convoy. And I understand that some of our guys were inspired by the Canadians, and I think they did set a tone with what you can accomplish when you pull off a convoy the right way. But you're right, Robert. You can't do a convoy if you don't have the organizational ability. You don't have people who understand how to do that. You can't just get in your car and drive. There's a lot of logistics, especially if the convoy gets big. You lose people, they drop off. And we were messed with by the three-letter agencies. We were warned by Lara Logan that we were being messed with. They were going to send guys, and maybe there were people in our convoy. They were going to break off and go down to the border and start fighting with the illegal immigrants, like literally with weapons, and say that that was our convoy that did that. Our security was too good, and our guys, led by Mark Anthony, overcame any security threats. But Kip, did you feel any security threat when you were out in the convoy?
Well, define security threat. Which kind of security threat? Are we talking about the presence of demonic oppression, or are we just talking about idiots that run off at the mouth? So I can say yes and no,
I'd say I'd say
no and
both.
yes.
I'd say both.
Well, then I'd have to say no and no and yes, and I'll tell you why. Because the Take Our Border Back convoy, it all comes down to leadership. And when you have someone with prayer covering, like Robert set this thing up, and even its founding, you don't have to worry too much. But on the secondary side of that, as a physical man, you better be watching your back. And the one thing that took place in that was we all had each other's back. And the moment there was any detection of anything stupid, it was quickly taken care of. And what I mean by quickly taken care of was either covered in prayer or direct, hey man, I don't think you're a good fit for this. Time for you to go. Well, I think you need to leave. Well, I'm gonna go. And it was dealt with. It was dealt with very professionally and very politely. And so there's all kind of talk about that stuff, and no different than people you mentioned just now about the link for this thing. You have to realize, no matter what you do, anytime you do something that nobody else is doing, the nobodies are going to try and find a way to mess it up, and so they start yammering all this trash, and so that's what you get.
Agreed, totally. The convoy was so successful from a media standpoint. We got over 100 million views online. We did some checking on that. We had Doc Pete was on Tucker Carlson, wasn't he? Yeah, he was on Glenn Beck. He was on another big one. Who was Doc? Doc got on a couple of big podcasts.
Infowars.com.
Infowars. Thank you. He was on Infowars. And we had every podcaster in our community and then some covering this. It was probably the most successful event from a media coverage standpoint that I've ever been a part of. And 100 million impressions, guys. That's something CNN couldn't do anymore if they tried. Maybe way back in the day they could have done an event. Maybe iHeart Music Festival when they have all their radio stations promoting it. 400 radio stations coast to coast maybe can come close, but that's a lot of eyeballs and ears and a lot to do with your work, Kip, because if the if the convoy fell apart, oh, believe me, the media would have been all over that. But that convoy held tight. You guys had each other's backs, as you said, and you got down to Texas and you did your thing. And hats off to you, man. It was brilliantly executed.
There's another way to offer that, if I can interject something here. You made mention 100 million impressions. I'd like to offer it was 100 million hearts and minds. And right now I'm in my truck. So from right here, I can't tell you the, God, I don't know. For the convoys I've been involved in, sitting in this seat in the lead, and you come across the overpass, and there's mama with her kids, and then there's daddy crying because his kids and wife are so patriotic in that moment. And so what I would offer you is that it's the impressions, yes, but it's 100,000 hearts and minds, or 100 million hearts and minds, that were able to once realize they're not alone. People love this country. People are tired of the crap that's going on in Washington. People are tired of failed leadership that went there under election. I'm going to serve you, but as soon as I get you vote, I'm going to go serve myself. And what you're seeing in this past election with the tremendous red wave and the move of people that are standing up finally after 16 years, they're realizing, you know what, we can no longer sit idly by. And the question they all have to themselves is, what can I do? And they may not know what to do. They may not know how to move and do something like what Robert put together with the Take Our Border Back convoy, what we did in 22 with our convoys, other political moves. But what they realized is that though they may not know what to do, they have to do something. And that's where you started seeing people from all around the country coming together. And it wasn't just the convoy passed the overpass, or they were present with the convoy, or they got to the convoy grounds. It was something they took home with them. It's something that changed them as people for the long term. And so now what we're seeing is that each and every time you step forward and you say, we're about to make a move, they don't have to think about whether or not they're going to get involved, because they've already been involved once. And because of what they saw in the real time, despite the media lies and shenanigans and false portrayals, they already know what they're getting into. And when you have that, that's when they just show up, and it's amazing to be a part of.
And Kip, the reason why we're able to do what we're doing today with this Buck Up Relief Mission, helping these folks in the Carolinas, is because of the grassroots effort that we did in the past and the relationships that were formed there. And I believe that the Lord was preparing us for the time that we're in now. And what we're all doing here together with this relief effort is preparing us for the things to come. And, I know that you've been very intricate, and, when we had these fires out here in West Texas, you were running hay out there, and you're out in Louisiana, right? And I know you've been working with, other operations in the Carolinas, and I just, appreciate that. And if you want to, maybe speak to that at all.
Yeah.
I want to interject first of all too, because thank you first of all, Kip, and God bless our American truckers. Your last group, Scotty, closed with American grit, right? Kim was talking about American grit and that American spirit, and again, God bless our truckers. That's the heartbeat of America. That's our lifeline. Good thing nothing gets here on a truck, right? So thank you again. We always thank our military and our patriots with badges for their service, but Kip, thank you for your service, man. And you got another guest that came in too, but I'll let Kip go ahead. Thank you, man.
Let me introduce our guest that came in, because she has a resource, I believe, that the people in North Carolina and Florida that are suffering any type of disease, ailments, physical or mental. Otherwise, I recovered from my stroke in 4.5 weeks' time. My physical therapist said she's never seen a man my age recover so quickly. That's because of our guest technology, Dr. Sandra Rose Michael, dear friend. Dr. Sandra, so good to see you. Always looking good. How are you?
Good to see you, Scotty, and thanks for doing this, all of you. Thanks for supporting this initiative. I think it's really, really important. It's still unbelievable how people have been affected by this weather warfare.
Yeah.
And let's send all our money to Ukraine. Let's take care of their borders, but not ours and not our people. And so it's really abominable, but I have to say, Happy New Year of a new era. 2025 should be really, really good.
So true.
And I have to say, with our technology, it has been being used in Asheville, North Carolina. Particularly, they opened up the EE Center there. It's called Scalar Wave. Scalar Wave, their website, Scalar Wave Wellness. NC.com is their website. Scalar Wave Wellness there in Asheville, North Carolina. It seems like their center, just like all the other centers that we had in Florida, areas that were hard hit, it seems our EE system centers all were protected, something of a bubble of protection with that, with that scalar wave vortex that's created. And so they were able to, in Asheville, to open back up as soon as they got power back on and water. They opened up and they did a GoFundMe and stuff, but they were having people in for dealing with all the stress, all the anxiety. They lost so much, all the people in the area. So they really opened up their center. And so I want to acknowledge Jen, Joan, and Lauren, particularly in Asheville, and all our other centers that also have, opened up their doors, their hearts, to support people in these crazy times that we've gone through. So anyway, thanks, Scotty, for inviting me on, and I think it's going to be an incredible year once we get through January.
Scott McKay was on earlier today, and he and I were talking about the Arise Tour. That's where I met you. The first time I heard you speak about your technology, I was like, this is interesting. By the third time I heard you speak about it, I'm like, holy cow, where do I get some of that? And I don't think I can overplay the power of scalar energy. And I want to give our audience a little more description about what that really means, scalar energy. So explain what it is and how it impacts the body. And I know you have testimonials on every disease. I just heard one of a stage 4 cancer patient was told, go get your affairs in order, go get your say goodbyes to your family, and she's fine today.
I'm very, very blessed, Scotty, in that I get those stories from all over the world every day. We now have close to 700 centers in more than 60 countries because the technology works, bottom line. And basically, essentially what it's doing is it's giving the body the energy to heal itself, like you experienced yourself. There's nothing that works better for supporting people in recovery from strokes, but so many things. But the power that made the body heals the body. And this was designed, like you recharge your cell phone, but how do you recharge every cell of your body? Because the infinite innate intelligence of the body wants to heal, wants to function perfectly, always. That's that divine design that we have in our genes, our God code that's in our genes. We have designer genes. So I invented the technology to support that just natural accelerated healing in the body. And we've seen anything and everything completely heal since my first system was actually rolled out in 1996. So it's taken a while to catch up and make it around the world in the way it has now. But yeah, it's really magical what happens for people. I was very, very touched. We have new centers in Nigeria, but we have a center in South Africa. And I just got a story in the last couple of days that touched my heart, if you don't mind me sharing. But it's really significant. One of the people we're dealing with for funding and stuff, she's one of the top gold dealers on the planet. One of her best friends had started an orphanage in South Africa more than 20 some years ago. And so she had called this friend and asked her if she ever heard of the EE system. And she said, yes. One of the girls that she had raised, this orphanage has like 240 kids and 40 staff. But she had, what would happen is these teenagers, in South Africa, they would get pregnant and be very, very sick, HIV positive. All these kids are orphans and orphaned because they HIV positive. So one of the girls, she had adopted it. She'd had her since she was 1 month old. She's now 22 years old. And this year she was pregnant, and at 7 months, she was in dire condition, dire shape. They said the baby had stopped growing. The baby was deformed. The head was too big, all this. They got her into the system in Johannesburg in South Africa. And anyway, the baby started growing. The baby was born in October, and it was just born perfect. They sent me all the pictures and just that kind of thing going. And they want the technology in for all those kids and their staff. And they have about 1,000 people in their community. So anyway, that was one of the stories that just touched my heart. They said, and it's an area, it's all about Save the Kids. We'd be on the Arise Freedom Tour or whatever. I'd wear my Save the Kids t-shirt. It's always been about Save the Kids. Well, these kids, they say, it's a very high area for the trafficking and sexual abuse. And they said most of the kids there, 30% of them are so traumatized. And so I really wanted the technology in for these kids, between being HIV positive and all the sexual abuse and trauma issues. So anyway, that's going in January sometime this month. So I'm very excited.
Your centers have 8, 12, 24 monitors. Obviously, the more monitors, the more energy is being put out. I went to an 8-monitor system after my stroke. And I remember after the very first session, which was 3 hours, I got up and left. My producer, Mark, had driven me because I couldn't drive. He said, "You realize you just walked up the hill? You didn't miss a beat?" I said, "Well, I'm in denial about my condition. So no, I didn't notice, because to me, I'm fine. I was just in complete denial." He said, "Man, you walked down the hill like an old man. You walked up it, like you're all better already." And I wasn't 100% yet by any stretch, but sure enough, by about the 4th or 5th session, I really felt I wasn't probably truly 100%, but I was at least 90% myself. So, and I've talked to other people who've used the technology, whether it's a backache, a bad knee, that's simple Simon stuff for your healing to go to work. It's the serious stuff, the stage 4 cancers, the multiple sclerosis, the autoimmune diseases. I'm so impressed when I hear these stories, and you have all kinds of research on this. I'm not speaking out of school, but I would like to ask, can we get in touch with your center in the Carolinas and ask for a buck-up discount of some kind?
Yeah, they're still doing by donations. That people they're really opened up for the community. They did a GoFundMe, but they're not, and this is what the technology is for, is not to turn people away. It's to get people in, and they've opened up to people. That's Jen, Joanne, and Lauren there in Asheville.
All right.
Yeah, Scalar Wave Wellness NC for NorthCarolina.com. But people can find our centers at eesystem.com and find the center nearest them. Just like here in Vegas, we've got a couple fabulous centers, like with Dr. David, Stella, and Gina, because you also visited them and spent some.
Oh, I got to do an overnight. You can sleep overnight in these centers, which is amazing. I got to do an overnight. They were kind enough to let me sleep there, and getting a good night's sleep in one of your systems, there's nothing else like it. You can't even begin to explain it to somebody.
It's kind of, I say it's kind of like sleeping in heaven. It's like the body's supported its ideal, optimal, energetic environment. It's just a hyper healthy, energetic environment where it's reversing all the issues of the radiation, which is like huge, because everybody's dealing with extreme radiation poisoning between all the EMF, ELF radiation, microwaves, all that, plus all the radiation that's been released. And that's, I'm in touch with a lot of different doctors, and we're hearing a lot about high radiation. Is what the doctors are finding in connection with some of this walking pneumonia and stuff. And they found when they actually started realizing and treating people for the radiation issues which our technology does better than anything. But also, I do want to recommend people step up your iodine. Make sure that, you're taking extra iodine to help protect the thyroid. And also, there is no pathogen resistant to iodine. It's one of those old school, really, really important things to have on hand as emergency medicine. But it's also important for people, because everybody's so deficient. It's one of the number one deficiencies besides the trace minerals and magnesium. So we really want to support people in staying healthy in this very crazy time right now that we're going through in this transition. Sleeping in it's the best, because it's kind of like recharging your cell phone. If you're still talking on it, it doesn't recharge as well as if you put it on sleep mode and just get a full charge.
Well, thank you so much. I think we presented a lot of solutions today, and yours is yet another great solution for the people in the Carolinas and Florida that are not doing well physically. Thank you so much. Where can people find your locations?
Yeah, just go to eesystem.com. That's Energy Enhancement System, eesystem.com, and they can find the location nearest them. And we're also on Facebook and things like that. And we're going to have a lot coming out this year. Finally moving forward with that project, 1100 Wellness for the Veterans is supposed to get launched later this month. It'll be the project for the veterans. We're also working with Daniel Brinkley. He's also on the transition team for getting it into the VA and things like that. So we really want to take care of our veterans as well, because of all the exposures and everything people are dealing with. But we, the people, need to come together and be that greater community. And, we are the combined unified presence that can heal the world. So just want to bring healing to the world. And it's really dependent on each and every one of us to share and speak truth and to support one another.
Well, you bring a lot of love and light wherever you go. Thank you so much, Dr.
I want to
Sandra.
add
I
to
love
this.
you. Love you.
Scotty.
Yeah, Kevin.
Well, we do, and again, I've used her system and benefited from it. But a lot of people, when we start talking this way, they think this is a sales pitch. And I want to make sure that people are aware we're not selling anything. We're sharing this new incredible technology. Scalar technology works. I'm into the frequency stuff right now, but again, color and light therapy, amino acids. We're watching our medical system collapse. And because of great people like this, not all coincidences have to be bad. There's a lot of great coincidences happen right now. Plant medicine, holistic. How about you look at your water? Clean, living, good water. We're starting to realize what we put in our body really matters. Sugar's a killer. I'm addicted just like everybody else. But all these new technologies that are coming, again, I don't want people to lose sight of the bigger picture. We're doing it. We are the white hats. We are already in the process because of people like this woman. Thank you for joining us. It's a pleasure. I used your system, but I never met you. I've never, again, it's an honor to meet you, and thank you because I benefited also. So thanks.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the technology works, and basically you're not going to get super healthy if you're still poisoning yourself. When you give the body the charge, then it can discharge all the garbage that does not belong in our divine temples of light, really, because we are beings and bodies of light. And what my technology does, literally the pure science, is activating the light within us so that we are those beings that we can shine our light, all over the world. So thank you for sharing that. Yeah, it's not a sales pitch, but we're here to heal the world, and we have everything to heal and fix and cure everything right now. It's like I'm working with the scientists. We have the projects for the advanced water remediation to clean up all the water supplies, clean up the Fukushima, the toxic waste that's left from the advanced. Well, we need advanced radiation remediation. So these.
I didn't mean to do that.
I guess I'm
Dr.
saying
Shannon,
aloha.
I didn't mean to cut you off, but we got to run. We love you. Thank you so much. It's great to see you.
Thanks, Scotty, and aloha to everybody. Blessings. An incredible
Happy
year.
New Year. Yeah,
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Those
All right,
machines
Kip,
get you around a
we're coming
truck.
with you, Kip. We left you in the middle of a thought. I apologize. Maybe you can take us back to where you were talking about something specific, if I remember correctly.
Man, I could run away right now, and I'm gonna tell you why. When you speak of the Carolinas, when you speak of what she was talking about, I'm gonna just take a wild stab at this, but it sounds like she's dealing with something regarding rife frequencies or the rife machine, dealing with frequencies. She's talking about radiation in the Carolinas. She's talking about the fact that what we put in our bodies, makes a difference on how we feel. And so also speaking about cancer, stage 4 cancer, most people don't know that there's a thing called the cesium chloride protocol that was recognized by the American Cancer Society in 1981. It was brought on by Dr. Otto Warburg. And about the time that that thing got figured out and was recognized to be a bona fide cure for cancer, as stated by the American Cancer Society, Dr. Otto Warburg accidentally suicided himself with his hands tied and his knees tied behind him, and somehow or another, with him crunched down, tied up, he shot himself in the back of the head. Go figure. But when you speak about cancer, and another thing she just said about frequencies and the energies. So most people don't know that with grounding, literally, I can kick off my little shoes I'm wearing right now and walk right out here in the yard and go stand there for about 5 or 10 minutes. And what it'll do, it'll take all the positive charge in my body, discharge it into the earth, and now I'm grounded and back to a balanced frequency. So when you speak about what she's talking about with the frequencies and the radiation in the Carolinas, it's very important to know that I spent, and I'll give it from my side. When I was there the first time, we spent 7 days around the clock. I started at 6 in the morning, typically ended at 1 or 2 in the morning. And because of how we roll, and I don't care about it, forget the name, but I'm trying to split myself from convoy into other things in disaster relief. So I'm the founder of the Cajun Special Forces. And the way we set that group up about back in 16 was we became the ambulance, we became the fire, we also became the police security if necessary, and med response in a time of crisis. When we hit the Carolinas, we were in Leicester, which is southwest of Asheville. We covered 120 square miles in there. It had some damage, but it was okay. And we moved into Swannanoa, and we started heavily working Black Mountain, Green Mountain, Burnsville, areas in that corridor. And what we saw was pretty surreal as far as damage. Now you have to understand, I got 30 years of doing this, been all over the country, from everything from hailstorms to tornadoes to hurricanes, the worst of the worst. For the places I've been, I can tell you that North Carolina, in my opinion, on a scale of 1 to 10, was about a 48. When people ask me how bad it is, that's the description I give them. So let me tie this all together. When those storms happened, which I have no problem saying was in fact weather modification with a very distinct purpose, when it released some of the agents that it did from the munitions plants and other places, PVC plants and stuff like that, you had all this chemical come running down. And we had many canines get sick and die. We had many canines that just got sick. We had numerous people that got sick and were afflicted. And I'll tell you that on our first 7-day response, we were running med response and fast med and security. On the second deployment, we went back, and this is something I've never said out loud, but we carried our viewers along and told them we're going to do what we're going to do, but I'm not discussing it. Well, I'll disclose it now. When we went back the second deployment, we were there for 7 days looking for bodies. Body recovery is what we were doing. And after 6 days of arduous work, I'm talking about checking under every limb, branch, piece of trash, whatever, we did what we did in those areas. But on the second half of that, we got exposed to some water. And I have no problem telling you, I can't remember exactly when I came back. It's been 3 or 4 weeks, but I have no problem telling you, I have felt like absolute miserable hell, health-wise. No energy, lethargic, the verge of anxiety, depression, if you want to call it that, just not me. And so everything she's offering and everything she's offering for the discount for the buck up relief, telethon here with eesystems.com. I think it's important because those people that are in those zones, they can't get away from those zones. And if they're in those zones and being constant exposure there, they've already got the fact that they lost everything against them. They've already got the fact that predominantly and possibly they lost family members or someone they knew. Then on top of that, they're in complete destruction. And anytime you go into a complete destruction zone like that, within about 2 to 3 days, your body goes into depressive mode. It's kind of like the cat losing its owner. It goes into a depressive mode. Your body does that. It'll take about a week, 10 days, and you'll start recognizing that as your new norm, but it does play on you. And so when you have these people as well that had a government that they've watched save every damn body except us and serve everybody except us for as long as they've been watching or paying attention, and being in an actual time of crisis where they truly needed someone to come in and say, help, we need help. And our government has done nothing. Huge shout out to all the private people. But I think for what she's offering there and what you're bringing her involvement into, I think it's very important. You cannot face 10 or 12 battles all at once and expect to succeed. So I think it's very important that if those services are offered to people, even to just go get a light treatment, and most people don't understand that. You have red light treatment, you have blue light treatment, you have green light treatment, you have right frequencies, all these different things. And you'd be surprised, as she was stating, you just get beat down. But if there's some way to offer that help of any kind to give back to these people that need it, I think it's tremendous, and that's a great idea.
You're muted, Scotty.
There you go.
Yep, still muted, Scotty. Yeah, it's incredible technology. Got me a little red light.
Talking. Whoops, sorry, my mic was off. I didn't realize. I was going to add on this that the stuff that we're talking about, these guys are working on donations down there. So again, there's lots of ways that you can help out and get involved in this. The technologies that we're talking about, frequency specifically, it was not only, blocked, but it was banned because there's no money in the cure. You guys,
Are you trying to tell me that the government stepped in again? They weren't going to be able to just keep you sick and part of the pharmaceutical supply? Come on, man.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, this is what we're learning is, big corporate, big politics, and big pharma. That's your three-headed beast. It's the same entity, and they control the media. And hey, we're awake finally because of guys like you. Yep, that was great, by the way. That was an awesome presentation. And I don't know what we call it. Thank you.
We're moving on to the next hour. Kevin, thank you for being here, buddy. You are always a wealth of information. Kevin, tell everyone where they can find you. Grassroots Warrior Network.
Grassroots Warrior Network on Rumble, and Kevin Hoyt or Kevin Hoyt VT for Vermont. Vermont's in the house over on Rumble also, or Telegram, BitChute, all over the place. Thanks, Scotty. I appreciate you having me.
Hey, Kevin, it's been great to meet you, man.
And Kip, where can people find your information and your presence online?
Huh? Maybe no.
I didn't remove Kevin. Is he still Kip? Is he still there? Oh, I think maybe I called Kevin. Still there. Well, I guess Kip is gone.
Sure.
Robert, do you know his URL? Do you know where people can find him?
He's on Facebook, Kip Coltrane on Facebook. That's what his problem is. He's constantly giving updates on the different missions he's involved in. He's an incredible guy. Kip Coltrane, Coltrin.
All right, so we're moving into our 9 o'clock hour. We got 2 hours left. Interestingly enough, we got Doc Pete Chambers is in the green room. We'll bring him in a minute with Andrew Mulnex. Trey Smith is here. I think he's an hour early. I think he was supposed to come on at 10 o'clock Central. Let's see what's on Trey's mind. Hey, Trey, how you doing?
Hey, well, it's an honor to be on with you tonight. These are very good friends of mine, and Robert and Jaime Agee. And I'm hoping also to, we've been doing a bunch of traveling. I'm hoping to share these links while I even talk to you on the live stream with the people that follow me. And I
Trey,
can tell
we
you,
bring you back in an hour? You were supposed to be on at 10. Are you okay? But it's probably a time zone difference. It's
Yeah,
10
no,
o'clock.
I told him originally, I told him 9 o'clock. We weren't sure if Doc was going to make it on, but it sounds like Doc's in the back. So
Doc is here.
Yeah, Trey, you can hang out, man. Hang out in the green room, and we'll bring
Welcome
you
to
on.
stay here, Trey.
well, it's up to you. It's up to you, gentlemen. It's an honor to be on with you. And but Doc Pete Chambers is a very incredible man, and Dave Summerall just came on the side, and we're finally taking some victories in the nation. I'll do whatever you gentlemen wish us to do.
Yeah, we've got you. We got you slotted from 10 to 11 o'clock, and you're gonna see us out, man. And so we're really honored that you're here to join us. Just hang out, man. We may bring you up throughout Doc and Dave's conversation here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward, Trey, because I've been watching your videos for a year, and nobody has your style and your presentation methodology. You're one of a kind, my man. I can't wait to talk to you.
Thank you very much, guys. I'll be back here, and I look forward to seeing you in roughly an hour.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Trey.
Yeah, Robert, he's a unique guy. He does not sound like anybody else that you see online. And I don't care if you're a Patriot or I don't care what their background is. This guy brings home a video like nobody I've ever seen. The dramatics. There's a guy who enters events like nobody I've seen. The last time I saw him at an event, he swam across the river to get there. Doc Pete Chambers, how you doing, Doc?
Happy to be alive. Yeah, that was a while back. That's I think the statute of limitations is passed on that, so we're probably good to go.
David, good to have you as my co-host for next hour. How are you doing, my friend? Good to see you.
I'm
doing. It's good to see all you guys.
Yeah, Dave, give our audience a bit of a background on who you are and your involvement with Buck Up.
Well, just stophate.com, founder, 1992. Saw what the media did with the little video with the LA riots and divide the country. They've been doing it pretty well ever since. Went to January 6th to film the event. Ended up being a lead investigator, put out 4 documentaries, testified in 10 trials. It's been a crazy ride for the last 4 years. So we're finally ready for these, pardons, and we've been working really hard towards that and getting these people home and declared the heroes that they are for what they did. And we're just really excited for this next golden era, as they say. We're ready to get there.
So why is Buck Up important to you, man? I know you and Robert go back a way, but why is your involvement? Why are you spending time at Buck Up? I know you want to help the people in North Carolina, but it goes deeper than that, I'm sure.
Listen, we've got family and friends all over the place, as does everyone, and the reality is, would you help if it was next door? I mean, the need is not any less for these people because they're so far away from you. And one thing that I've learned in my activism is that it doesn't matter how far it is, it's still the same. And look, everybody needs help. We get calls all the time. Seeing Robert and Jaime and Doc and everybody really step in, the coordination of all this, the logistics of it, the expense of it, the time, and that's time, talent, and treasure is what we're supposed to give to the kingdom. This is all just kingdom work. So anything that's kingdom related, I'm definitely interested in. But I think it's deeper than that too. I mean, this is a personal mission. I know this from my own experience, that things that hit people individually stronger, they're more apt to be 100% focused and involved. And our journey has been to try to get people spurred into action. What does it take to get you off the couch, to get you involved, to get you motivated to do something for someone else? Because when you're in service to others, that's really what we're called to do. So I think it's just a big full circle. I've watched Robert and Jaime, for years. They've helped us, with Stop Hate, with our documentaries, with J6, with billboards, and it's been a really interesting journey, the way that God has put these people together you know, that's the unintended consequence of the government trying to crush us all, is that we found each other. So, you know, we're really excited about that.
Doc Chambers, you spent a lot of time in the Carolinas. I believe you've been there, boots on the ground. What have you seen? What can you tell our audience that we had Ann Vandersteel on earlier. We saw her trailer. What would you like to add to that?
Oh yeah. Well, you know that she was part of the original. For us, we went twice. Right after the event happened, Helene hit. You know, guys were in there in a couple of weeks. My advance party guys, and then we came back again for the Christmas basically phase of this thing, and this was more of a ministry in the sense of towards the spiritual side, and not so much. You know, this was just helping people. You know, just helping them have a Christmas. But what I want to do is encompass everything that y'all are saying right now into, we all know each other, and we've all, you know, you as well, Scotty, we've been talking before, and of course my other compadres here, Robert and Dave, and there's Andrew. Welcome, sir. You know, we've all bumped into each other.
Andrew, welcome to the party,
thing.
buddy.
Yeah. And this is you're on mute there, brother, but this is a triune response. And when I mean triune, spirit and soul and body, you know, the flesh is a triune response to a triune attack upon our nation, upon humanity, upon this constitutional republic. All these things that represent just good versus evil. This is a triune attack. And so it requires a triune response, which is everything we've got, right? Everybody brings as an ecclesia, as a body, a portion of this, hands, heads, eyes, you know, eyes to see, ears to hear, you know, and so we've all worked together in different portions of this body. So for me, when Robert and Jaime call me and I'm down, you know, in North Carolina, and I've got a truckload of stuff coming in, and Jamie's on the phone with me saying, hey, where can I put this truck? And I'm sitting there on the ground going, send it right here. We connect the dots for people, and then they take it and run. And then now those relationships have gone well past and way deeper. You know, we just were out there with the Ivans out there in the western part of Candler area in the Hominy Valley, and they know them because they were there when we were setting up that original distribution center, which is now a huge spoke and wheel distribution center. So you're watching this, and what it is it's kind of like if you just wake up every morning and say ministry is life and life is ministry, and you just wake up and think, well, what is ministry? Well, it's work, right? And what is work? Well, it's us doing what we can with our hands to help others, and sometimes we're going to need that help. And so to me, this is what this is comes full circle. It's part of this book that we're working on from the remnant side. You know, it's the Jedburghs of World War II went behind enemy lines, and they set up they prepped the battlefield for the incoming you know, Normandy attacks to get to Berlin to shut down that tyrannical event that was called World War II. Well, we are now setting the stage, you know, in our small pieces for the next, you know, the next church, the third temple, us, the ecclesia. And so we're all just part of that. And it's just awesome to see because we're physically seeing it, physically.
Yeah, it's so we see it loud and clear. We hear it and see it now. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah.
So earlier we had Scott Mallory on with Trucking for Troops. We were talking about a camper delivery to Doc Pete, and we're trying to pull up a video, and it wasn't working. I actually have this video pulled up. I can try to share it if we want to play that real quick.
Yeah, go ahead, Robert. Do it. I tried to play it. I couldn't.
All right. Well, let's see if this works here. Let's see, video file. All right. I think you might have to pull it. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Here we go.
There's one pause for the people. Trucking for Troops, Scott Mallory. Pulling this camper out to Candler. Drop it to Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers, Doc Pete. Get this man a new command center. Thank you, Jesus. Salt of the earth right here, these guys. Supporting our veterans. God bless our military vets. Where you at, Scott? Isn't that something?
That's crazy. Pressure washing.
Pressure washing with a drone on a hotel.
I've heard of that, but I ain't seen one live.
Heading to Candler, North Carolina. Dropped this trailer off to Doc, Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers. Scott Mallory, Trucking for Troops. Truckingfortroops.org. He's pulling it in. Amazing man. Donated this camper to Doc. We're gonna get it to him. These folks doing amazing work to help these victims of this hurricane up in the hills. Check out Doc's work, remnant ministry tx.org. God bless you all for all you've done to help. Here comes Scott Mallory, Trucking for Troops. Bringing in the command center, Lieutenant Colonel Pete Chambers. The Remnant Ministry Team TX.org. Scott Mallory, Trucking for Troops. Truckingfortroops.org. Let's see, we got stars and left hand. Right. Awesome. Glad you got that video. Thank you. Appreciate that. You guys. There's something else for you to go later. So I got you. So I got you. So this flag I flew on my house. I live on General's Highway, and there's a veteran cemetery down the street from my house. So I always hung it on there. So whenever they do the funerals and stuff, and then the last place it hung, it was at a veterans memorial, and then they took it down and stuff right down the hill. I know you'll send me some pictures of some new places. Well, we'll put together a compound for it. After put the compound. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Look at that. Look at the size of that. Nah. Yeah, this is a real deal. That one. It's actually a little shorter than this one. This is 40. I think this is 30. Same width and everything. Wow. I had this Marine come by. He saw that in my house, and that dude was in tears. Like, come up and hug my wife and everything, and made her. It was a painting or something that he made her, and he dropped it by the house, and
So I went to the guy's house to say thank you. And it was one of these days where I left my house, went to the church next door, looked at the address, it was 911. I get to his address, it's 911. Then I walked in my house the same day, and on the time on my coat was 911, and it was like 10 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah. So. Okay, we're gonna put this in the truck. You follow me with that one, sister. So let's show them all the goodies we got here. What? And one of them we're gonna use tonight.
Oh, you got this thing loaded.
So at the last minute I was leaving, some folks started bringing in stuff. So this is like the store is decent, you know. Got a couple down. And some firewood from Maryland. What? Yes, yes. Gotcha. Right off here from there you go. And I had a tag. I thought maybe we could use this somewhere down the line. Oh yes. Always. Nuh-uh. Yeah, man, we got you hooked up, brother. No way. We're gonna have bonfire tonight.
Oh, there it is. That's the strategy pick.
We're gonna see the Texas stars tonight. I got you. Lighter fluid, I got you. We got torches. Thank you, thank you.
There it is. Scott,
Something else.
it was an unbelievable moment. It really was.
Yeah, that guy's got a heart a mile long. I mean, he will drive across country to bring a trailer if I needed it. If I called him tomorrow. I mean, now I'm down south right now. You know, I had a unfortunate event. My family lost my uncle, who was like a dad to me. So we had a funeral yesterday for him. But so I came down right after North Carolina, and it worked out great. I was here to minister to our family and all that. But just hearing, about him post that event, he brought us that one to be a command post for us, right? And we used it during that mission. We took it back. We've got it outfitted now with radios that we can use that particular RV as a repeater. Like I can get it up high on a mountain. I can put up a huge antenna boom and talk to all the mountains out there when I get back with it. So it's anywhere. It doesn't matter where. Where's the next event? We don't know. You know, we're based out of Texas, so it's kind of a good thing because we can go anywhere. But at least half the distance if we're talking about the East-West Coast. We probably won't spend a lot of time in California, but other than that, we're still there if they need us.
It's incredible. One of the things that you were requesting that you needed when you were in Candler was insulin. And, I love telling this story as we were heading out there with a trailer full of donations. Well, one thing we didn't have was insulin. There's no way we were going to be able to get our hands on insulin. How did we do that? Right. We were driving through Tennessee and we get a phone call from Alice from Patriot Party News and she told us to stop by. She had a few items to pick up. So we kind of went out of our way and took some time to pick up those items. And sure enough, she had actually took us over to her mother's house after that. I'm thinking, I got to get on the road. I got places to be. And her mom walks out with this cooler full of insulin that she's had that was given to her by Medicare or something like that. And she had an oversupply of it and didn't have any use for it. I was like, Lord, it's amazing how you work.
Yeah, every bit of that went to use. Every bit of that.
Yeah, you manifested that one, Robert. That's for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're watching, take a minute, please, to go to givesendgo.com/buckup. This is the Buck Up Telethon. We've been here since 11 o'clock Central. We're going on our last hour and a half. So if you haven't gone and donated yet, what are you waiting for? As the Buck Up people are saying, buck up or buck off. And we mean that with all love and respect. everybody. It's time to donate. If you've been here at any point in time today and you haven't done a donation yet, please think of these people in the Carolinas, children sleeping in the frigid temperatures, the man in the mud who said, don't pull me out of the mud. I know my family's underneath me and they haven't been scratching me for 3 hours, so I know they're not alive anymore. The woman who found a baby 7 miles from the baby's home, washed up in a tree. This is what we're dealing with, folks. So find it in your heart. Please pray on it. Go donate. GiveSendGo.com/buckup. Mr. Andrew Mullinex, what's your involvement here with the Buck Up team? I know you're always doing something with Rob.
What's
You're
up,
always
Scotty?
doing good things.
Yeah, I can't not be hanging around these folks here. So I'm actually 40 miles south of Asheville. So I've seen the damage and destruction up close and personal since day one. So right now I've been back and forth a couple times shooting some videos up there, just trying to get the message out to really the rest of the world, because the media won't cover it, of what these people are actually going through. And it's tragic. I mean, it looks like nuclear bombs went off all throughout Western North Carolina. And, just 40 miles south of the destruction, we were fine. I mean, we had trees down everywhere, but, we were out of power for a week, 8 days. But nothing, these guys are still, they're sleeping in tents right now. And it's frigid cold, and we've got a massive cold front coming in. So whatever I can do to help get the word out, that's why I'm here.
Well, appreciate your involvement, that's for sure. Robert, you've assembled quite a group, man. I'm just so impressed with the depth and scope of the work that Buck Up's doing. Hard to put a group like this together. So, one thing to talk about it, another one to execute on it, and you executed, brother. I'm so impressed.
It was all Jaime. I just say, what do you need me to do, babe? All right. She's incredible. These people are incredible. Dave Summerall couldn't help. He's banging at our door. What can I do? He's an incredible guy. All these folks are, and it's not about us. We didn't do this. The Lord pulled it together. He established these relationships from years past in preparation for this time, and everything. Again, like I said earlier, everything that we're doing today is in preparation for what's to come tomorrow. So it's an honor to know everybody and to be a part of this. But it's more of an honor to be able to help these folks up in the Carolinas.
Hey, David, we were wondering if you could, there's a line for everything in Vegas, right? You can bet on anything. Can we bet on God versus Satan? Because I want to go put some money down right about now on the good man, our Lord. I don't say that in jest. I think you can bet on anything in Vegas. Like who's going to smoke a cigarette next? I mean, it's crazy. I've gone to Vegas and looked at the sports book. I said, they're betting on what time some guy's going to have a heart attack. I forgot who the guy was, but they were betting on a heart attack. So we are in a spiritual war, though. The whole point is, David, we're in a spiritual war, aren't we?
Absolutely. I think that's the moral of the story. And, being the hands and feet, we're talking about serving others. And, that's really where the blessing is. Doc and I were talking about this a couple of weeks ago with a group. And, the people that say yes, the people that get involved, the people that, decide to take that action, that's where the blessing is. It's just like salvation. You can choose it and you can reap the benefit, or you can deny it and not reap the benefit and not get the blessing. And so we just encourage people to say yes. And, Buck Up is just perfect because everybody can give a buck. And if everybody did give a buck, it would make a big difference. And I know it doesn't seem like a lot, but many hands make light work. We're trying to teach people how to do that. Example ministry, and all executors. Andrew Mullinex, executor. Doc Chambers, executor. Robert and Jaime, I think we should get t-shirts made, executor, and just let people wonder what that means.
I think that's where Jaime got the buck up from, is because isn't that a phrase you would say often, is give a buck?
Yeah, it really is, because, it gets people's attention, and she just moved it a little bit, and I love what she's done with it. It's really, really catchy.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good.
I can share a couple short videos if you guys want.
Yeah, sure. Do we got some time for that, Scotty? And by the way, Andrew,
Yeah,
thank you for
we've
hosting
got
us.
someone else going to join us here. Let me bring him in. I see he's in the green room. Another man joining the party here, Mr. AJ Andrews. Hey, how you doing, AJ? Glad to have you.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
What's up, AJ?
We're going, man. We're going. We're on 10 and a half hours. Got another hour and a half, so welcome. Join the party. You guys, you're all welcome to stick around. You all can go if you want to. If you got other things to do. We're here until, this group's here until 10 o'clock. So, what do you want to take and remind our audience it's time to donate. GiveSendGo.com/look up. David, I think you were telling us something.
No, I was.
I think he was mentioning he has a video. What's the time on that video?
I've got 4 of them. They're under 2 minutes each.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh, let's go for it, Andrew. Let's do it.
This guy makes videos like he cooks steaks, by the way. We were coming through North Carolina, just made a delivery. He hosted us at his place, cooked us some big old beautiful ribeyes.
So it still has residue. No, it's porous, so I don't know. I can't age it. We just found that right here. Some of them got pulverized, some of them got washed up, but the ones that were pulverized are just kind of pushed through the grinder because there's so many rocks and the velocity of the current. I mean, you're not going to see any muscle tissue because it's been torn off. So that just tells me that there's so much in the dirt that's just being washed away, pushed aside, and prettied up. But it's still there, just like all these humans, all these animals. Possible, as the sheriff admitted, it's some cemetery bones that washed down. And I really don't know whose bones they are. Some of the dogs, they brought so many dogs out here. They've done a lot of hits. I actually have one of the pictures from the other groups, and they're saying that a lot of the animals are hitting a lot of spots, which I don't doubt. There's going to be a lot of pieces. If this, if a person was pushed through all of this, and it's 25, however high it was in this location, the bodies are going to be split apart. So you have a piece there, a piece there. So what they're trying to do is invalidate some of where the dogs were hitting. They hit too many spots. We need scientists. We need data analysts. We need anthropologists. We need archaeologists. We need skilled forensics analysts. We need teams out here that skills not just come dig and remove and burn, which is what we're being told is going to happen. So when I tell you we're trying to rush and hit little spots, pockets, to possibly find something, that's all we're trying to do.
Let me remove that one. You can bring in the next one.
Yes, sir.
They've got guys that are trying to come out and help search on off time. They're stood down as far as that. They need to get back to doing law enforcement and respond to fires. They only have so many personnel. They've been working their asses off for 4 weeks nonstop. They want to help us. The problem is we need like FEMA dogs. We need folks to come from out of state. Right now we've been paying travel expenses for canine teams just out of pocket, trying to save the families from spending their money. They've spent too much already. Whether it's the family of Kim Ashby or Lenny or Lena, they've been spending money out of pocket to get canine teams together, and we don't want that.
So FEMA has those assets and they've not deployed any of them?
They not since they stood down. They deployed them in the first 2 weeks when we were down in Swannanoa doing recovery down there, and after they stood down, they pulled all that out. There's no EMAC requests going out from the counties, which is how you pull more cadaver dogs.
And this, so it still has
All right, that we already saw that one. Is this a new one here?
Yep. We have a GoFundMe for the family that we're building this house for. A lot of materials have been donated, but we still have a long way to go. We also want to continue to raise to rebuild, multiple homes in this community. Our Instagram is Build Constructs. You can see on the trailer here, and there's a link in our bio to the GoFundMe. It's called Hearts Relief, and yeah, we would appreciate any support.
They've got guys that are trying to come out and help.
We have a GoFundMe for the family that we're building this house for. A lot of materials have been donated, but we still have a long way to go. We also want to continue to raise to rebuild, multiple homes in this community. Our Instagram is Build Constructs. You can see on the trailer here, and there's a link in our bio to the GoFundMe. It's called Hearts Relief, and yeah, we would appreciate any support.
Got one more coming.
All right, sir.
If you notice today, I did not come alone, because last time when we
saw that one, didn't we?
No, it's a same scene, different
Oh,
video.
okay.
for assistance, and we were told that we needed to contact authorities if we found a bone. Essentially, how many people we got shamed? We got kind of first blown off. But when we found we had a kind of station like this, the different counties were actually fighting amongst themselves or arguing who it wasn't their jurisdiction. So at this point, from what I gathered and from what I even after we talked to them, they are completely tired, and they're claiming that the people are tired and just want to move forward and clean up. But some of the locals that I've talked to in these parts, they're asking for people to come in and try to help find out about their loved ones, because a lot of them saw them drift away in the river, and they feel like nothing is being done.
That was anonymous from the Galactic Federation.
That was a forensics person that did not want to be revealed, so
I
had to keep
assume
it on the
that.
down low. Anyways, the moral of the story here is that there's very deep piles of stuff, cars, trees, houses that are just still sitting in ruins, and it looks like the game plan is just to kind of push it all over, bulldoze it down. And there's still tons of bodies that have not been recovered. I saw a video the other day of a car that was just uncovered from the rubble the other day that had deceased humans in it. So this is what was reported in the mainstream media, even what's been reported overall as far as body counts and what these people are dealing with. It's nothing compared to what the actual truth is. And there's just a lot that needs to be done, a whole lot that needs to be done.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, what's the silver lining in all this for you? Doc, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here now. Yeah, I couldn't hear it. It was glitched.
No problem. I asked for you, what's the silver lining in all of this adversity and negativity surrounding, weather weapons and whatnot? Do you, or maybe you don't see a silver lining? I assume you do, though.
Yeah, I do. Silver lining is that God's chosen people, when they have eyes to see and ears to hear, will step up. Everyone here has that. We see that. We see it, whether it's just a glimmer of the glory of God or if it's right in your face. And you know, as Dave was saying, you know, execute, you know, executive type that do things. We say down in Texas, because we got confused with a think tank once, and we're like, we're not a think tank, we're a do tank. You know, people that are in do tanks use the white papers that think tank people write to either wipe something with or to start fires on the border when it's cold out. So that's what we do. We do stuff. We don't sit around and talk about it. You know, it's funny because Dave, when the last time you and I talked, we were on that, you were on the speaker coming on that meeting that we had down in Texas, down in Dripping Springs. And that the people that were there, they were trying to get to know me. They're like, okay, is this guy like legit? You know, because you don't know who people are, right? And so when I said, well, they said, well, what made you want to go from Texas to North Carolina? I said, well, I looked down at my boot and I said, Lord, where do you want me to put that next boot next? Right. So that's the way I pray now, is just tell me where to go. Show me what to do. What do I need to know? You know, don't give me, I mean, I love to have favor everywhere. I don't need that. We'll get favor by doing things. But what I need is just tell me where you want us to go next. And so that's all we do. And I would imagine a lot of us are the same way. You hear the loudest cries or the most oppression, and that's where you head. It's not necessarily the sound of the bullets, it's the sound of the cries, you know, the hearts that are broken and those things. You know, used to be for me as an Army guy, yeah, we run to the bullets, but it's not that about in this fight. This is supernatural. And it takes a special person to be able to see in that and hear that. Special in that, you know, you're chosen, but that you act on it. And so that's our silver lining, is that we are acting on it. And there are a few of us. How many did Gideon have? How many did fighting Goliath? How many did they have? One, right? That picked up 5 smooth stones. So I'd rather have less. You know, out of 100 soldiers, 10 shouldn't even be here. 80 are nothing but targets, and 9 they the battle make, and we're lucky to have them. And the one is a leader who bring the others back. That was written in 480 BC about the Spartans. Nothing's changed. People are people. You know, we just got different kind of uniforms now. So
sounds like a media sales organization at one of the TV networks I've done business with. One of them out of 100 may be a leader. You remind me of something my dad, United States Marine Korean War veteran, said. He said, "Those who can do, and those who can't do, teach at universities for their life." And I think that's a pretty fair statement as we've come to know the university education system. Guys, we've got to rebuild every system. There isn't a system we live within that is not corrupt to the core, broken. It's not for us. It's not for our well-being. It's for the banking cabal, the satanic cult. Scott McKay calls them the Khazarian mafia. That everything they created was for their well-being, not for ours. Not an easy place to start in any of these systems. I'm going to skip over the financial system because that is going to take care of itself. I do believe we're headed for a financial reset. I'm going to skip over the political system because that's a waste of time to talk about. I want to go to the medical system. Doc, besides emergency room care, which I think can be some of the best in the United States, it's been there for me when I've needed it. My daughter, when she was 2, had a life threatening moment where the doctors at Rady's Hospital in San Diego were freaking amazing. So I think emergency care in this country is great, but to me, the rest of the healthcare system, medical system, has to be rebuilt. Would you agree with that?
absolutely. You know, I was an ER doc on the civilian side. So, you know, basically we're like glorified plumbers. We stop the bleed, right? That's basically what we do in emergency room. When it's a trauma thing, a lot of it's pain, you know, dealing with getting people to their doctor next week, whatever. But the trauma stuff is what we do well, especially being a military doc. That's what I did downrange. But the system that took over when the Rockefellers and the Carnegies all came in after the oil exploration, and they created this chemical that was called benzene because it was a petrochemical thing, and it's a benzene ring. And then when you take that same chemical and then put it into pharmakia, which is, oh, guess what, witchcraft. Now you got this thing that they're pushing instead of keeping us healthier. Like you can look around and look at people and they're just not healthy in general. It's the way the system is created to then it's a self-licking ice cream cone, right? So it creates more business for those guys. It's a shame, but it is what it is. So yes, that's a morally bankrupt institution, medicine, the Department of Defense, all the other ones you mentioned, morally bankrupt. And it's going to be up to, I wouldn't say a parallel system, but it's the system that should be in place, which is kind of like when you say, well, this is the way. The way was what they called the original church. We need to get back to all of those original ways. Naturopathic medicine has been around for a long time. My dad was a family doc. He used a lot of that. He delivered babies. He did tonsillectomies. He did all that stuff. But those things you got to put your hands on sometimes. But as far as just keeping people healthy, you just keep them healthy, right? You eat, you work, you eat good food. One of the things, I want to mention while we're here, this was great to see. When I left last time, we had a meeting with Ann Vandersteel and some locals there at the Avery Airport, and soil reclamation is coming into play key in this fight that we're in North Carolina because of the amount of chemicals that were poured into the water, which is going downstream. We got 3 main waterways going into Lake Douglas, which is then going to spill into the Tennessee River, which is then going to spill into the Mississippi. As these chemicals, it doesn't matter what they are, they're either alkaline or they're acidic. They are hot. And what does that mean? It's a non-ionizing radiation. So when I was listening to Kip earlier while I was waiting in the green room, he's talking about that. We can call it radioactive, but it's non-ionizing. It's not like radiation from a spent rod or something like that. This is hot stuff that's in dirt, right? It's in the mud. And these divers that were in the water, these dogs that were getting sick, dogs can't be near a body of water without drinking from it, right? So they're getting sick. So some of them are dying. So that's another thing. Well, there are ways to fix that. And these are just old ways of farming, old ways of running soil that, Dr. Will Spencer's in on, Billy Bond up there in North Carolina, some great people that are working on this stuff. Brian Artis out of Dallas. These guys are looking at this stuff and they're really paying attention how you can reclaim it using some biological processes that are natural. So yes, I have a silver lining on that too, because I see that it's going to have to come into play.
Doc, I've got a group of guys. My partner's much more versed at this. It's called the DPE machine. It cleans up the soil, cleans up the air around it. My partner has one in his home. I know a woman who's in North Carolina that has one. The bears come out of the woods routinely attracted to her home because she's got one of these devices. I'll get you some info on it. I wouldn't do a good job explaining it, but it's soil remediation. He talks about the ions and that this emits ions of like a 100 rainforest, Amazon rainforest. I don't know if that makes any sense, but I do know these machines are now available and they're being put. I believe they're $8,000 machines, and there's big ones that are $250,000 and up that they've got 300 investors to put them all over the world that will completely take care of our soil and our water and all the chemtrails and everything.
Yeah.
Have you heard of anything like this?
Not my specialty, but I understand a lot of that technology just from being around it now. But yeah, these guys are working hot and heavy. I'll link them up because that's really what I do.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's link these guys up because these machines
Yeah.
are for real. They've got all the white papers. They've tested them. The little ones that are available are on the market. My partner bought one. His son was a recluse, a video game addict, was up in his room literally 24 hours a day. He put this machine in his house. As I said, the animals come out for this machine. They're attracted to it. His kids started coming out of the room, socializing with the family. Meanwhile, the food they were growing in their backyard was flourishing. It does a lot of amazing things. Robert, I'll get you some info on it. We can connect these two parties on this. It's the real deal from what I understand. So David, what's the silver lining for you, my friend?
Lead by example and hope others follow. For me, it's just seeing people take that step, and we were talking about fathers and influence. My dad, I asked him, he's been a pastor, all my life. It's been amazing. One of those people that you look at them and you just say, that's, the most godly person. They have the walk down. They live it, every moment. I mean, they're real. They're the same person, no matter who you ask about them, And I asked him, I said, what's the secret? And he said he wakes up every morning and says, I'm ready. I'm listening. And he listens. And wherever God says move, he moves. And whatever that looks like. And I think Doc captured that in saying, see these boots? You know, God told me to go that way. So that's where he goes. And I have learned through my experience that it's not a matter of knowing where you're going or what you're going to do or what you're going to, you know, take with you or anything. It's just he provides where he guides. That's the moral of the story. And, you know, I think getting back to the basics, getting back to God, getting back together, you know, as a country, it's so important. And sometimes you have to lose everything to, you know, it's that hit rock bottom thing. I've seen it in the J6 community. You know, there's nothing that'll make you get back to God than needing him so much, you know, and I think that's as well as any kind of catastrophe that happens. But, you know, we see this move back to faith in so many different ways, and it's time to take back the mountaintops, you know, and the media, and we're working hard on that. We're working on so many different aspects. All this team, you know, has their own specialties. And I think that's what's really important. You know, the fingers, the toes, the hands, the feet, it's all different. And you can't get the foot to try to be a hand. You got to let people do what they do best. And, you know, God works in that and through that. It's just exciting for me. I think that is we went through 4 years of really bad. And I think that wakes a lot of people up for the reality of what could be so much better.
You hit on something interesting. Jail time. I've known guys going to jail. They're complete detached spiritually. They have no attachment to God. They don't follow Christ. They come out of jail a year later. They're completely different. Solitary confinement will do that to you, won't it?
Hey, when you have nothing left and you've lost your family and your house and your friends and you're standing in the community or your career that you spent 20 years or whatever. I mean, when you have nothing left, sometimes that's where you find God. He's always trying to find us. It's just a matter of when we stop. And I'm not saying that I you know, suggest anyone trying everything, but I would suggest trying to outgive God. It's a real good contest. And I trust that you will find the blessings like I do. And it's not just the 10%, it's the first fruits, you know, and all these things play into a successful spiritual life or a successful financial life. And, you know, just getting more into the book and, you know, the Bible and figuring out what's right, how we do these things. But the secret is to give. And you don't have to give until it hurts, but you need to give until you feel it. You know, you need to feel something. You need to be active. And especially for an event like this that is totally unavoidable for these good people. And they just need help. And, you know, I know that it's hard to ask for help so many times. They don't have a choice but to ask. They're screaming, they're begging. And, you know, they shouldn't even have to do that. We should be trying to get past the media curtain and show people what's actually going on and get them the support that they need, demand it, show up for it, be there. And we see more and more that we're just trying to encourage people to be a part of that, get the blessing from it, and then let them find that silver lining you're talking about. It's actually there.
Yeah. Hey, Robert, I know you a year now. You've always said, I just go where God tells me to go. And that's when you decide to make a move on a project, right? Is when God tells you to go do it.
Well, it's either God or Jaime. Yeah.
Well, we all understand that part of it, Robert. No explanation needed there. I think there's more of an explanation needed for our audience on God than your woman. Okay.
You know, it's no doubt. You know, I really, you know, there's so many amazing things to be a part of, and we should be a part of. But we're going to be much more effective if whatever we're doing specifically is a calling from God. You know, Dave is doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing because he's called to do that. And same with Doc and Andrew and Agee. And you know, we're just you know, we got to be sensitive to be able to hear the Holy Spirit when he's speaking and when he's moving you and nudging you in a direction. When we're obedient to that, that the fruit of that is going to be incredible. And you know, it can be a challenging thing to identify, but it doesn't have to be, right? You know, if we pray about it, we put it before him and we ask him, hey, show me. He'll show up and he'll give you signs. You can choose to ignore them. or you can accept it and you can take that step of faith and start walking in that direction and just watch how God shows up and opens up doors. It's absolutely incredible.
Yeah,
And
I'm
Robert,
watching how he. Go ahead, David.
yeah, and Robert, wouldn't you agree? Look, and Doc, we talked about this the other. I think we did. We might not, but sometimes you're just supposed to do good because it's what's good, you know. And you don't really need to. And I'm not advocating away from prayer. Absolutely, be in prayer about everything you do. Yes, yes. But sometimes when you see an opportunity to do something, and you get that little nudge, and you feel like, hey, you know, maybe I should throw in $5. And then you don't, you say, well, let me think about it. Let me pray. You just lost that opportunity for that blessing. So don't think that like this right now, somebody should be picking up or typing in and going to go fund, whatever, wherever the link, somebody say the link but this is where you should be. If this is the nudge and you want the blessing and you want to see this and you want to help somebody, I mean, in a real and tangible way, there's an opportunity to do. That's why we're all here. And we'll be doing it again for you if you're in that position. So, you know, it's people helping people. And I think sometimes just knowing what to do and knowing what is good and what's it going to hurt for everyone to give $5 or $10 or even $100. I mean, it's not unheard of, folks. Try it out. Give it a whirl. If you don't like it, call Robert. Maybe he'll refund your $5. But it's worth the try anyway, right?
Yeah. Interesting. Life's cumulative experiences all happen for a reason. You know, when I producing a TV show for James Brown, I was watching him diddle and abuse 14-year-old girls. Of course, we thought they were 20, but they admitted to me they were 14 and 15. And the entire band was playing with these girls. I wasn't watching. They were going behind closed doors. I did watch James Brown grab these girls' butts, their boobs. I'm like, why am I being exposed to this? Well, I know, because now I am exposing it in mainstream media. I've got a microphone and I'm able to talk about it. And it's not just conversation. I've seen the pedophilia firsthand. I've seen, you know, Peter Jennings tell me everything's a construct and a narrative. That didn't matter what he said on television because it's all a narrative and a construct to fit an agenda. Johnny Cash wouldn't go to meetings with me. He wouldn't even go to his record label with me. He made me go alone and he wouldn't tell me why. His wife told me. And he finally admitted, because you don't want to see the things I've seen, son. They're a Luciferian satanic cult. They worship Satan. And I'm like, I'm 30 years old. I'm hearing about this. I'm like, what the hell do you mean? What does that really mean? There was no internet back then, so I couldn't go really research it. But my point is, my life experiences, yours, Dave, Robert's, Doc's, we've all had the experience we've had for a time such as this. For now, this is why we had the experiences we did, because we're supposed to use them now the right way. And I think everyone here is doing that. I don't know, AJ, just met you today, and AJ, let's you get it a word in. What say you, brother?
What say me about what? The child trafficking, the sex trafficking, the borders, the relief missions.
Wherever you want to go with it.
What we talk about?
Wherever you want to go with it.
Well, I will say I'm also, along with helping here, I've been involved in disaster relief and search and rescue for over 20 years. I'm a retired federal security specialist, covert surveillance, been in the Patriot community for over 30 years. I'm also the leader and I am the co-founder of Protect the Children nationwide rally, which brings all these molesters and rapists and all that to justice. So there's a lot that my hands are involved in. So everything you guys are talking about, from J6 to the molestations to the politics to teaching survival and prepping to helping people get out of wherever, finding a limb that's not attached to a body. I've dealt with it all. So I understand exactly everything you guys are talking about. And that's why we're doing what we're doing here now. All of us together. God has brought us together because we've all seen something.
Yeah, no coincidence. We're all here together for Buck Up Relief Mission. Go to givesendgo.com/buckup. Give freely. I think, let's see if our next guests are in the green room. We're coming up on our last hour. Robert, who's our speaker of the last hour? I'm looking
Trey.
now. Trey, we got Trey back and Coffee Talk with Sandra. Let's see if they're here. Otherwise,
Scotty,
I'll
can
take
I
that.
just dovetail on the silver linings real quick before we
Yeah, please,
bounce out of
please
here?
do. That would be great.
So the scripture tells us clearly that our enemy, whatever he does, God will use and turn it around for good. And you go all the way back to 2020 when we were dealt a blow by the enemy where they wanted to lock us down for 2 weeks, and then it became ongoing situation over and over and over again. But what happened in that period of time is exactly what has brought all of us in this room together. We all were sitting at our homes and seeing that our enemy is clear as day what they're doing. We started researching, we started digging, and this is happening all over the country. So I know we are a remnant, and the ones that are doing are a remnant, but overall, God is using this moment to wake his people up and bring people together that can discuss these things, that can take action against these things. And so the silver lining for all of us is there is this great awakening that's happening. There is a gathering of the saints in the process. And when the saints are gathered together, listen, let me tell you something. When we finally figure out how powerful we are, the power we've been given, when we finally understand, when we can look within ourselves, look at the scripture, and really understand what Jesus was saying when he says, I'm going to the Father, you guys are going to do even greater things than we did. We got to remember, he raised a man from the dead. He walked on water. He spoke to trees and watched them die. He was able to perform miracles, and we haven't even scratched the surface yet, but we are in the process of opening our eyes, opening our ears, and opening our spirits to come together and start doing the things that need to be done. So I don't look at any of the stuff that we're experiencing right now, and we will continue to experience. I think if anything, it shows us in this guerrilla warfare that our enemy has us in, it shows us who the enemy is. And that is the most important thing. If we can see clearly who the enemy is, what he's doing, and how he's going to attack, we know how to defend and we know how to attack back. And so that's the silver lining for me, is that it's bringing us all together. This is the remnant. This is and what I told Robert 2 years ago, the first conversation I ever had with him on the phone, I said, I believe God is assembling the new Gideon's army. Those that are watching, those that are seeing, those that are prepared to do what needs to be done to move us forward. And I believe we are sitting at that moment. We haven't even fully touched on what's going to come out of all of this yet. We're just in the process of waking everybody up right now. But there will come a time where we will have to use what we've been given. And I think that time is close.
Thanks. Well said, Andrew. By the way, we're using AI to transcribe these videos, so all of your links will be below. So I want you to all give a shout out. Andrew, you first. Where can people find your work?
The only thing I'm going to send them to is one that David Summerall was involved with, and that's Bloody Hill. That's the documentary we did on J6. So they can go to bloodyhill.com, and we're going to have a new one coming out here in about a month or so. So
David, throw us a URL, brother.
Let me give you 1afilmfest.com, like First Amendment, 1afilmfest.com. We just did a film festival September, dozen fantastic, highly censored films, $25 for the Q&A, the discussion panel. It's a real amazing. Andrew was a huge part of that. Robert was a huge part of that. We had a blast doing it. Doc was there actually. So we had a real amazing event, and it's educational tool. So I hope people take advantage of that. 1afilmfest.com.
Doc, how about you? What do you want to leave us with? So the AI can transcribe it, the spoken word.
Okay. The Remnant Ministry TX.org. That's where you can find us. And my last and final words, look, this is the season. I'm going to speak it now. This is the season for the God's generals and his judges to get back on the battlefield.
So true, man. Couldn't have been said better. AJ, you're up. Any URL you want to leave?
Best way to get a hold of me is getting through Jaime and Robert through buckupperleafmission.net, because I'm working exclusively with them and whoever else needs to help.
All right. Hey, thanks guys for your time. Robert, Jaime, and I, we appreciate it. Buck Up appreciates it. You all have a happy new year. God bless you all, and let's all stand up and fight this fight together.
Got it.
Thank you for coming up.
Amen.
Every one of y'all.
Thank y'all so much, guys.
Thanks, guys. I'm out.
Here he is, back again, Trey Smith.
A legend.
A really amazing set of people that you have had on, and this has been, so while you guys have been doing this show and before, this has been a pretty pretty heavy day prophetically and physically. So you've had you probably have talked about this on the show quite a bit, but you've had several terrorist attacks, one that happened in New Orleans in the late hours of last night or in the early morning hours of today. And it's reported that the guards on the protective barriers were down for whatever cause that allowed this car to come through. And then, of course, you had the attack in Las Vegas that was out front, Trump Towers. This was a Tesla Cybertruck. You've had well, in many of your prophecies and from the lion's mouth itself, from the World Economic Forum, I think they've echoed that there's cyber attacks coming. This is really a way to start the new year. But I want to thank you for having me on and inviting me. I saw you had Andrew Mullinex on. You had Doc Pete Chambers. Yeah, I heard that you might have had Dr. Artis on earlier, and of course Robert and Jaime Agee. And when I got a phone call from Robert to come on with you guys tonight, I'll always take those invitations. And the work that you're doing here, I'm going to commit to some support for in some form. I'll talk to my wife when I get off, but we've intended to do that for quite a while. I can tell you that this set of people, and Robert and Jaime, who I know very well, and also this other man, Andrew Mullinex, that you just had on, I've met a lot of people in these different Patriot movements, wonderful people. I don't know a lot of them as well as I know these people. But one of the reasons I gravitate to these people so highly is because their every thought is really about other people, even to probably a fault sometimes. But the Lord sees that. And so in Robert and Jamie's case, we did a trip together. Andrew Mullinex was there, and actually other men probably in your video and your feed today at the end of last year. That was a prophetic trip, and some of it I think was put together by Robert and Jaime. They had a man fly in from South Africa. And this man gave some prophetic words. And the first one had to do with probably revolved around the intelligence agencies as we went to the location of JFK's assassination. And this has been a topic for quite a number of years with all the different groups, particularly the Q groups. But this is a murder of a United States president that was very likely done, at least in cahoots with our intelligence agencies. Am I doing okay here? In that?
Yeah, it's fascinating.
You're doing
okay.
Bring in Jaime. Okay. I'm going to use the rest real quick, and I'll be right back.
Yes, go for it. Go for it.
Trey.
I just wanted to make sure because I just sort of started in when I saw my picture come up. So we went to the site of the JFK assassination. This would be Dealey Plaza out there in Dallas, Texas. And this prophet that gave a word, Pastor Andre is what his name was. He gave a word for. He said that he saw an American president going before the Lord with a bowl of blood and saying, "When are you going to avenge me?" And he also saw the 200 men that were at the Alamo. So the the JFK assassination, at least to me, sort of represents internal problems that we've got in the United States. We all know that there's serious problems with these intelligence agencies. And by the way, there's people that I talk to that over time, and for all of you, that many of us, probably every one of us that have been, and the other men that I saw before I came on, all have people that are probably in high levels of government that are all upset with the way that things have been run. And also there's just a corruption, like a dark cloud that is hovering over this United States. Kim Clement said, "Your greatest enemies are within, and I will wipe them out one at a time." And in the end of those prophecies, you have, well, I'll just come out and state it. One of the parts that I edit out of the prophecies frequently, well, if I'm going to put them up on YouTube, the betrayers in the White House will be hung. And I mean, those aren't my words. They were given by Kim Clement, but I don't even think they're Kim Clement's words. I mean, they're coming in the stream of prophecy. Often this man couldn't remember all the things he said. I mean, he might do his best to take you through some of it, but he's just going in the music and going in the spirit, and the spirit would flow through him. Another man named Brandon Biggs has given quite a few prophecies. Excuse me. He's given quite a few prophecies, and in these prophecies that he's given, he said that there would be terrorist attacks in New Orleans, in Las Vegas, and in Nashville. And I remember listening to this one while driving, and another friend pointed this out earlier today, and that's quite stunning that today you've had terrorist attacks in 2 of the 3 of these locations, all on the first part of the year, as well as your Capitol building struck by lightning and a number of other buildings. Can't remember the whole list. It's substantial. I just posted images of it. Lance Wallnau had done a talk on that earlier today, which is where I first heard about that. But at the end of this year, there were prophetic words given, and I went on a trip with Robert and Agee and Andrew Molinex and others. And at the end of this trip, I ended up actually going and spending some time with a man that was involved in the with the red heifers and with Israel. And Israel really is your time clock. And people will say this and they'll say that and they'll say the other thing in Israel. And I don't want to get in those arguments because this is a telethon. But I think that all Christians, no matter what way they thought, will state that Israel is your timeline. And so you're coming towards, I wouldn't so much, I'm not really prepared to say you're living in the end time. So you are, I mean, it's kind of a term that people have said for a long time, but you're in some years where God's wanting to do some cleaning out of things. That's what the prophecies all state. And I think there are a lot of heavy things coming this year. But I think for those that are people that are watching a show like this, and those that are on these screens, these might actually turn out to be some of the most exciting years. They're the years that we've actually waited for, many of us. And they're probably going to be scary to a degree. But what's interesting about this is that we're really called. So let me tell you about Robert and Jaime a little bit. So Robert and Jaime, I'll go over to their house. Jaime looked over at me one time and she said, if we had $1 million, we would just end up giving it all away to these causes we support. And not just support, but they go and they're out there doing it. Whatever it is for endless hours and loading the stuff and unloading the stuff. And they were in North Carolina with the relief efforts. And when and I mean this in a good way, when many of the people that might be the top speakers at different things, even myself included, to my shame, are gone or whatever, Robert and Jaime are still out there moving stuff around and cleaning things. And and doing work that's actually unbelievable. And so also is this man, Andrew Mullinex, and by the way, a lot of others. And you just, and you begin to witness this when you're at the different events and different things. And that's one of the reasons that I wanted to come on here with them tonight. There's never been probably one call. There are things that I've gotten to be involved in that I wouldn't even know about, that are things that maybe one day on the horizon we'll get to share with some of these viewers. That, in fact, I know we will. The Lord wouldn't have these things, but there are, man, I've been in situations with Robert many times where at least numerous times, where I'm told the things that you're about to see and wherever it is that we're going, you cannot talk about. Many times. People trust him to this degree. And these are people in armed motorcade with Robert right there in the top square. And over here with Andrew, probably more times than that. And these situations wouldn't exist if God didn't have things on the horizon. But I think we are coming on some times. I'm sorry, I keep clearing my throat a little here, guys. But so I think we are coming on some times in this year where God is going to do some shaking. And the reason I believe that is because pretty much every prophet, so the man from, thank you very much, the man from South Africa that came down, this was what his prophecy was. You got big trouble in your internal, and you're going to have to do some cleaning there. But bigger than this is sort of my interpretation of it. And Robert and Jaime and Andrew did a full report on it, so you can listen to it and let yourself get a little terrified by what he has to say. But I think so the CIA, and they're shooting presidents in the head, and you know, you guys really ought to get to the bottom of this. Now you're 70 years after the fact. You know, there might be a couple of the people involved that might be still alive, but these lies just get bigger and bigger and bigger, and they snowball, and they haven't stopped, and actually the quality of the lies has diminished. So thus Kim Clement was stating, and other people are stating, what's becoming visible, that you've got a big problem, and it's going to come bite all of your hands, because you're taking a bunch of people that don't know how to do anything other than lie, and they've been running a lot of stuff, and they've been out there buying big mansions and houses and boats and all this stuff because they throw you another lie, and they got special badges that they can do whatever they want while they're stealing the last of the scraps off of all of your family's tables. And that's why it says in the end, there's probably going to be some people hung, because you're probably going to be ticked off. About this, when you come to visibly see, this is what's going on. This is what these people have been doing. And that's why in other places, it'll say some of these people won't be able to walk down the streets because it's become so obvious and blatant, but to a lot of people it hasn't. And for it to become obvious and blatant to all of you on this screen, and anybody that's listening to a podcast like this, it's been obvious to you for a long time. You've been waiting for these hours. To whole sets of people out there, they're going to be crying and screaming because it's going to feel like their world is falling apart, but it has to wake them up. I'll shut up there. I've been rattling off for a few minutes.
Oh no, it's great. Hey, we love it, Trey. You know, it's you know, like Scotty said earlier, you know, you are very unique in your delivery, and you know, it's a talent, it's a gift God has given you. It's an anointing, dare I say, right? It's an anointing, and we all have it. But you know, I have to give you credit, brother, because you know there were so many years of watching your material that gave me inspiration. It gave me inspiration to go and to be and to do right. Knowing that God is real. I mean, and that might sound crazy to you, Trey, but you know, there's seasons that we all go through, and we question things, and we're trying to find, and we're searching, and we're grasping, and we come across a Trey Smith video, and we're like, oh yeah, God's real. God, and not only is he real, but it's really exciting, you know, to understand these things, you know, all the different you know, areas that you go into, whether it's you know, pre-flood or the Exodus or the Nephilim, and then you get into Kim Clement prophecies. And that right there is what really gave me hope. It gave me hope for the future. The way you broke it down and so succinctly, and I believe by the Spirit of God, you know, he put that upon you as something that he wanted you to deliver to the people, to give them hope and to give them a perspective of the time that we're in, and seeing that, you know, it motivated me, and allowed me to go, you know what, there's nothing that I can't accomplish if God is calling me to do it, and if God is with me. So, you know, hey, a lot of this buck up relief effort is you know, in a large part due to your sacrifice that you've made by putting out the content that you have, and I mean that when I say it, brother.
Well, let me share this. So let's pray for all the let's so the people that you're looking at on really on this screen right here when you're watching are people that are very trustworthy people. I promise you that in all the ways. They're very frugal with the things that they select. So if they're out there and they're telling you we're collecting for this or that, you know, the people that tend to scream the loudest for stuff are the ones that probably do the least well. It's not that they do bad, but this is you're looking at people that actually accomplish things on the screen, and I'm praying in this year for there to be breakthroughs for all of these faces that you've seen on here, and probably all the people. I don't know the whole list of people that Robert's had on today. But there be favor on them, because any one of them, any one of these squares that you have seen probably all day long, these are people that that any way that they get an up, they keep going, and they do more with it than people that you'll give that will get enormous budgets and do very little. And if you had just the people on Robert's show today running your government would be running far better than it has in 50 years. And with none of them knowing how to do it from the start, that I would almost assure that. You state that I state that a little jokingly, but I was saying it. I was like, you know what? It probably actually would, because they're very. I mean, you know, they figure out how to do it no matter what the problem is. They figure out how to do it efficiently, and the thought for the cost is. So I say these things. These are not known, but they're. I believe they were doing a relief effort, and when I was out there in North Carolina, that's what they were fighting to do, and they were actually out there doing it. And Andrew Mullinex, he went out there. There were claims about possible radiation. He went and checked that. He had mixed feelings. I can't remember the outcome on that, but there was radiation or not. He might be able to speak more on that, and he did a lot of film recording on that. But there was devastation that is unheard of, and all of this devastation that keeps coming to American families, whether some of it is an actual thing or not. So if let's, you know, because hurricanes and things do happen, but there have been so many lies from the people in power that they are no longer trustworthy. And it's also, you know, when anything bad happens, they are at a point where you can literally blame them for all of it, even if it is a natural thing, because you've got to set up. Your largest problem is not volcanoes. It's the set of people that are running stuff, that they're more dangerous than any disaster coming. Andrew, did you have a thought on that?
I think we have been marked for this time.
Yeah. Yes.
And when I say marked, because this is a word that I was given today, and it's just been going over and over and over in my head all day long, because everybody keeps telling me the closer that we dig into these things, the more that we do to go against the enemy here, the more danger we put ourselves into. And God has made it very clear to me, I have marked you, and I have marked the people around you, and the enemy cannot touch you. And so it emboldens me. It emboldens you. And Trey, you need to understand, you are a minister, man. I don't know if anybody's ever told you that, but you are a minister. And that means you're marked too. So we're called in this game this game of life that is really run by the enemy. I mean, Jesus himself said Satan was the prince of this earth, but that does not mean that we do not walk with authority and carry out what God has called us to do. Because the moment we do, the moment that we apply the authority of God's kingdom that we have been given, and we're marked on top of that, we are marked, we're set aside, we're made safe. The moment we start operating in those things, Trey, and this is what we're seeing. We're already seeing those breakthroughs over and over and over again. Robert and Jamie see it every month of their lives. They go one thing to the next solely on faith. And
yeah, they do.
It's really been a ministry to me to see how they operate their lives completely free of fear of doing anything because they don't have the resources or they're lacking something.
Yes.
They will step out and God will provide for them every single time, which tells me, just like the word that was given to me, they are marked. I am marked. Trey, you are marked. Scotty's marked. We can go fully against the enemy without any recourse from the enemy whatsoever because he can't touch us. I just believe that, and I think this is the time for us to just push hard.
Well, yes, I fully come in agreement with that. And Andrew and Robert, I thank you for all of the work that you do. So at the end of at the end of last year, these were pretty heavy prophecies about America and some of the things. And so many of the things that Kim said, if we were to look at these as a not as a timeline, but as a basket of stuff coming, you've got the shaking parts ahead, I think. I was reading articles. So he had in there, one of the large ones was a volcano. Here's what I think they're going to do. They're going to dump everything they can on Trump. I think you've got a bunch of people that have done a bunch of stuff wrong. I think that it's more than that. I think that they're on video. I think that these people are on videotape. Probably. I think that's probably what was being kept on Hillary's servers, but if not on her servers, then somewhere. I think they blackmail each other probably with kiddie porn and or worse, and that they catalog and that they keep this, and somehow that escaped. It's likely what got Seth Rich. And by the way, these are guesses. I could be off here, there, yonder, or maybe it's all wrong. But I think that they, this isn't that they don't like his hair. This isn't that they don't like his personality. And it's not just that they think they're going to be fired and they're going to lose their jobs. These people are terrified. They're willing to crash your economy over it, because that's where it's Janet Yellen and all the signals she's been putting out. I don't know if you guys have been following that, but there are heavy worries about the collapse of the dollar, the collapse of the stock market. They are throwing everything but the kitchen sink at this. But right through the middle of it, what Andrew has told me, I'll talk to Andrew. Is one of he is so encouraging no matter what's going on. I'll think, they're going to do this, they're going to do this, and those things are all real. But there does come a point, and Robert and Jamie, they've been doing it on faith the entire time. And by the way, by faith has got them out there with a lake in their house that's full of fish. They've got a dam, they've got beavers that Andrew can take the same drones that he watches all the cartels come across the border with, and and go watch the beavers at night at points. And I'll tell you that the Lord is going to. So part of the Exodus story, and this is for, and I'm going to have a thing up on that in days. I know for many people that watch, it seems like it takes me forever to do these things. All of these people are working. If you could really see, let me take that to another direction. If you could see what Andrew Mullinex, there's no part of his day that he's not using for something. For Robert and Jamie Agee, there's no part of their day that there's not something they're doing. And most of it, nobody will know about, most of it. But it's all stuff that did something. Even if it points, you look at it and you say, why did I spend all this time on whatever, which I do a lot. We probably all do this a lot. But the Lord is going to redeem our time. And for those of you that are listening, There's been a lot of years where every one of you have been stolen from, all of you. We've all been stolen from in this country in so many ways that if we found out about it, that when we find out about it, we're going to be mad by people that were using it for things that were probably so atrocious that it would twist your gut in many, many cases. I believe that's probably the scenarios you're coming up on. But the Lord has seen all of that. And what he did in Egypt, because they were doing the same stuff there, they were just brighter people. And when I say brighter people, another part of this is a quality standard. And I've argued this for a long time. Let me try to articulate it quick because you're at the end of your show. That what I mean by that is if these were your end time set of people, and I don't mean this just because I don't like them or whatever, I really looked at them. So when Trump says these people are stupid, I thought he was just kind of finding a way around saying there's a devious plan to take over your country and stuff. No, he really meant these people are stupid. It was, and it also wasn't just an insult. It's an actual, if these were the people that were your antichrist system to take over, this current bunch that you're seeing on TV, then God would owe Satan an apology. The end of your Bible would be a fizzle. And I don't mean that facetiously. I think these people are addicted to all sorts of drugs. They've been ripping you off. I don't think their lies are impressive. And I don't think Nimrod would go out there and try to get you to take a vaccine. I don't. And I don't think Nimrod would go under the water and try to get a volcano to go off. And I don't think Nimrod would park a Tesla and blow it up out front of your place. He would come in there and he would say, dude, you're going to, I mean, you would be ashamed if you wouldn't even hear about Nimrod if he did these things. Because it's not like any of the dark characters that you have from the past. The Pharaoh of the Exodus, oh my gosh, he wouldn't even laugh at it. I mean, do you know what he would do if he saw this set of people? He would round them up himself. The Pharaoh of the Exodus. This is the set of that. But I was reading Jonah. Today. Because I don't know why I did. It's only 4 chapters long. I would recommend everyone read Jonah. And in the book of Jonah, Jonah so badly, he believes that the people there, in Nineveh are so, I don't know what he thinks about them, but he does not want to go and tell them to repent. He doesn't want to do it. And Jonah clearly has a heavy-duty relationship with the Lord because the story starts by stating that the word of the Lord came to Jonah. And Jonah does the complete opposite thing that the Lord has asked him to do. In fact, he goes to Tarshish, I believe it's called Tarshish. This is where Paul was trying to go to, and he never made it. This is like saying you're going to the end of the world and getting on a ship. That's what he's doing. And then he gets on the boat with all these guys, and they believe that the gods are coming to get them, and they're praying to their gods. Well, so they cast lots, and the lot falls on Jonah, that he's the problem. And Jonah goes to him and says, just throw me overboard. This is how bad he didn't want to go to Nineveh. This is a guy that had a relationship with God that strong that where the story starts and the word of the Lord again came to Jonah. And Jonah, so you've begun the story where Jonah is having this argument with God. No, I'm just not doing it. I'm going the opposite way. I'm not doing it so badly, just throw me in the sea. And finally they do. And it says the Lord prepared a fish, okay? Now this fish is going to grab him and it's going to take him all the way back to Nineveh. And then the people of Nineveh, they repent. And they repent. And even the king writes up this long edict about his repentance. And Jonah is upset about this because it sounds like for 2 reasons. He really wanted the Ninevites. I mean, he really didn't like them. But second of all, he gave a prophecy. God's going to destroy you. Look at yourselves. I mean, he's just got to. And, but they didn't. They put on sackcloth and ashes. But Jonah was upset that his prophecy that the Lord had changed his mind. And so it didn't look great on Jonah. and he's sulking about it. In the very end of the Jonah story, God tells him, he says, there's 120,000 people in this city, and they don't know their right from their left, Jonah. And that's why I came in and they repented and I saved their city. And here in the United States, you've got a lot of people. I thought about that simple statement at the end, because some of this falls back not just on prophecies, but on the name of God himself. That you've got a whole bunch of people that really don't know their right from their left. And we run into them all day long. And for them to understand their right from the left, they've got to have a combination of things and probably have some things shake them to wake them up. And in the midst of it, they've got to hear some voices crying out, these are the things the Lord said, and this is where it will go if you don't. And I'll stop with that on that one. But I tell you, beneath and what makes any of that possible are the Robert and Jaime Agees and the Andrew Mullinex and the and Scotty Saks and many, many others. But these are people I'm very proud to call my friends, and to I've never seen them not come through on anything.
Trey, I want to validate
complain.
something you said, Trey. It's very important.
Yes.
We don't know each other, so I'll tell you, I've spent 40 years in mainstream media, Hollywood, the music industry, professional sports, doing business with all of them. I've seen adrenochrome up close and real. It doesn't exist. They drink blood of children. They're that horrendous of people. They'll take the blood of a child and drink it. But what you said about the video, maybe I'm right, maybe I'm wrong. 100% spot on. Blackmail and bribery are their currency, and they use Diddy and Epstein as Andrew Mullinex, video producers. That's what Epstein and Diddy were doing, producing videos to blackmail people, going to their parties, getting them along with, whether wittingly or unwittingly, willingly or unwillingly, they put them along with children and start to roll videos. So these were video production houses. Epstein covered the high-end business political crowd. Diddy covered the West Coast, Hollywood, the athletes, the celebrities, the music industry, and it's one big operation to produce a video to blackmail people. So I just wanted to validate what you said.
Thank you, Scotty. Yeah, it's a shameful mess, and it's what's costing, and it's really, if well, it's costing all the rest of our lives is another one of the giant problems with it. I mean, if they were doing it on a foreign country somewhere, I'll fight. I don't know, but they're, at this point of it. They've nearly, all these games or whatever. We're the ones paying for their party, and I think that's coming to, and I think for most everyone watching, we've been waiting for these hours, but I think there's going to be a little pain in the process of it. But in the course of it, my wife and I are going to begin. Because we haven't done a great job of this, we're going to begin taking. So Abraham paid a tenth of it. So Abraham paid a tenth of his tithe to paid it. This is where we get, or I believe where we get the concept of tithing. And I'm not telling you to tithe a tenth on this telethon, but what I'm telling you, what we're gonna do, and I was thinking about this even earlier today, to begin to take whatever it is we have and begin to support, not some church far away. I grew up with that there were all of these ministries, and they, and this tended to get misused, and you can support whoever you like, but I think you definitely should support the people you see coming through that are in your local community, and these might not always be a pastor or a, but I strongly believe we should tithe, and I really, The end of this past year and going and seeing several of these prophets and the entrance to this year, which has been just one day so far, and this has been a shaky one day, but I think it's symbolic of the intent that these people have. And but it's going to be a good year nonetheless. Five is the number of grace.
5 is the number of grace. That's exactly what was on my mind, Trey.
Yeah.
And I was actually going to ask you to touch on that, but you just did. 5 is the number of grace, and it means so much to us that you came on here tonight. I want you to hang out, both you and Andrew. Jamie's got some things that she wants to share, but again, thank you for all the kind words, all the encouragement, and I also want to honor and thank your wife, Julie, behind the scenes. She's always behind the scenes, but there she is.
Julie.
We love Julie in her English South African accent.
Well, I love you too.
And her biltong, her South African beef jerky.
South Afrikaans.
She's absolutely amazing, and God gave you something very special there, and I know you're spending some time with your mother right now, and looking forward to meeting her someday. And I really appreciate that about you, Trey. Is you're always thinking about your family, and you're always you know what's important, and you're making sure to honor your mother and the rest of your family right now, and that's what these people in North Carolina are struggling with right now, and it pains our heart to see what they're going through, to imagine what they're going through. And so that's a big part of why we're doing what we're doing, is to help these families, these children that have lost their parents, and so on and so forth, or folks that just lost their house. I feel so blessed to even have a bed to sleep in tonight. It's incredible, but they're a time of blessing beyond measure, beyond our comprehension is about to take place, but it hasn't happened yet. That yet is coming, and it's coming soon. But until then, we're going to try to stand in that gap, and we're going to try to facilitate the needs of these people, and believe that God's going to honor that sacrifice and obedience to that. So thank you again for coming on and sharing and supporting what we're doing. And Jaime, you have a whole list of notes here.
This is notes that I took from Trey's video just the other day.
Can I read a scripture real quick, and then I'll bounce out of here?
Okay. Yeah, and Andrew, before you go, I want to say something to you and Trey, but go ahead and read first.
So we're all this we're talking about the times that we're in and what we see going on, and I was just led right to this word, and it's out of Psalm 55 verse 22. Cast your burden on the Lord, and he shall sustain you. He shall never permit the righteous to be moved, but you, O God, shall bring them down to the pit of destruction. Bloodthirsty and deceitful men shall not live out half their days, but I will trust in you.
Yes.
We're at that time.
Very interesting.
We are.
I want to say something to Trey and Andrew before you go, because I really admire both of your work. Trey, your video production technique, your use of time, going forward and backward, how you build characters up. I don't know if you've had voice training. I have. I've had some of the best voice coaches. Your use of your voice in your videos is. Have you had training? Have you had formal training?
No, just got and then started doing it.
No, your use of voice is amazing. Andrew, I've seen your work. All I'm going to say to you guys is Sovereign Radio is going to be doing a lot of Sovereign Media Networks. We do a lot of production in the future. We're going to have to hire independent producers. Don, I'd hire both of you in a minute to produce video and to produce productions, because each of your techniques is very different but very effective. Nobody could duplicate your work. Right? They couldn't even try to copy it. And Andrew, you were a class act, buddy. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Scotty.
Guys, I have one. Okay, so one more little short thing here. So David and the Amalekites. David. So King David. So you have the priestly ephod, and what happened was that David went out and they did all these battles, and they took success after success after success. Now the Amalekites, and some translation of this could literally be vampire-like demon. This was just the name that they had, but they were leeches, is what they really were. And what they had been doing is they'd been going out and they would, they were looting people. They were looting people. So, and while David and the men were away, they were off fighting. The Amalekites came in and they stole all of their goods, all of their belongings, and they stole the women and children, including both of David's wives, his men's wives, and they took they took them. The Amalekites did. So when they got back to the camp, you remember the story? And the camp was on fire, and I believe the camp was called Ziklag. I could have the name wrong there, but this is found in Samuel, in the book of Samuel, I think 1 Samuel. But so the camp was on fire, and the men wanted to stone David. They were just so mad. Their wives are gone, their children are gone. They're angry, and in their mind, and this is David, and ultimately this is David's fault, because he's the leader, but they're just angry, and they're going to stone David to death because they're just so mad. And this is how bad the scenario was. They've taken all these victories. And how can this happen? How can this happen? So David went, and normally you would go to the priest. You would go to the priest of Israel and you would ask. But in this situation, David says, bring me the ephod. Bring me the ephod. He wanted to go before God. Before I'm going to get stoned, bring me the ephod. What do I do? And that's the situation that I think we're all in, that we're asking for guidance from the Lord. What do I do? There's no one else we can go ask. And there's a lot of times I'll look on videos and things, and I'll look and who can tell me what will happen next? And I'll realize that nobody can. That I have to go before the Lord because it's custom. So, and David said in those moments, because it's devastated, it's life or death, and it's his own people stating, dude, we're about to stone you. I'm sorry, we like you, but we lost our wives and our kids here and everything we've worked for forever. The camp's on fire. We're just going to have to kill you. And David says, bring me the ephod. And the Lord said, go and get them. Go and get them. So they went and they came across an Egyptian that was a slave of one of the Amalekites. And he says, if you don't sell me back, because my master left me, I was sick, and they fed him, they gave him some food. And if you don't kill me, I'll tell you where they're at. And they were brought to the edge of the camp. And the swords of David and his men went so swiftly through that camp of Amalekites that they didn't even see it coming. And this battle raged, and David lost none of his men. And it says they retrieved not only all of their wives, but the Amalekites had also been stealing from the enemies of Israel, including the Philistines. And they took all of the loot that was there, and they got back their wives and their children, all of them in good condition, and the loot that belonged to other enemies, all from the hands of these bloodsuckers. And that's what we've been dealing with, bloodsuckers. That we're waiting for you to, they're not like Nimrod or the Pharaoh of the Exodus. They're like the Amalekites. They're bloodsuckers that come in when you're not looking. They burn it down, and they're looking to take your women and your children for whatever they're wanting to do with them. And they've collected everybody's loot doing this. And they're down there, and what were they doing in the camp when the swords of David are coming in like a razor blood? They were down there drunk. They were down there drunk, and they were partying. And here come a bunch of swords that are coming through with pursuit. This is David and his men coming through. And they took all that spoil. And then some of the men said, well, but some of the men stayed back at the camp. And then an ordinance was made by David that we will split the loot equally amongst all the men, even those that watch the camp, which is a good idea from there forward. That's a big lesson learned there, are equal to the men that are out there and fighting on the battlefield. Both are important. But I feel like we're at that part of the story. And we're about to get there, and there's going to be a redemption of the time. And there's going to be a redemption of, that's how the Exodus ends. And that's how this ends. And some of the stuff that we've all seen, that some of us have seen together, that are different things. See, the Lord has surprises in store. And I just think I'll stop there because keep going. But the Amalekites have been suctioning long enough, and they're going to lose what they've got.
Amen.
It's an honor to be on with you tonight.
Thank you,
I'm
Frank.
really thankful. The other night, Scotty and we've been working on this whole telethon and trying to schedule it and everything. And, I really wanted to have you on, but I didn't. You were there with us in North Carolina, but I didn't really know how to tie you into the mix of our partners that have been boots on the ground, doing,
all of it.
All of
really,
it.
all of it.
They're all the different things.
All of it.
But
you had trucks out there. You had a lot of people. Yes.
Yeah.
General Flynn, you helped with his supplies and things, and the other things, and incredible work by all these people. But you, Jaime, you're always back there organizing these events, and I would like people to know that as well. That you're looking at people, and maybe not even for just whatever this telethon is with this or that or the other thing, but. Those of you that are movers and shakers in the world, you're looking at people on here that are very, very competent, and that would only increase with the with opportunities the Lord gives, and the Lord is going to give discernment too, because as the days go ahead, there will, the Lord is going to give hours that are incredible, and Jaime is always back there making sure the calendar and the slot is right from the wee hours of the morning till the late hours of the night. She's doing this.
Well, and I think she discovered, what it was that how she could incorporate you into this. And I was absolutely thrilled when I heard Trey Smith was going to be on our telethon, by the way.
It just worked out perfectly. And, timing is everything with the Lord. I think we've all kind of figured that out, is that, Lord puts people in your lives at certain times for a reason, whether to learn or, to grow from the experiences and stuff. And like when I was sitting here trying to figure out how I could, figure out a way to get you in here, because we just love you so much, and you have inspired us for so long, for so many years. And I walked in after being down at my laptop for hours,
days, weeks, months, but yeah, go ahead.
Trying to, just the last week. We've only been planning this for a week.
Just the last week.
But it was.
It was me. I was sitting.
No, he was sitting here watching your video.
Fear not.
Happy Christmas or Merry Christmas, fear not.
Yeah.
The New Year. And I come to find out it was Julie's idea for the name of the show. But that video, it was incredible because it literally, you said everything that was what I was planning and thinking of this telethon, the theme to be around.
She ran in here.
Yeah.
Around her notebook. She goes, everything Trey just said is what I was thinking about for this telethon. It aligns perfectly. We got to get Trey on here.
The grace, the provision, you were talking about that the Lord uses broken people, or those that don't really feel like they're qualified to do things, which, I think all of us have gone through that point in time where, like, what can I do? I'm just one person, or I'm stuck at home all day. Like when I broke my wrist, I felt really bad because we weren't out on the road doing what we had been doing for the last year. So I felt like that I wasn't doing anything to really help or do anything. Well, then a hurricane hits and people are needing help. And I have a buddy, Vinny, who calls me and he's wanting to help. I've got other people calling me saying they want to help. And everybody has some kind of skill, and they have a gift. And this is what I called your wife, Julie, the next morning after watching your video and taking notes, because it was absolutely incredible. I had read that morning about, we read all the time, and we hear the scripture where it says some are given a gift of prophecy, some are given a gift of tongues, some are given a gift of, healing and things like that, whatever. I found the scripture right before it that says literally everybody or each of you are given a gift. And it's whether for one, if you understand your calling or your gift, but there also comes in an obedience and a willingness to actually use it for other people. And, there's been a lot of talk about me and what I've done with the fuck up thing. Honestly, I'm tired of hearing about me because it's not really about me. It's the whole entire team that has stepped up. They've done their little part, and thrown in their little gift, their little talent to make all of this happen. I might be fielding calls and, doing emails and things like that, but who am I sending those emails to? They're the ones that I'm sending those emails to, the people that are actually getting it done. And this whole buck up thing isn't necessarily to support us. It's to support the buck up mission as a whole. Each partner that's a part of this mission, and I would have loved to bring every single person on here, but bringing 64 different groups and organizations on a 12-hour call isn't too feasible, is it, Scotty? But it's necessary to know that you don't have to be Grace Smith and do videos, or you don't have to be a Robert and know how to do really awesome graphics, or Andrew Molinex that does really cool videos, or Scotty Saks that does a podcast. All I knew how to do was use Excel, and I know how to organize things, and I know people, and I am willing to call people and use my time. That's just the little thing that I threw in. Now, everybody else adding to that makes this work. And I just really appreciate all of our different partners with the Buck Up mission, all the different people that have donated already. We have done a lot within the last 3 months. Has it been 3 months or 4 months? I'm like losing track of time. 3 months. That, it's an incredible feat of what we've actually accomplished. And yeah, there's 64 partners, but how many people are in this country? Imagine if there were 1 million people all teamed up together working on this. Every one of those people would have a home by now. They'd be taken care of already. So I don't want to cry the rest of the time. Thank you.
Soon. It's coming, babe. It's coming. Well, I guess we're at the last 5 minutes, and I can't think of two better guys to close this out with us. Apologize for the feedback. I don't know if y'all are hearing that. I'm not sure what's going on with the audio here, but really appreciate y'all are two of my closest friends here, and God's got big plans in store for everybody who is aligned with Him and are kingdom minded and are willing, right, to be used. I'm really optimistic. I'm really excited about the days ahead. I mean, even through the struggles that are coming and the uncertainty that's coming, we know God wins, and we know that there's a victory at hand. And that's really exciting to know, to have that confidence, and thank you, Trey, for delivering that, to the people. And thank you, Andrew, for continuing to remind me of that, and it being a word of encouragement. You all have any final words you want to share?
I think I've said everything that I can say in a night. Unless you guys want to shut this thing down with a prayer.
Yes, we
You guys
say a prayer.
Am I back, guys?
You're back, Scotty.
You still getting an echo for me?
There's an echo coming from something. I don't know where it's coming from.
Okay, well, listen, I've got a closing statement to make, but I'd love to
please
have a prayer first, Andrew. So if you get us out with a prayer, that'd be great, and then I'll go to my closing statement.
Sure will. Father God, we just come